Library of Heaven's Path Chapter 1524 to Chapter 1596. Acknowledge you as my teacher? That's right. As long as you agree to it, I can resolve the master-teacher arrest warrant, the Zhang family, and the Glacier Plain Court for you. Xianxia nodded with a smile. Even though the Zhang family and the Glacier Plain Court had suffered a huge blow, they had not lost any of their elites. On top of that, the other party was the head of the Sanctum of Sages, the headquarters of the Mingshi Tang Empire. Thus, it was unlikely that they would be too harsh on him. At the very most, they would just guide him under their wing and help him earn some merits. Even though the current crisis seemed complicated, it was actually something that could be easily resolved. Even if not for those factors, just the fact that he was the Grand Elder of the Mingshi Tang Empire was enough to convince countless people to take him in as a disciple. Since he had made the request personally, it was unlikely that the other party would turn him down. Just as Xianxia was thinking that his disciple would surely be delighted to acknowledge him as his teacher, the young man shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Xianxia. I have no intention of acknowledging anyone as my teacher yet." Having been acknowledged as a celestial master teacher 5 times, his disposition had already been formed. Even if Xianxia were to accept him as his disciple, he might not necessarily agree to it, needless to say, the young man before him. Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before replying in disbelief. "You have a strong foundation, and you possess a unique understanding of battle techniques and cultivation. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for you to change your cultivation method regardless of whether you need a teacher or not. However, the Mingshi Tang Empire emphasizes on heritage. With a good teacher, be it in terms of your standing or your future, it will be beneficial to you. Furthermore, reaching the level of a 9-stars master teacher means that there is no one to guide you on your path. Without the guidance of a teacher, it's very easy for you to stray down the wrong path, and you will be in deep trouble." "There is no one to guide you on your path?" Xianxia asked doubtfully. As one's cultivation had yet to reach the level of a 9-stars master teacher, it was impossible for him to obtain any information regarding it. As such, he was completely baffled as to how one could achieve a breakthrough in one's cultivation. Indeed, a 9-stars master teacher is the pinnacle of the master teacher continent, and it isn't just a matter of one's cultivation or state of mind that qualifies them. More importantly, one has to possess a unique educational philosophy that allows one to achieve great accomplishments in the field of education. Take Xianxia for example, his philosophy of education, teaching according to one's aptitude, never getting tired of learning, teaching tirelessly, teaching in a comprehensive manner, as well as placing equal emphasis on both learning and thinking, and so on, has served as a great inspiration to the later generations. Not only so, in order to become a true 9-stars master teacher, one has to achieve a breakthrough to Saint 9 Dan. Reaching that level of cultivation, every step one takes will be more difficult than the one before it. Even I have to tread carefully as if treading on thin ice. It's too difficult to go further and further just by fumbling around by yourself." Xianxia shook his head. It's naturally not easy to defy the heavens with one's cultivation, but, knowing the other party's good intentions, Xianxia didn't know how to explain himself. Thus, he could only step forward and say, "Xianxia, please take a look at this." After saying those words, Xianxia flicked his finger, and a surge of heaven's path Xinqi flowed out from his fingertip. At the same time, a unique aura slowly emanated from his body, and it swiftly pressed down on the elder before him. Xianxia was still perplexed when he felt the aura, and his eyes narrowed in astonishment. He hurriedly took 2 steps back, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. His fingers trembled uncontrollably. Massive waves crashed in his heart as he stammered, "Why you are." Xianxia nodded before falling silent. "This? No wonder." Exhaling deeply, Xianxia bowed respectfully before recovering from his shock. Even so, he still found it hard to believe what he had just heard. It was no wonder the other party had turned down all of his invitations. Who could have thought that the other party was actually a celestial master teacher? The acknowledgement of the heavens meant that the other party was the disciple of the heavens, and his standing was comparable to that of Xianxia. Even if Xianxia were to come back to life and ask him to become his disciple, he might not necessarily agree to it. "My identity is simply too shocking. If news of it were to spread, the otherworldly demonic tribe would surely hunt me down. Thus, I could only pose as your disciple to conceal the truth. I hope that you can understand my intentions. Seeing that the other party had understood, Xianxia clasped his fist. Back then, when he was impersonating the other party, he didn't know of the other party's existence. However, since this was the will of the heavens, it wouldn't hurt to alter his story slightly. This way, he would have some basis for impersonating the other party. This is my honor. Xianxia hurriedly nodded, but his complexion still hadn't recovered from the shock. To be able to have a celestial master teacher impersonate his student was a blessing that he had accumulated over several lifetimes. If it had been before, he wouldn't have dared to even think about it. You're right. Other than a celestial master teacher, who else would possess such capability? It took a long while for Xianxia to digest the news before he finally recovered from his shock. It was no wonder the young man before him was able to accomplish so many heaven-defying feats, such that even the lightning tribulation had to bow down to his command. Throughout his life, he had seen countless geniuses, but those who could match up to even a tenth of him were already extremely rare. Putting everything aside, even his direct disciple, Feng Zi, who was considered to be top-notch talent in the eyes of others, was nothing compared to the young man before him. They weren't even on the same level. Xianxia, the matter of the celestial master teacher is a huge one. I hope that you can keep your mouth shut. Seeing that Xianxia had finally understood, Xianxia clasped his fist. Don't worry, I won't reveal this matter to anyone. Xianxia nodded. The matter of the celestial master teacher was simply too huge. If news of it were to spread, it would surely cause a huge uproar. Perhaps even the entire Mingshi Tang Empire would explode. If the otherworldly demonic tribe were to learn of this matter, they would surely mobilize all of their forces. If so, the entire human race would be plunged into a crisis ahead of time. Thank you. Knowing that the other party wouldn't reveal this matter to anyone else, Xianxia clasped his fist once more. There's no need to stand on ceremony. This is the responsibility of a master teacher as well. Xianxia looked at Xianxia seriously. You are a celestial master teacher, so naturally, I am not qualified to accept you as my student. However, if you don't reveal that you are a celestial master teacher, and you don't possess any heritage, it will be troublesome for the Mingshi Tang Empire to explain the matter. Troublesome? Xianxia frowned. The person before him was the number one Grand Elder of the Mingshi Tang Empire. What was there to worry about? After interacting with the Mingshi Tang Empire for so long, I believe that you should be able to tell that the current Mingshi Tang Empire is no longer the Mingshi Tang Empire of the past. Shaking his head, Xianxia sighed deeply. Xianxia blinked his eyes in astonishment. The original intention behind the establishment of the Mingshi Tang Empire was to protect and fight for the sake of mankind. It doesn't concern itself with the affairs of others, and in fact, it doesn't even concern itself with the affairs of others. After Kongshi, the ancestors of the Mingshi Tang Empire also did the same. However, humans have their own humanity, and they can't hold on to power for too long. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Xianxia's eyes were deep and profound. It might seem like nothing much at first glance, but after enjoying it for too long, it's only natural for one to grow complacent. This is the case for the current Mingshi Tang Empire. They have always thought that they were the ones who were willing to sacrifice their lives to maintain the safety of the continent, and no one and no power should be able to refute them. The authority of a master teacher is not to be trifled with. However, what they don't know is that this so-called authority is given to them by the entire human race. Without the human race, who would even know who their master teachers are? It's precisely because I can't stand such an attitude that I spend most of my time roaming the world, that I rarely stay in the headquarters of the Mingshi Tang Empire. This, Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before nodding. Along the way, Xianxia had met many master teachers. Some of them, regardless of their cultivation, were polite and amiable, not daring to forget the heritage of their teacher. There were also some who were obstinate and conceited, relying on their identity to do things, no different from the other powers and prestigious clans. Mingshi Tang's intentions were good, but as time went by, it was inevitable that it would deteriorate. Power and standing high above others could indeed corrupt a person's character, and master teachers were no exception to this. For example, the Master Teacher Pavilion has issued an arrest warrant for you. I have looked through your records, and you are a top-notch genius. Under normal circumstances, the Master Teacher Pavilion should have taken the initiative to mediate the situation. However, the fact that you are able to overcome the lightning tribulation is a testament to your incredible talent. If you do not have a teacher, you will become a highly sought-after target. Capturing you will not be a problem at all. Xianxia shook his head and sighed deeply. The Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters has already been divided into several factions, and each of them is trying their best to surpass the other. As a result, the academic exchanges between the two factions are no longer as serious as it was in the past. Once a faction obtains a solution from you, it'll surely be able to surpass the other faction and suppress them. Back then, Xianxia had left behind the Master Teacher Pavilion in order to strengthen mankind, but humanity. Sigh. Human nature is indeed hard to say. Xianxia sighed. In the early days of Mingshi Tang's founding, the world was governed by the concept of education without discrimination. However, after tens of thousands of years, the stability of mankind had caused many to be blinded by power, and they had forgotten their original intentions. The true top master teachers were even inferior to those one-star master teachers that Xianxia had met before. At the very least, their eyes hadn't been clouded by power and authority. Indeed, Saint Realm cultivators only have a lifespan of 1,000 years, and no one has been able to surpass it in the past tens of thousands of years. Many people have lost their motivation after reaching the pinnacle, and under such circumstances, it goes without saying that they should be treated better. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. With a look of disappointment on his face, Xianxia decided not to pursue the matter any further. These matters had already seeped deep into his bones, and it wasn't something that he could resolve alone. This is a flaw that has accumulated over tens of thousands of years of Mingshi Tang's heritage. However, no matter how pompous the master teachers are, they are still responsible for dealing with the otherworldly demonic tribe. Therefore, in the eyes of the previous hallmaster, these minor ailments were insignificant. As long as they did not change their minds, it would not be a big deal. As time went by, it became the current situation. Xianxia nodded. No matter how much authority could change a person's personality, as long as their attitude toward the otherworldly demonic tribe did not change, it could only mean that the master teachers were still as glorious as ever. Ever since we lost contact with Xianxia, Great Sage has become the pinnacle of mankind, and no one has been able to achieve a breakthrough to the next level. However, your appearance has changed everything. As a celestial master teacher, you will surely be able to lead us down a different path and bring back the glory of mankind. After which, Xianxia turned to Xianxia excitedly. The previous deputy hall masters did not have sufficient authority, making it difficult for them to control the situation. However, the appearance of the deputy hall master had changed everything. Great Sage? Xianxia frowned. That's right. Above Saint Nine Dan, there's still Great Sage. However, this realm isn't divided into 9 Dan but 4. Beyond Great Sage is Ancient Sage. This is the realm that Qiu Wu, Bo Shang, and the others have reached. Ever since Xianxia left, no one has been able to reach Ancient Sage. Xianxia nodded. This, Xianxian's heart jolted in astonishment. He had thought that Ancient Sage was just a term of respect for the ancient sages, but who could have known that it was actually a formidable realm? What realm is Xianxia at? Xianxia couldn't help but ask curiously. Since his servants and disciples were all ancient sages, just what realm had the number one expert of mankind, the founder of the Master Teacher Pavilion, reached? And what kind of strength did he possess? Xianxia has already reached an unfathomable level. He isn't someone that we juniors can fathom. Xianxia gazed into the distance with a look of fascination on his face. Xianxia was an invincible existence from the moment he was born. No one knew just how powerful he was, and even if someone did, it wasn't something that juniors like them would be able to pry into. After saying so much, I believe that you should have some understanding of the current Mingshi Tang. In order to not reveal his identity as a celestial master teacher, he will need another identity so that others won't suspect him. Otherwise, given how he has successfully crashed 2 master teacher pavilions within a short year and caused such a huge uproar, I fear that things will get out of hand. Xianxia looked at Xianxia. Xianxia fell silent. The other party was right. A master teacher's rank was high, and it only meant that they were powerful, possessed a high soul depth, and contributed to the education system. However, did it mean that their character was high? Did the head of the Bureau of Education mean that their character was superior to that of ordinary teachers? That wasn't necessarily the case, it was just a matter of luck and talent. It had nothing to do with one's character. In fact, powerful master teachers were far above the masses, far above the masses. As such, even though the headquarters of Mingshi Tang was a teacher as well, it wasn't as peaceful as one would expect. Naturally, I wouldn't dare to accept you as my disciple. However, I can accept you as my disciple on behalf of my teacher. In other words, I can announce to the world that you are my senior. This way, even if others doubt you, I won't be able to say anything since my teacher has already passed away. Of course, this is just a form of address. Even my teacher isn't qualified to accept you as his disciple. Xianxia revealed his thoughts. Senior? Xianxia's face twitched, and he scratched his head awkwardly. This doesn't seem to be a good idea. Junior. A celestial master teacher possesses an esteemed standing on equal footing with Xianxia. If not for the fact that I'm afraid that it would be too shocking, I would have acknowledged you as my teacher. Addressing you as senior is already an overstep. Xianxia hurriedly said. Even though he was the first Grand Elder of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Continent, his standing still paled far in comparison to that of a celestial master teacher. It was already a huge breach of etiquette for him to address the other party as his senior and pretend to be his junior. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia could only nod reluctantly. All right then, Junior Xianxia. Brother Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and delight. He had intended to take the other party in as his student, but in the end, the other party had become his senior instead. Even so, he was still filled with excitement. With the appearance of a celestial master teacher, the various factions of Mingshi Tang would surely be unified. Mankind would only grow stronger and stronger, and it would be easier for them to deal with the crisis. Right, Junior, I heard that you once helped someone reconstruct their meridians. Is that true? After confirming their relationship and coming up with a solution, Xianxia turned to look at Xianxia with a peculiar look on his face. The guild leader had said that the young man before him had helped him reconstruct meridians. Since they had met, it was a good opportunity for him to ask him about it. That's indeed the case. Xianxia nodded. Thank you, Suffocating Eye, for tipping me 160,000 Qidian coins, becoming the 70th alliance leader of this book. In the future, Laowa will be writing some interesting articles in the author's diary, and we can discuss them together. The replacement of meridians involves the blood reincarnation of ancient sages, and it's an extremely complicated process. I had to look through countless ancient books before I finally found a solution, Xianxia explained. Blood reincarnation? Xianxia was stunned. Indeed. Once one's cultivation reaches ancient sage, one will be able to achieve blood reincarnation. As long as a single droplet of blood remains, one will be able to come back to life, Xianxia explained. Xianxia's heart jolted in astonishment. If he recalled correctly, Vicious was at the blood reincarnation realm. This was also the reason why he was able to come back to life even after his body was shattered. However, unlike the otherworldly demonic tribe, humans were born with extremely long lifespans. Even if a human were to reach ancient sage, his lifespan would still be far inferior to that of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Given that he was able to come back to life even after being shattered, reconstructing meridians should be a walk in the park. My student, Xiaoya, has her meridians shattered. I would like to help her recover. What do you think I should do? Knowing that this wasn't the time to be asking Vicious, Xianxia turned to Xianxia and asked. Her meridians have been shattered? A moment later, Xianxia's complexion turned grim. Indeed. Her meridians have been shattered. It'll be extremely difficult for her to recover from such a condition. Extremely difficult? Xianxia frowned. Indeed. The people whom I have helped reconstruct their meridians previously had their meridians shattered because they were nearing the end of their lifespan, so all they needed to do was to reconnect them. However, Lady Zhao's meridians have been completely shattered, leaving nothing behind. She needs to be reconstructed once and for all. More importantly, her cultivation is simply too weak. With my method, the chances of success are slim to none. Xianxia shook his head. What exactly is your method? Can you tell me more about it? I'll see if I can help her. Ignoring Xianxia's words, Xianxia continued asking. While Xianxia might think that it would be difficult for him to succeed, he possessed the library of Heaven's path. As long as he knew the method, he would be able to deduce the flaws in the other party's meridians and find the correct path. Perhaps, he might just be able to find the most suitable method to succeed. It's actually very simple. You just have to find a high-tier saint beast and remove its meridians before using a special technique to replace them. As the meridians of saint beasts are no different from those of humans, even though it's not as easy to use as a human, it's not too far off. Xianxia said. Use the meridians of saint beasts? Xianxia frowned. This was similar to the organ replacement in his previous life. Using a special method, he would cut off another person's body and replace it with another person's. Even saint beasts have different constitutions, and the same goes for their meridians. I don't think just any saint beast can do it. He pondered for a moment before replying. Humans have different blood types and physical constitutions, so it is normal for organs to reject each other. Swapping the meridians of a saint beast into a human body should also be a problem. Of course, they must be of the same constitution. Your student possesses the purine body, and beasts possessing the purine body don't even exist in the world. That's why I said that it's extremely difficult, or perhaps even impossible. Xianxia shook his head. Xianxia fell silent. It was extremely difficult for even a human to have a purine body, let alone a saint beast. It was practically impossible to find a purine body. Teacher, if he can't recover, then he can't recover. Actually, this is pretty good. Listening to the conversation between the two, Xiaoya smiled. Her teacher had been helping her all this while, and if it really couldn't work out, she could only accept it as the will of the heavens. There was no need to force it. Don't worry. Since I said that I can treat your meridians, I'll definitely be able to. Xianxia waved his hand. Other than this, is there any other way? This? Xianxia hesitated for a moment before replying. Based on the information I have gathered, it's indeed difficult to find a purine body. However, if you really can't find one, you can use some powerful plants to replace it. Plants? Indeed. Plants don't have too many attributes, so they can be used as a replacement for meridians. However, the tier of plants is usually very low, so once you use them, your future accomplishments will be limited. Xianxia explained. No matter how formidable a 1,000-year-old saint herb was, there was no way it could compare with a saint beast. While it could also reconstruct one's meridians, it could only preserve one's life. It would be difficult for one to cultivate to higher realms with it. That's true. Unless it's a very high-tier plant, it's indeed difficult to find. Just as Xianxia was at a loss as to what to do, a thought suddenly came to his mind. He slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "The vine of the Dongshu gourd." The vine of the Dongshu gourd was capable of absorbing even lightning, and it harnessed its own dimension. Its strength was comparable to that of a Saint 8 Dan cultivator. If it was used to replace one's meridians, it would probably be many times more effective than that of a Saint 8 Dan beast. After all, not even a saint beast would dare devour lightning. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia flicked his wrist and took out the vine. He turned to Xianxia and said, "Junior, can you take a look at this?" This? Taken aback, Xianxia quickly took a look at the vine, and a moment later, his eyes widened in astonishment. What is that? Even with his eye of discernment, he was actually unable to recognize what it was. It's the vine of the Dongshu gourd. Xianxia explained. Dongshu gourd? Xianxia was taken aback. No, that's not right. I have seen the Dongshu gourd before, and its vine doesn't look like this at all. This vine has been nourished by the spirit vein for at least 10,000 years, and it harnesses the laws of space and lightning. If the Dongshu gourd had such abilities, it would have long been nurtured by others. Xianxia blinked his eyes in confusion. Perhaps it's because the vine has absorbed a significant amount of lightning energy? that's not the case. The Dongshu gourd might be a powerful plant, but in the face of lightning, it would still flee as far as it could. After all, it's a punishment from the heavens, so it's impossible for it to absorb lightning energy. Xianxia shook his head. Let's not talk about what the vine is for now. I just want to know if it can be used to replace one's meridians, Xianxia said. The Dongshu gourd had been left behind by ancient sage Qiu Wu back then, and as soon as it appeared, it had dived into his dantian, refusing to come out no matter what. It was indeed a little bizarre. However, this was not the time for him to be analyzing it. It harnesses the laws of space and lightning energy, so it's definitely the ideal material to replace one's meridians. If Xiaoya can use it to reforge her meridians, her cultivation will surely rise to new heights. Perhaps she might even be able to push for a breakthrough to ancient sage. Xianxia said as his eyes lit up in excitement. The energy harnessed within the vine was unfathomably profound, such that even he found it hard to decipher it. If he could reforge it into meridians and fuse it into his body, he would surely be able to drive his Xianxia much more easily. In fact, he might even be able to store more Xianxia, allowing his cultivation to rise to an astonishing level. That's great. Hearing that it was possible to replace one's meridians, Xianxia clenched his fists tightly as he heaved a sigh of relief. Show me the method of replacing your meridians. Xianxia continued. It's here. Flicking his wrist, Xianxia took out a jade token and passed it over. Xianxia lightly brushed his finger over it, and the contents immediately appeared in his mind. In the next moment, Xianxia frowned. The other party's method was indeed able to reforge his meridians, but there was a huge flaw to it as well. First of all, just as the other party had said, the process of reforging the meridians was extremely overbearing. Regardless of whether it was a success or not, it would still result in a huge loss of vitality. It was the same as organ transplants in his previous life. Even if the source of the transplant was matched, after the transplant, there was still a high chance of survival. Not to mention, the meridians ran through the entire body. Even the slightest mistake could lead to unimaginable changes. Junior brother, do you have any books on meridian replacement? The more the better. I'll study them. After reading through the content, Xianxia knew that it would be difficult for him to find a suitable solution within a short period of time. Thus, he raised his head and looked at Xianxia. Since the other party had researched the matter for so long, even going as far as to look for the head of the blacksmith guild, he should have quite a bit of information on the matter. I do have a lot of books. Back then, I used the Mingshi Tang to collect them, and it took me several years to collect them. However, most of them are just nonsense and impractical. Shaking his head bitterly, Xianxia took out a huge pile of ancient books and placed them before him. In order to reforge his meridians, he had studied for an unknown amount of time. Even if there weren't 10,000 books, there were at least 9,000 of them. However, they weren't very useful. Let me see. Ignoring his words, Xianxia swept his gaze over him. In the next instant, everything entered his mind. Correct. Muttering under his breath, Xianxia fused the contents of the book together with the method that Xianxia had compiled previously to form a new meridian reconstruction method. He hurriedly took a look, but soon, he shook his head once more. This meridian reconstruction method was indeed much simpler than the one Xianxia had given him previously. However, there were still quite a few flaws to it. The process of the meridian reconstruction was extremely dangerous, and there was a good chance that Xianxia could lose his life. Xiaoya is too weak, he rubbed his glabella. The meridians of a human were simply too complicated. If the other party's cultivation hadn't dissipated, he might still have been able to give it a try. However, in his current state, he was no different from an ordinary human. On top of that, the vines of the Dongshu gourd were simply too powerful. If he didn't fuse them properly, not only would he fail to save the other party, he might even end up killing the other party. It was like adding an airplane engine to a bicycle. Not to mention whether it would succeed or not, the tires would not be able to withstand the weight. Oh right, is the human meridian diagram always the best? Suddenly, a thought appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but be stunned. The previous books were all based on the human meridian network diagrams, so it was extremely difficult for Xianxia to reconstruct them. But, Could there be no mistakes in the human meridian network diagrams? Not necessarily. He knew that for many powerful cultivation techniques, the flow of Xianxia was very awkward, and it was often difficult to cultivate them. Could there be a more advanced meridian operation method than the human meridian diagram? If it really did exist, perhaps it would be just nice to give it to Xiaoya. With such a thought in mind, Xianxia raised his head and asked, Junior, do you have a human meridian diagram here? Even those of Saint Beasts will do. Meridian diagram? There are indeed quite a few of them. Not only are there Saint Beasts, there are also otherworldly demons as well. I have studied them all. Xianxia nodded. Flicking his wrist, he took out a pile of books. Just as the otherworldly demons studied master teachers studied them as well. Only by understanding the Xianxia circulation method of the otherworldly demons would one be able to better deduce the prowess of their cultivation techniques and deal with them. Thank you. Knowing that these books were extremely valuable, Xianxia nodded gratefully as he scanned through them once more. Soon, a brand new meridian diagram appeared in his mind. It was completely different from the human meridian diagram. Humans had the 8 extraordinary meridians, but the one before Xianxia's eyes only had the main meridian and side meridians that connected to the 4 limbs. This meridian diagram has the least flaws, so it is definitely stronger than the human meridian diagram. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He had seen the human meridian diagram earlier, and it was filled with flaws. However, the one before him was flawless, and it was exceptionally perfect. Furthermore, there were very few side meridians and impure meridians, which saved him a lot of trouble and reduced the damage to his body. After confirming it several times, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Turning to the young lady before him, he said, I'm going to reforge your meridians now. No matter how much pain you are in, don't resist. Otherwise, if anything were to go wrong, not even the gods will be able to save you. Teacher, rest assured. Nodding her head, Xiaoya's eyes glowed with determination. Since even her teacher wasn't afraid of reforging her meridians, what did she have to fear? At the very most, she would just die. I have reforged meridians before, so I can help. Seeing that Xianxia was about to make a move after browsing through the books, Xianxia hurriedly said. There's no need for that. I know a new method, and you will only be a burden to me. Xianxia shook his head. A new meridian diagram was different from that of a normal human meridian diagram. Even though the other party was powerful, it was easy for them to make mistakes due to their lack of understanding. On the other hand, reforging meridians was a must. A new method? Xianxia's cheeks twitched. It was just a moment ago that this senior of his didn't know how to do it, but after studying it for a moment, he managed to come up with a new method. As expected of a celestial master teacher, his talent couldn't be measured by common sense. I'll start now. After instructing Xiaoya to sit cross-legged on the ground, Xianxia raised his eyebrows and clenched his fist. Hula, a vine appeared in his palm, and under the might of his Xianxia, the massive vine swiftly shrunk. In less than 10 minutes, it was reduced to the size of a thin thread. Cold sweat trickled down Xianxia's forehead. It was fortunate that he possessed the ability to erase the spirit of the vine, and his Heaven's Path Xianxia was effective against it as well. Otherwise, it would have taken him a great deal of effort to tame the vine. Go. With a flick of his finger, the thin thread immediately dived into Xiaoya's glabella and slowly crept into her body. As soon as the thin vine entered her body, the young lady immediately felt excruciating pain. Her entire body was drenched in sweat. Her meridians had already been ruptured once, and now that the thin thread had entered her body, it was as if the previous rupture had been cleansed. The pain was unimaginable. Reforging one's meridians is equivalent to regrowing one's shattered bones. It can't be done too quickly, and it can't be stopped either, Xianxia said. Xianxia nodded. Even without the other party's reminder, he knew that the process had to be done slowly. Otherwise, before the meridians could be reforged, the young lady would have already died from the excruciating pain. Furthermore, he couldn't stop halfway either. Otherwise, if his Xianxia were to flow backward, it could very well shatter the newly repaired meridians once more. He had managed to survive the first time, but if it were to happen again, even the Heaven's Path Xianxia wouldn't be able to save him. However, since he had found the method and the required materials, he could just proceed slowly. In any case, he had plenty of time. Geji, as the meridian slowly entered her body, Xiaoya's disposition underwent a complete transformation. She looked even purer than before, as though she had transcended the mortal world. This method of reforging the meridians is indeed extraordinary. The meridian reconstruction technique that Xianxia had taught him was extremely painful, but it would take a very long time for him to recover. On the other hand, even though Xianxia's meridian reconstruction technique was also harmful to the body, it was able to transform one's disposition. However, the speed of meridian reconstruction is rather slow. It might take a day or so. After the vines entered the other party's body, he still had to rearrange the meridian network. It was a slow process, and it would take at least a day. Furthermore, there couldn't be any breaks in between. It's too slow, Xianxia lamented. Ever since he started cultivating, regardless of whether it was a breakthrough or a cultivation, it rarely took more than 2 hours. 2. Think that it would take an entire day to reconstruct one's meridian. This left Xianxia feeling helpless. However, the other party was his direct disciple. No matter how long it would take, he could only take it slowly. Slow? Hearing Xianxia's words, Yangshir's eyebrows twitched. Back then, it took me 3 years to reconstruct a single meridian. Yet, you only need a single day to reconstruct your entire body. You call that slow? It seemed like this senior of his didn't know how difficult it was to reconstruct one's meridian. Even with his strength, it took him 3 years to reconstruct a single meridian. Yet, you aren't satisfied with just a single day? 3 years? Xianxia was speechless. If it took him 3 years to reconstruct a single meridian, he would have given up on it. Instead, he would have thought of other methods to help Xiaoya regain her strength. Very soon, half a day passed. Having maintained a high level of concentration throughout the entire process, Xianxia was also exhausted. However, as more and more of Xiaoya's meridians recovered, not only did her aura increase, but her disposition and appearance also underwent a complete transformation. If one were to say that she was a budding flower in the past, at this moment, she was already in full bloom. It seems like her meridians have fully recovered. Her purine body will no longer be hindered in awakening it. Seeing the changes in his student, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He had been wondering how he could awaken Luo Ruoxing's unique constitution after her meridians were healed, but from the looks of it, even if the Dongshu gourd was unable to fully awaken Luo Ruoxing's unique constitution, it should be close to doing so. With this first step, even if he didn't use the energy harvesting technique of the glacier plain court, he should be able to do it easily. What a marvelous skill! Witnessing all of this, Yangshir's eyes lit up in excitement. With his knowledge and insight, he could naturally see that Xianxia's method of reforging the meridians was many times more profound than his. He had seen it with his own eyes, but there were many things that he couldn't understand. He had to think carefully and even flip through the information to understand. For a person who had just come into contact with meridian reconstruction to be able to achieve such a feat, as expected of a celestial master teacher, he did possess unimaginable capabilities. Just as Xianxia was deep in thought, a jade token suddenly appeared in his hand. He lowered his head to take a look, and a deep frown appeared on his forehead. What happened? Seeing the change in his expression, Xianxia continued with his work, but his eyes glanced over. As long as the meridian reconstruction was not interrupted, it wouldn't affect one's ability to speak. It's Senior's butler. Yangshi hurriedly replied. Butler? Are you referring to Sun Chong? What happened to him? Xianxia frowned. Back then, he had been in a hurry to leave the Sanctum of Sages, so he didn't have the time to deal with the other party. However, as long as that fellow didn't court death and leave, he should be safe. I knew that he was an impostor, so I had someone bring him to the headquarters of the Mingshi Tang Empire. Who could have thought that, after learning the truth, he was so dejected that something went wrong in his cultivation, and he could have died at any moment. Yangshi paused for a moment before revealing the contents of the jade token. That's impossible. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. I was the one who imparted the cultivation technique to him personally, and on top of that, he was a little lazy. How could something go wrong in his cultivation and even cause his death? Sun Chong's cultivation technique was imparted by him personally. Even though it wasn't at the level of Heaven's Path, it was at least at the level of simplified heaven's path. As long as he cultivated it seriously, there was no risk of his cultivation going berserk. So, how could something go wrong just because of dejection? Perhaps, someone from the Mingshi Tang Empire wanted to uncover the secrets behind Senior's cultivation technique from him, and there were some discrepancies in his guidance. Thus, something went wrong, Xianxia said with a reddened face. He knew that those people from the Mingshi Tang Empire didn't harbor any ill intentions. Rather, they were just curious and shocked. For an ordinary butler to be able to improve so quickly, it would be a lie to say that they weren't curious about his cultivation technique. On top of that, Sun Cheng's view of the world had completely collapsed, and he was surrounded by 9-stars master teachers. Even if he didn't reveal his cultivation technique, it wouldn't be surprising for him to cultivate according to the other party's cultivation technique. As such, if there was a conflict with his previous cultivation, it would be easy for his cultivation to go berserk. That should be the case. Hearing Xianxia's analysis, Xianxia nodded his head. His face turned livid, and just as he was about to rush over to save Sun Cheng, he saw that Xiaoyu wasn't done yet. Thus, he could only stop and say, "Junior, I can't leave right now, so I'll have to trouble you to bring Sun Cheng over. He has been following me since I left Tianqian Empire, and I don't want him to come to any harm." The other party was Xianxia. As long as he stepped in, Sun Cheng would definitely be fine. Furthermore, this was the Mingshi Tang Empire headquarters, and it was better for him to appear. Besides, it was true that he couldn't leave right now. That's simple. I was the one who sent him to the headquarters, so naturally, I have to take responsibility. Xianxia nodded his head with a smile. However, a frown soon appeared on his face. However, you can't allow anyone to disturb you while you are recuperating your meridians. If I were to leave right now, what if something happens? Recuperating one's meridians was an extremely complicated process, and it couldn't be disturbed at all. If he were to leave right now, he would be able to protect Sun Cheng. However, if he were to leave right now, it would be too late for him to save Sun Cheng. I'll be fine. Other than you, no one else should know about my disguise. As for the Blacksmith Guild, as long as you inform them, no one should dare to cause trouble here, so there shouldn't be any danger. However, we can't afford to delay Sun Cheng. Zhang Xian. Even though the Empire Alliance had the Mingshi Tang Empire, given Sun Cheng's disguise, it was still too early for them to uncover his identity. Besides, Xianxia had only revealed his identity as a 9-stars blacksmith, not his master teacher identity. Furthermore, Xiaoya's meridians had already recovered by more than half. At most, it would take her another 4 to 6 hours to fully recuperate. Furthermore, he didn't want Sun Cheng to see her modified meridians, so it would be best if he could find an excuse to get Sun Cheng to leave. Alright, I'll seal off this area. I can use the Glacier Plain Quartz teleportation formation to head to the headquarters, so it won't take too long. Xianxia pondered for a moment before nodding. He knew that the other party was right. Sun Cheng's matter couldn't be delayed at all. Thus, he raised his hand and sealed off the area before heaving a sigh of relief. With a push of his feet, he flew in the direction of the Glacier Plain Court. After flying for a short distance, he suddenly slapped his forehead. How could I have forgotten about the matter regarding the Xingming Sword Saints? Sword Saint Meng had always suspected that his senior was her son, so he had thought of investigating the matter before coming here. However, when he found out that the other party was a celestial master teacher, he had been too shocked to realize that the other party was a celestial master teacher, and he had been too busy comprehending the other party's meridian reconstruction technique that he had forgotten about the matter. If it had been anyone else, he would have been able to tell with a single glance. However, the young man's soul depth was even higher than his, and his physical body was also ever-changing. It would be difficult for him to even see through the other party's appearance, let alone determine the origin of his body. Forget it. The Xingming Sword Saints are currently in the Glacier Plain Court. I'll secretly inform them of this matter and have them come over to take a look. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian continued on his way. Even though he knew quite a bit about the young prodigy, he still needed the two of them to come over personally to verify the matter. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to make things difficult for them. In any case, they weren't too far away. After Xianxia left, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, it had been a huge pressure on him to impersonate the other party all this while. It was fortunate that the other party had recognized his identity as a celestial master teacher, or else it would have been futile no matter how much he tried to explain. Let's begin. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. The new meridian network diagram was simply too shocking. In order to avoid trouble, Xianxia had only reconstructed the most basic meridian network in Xiaoya's body. Thus, he didn't make any changes to the meridian network diagram. Now that he had left, there was no need for him to hide anymore. Xiaoya, the meridian reconstruction will be going through the areas where you didn't have meridians in the past, and the pain will increase tenfold. You have to bear with it. Knowing the consequences of doing so, Xianxia instructed with a grim look on his face. The new meridian network was different from the 8 extraordinary meridians of the past. The new meridian network was like a mountain that had yet to be excavated. Forcefully infusing the meridian network into one's meridian network would inflict excruciating pain, as if a sharp blade was stabbing through one's meridian network. The pain was unimaginable. Even with his heaven's path Xianxia, there was nothing he could do about it. Thus, he could only hope that the other party would be able to endure it. Don't worry, teacher. Gritting her teeth, Xiaoya gave him a determined look. When the vines entered her body, not only did she feel the hope of recovery, but she also felt the urge to break through. Since that was the case, even if she died, she had to persevere. That's good. Seeing that Luo Ruoxin was confident, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. After a moment of hesitation, he flicked his finger repeatedly. Sizzle, several surges of Xianxia gushed out and formed a cocoon around the other party's body, wrapping him up like a dumpling to protect the other party's vital acupoints and organs. After that was done, Xianxia continued controlling the thin vines to move deeper into the other party's body. Even though the new meridian network diagram was a product of the Library of Heaven's Path, it was impossible for it to be wrong. However, it had never been tested before. No one knew what would happen if it were to be injected into the human body. Even Xianxia did not dare to take the risk. By using Xianxia to seal off the acupoints and organs, if anything were to go wrong, Xianxia would flow into the body through the acupoints, and there would still be room for rescue. Otherwise, if he were to wait for something to happen before taking action, it would be too late. Hoo. Xianxia focused his attention on the vines as they slithered toward the uncultivated areas. Teacher. The young lady's pained voice sounded. Xianxia hurriedly lifted his head, only to feel Xiaoya clenching her teeth tightly, and her body trembling uncontrollably. It was simply too painful. If not for the fact that she had endured countless hardships in order to awaken her purine body, she would have already fainted by now. Hold on. There are meridians here, and it should be of great help to your future development, Xianxia explained. I will. Xiaoya nodded. That's good. Hearing that she was still able to hold on, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He controlled the vines to continue moving forward. Hong long, the vines charged through a shackle, and the aura within Xiaoya's body abruptly changed. In an instant, it became foreign, sharp, and ferocious, as if it was going to tear it apart. This aura rushed straight for her soul, and it felt as if even her primordial spirit would be crushed into dust. This is the aura of the otherworldly demonic tribe? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. This aura was simply too familiar. It was the aura of the otherworldly demonic tribe. He could imitate it with his heaven's path Xianxia, but it wasn't as pure as this. It was as if Xiaoya had become an otherworldly demon emperor in an instant, and her bloodline was even stronger than vicious. Is this due to the meridian network diagram of the otherworldly demonic tribe? Xianxia's face darkened. The new meridian network diagram that he had used not only contained the meridian network of the saint beasts but the otherworldly demonic tribe as well. The area that the vines had slithered through was one where humans didn't have meridians, but the otherworldly demonic tribe did. It was just that even though the meridians were the same, the aura of the otherworldly demonic tribe was different as well. Xiaoya, how are you feeling? Xianxia asked anxiously. I am fine. Xiaoya's voice was extremely weak, and it seemed like she had used all of her strength to say those 3 words. Hearing that Luo Ruoxin was fine, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. The meridian network of the otherworldly demonic tribe is different from that of humans. Could this be the reason why they are of a higher level of existence than humans? Otherworldly demons were born with the strength of a transcendent mortal, and their lifespan was extremely long. As long as they weren't killed, they could easily live for more than 10,000 years. This was something that humans who had reached Saint Realm Pinnacle or even Ancient Sage were incapable of. Just from this, it could be seen that the otherworldly demonic tribe was on a completely different level from humans. The fact that Xiaoya had changed the meridian network diagram from the gentle aura of a human to the aura of an otherworldly demon. Could it be that the difference in meridian network was the main reason why the two races were of a different level of existence? If that was the case, would humans be able to withstand the meridian network diagram of the otherworldly demonic tribe? If they succeeded and continued to popularize it, wouldn't humans become even more powerful? Wouldn't their lifespans also become longer? With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia communicated with the Book of Heaven's Path telepathically, and a moment later, he received a reply from Vicious. Master, the meridian network of the otherworldly demonic tribe is indeed different from that of humans. However, there's only a single vine in the Dongxu gourd. You are the only one who is able to survive after shattering your meridians. That's true, Xianxia shook his head helplessly. Indeed, there was only a single vine in the Dongxu gourd. The only reason why Xiaoya was able to survive after shattering her meridians was because she had exerted all of her strength to maintain her life. In other words, it was impossible to replicate this feat. It would be impossible to popularize the Dongxu gourd on an ordinary human. Besides, to slowly reconstruct one's meridians after shattering one's meridians. Other than someone with a unique constitution and a pure heart like Xiaoya, it would be nigh impossible for anyone else to do so. It seems like it won't be possible to popularize the Dongxu gourd. Xianxia shook his head in pity. If humans could possess a lifespan of tens of thousands of years like the otherworldly demonic tribe and possess superior talent, they would surely be on par with the otherworldly demonic tribe. Even if Mingshi Tang did not exist, they would surely be on par with the otherworldly demonic tribe. However, it was a pity that it was impossible to popularize the meridian network of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Would Xiaoya become as vicious and bloodthirsty as the otherworldly demonic tribe? Without knowing the answer, it would be best for him not to make a move recklessly. Continue. Knowing that the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring, Xianxia continued driving the vine into Xiaoya's body. Just as the aura of the otherworldly demonic tribe grew stronger and stronger, a furious bellow suddenly echoed across the entire hall, causing the entire room to tremble. Xianxia, come out and face your death. Selah. Right after those words were spoken, the seal on the hall was torn apart by a powerful force. Thank you to Book Friend, Dragon Perching Valley, for gifting me 500,000 yuan, making me the #1 QQ reading master. Zhang Xian raised his head and saw the first elder of the Zhang family, Zhang Wuheng, and Yu Ruoxin of the Glacier Plain Court floating in midair. The two of them had sharp gazes, and powerful auras emanated from their bodies. The previous attack had been executed by one of them. The seal that Yangshi had left behind could withstand the attacks of most Saint Nine Dan experts, but before two top-notch experts from two top-notch powers, it was still unable to withstand a single blow. Good disguise. If not for the aura of that otherworldly demon, even I wouldn't have been able to tell. Zhang Wuheng sneered coldly as he slowly descended from the sky. He glared at the young man in the center of the hall, fearing that the latter would flee. Zhang Xian, do you have anything else to say? As he spoke, a powerful might burst forth from him, threatening to crush the ground beneath him into dust. Bearing the brunt of the might, Zhang Xian felt his entire body stiffening, and even his breathing became difficult. Even though he had achieved a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan Dimension Sundering Realm, he was still not a match for the first elder before him. Most likely, the first elder's cultivation had already reached Great Sage. Otherwise, he would not have been able to survive the Macrocosm Ascendancy Realm Lightning Tribulation without sustaining any damage to his core. I have nothing else to say. However, can you give me 4 hours? I have something important to do. Seeing that the other party had already made up his mind, Zhang Xian knew that there was no point in disguising himself anymore. Thus, he swiftly reverted back to his original appearance and raised his head to look at the first elder. Xiaoya was currently in a critical period, and there was no way he could stop her. Otherwise, who knew what would happen next? After reforging her meridians, it would not be too late for him to settle the grudges between the Zhang family, Glacier Plain Court, and Sanctum of Sages. 4 hours? Do you think that I will give you time to escape? Dream on. Zhang Wuheng sneered coldly as he gestured with his hand. Everyone, it's time for you to show yourselves. If you were doubtful of my report, you should have seen it with your own eyes by now. The thing before him is filled with killing intent. Even if it doesn't belong to the otherworldly demons, it's definitely an artifact of the otherworldly demonic tribe. As a master teacher, you actually colluded with the otherworldly demonic tribe. I believe the Mingshi Tang faction should know what kind of punishment you have committed, right? Voila, right after those words were spoken, the sound of a gust of wind echoed in the surroundings. More than a dozen master teachers flew over from all directions, each of them carrying powerful auras that were on par with the elders of the Glacier Plain Court. Their powerful auras shrouded the entire area, leaving one feeling as if the world was collapsing around them. All of them are 9 stars? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Just like Elder Chu, most of the master teachers who had appeared before him had 9 stars emblems embroidered on their chests. On top of that, it was clear that they were at least 9 stars. More than a dozen 9 stars master teachers had appeared simultaneously, just to capture him. He didn't have that much face, did he? While he had caused quite a commotion in the Zhang family, the Glacier Plain Court, and the Sanctum of Sages, the appearance of Zhang Wuheng, Yuruashin, and 2 other 9 stars master teachers was already quite a sight to behold. When did 9 stars great teachers become so common? Could it be that all the experts of the Mingshi Tang headquarters were here? You are Zhang Xian? While Zhang Xian was still in the midst of his shock, an elder in the sky suddenly turned to look at Zhang Xian with doubtful eyes. Deputy Pavilion Master Ren Qingyuan, after hearing the reports from the 3 major powers, he had thought that the fellow whom he had been dealing with all this time would possess extraordinary strength. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the other party appeared to only be in his 20s. Putting aside his ordinary appearance, his cultivation was only at Dimension Sundering Realm primary stage. If there was anything that stood out about the other party, it would be the fact that he was able to remain composed even before so many experts. In fact, his mental fortitude had even surpassed that of some ordinary 9 stars master teachers. I am Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian replied with a nod. I have read all of your deeds. You have successfully crashed 2 pavilions, successfully challenged the Tower of Master Teachers once, and you possess exceptional talent in all of your supporting occupations. On top of that, you even foiled the scheme of the otherworldly demonic tribe's Qingtian royal family. Just that, as a master teacher, you should prioritize virtue above all else. You wreaked havoc in the Zhang family, the Sanctum of Sages, and even the Glacier Plain Court. Any one of those 3 matters is more than enough to destroy all of your accomplishments. So, why did you do all of this? Ren Qingyuan could not help but ask. The young man before him should have had a bright future ahead of him, so why did he have to ruin it with his own hands? Why are you telling him all of this? Pavilion Master Ren, you can't possibly be thinking of shielding him just because he's a talented master teacher without any backing, right? Before Zhang Xian could speak, Zhang Wuheng had already interjected with a cold sneer. Shielding him? That's not necessarily the case. Regardless of whether one is a master teacher or an ordinary person, as long as they commit a mistake, they will have to face the same punishment. Ren Qingyuan said. That would be for the best. Zhang Xian has intentionally wreaked havoc in the Zhang family, destroying countless buildings and injuring many of our elders. Since you insist on shielding him, I won't stand on ceremony anymore. Men, capture him. Don't let him get away. Zhang Wuheng ordered with a wave of his hand. Voila, 8 people appeared in the surroundings. They were dressed in the uniform of the Zhang family, and they swiftly flew over to Zhang Xian. They were all experts of the Zhang family, and every single one of them possessed a cultivation of Saint Nine Dan. With their combined might, the surrounding space was immediately sealed, making it impossible for Zhang Xian to escape using the teleportation formation. Not only did he destroy our Sanctum of Sages, he even injured our elders. Our Sanctum of Sages won't let him get away scot-free. So, with another bellow, the deputy sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages, Xianxia, flew over with a dozen experts of the Sanctum of Sages, glaring at Zhang Xian menacingly. As a student of the Sanctum of Sages, he had actually wreaked havoc in the Sanctum of Sages, destroyed countless buildings, and even injured Xianxia and the others. Xianxia, putting aside the destruction of our Glacier Plain court, you even abducted our young court chief. This is an unforgivable crime. Yuruashin also stepped forward as a powerful aura burst forth from her body. The other party had disguised himself as Xianxia, abducted Xiaoya, and destroyed countless buildings in the Glacier Plain court. Regardless of which one it was enough to infuriate her. Abducted our young court chief? You said that I abducted Xiaoya? How can the esteemed Glacier Plain court distort the truth like that? Ignoring Zhang Wuheng, Xianxia, and the others, Zhang Xian turned to Yu Ruoxin and glared at her. There was no denying that he was at fault for everything else, but to say that he had abducted Xiaoya was the greatest lie in the world. If not for your immoral method of awakening the Purine body, causing Xiaoya to call for help personally, how could so many things have happened? The culprit is your Glacier Plain court, and yet, you still dare to accuse me of abducting Xiaoya. You are really distorting the truth. How can a reputable power like the Mingshi Tang Empire spout such nonsense? Is it really that lax? With such thoughts in mind, Zhang Xian raised his head to look at the 9 stars master teachers in the sky with a cold gaze. I thought that the Mingshi Tang Empire headquarters was supposed to be fair and impartial, but when did they become colluding with the Glacier Plain court and become its mouthpiece? Audacious! Hearing those words, the 9-star master teachers in the sky bellowed furiously. As one of the top powers on the master teacher continent, the Mingshi Tang headquarters had always been impartial and just. Yet, to be accused of colluding with the Glacier Plain court, they flew into a rage. Audacious? Then go ahead and be impudent. In your eyes, my crime is already enough. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian continued to reconstruct Xiaoya's meridians. His tone was slightly melancholic. It was no wonder Xianxia was so disappointed in the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters that he refused to return to the Master Teacher Pavilion. As the Mingshi Tang headquarters, it shouldn't have been too difficult for them to find out that Xiaoya was their student. Yet, while he was trying to save Xiaoya, he had ended up snatching her away instead. If he were to side with the Glacier Plain court without getting to the bottom of the matter, he would really be a disgrace to the dignity of a top-notch master teacher. Since you know that you are guilty, why don't you surrender obediently? Yuruashin turned to look at Zhang Xian. Where is our young court chief? Where did you hide her? Hurry up and hand her over. This is your young court chief. Zhang Xian pointed forward. What did you say? Yuruashin was taken aback. With a single look, it was clear that the man before her was an otherworldly demon, and yet, he said that he was their young court chief. Could it be that fellow had used some kind of secret art to turn their young court chief into an otherworldly demon? Weren't otherworldly demons born naturally? Don't listen to his nonsense. He's just stalling for time so that he can escape. Let's work together and seal his Jinchi before interrogating him. Zhang Wuheng bellowed. That's right. Let's make a move. That fellow has many means up his sleeves, and there's no guarantee that he won't make a move. Elder Chu bellowed from the crowd. While the young man before them was weak, he was a tamed beast and a lightning tribulation. They had seen this many times before, so they dared not take the risk. If they were to delay for a moment longer and the other party were to pull some tricks that they could not comprehend, they would really become a laughingstock. After saying those words, he turned around and clasped his fist. Pavilion Master Zhang, just seal his cultivation. Don't go too far. Ran Qingyuan nodded. The arrest warrant for Mingshi Tang had been issued. Naturally, he had to give an explanation. He had to capture the man in front of him first. As for what else he wanted to ask, it would not be too late when he controlled the situation. Yes. Walla, nodding, Elder Chu turned to Zhang Wuheng and said, First Elder, you should have heard it too. Make your move. All right. With a glint in his eyes, Zhang Wuheng waved his hand. Hula, the 7 or 8 experts from the Zhang family immediately surrounded Zhang Xian. Their powers shot out, and it was as if they had set up an inescapable net around them. Qilin Beast, protect your master. Knowing that his meridian reconstruction process would be interrupted if he were to be captured, Zhang Xian's face turned livid. With a flick of his wrist, he released the Inferno Qilin. He was immobilized on the spot, so he could only rely on this pet beast. It was fortunate that the Heaven's Path Xianxia and medicinal herbs had managed to heal the wounds on the latter's body over the past 2 days. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss as to what to do. Rumble, as soon as the Qilin beast appeared, it let out a long roar and slashed its claws forward. See la, it was hard to tell whether it was because it had seen through the flaws in the formation or because it was simply too powerful, but with a single swipe, the sealed space in the surroundings was immediately torn apart, and the experts of the Zhang family were forced to retreat. While these experts could be considered as the top experts of the master-teacher continent, the Inferno Qilin was still at St. Nindan pinnacle. Other than great sage cultivators, there was no way an ordinary St. Nindan expert could pose a threat to it. Beast, the Zhang family has served you well for 3 years, and yet, you are actually helping others to deal with us? You are courting death. Expecting that the other party would bring out the Inferno Qilin, the first elder stepped forward and spread open his palm. Hula, a treasure reminiscent of a fishing net materialized in the air, and it gradually grew larger and larger. Roar, upon seeing this treasure, horror surfaced in the eyes of the Inferno Qilin, and it hurriedly retreated in an attempt to escape. However, the treasure seemed to have sealed the space around it, preventing it from escaping no matter how hard it tried. I didn't think that the first elder would bring the dragon trapping rope with him. Indeed. Back then, our clan had used that to capture the Inferno Qilin. A Saint Pinnacle artifact paired with the first elder's strength. No matter how powerful the Inferno Qilin is, it won't stand a chance against it. Seeing the fishing net materializing in the air, the members of the Zhang family heaved a sigh of relief. The dragon trapping rope was capable of trapping even saint beasts possessing the dragon bloodline. As powerful as the Inferno Qilin was, it was still a far cry from matching up to saint beasts possessing the dragon bloodline. Voila, amidst the conversation, the dragon trapping rope fell on the body of the Inferno Qilin, binding it tightly. Come over. Zhang Wuheng waved his hand, and the dragon trapping rope gradually shrank before landing in his palm. The Inferno Qilin felt as if it had been sealed in another dimension. It was furious, but there was nothing it could do about it. Not expecting the other party to have such a treasure, Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Given his current strength, if he didn't rely on the lightning tribulation, he wouldn't pose any threat to an expert of Zhang Wuheng's caliber at all. His greatest trump card is this tamed beast of his. Let's continue. After tying up the Inferno Qilin, Zhang Wuheng waved his hand. Hula, the experts who had charged at Xianxian earlier flew over once more, and as if shackles, they bound Xianxian tightly. Surrender. An expert from the Zhang family sneered coldly. With a tap of his finger, a ray of light shot towards Xianxian's glabella. From the looks of it, if Xianxian were to be struck, his cultivation would immediately dissipate, making it hard for him to escape. Xianxian's body stiffened. Given his current condition, he was unable to move at all, let alone escape. From the looks of it, he could only release his clone and vicious at the same time. Otherwise, if his cultivation were to dissipate, it would be a small matter for him to be captured, but Xiaoya would be in deep trouble as well. Perhaps, she might even lose her life. However, if he released vicious, it would be hard for the Mingshi Tang headquarters to explain themselves. Furthermore, it would be hard for them to explain the matter regarding his clone. Perhaps, the matter regarding the Library of Heaven's Path might even be exposed. Forget it, so be it. Seeing that the other party's attack was about to reach him, Xianxian knew that there was no time to waste. Gritting his teeth, he flicked his wrist and was just about to release vicious when a thunderous voice suddenly echoed from afar. Who dares touch my teacher? Hung Long, but before the voice could finish speaking, the ray of light in the sky abruptly vanished without a trace. In the next instant, the expert from the Zhang family who had attacked Xianxian fell from the sky as blood spurted from his mouth and nose. What? The other experts didn't expect such an abrupt turn of events. They hurriedly turned around, but before they could react, they fell from the sky and collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Right Guardian Shinju, subordinate of the head of the Poison Temple, venomous tyrant He Guanyu and myriad poison eminence Lin Jianghai, has arrived late to save Xianxian. So, 3 silhouettes abruptly appeared before Xianxian and knelt on one knee. Why would the members of the Poison Temple be here? It's said that the new Hall Master of the Poison Temple is the reincarnation of the founder. He possesses the innate poison body, and he possesses unparalleled dominance. The Mingshi Tang sent a 9-star master teacher to investigate the matter, but even he was poisoned to death. Why would he be here to save Xianxia? I've seen Xianxia's information before. He once saved the poison masters of a poison temple in Qingyuan Empire and recruited them into the Combat Master Hall. Could it be that he owes the other party a favor? That is only a low-tier poison temple, so it shouldn't be qualified to invite the right guardian and the 4 eminences here, right? Someone shouted earlier, "Who dares touch my teacher?" What does that mean? Could it be that those poison masters are Xianxia's students? The abrupt turn of events caused a huge commotion among the crowd. Everyone thought that Xianxia would be doomed this time around, but who could have thought that 3 top-notch experts of the Poison Temple would suddenly appear to save him? Every single one of those 3 could cause the entire continent to tremble with a stomp of their feet. If they were to be locked in the same room as 9-star master teachers, it was likely that the former would be the one to die. The Poison Temple has always been a lone wolf, and it dares to leave its nest. Why don't we? Elder Chu swayed slightly and arrived in front of acting Hall Master Ren Qingyuan, making a chopping gesture. Over the past few years, the Poison Temple has been plagued by mishaps. Left Guardian Hu Yiwei was captured by Xianxia as a servant, and the other 2 eminences are dead as well. Other than the Hall Master, these 3 are the strongest experts in the Poison Temple. Even if we want to make a move, we have to be careful. After a moment of contemplation, Ren Qingyuan nodded. The Poison Temple had always had a bad reputation, but due to its location in the forest, it was protected by the poisonous miasma and traps. Even the Mingshi Tang was unable to launch a large-scale attack on it. Yet, they actually dared to leave their nest and cause trouble here. This was indeed the best opportunity for them to kill them. Ranshur, rest assured. The Poison Temple has always been an unstable factor, and we have already made preparations to deal with them. If they had chosen to hide in the valley, they might have suffered a huge loss, but to come here. Humph, this is definitely the day they die. Elder Chu's eyes turned cold. That's great. Ren Qingyuan nodded. With a light wave of his hand, the dozen or so 9-stars master teachers in the air immediately understood his intentions and discreetly spread out to seal off all possible escape routes. Paying no heed to the actions of the master teacher in the sky and the danger that was about to befall them, Shinju, Lin Jianhai, and the others turned their gazes to the young man before them. To be able to make their hall master acknowledge him as his teacher, they were curious to see just what kind of figure he was. After reading it, he was slightly disappointed. The young man before him was not too old, and his cultivation was not too high either. While his appearance was not too bad, for the Poison Temple to put their lives on the line to save him, it seemed like he was still lacking. He had no idea why the Hall Master would make such a decision. Despite the bewilderment in their hearts, they didn't show it on their faces. All of them kneeled down on a single knee. This girl, Xianxia, didn't expect the Poison Temple to come out in full force and send people to rescue him. While he was moved, he also felt a little helpless. Poison masters were at odds with the Mingshi Tang, and it would be disastrous if unnecessary trouble arose because of this. While continuing to reforge Xiaoya's meridians, Xianxian suddenly turned to Xianxian and asked, "Where's your hall master?" He had heard the voice earlier, but the distance was extremely far away. Since they had come all the way here to save him, why was he missing instead? Reporting to Xianxia, our hall master said that the Mingshi Tang sect is shameless for daring to make a move on you. She instructed us to save you first while she roams the surrounding Mingshi Tang sect and poisons a bunch of master teachers. Lin Jianhai clasped his fist. Roam the surrounding area? Poison a bunch of master teachers? Xianxian's eyelids twitched. Wei Ruyan had been ill since she was young, and she had been living a half-dead life all this while. What might be considered as rules in the eyes of others meant nothing to her. Yet, in order to save him, she was really willing to do such a thing. How dare you? Upon hearing those words, the master teachers in the area nearly fell from the sky, and they flew into a fit of rage. This was especially so for Ren Qingyuan, who nearly exploded on the spot. The head of the Poison Temple possessed the innate poison body, and her poison arts were unparalleled in the world. Even 9 stars master teachers were no match for her, needless to say, ordinary master teachers. If she were to make a move personally, all of the master teachers in the surrounding Mingshi Tang sect would fall victim to her poison. Capture the 3 of them and Xianxia. Unable to hold himself back any longer, Elder Qian bellowed. He had been unwilling to allow the master teachers to make a move earlier out of consideration for his identity, but in this dire situation, he couldn't care less anymore. If the master teachers were to really be injured, the 4 of them would serve as a bargaining chip. Yes. Hearing Elder Chu's command, the master teachers roared in unison. Elder Chu leaped forward and struck Xianxia with his palm. See la, the air in the surroundings suddenly became viscous, and the overwhelming might of the palm strike threatened to tear a hole through the ground. While Elder Chu couldn't be considered as the strongest of the 9 stars master teachers in the Mingshi Tang sect, he was still a formidable expert whose cultivation had surpassed Saint Nine Dan. With his furious strike, his Xianxia churned furiously, and the buildings in the blacksmith guild succumbed to his might and collapsed. You want to kill me? You aren't strong enough to do so alone. Seeing the other party's attack, Xianxia's lips curled up as he harumphed coldly. As the right guardian of the poison temple and an expert who had nearly become the hall master, Xianxia's strength was not to be underestimated. As the 2 palms collided, Elder Chu felt his palm being swiftly corroded by an invisible force, leaving his skin on the verge of burning. It's lethal poison. Narrowing his eyes, Elder Chu flicked his wrist, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Hung long, a surge of energy gushed out from the jade bottle, and as soon as it came into contact with Xianxia's palm strike, it immediately dissipated. Tianyun holy water? The Mingshi Tang sect sure is extravagant. Xianxia's complexion turned awful. The Tianyun holy water was a saint artifact specially concocted by the physician guild, and it was capable of neutralizing all kinds of poisons. Yet, the other party had actually taken out so much of it at once. Even his poison arts had been affected to a certain extent. Of course, it's best to be well prepared when dealing with despicable fellows like you. Seeing that the Tianyun holy water was effective in fending off Xianxia's attack, Elder Chu bellowed furiously. Everyone, hurry up and make your move. Let's kill all of them and make sure that the poison master occupation vanishes from the face of the master teacher continent. All right. The spirit of the master teachers jolted, and they swiftly whipped out all kinds of treasures. Voila, all kinds of energy rained down on Xianxia like a storm. Protect Xianxia. Seeing that so many master teachers from the Mingshi Tang sect were actually ganging up on Xianxia, Lin Jianhai's face warped in horror. All right. Only then did the other 2 master teachers recall their purpose, and they hurriedly stepped forward to form a protective barrier around Xianxia. Boom boom boom, as powerful as the 3 of them were, they were only on par with ordinary 9-star master teachers. On top of that, Zhang Wuheng, Yu Ruoxin, Xianxia, and the others made a move simultaneously. In less than 2 breaths, cracks began to appear on the barrier, and the 3 of them spurted a mouthful of blood. Abandon the protective barrier and listen to my instructions. Just as the 3 of them were about to reach their limits, Zhang Xian shook his head and commanded calmly. The fighting prowess of more than a dozen 9-star master teachers was simply too frightening. Putting aside the 3 poison masters, even Xianxia would not be able to withstand their combined might. Listen to your arrangements? Xianxia and the others were taken aback. Even they were helpless against so many 9-star master teachers, so what could a mere Saint 8 Dan cultivator possibly do? Zhang Xian replied calmly. He raised his head to look at the 3 poison masters before sweeping his gaze across them. Seeing Zhang Xian's expression, the 3 poison masters glanced at one another and frowned. Those in the air were 9-star master teachers, and every single one of them was inconceivably powerful. To listen to your orders. Do you want us to be wiped out? Let's listen to him. Our hall master once said that we should respect that young man even more than we respect her. Lin Jianhai said telepathically. Xianxia and Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. They knew how highly the hall master regarded the young man before them. If something were to happen, he would surely poison the young man to death without any hesitation. Given the current situation, they had no choice but to listen to the young man's words and see if there was any way they could overcome this crisis. Xianxia, what should we do? Lin Jianghai used his full strength to fend off the first wave of attacks before turning his gaze back to Xianxia. Simple. Give up on the light barrier. Shinju, drive the gold sun poison art and advance 20 steps forward. Flick your left finger. You have the poison of Dustbreaker Knight on your left fingernail. Lin Jianghai, take 27 steps to the right and release the lethal poison of Crimson Harmony. There's no need for you to injure anyone, just scatter it, and it will be effective. He Guanyu is known as the Thousand Hands, and he carries around 54 different types of lethal poison on him. Stand on the spot and shoot 8 of them into the air. After that, shoot 17 of them horizontally. After that, listen to my instructions before deciding whether to continue or not. Zhang Xian's voice sounded in everyone's ears. Why you know that I have the poison of Dustbreaker Knight? Shinju's body stiffened. This was definitely the first time he had met Xianxia, and he was certain that he had never met him before. The lethal poison of the Dustbreaker Knight was something that he had just come up with before coming here, and the name of the poison that he had named along the way was something that not even the Sanctum Head was aware of. Yet, the other party was able to name it and even know that it was hidden under his left fingernail. He Guanyu was not the only one who reacted like this. He Guanyu's face was also filled with madness as if he had seen a ghost. You know that I have 54 types of poison in my body? Lin Jianghai and the others had no idea what kind of poison Zhang Xian had in his body. As his trump cards, there were 2 types of poison that he had hidden in the deepest recesses of his body. Unless it was a matter of life and death, he would never use them. As time went by, even he had forgotten about them. Yet, the other party was able to point them out without a single mistake. More importantly, there were exactly 8 types of poison that he had to shoot upwards in an extremely stealthy manner. If he were to shoot upwards horizontally, there wouldn't be any hindrance at all. Furthermore, the fastest of them all happened to be 17 types. In other words, the other party knew everything about his current situation. Was this really their first meeting? Hurry up if you don't want to die. Zhang Xian frowned when he saw that not only did the others not respond to his instructions, they even froze in place. Yes. Knowing that this wasn't the time to be thinking about such matters, the 3 of them hurriedly made their move. While he had no idea what the other party's instructions were for, the fact that the other party was able to point out the cultivation techniques and lethal poisons that they specialized in, there was bound to be a reason behind it. Shinju drove the golden sun poison art swiftly, and he abandoned the barrier of light and rushed forward. He took exactly 20 steps forward. See la, as soon as he came to a stop, he felt a powerful force assaulting him. The attacks of the 2 master teachers were already right before him. With a light flick of his left fingernail, he shot out the Dustbreaker Knight's poison. Tzzzzzzzzzz. As soon as the poison came into contact with the Xinqi before him, it immediately showed signs of corrosion. Not good, it's lethal poison. The 2 master teachers narrowed their eyes in horror as they hurriedly retreated. At this moment, Lin Jianghai, who had already taken 27 steps forward, had already released the harmony tone of crimson. As the 2 master teachers retreated, they happened to step into the range of the poison, and as soon as their Xinqi came into contact with it, they immediately felt as if their Xinqi had been set ablaze. Pooh! Pooh! The 2 master teachers immediately spurted a mouthful of blood. Abandoning their joint attack, they hurriedly sat down on the ground and began adjusting their breathing. The formation that the master teachers had formed was a formation, and as soon as the 2 master teachers stopped, it was immediately broken. He Guanyu's 20 different lethal poisons swiftly formed a vacuum in the surroundings, and the crowd hurriedly retreated 100 meters away. For a moment, no one dared to approach them. Seeing that the crisis before them had been resolved in an instant, the 3 poison masters glanced at one another with tightly clenched fists. They were well aware of their own strength. Even if they had been poisoned, the other party possessed the Tianyun holy water. If they had continued in that situation, they would have been severely injured by now. Yet, following Zhangxi's instructions, not only did they manage to avoid the attack of the Tianyun holy water, they even managed to poison 2 master teachers to the point that they had lost their fighting prowess. On top of that, they even managed to frighten the other master teachers into retreating in fear. If news of this were to spread, they would surely bring honor to the poison hall and the entire poison hall. Xianxia, Unable to hold themselves back any longer, the three master teachers turned to look at Xianxia in disbelief. They were able to carry out the actions that Xianxia had instructed them to carry out, but they had no idea why he had to do it. There were 16 nine-star master teachers in the encirclement earlier, and 3 of them had only cleared the master teacher pavilion in the past decade. As such, they are still lacking in terms of soul depth and fighting prowess. As for the remaining 7, they have sustained internal injuries in a battle against the otherworldly demonic tribe, and they have yet to recover fully. As for the other 4, they are the core of the formation, so they can't move too quickly. Shinju took 20 steps forward, and his current location happens to be the core of the formation, where the 3 9-star master teachers and the 7 9-star master teachers are located. If he were to release his poison, the formation would be thrown into disarray, and that would be a huge problem for him. Thus, He Guanyu's poison would force the core of the formation to leave, and the formation would immediately collapse. Knowing that they were curious, Xianxia didn't hide anything from them. Of course, given their strength and adaptability, as long as the formation collapses once more, you will be hard-pressed to deal with them. More importantly, Lin Jianghai advanced 27 steps to the right. That's where their Xinqi converged, and the lethal poison of the Crimson coincidentally fused with their Xinqi. Even though the master teachers didn't show any change in their expressions after releasing so much poison, the truth is that all of them have been poisoned to some extent. Even though it doesn't affect them too much given their strength, it's enough to make them hesitate for the time being. At the very least, they won't dare to attack recklessly for the time being. That's all I can do. Due to the lack of time, I haven't thought things through thoroughly enough, so this is all I can do. Xianxia shook his head and sighed deeply. You call this not thorough enough? To be able to think of so much in less than a breath, timing, the formation, the situation of the opponent. You have a thorough grasp of everything, and your analysis is flawless. There isn't the slightest error in your judgment of the strength of your opponent and yourself. This. Is this what you saw and analyzed with a single glance? Shinju and the others trembled uncontrollably as if they had seen a ghost. As one of the highest echelons of the Poison Hall, Shinju had traveled across the Master Teacher continent in search of the Tome of Poison legacy left behind by the founder. He had met with many powerful Master Teachers, and he had even crossed blows with the Grand Elders of the Poison Hall before. But never had he heard of anyone being able to accurately grasp the situation of a person with just a glance and formulate a battle strategy. This was no longer a matter of eye of discernment but the ability of a deity. There's no need for us to attack anymore. Here are a few surges of Xinqi. Conceal yourselves in the surroundings and make sure that no one notices you. After you're done, return to my side and sit down. Don't worry about anything else, Xianxia instructed telepathically before flicking his finger. The 3 experts immediately received several surges of Xinqi simultaneously. These surges of Xinqi were filled with spiritual energy, devoid of any poison or other energy. Even though Lin Jianhai and the others had no idea why Xianxia was doing this, they still followed Xianxia's instructions and set up their Xinqi. One of the most formidable means of poison masters was to poison others without them noticing. As such, it wasn't too difficult for them to set up an elemental Xinqi barrier. Thus, it didn't take long for them to finish setting it up. After which, they returned to Xianxia's side, and following the latter's instructions, ignoring the master teachers glaring at them from above, they sat down cross-legged. Soon, the master teachers in the air had dispelled the poison aura in their bodies, and they turned their gazes over with deep frowns on their faces. Honestly speaking, given the previous situation, they should have had a chance to escape. Yet, instead of fleeing, they chose to sit down on the ground. What were they up to? Are they trying to play tricks on us? We were caught off guard earlier, but as long as we are prepared, we should be able to kill them all. Elder Chu said with a livid face. Indeed. They are just 3 poison masters. If they can't even deal with this, what right do they have to stand against the otherworldly demonic tribe? One of the master teachers bellowed. To the Mingshi Tang headquarters, while the poison temple was a bizarre existence, it was nothing more than a minor ailment. They had thought that as long as they made a move, they would be able to subdue the 3 poison masters easily. Yet, who could have thought that the other party would use some kind of bizarre means to defeat them in a single move? They are only good at using poison. My secondary occupation is a 9 stars doctor. Usually, I can concoct quite a few antidotes. Let me be the vanguard. With a cold bellow, a master teacher stepped forward. With a flick of his wrist, he took out an antidote and swallowed it. Without waiting for Ren Qingyuan's approval, he flew toward Xianxia and the others with widened strides. While in midair, he sent a palm strike toward them. His power was like a huge mountain that fell from the sky. Just as it was about to fall on the heads of the crowd, it suddenly came into contact with the true energy that the few of them had set up in the surroundings. This stream of true qi immediately flowed against his true qi and entered his body in the blink of an eye. If it had been lethal poison, his protective Xinqi would have been able to repel it. Even if it had entered his body, the antidote pill would have been able to work on it. However, this surge of Xinqi did not possess any attribute, and it was incomparably pure. As soon as it entered his meridians, it immediately seeped into his internal organs. Voila, the master teacher's face warped in shock. Before his attack could even land, it had already dissipated. Pudong! He plummeted from the sky with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. This is, Elder Chu's face warped in horror. He hurriedly rushed forward and exclaimed, Elder Bai has been poisoned. He had encountered such a situation back at the Glacier Plain Court. Zhang Xian had disguised himself as Xianxia and poisoned him, causing him to lose his fighting prowess. Otherwise, he would not have allowed the other party to wreak havoc in the Glacier Plain Court, resulting in the destruction of a 10,000-year-old palace. Poisoned? The crowd hurriedly turned their gazes over, only to see Elder Bai trembling uncontrollably, as if he was suffering from immense pain. The antidote pill that they had used earlier was completely ineffective. What kind of poison is this? Ren Qingyuan was astonished. He was well aware of Elder Bai's medical skills. Even a 9-star physician who had consumed an antidote pill had still been poisoned. What kind of lethal poison could possibly be so potent? I'm not too sure either. It's no different from ordinary Xinqi, but once it enters one's body, it turns into a venomous fluid. It's impossible for one to guard against it. Elder Bai explained with his trembling teeth. It's no different from ordinary Xinqi? Could it be that it's a thought of poison? This? Astonished, Ren Qingyuan quickly turned around and instructed, everyone, don't attack recklessly. We'll only make a move after we come up with a countermeasure. Lila's poison was a powerful poison. Usually, it would be undetectable to others, but once the user used their will, it would immediately turn into a lethal poison, making it impossible for one to guard against it. Given that the other party had set up such a powerful poison in the surroundings, if they were to charge in recklessly, there was a high chance that something might go wrong. Thus, they had to think of a countermeasure in advance. This poison is formidable, but it's not too difficult to neutralize it. I have experienced it before, so I'll help you deal with it. Elder Chu tapped his finger lightly, and a surge of Xinqi flowed into Elder Bai's body. He had been afflicted with this poison back in the Glacier Plain Court, so he knew how to deal with it. While it was painful, it wouldn't harm his foundation. And as expected, under his help, it took less than 3 minutes for the poison to be completely neutralized. However, the master teachers also glanced at one another, not daring to advance any further. Even though the two of them had managed to neutralize the poison, they had still been poisoned without anyone noticing. Anyone in their place would be fearful. Let's find the area where they set up the poison first and figure out what kind of poison it is. Otherwise, we'll just be watching helplessly. Don't worry, as long as we seal the area, they won't be able to escape. Besides, there's a time limit to the poison as well. I don't believe that they can maintain such might for long. The master teachers glanced at one another. No one dared to attack, but they didn't leave either. Xianxia is actually an expert in poison as well? Seeing how even a dozen 9-star master teachers and a deputy pavilion master were helpless before the young man before them, Lin Jianhai and the others couldn't help but look at him in awe and shock. They were all experts in poison, so they knew how fearsome Lila's poison was. To think that an ordinary Xinqi shot out by the other party would be able to achieve such an effect. All along, they had thought that Xianxia was just a benefactor to the pavilion master, and they couldn't bear to see him fall into danger. However, at this moment, they realized that the young man's understanding of poison far surpassed theirs. In fact, his understanding of poison was even stronger than that of the pavilion master. It was no wonder the other party addressed her as teacher. The other party had really imparted her with the art of poison. As long as we wait for the pavilion master to return, they won't dare to attack us anymore. Lin Jianhai and the others heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that the master teachers didn't charge forward despite their rage. As long as the pavilion master was here, they should be able to resolve the crisis. What's going on? Which one of you is Xianxia? I would like to see what he looks like. What kind of formidable foe is he? Amidst the silence, a calm voice suddenly sounded, and a figure slowly walked out of the crowd. It was a white-bearded elder. It's the first elder of the Luo clan. Someone in the crowd recognized the elder. Ha ha ha, Luo Qingchen, you came at the right time. Upon seeing the elder, Ren Qingyuan's eyes lit up. This is bad. In contrast to Ren Qingyuan's excitement, Shenju's face warped in horror. What's wrong? Lin Jianhai and the others asked doubtfully. Luo Qingchen is the first elder of the Luo clan, and he possesses a deep understanding of space. The poison that Xianxia had us set up earlier should be able to deal with ordinary cultivators easily, but it's nigh impossible to stop him. Shenju explained. What should we do then? Lin Jianhai and He Guanyu's faces turned livid. There were many things in the world that countered one another. No matter how powerful a poison was, there would always be a way to neutralize it. Even though the Xinqi poison that Xianxia had left behind had been placed before so many master teachers, they knew that it wouldn't be long before it was neutralized. But, they didn't expect it to happen so quickly. They had thought that as long as they could hold on until the sanctum had returned, everything would be resolved. Who could have thought that the first elder of the Luo clan would appear at this moment? That's the situation. I'll have to trouble Elder Qingchen to make a move. Ren Qingyuan clasped his fist after explaining the situation. What's so difficult about that? Luo Qingchen chuckled softly as he raised his hand. See la, in an instant, Xianxia and the others felt as if the space around them had been isolated. The Xinqi and lethal poison that they had set up earlier seemed to have been severed by some kind of power, as if they had been sucked into some kind of dimension. Thank you. Ren Qingyuan nodded in satisfaction upon seeing that Xianxia had dealt with the problem so easily. Given enough time, they would have been able to do the same thing as well. However, it would be difficult for them to achieve the same feat as Luo Qingchen. I'll do it. Zhang Wuheng chuckled coldly as he made a move against the surrounding venomous beasts. He was still in the air when he spoke those words, but by the time he finished speaking, he was already right before Shenju and the others. His palm pressed down, and it felt as if the world was being overturned. Time and space ceased to exist. There had been no time lapse between the moment Luo Qingchen separated the space apart and Zhang Wuheng made his move. Block it. Shenju bellowed furiously as he raised his hands, and a surge of poison energy burst forth from his fingertips. Humph. Without dodging, Zhang Wuheng raised his palm once more. Gotcha, the poison energy was immediately repelled by the overwhelming might, and it seeped back into Shenju's pores. Puff, spurting a mouthful of blood, Shenju's face darkened. He quickly took out the antidote and swallowed it before he felt a little better. However, he was no longer able to dodge the other party's attack. His chest caved in, and he was knocked to the ground. As if someone had sealed his body, he was unable to move at all. It's no wonder why the Zhang clan and the Luo clan want to form an alliance through marriage. Ren Qingyuan couldn't help but nod in approval when he saw that the right guardian, who was the strongest among the crowd, had lost his ability to fight. Compared with Mingshi Tang's headquarters, the Zhang family and the Luo family were much weaker. But if the two families worked together, even the latter would have to think twice. There's no need to trouble Elder Wu Hen for the rest. Take down these two as well. Ren Qingyuan muttered under his breath. Yes. Elder Chu, Elder Bai, and the other elders flew out at the same time. Previously, it was due to Xianxia's arrangements that disrupted their tempo and the sudden release of an unknown lethal poison that they had been unable to overcome. However, after studying the poison for a while, they had gained a better understanding of it, and it wouldn't be too difficult for them to launch another attack. Pung pung pung, in the blink of an eye, Elder Chu and the others were already clashing with Lin Jianhai and He Guanyu. The disparity in strength is simply too great. Xianxia said anxiously, but there was nothing he could do. His plan could only deter the 9-star master teachers for a short period of time. However, it was a pity that his plan had been foiled by the first elder of the Luo clan. Even though the 3 poison masters held high standing in the poison temple, they were still far from matching up to Mingshi Tang. Pooh! Pooh! In less than 10 blows, Lin Jianghai and He Guangyu had already sustained severe injuries. Just like Shinju, they were pinned to the ground by a powerful force, unable to move at all. Don't kill them yet. If the head of the poison temple dares to make a move on the master teachers, we'll use them as bargaining chips. Ran Qingyuan said with a wave of his hand. Even though the newly appointed head of the poison temple was still young, it was rumored that he possessed the innate poison body, and his mastery of poison was unparalleled in the world. If he were to make a move on Mingshi Tang's subordinates, there was no one who would be able to stop him. Furthermore, it would already be too late even if they were to rush over to save Xianxia and the others. Rather than being suppressed by the other party, it would be better for them to capture the few of them first. All right. Elder Chu nodded. He was just about to place Lin Jianghai, Shinju, and the others under control when he suddenly felt a dangerous aura assaulting him. Frightened, he hurriedly retreated, but before he could get far, his face suddenly darkened. Unable to control his Xinqi anymore, he fell from the sky. What's wrong? Ran Qingyuan narrowed his eyes. Zhang Wuheng and the others couldn't help but be taken aback. There's no need for Mingshi Tang to take care of my subordinates from the poison temple. Following that, a calm voice was heard. Following that, the crowd saw a woman in red slowly descending from the sky. She didn't seem to be too old, only around 17 or 18 years old. Her figure was thin and petite, but there was a pinkish aura swirling around her, covering an area of 10 meters. Be it Jinqi or plants, anything that came into contact with the aura would be corroded into nothingness. Ran Qingyuan tried sending his spiritual perception over to check on her, but before he could even reach the center of the aura, his spiritual perception was severed. In fact, the lethal poison even managed to track him down and nearly infiltrate his primordial spirit. What a formidable poison aura! Elder Chu exclaimed with a grim look on his face. As the deputy pavilion master of the Mingshi Tang headquarters, his fighting prowess could be considered as top-notch even among the elders. While he couldn't match up to the grand elders who had gone into seclusion, there was no doubt that he was one of the strongest experts in the entire master-teacher continent, yet, despite his strength, he was still unable to even probe the other party. Wasn't this a little too fearsome? You are the newly appointed head of the poison temple? Elder Chu asked. The head of the poison temple was far more formidable than he had thought. Even if he were to exert his full strength, he might not necessarily be a match for her. Paying no heed to Elder Chu's question, the red-robed lady continued descending. Our pavilion master is asking you a question. Are you mute? Seeing how disrespectful the red-robed lady was, a 9-star master teacher bellowed furiously. Raising her eyelids, the red-robed lady waved her hand lightly. Ah! The face of the 9-star master teacher darkened. In an instant, the red-robed lady grabbed his throat, and just like Elder Chu, he plummeted from the sky. Ran Qingyuan hurriedly grabbed the red-robed lady and passed her an antidote pill. Only then did the red-robed lady recover a little. However, she didn't dare to utter a word anymore. To be able to poison the red-robed lady from a short distance away with just a casual slap. What kind of power was that? He wasn't the only one. The other 9-star master teachers also didn't dare to say a word. Their muscles were tensed up, and their complexions were awful. To be able to suppress more than 10 9-star master teachers single-handedly, even the heads of the 3 major powers would be rendered speechless. No one would believe such a thing. This was the innate poison body, one of the strongest constitutions in the world. Back then, even Kongsher had to be wary of it, who, amidst the fearful gazes of the crowd, the red-robed lady landed on the ground and kneeled down. My disciple, Wei Ruyan, has arrived late, and I'm sorry for the fright. Seeing how the sickly and frail young lady from before had grown into a powerhouse that even the Mingshi Tang headquarters feared, Xianxia's eyes reddened slightly. Nodding his head in satisfaction, he reached out and stroked the young lady's hair lightly. Not bad, you've finally grown up. Xianxia sighed deeply. The first time he met this young lady, she was still lying unconscious on a sickbed. In order to save her, her father had disregarded his standing and committed innumerable atrocities, just so that he could save her for a few more days. In the end, even though he knew that he was doomed to die, he still charged into the mountain range infested with saint beasts without any hesitation, never to return. After entering the poison temple, the many poison masters had helped her awaken her unique constitution, and in just a few short months, her disposition and strength had undergone a massive transformation. She had been so weak before that she didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken, but now, even 9-star master teachers had to respect her with just a gesture. If Wei Chongfeng's spirit was watching from the heavens, it should be enough to comfort him, Jai. As Xianxia stroked the young lady's head, his thoughts drifted. By the side, Shenju, Lin Jianghai, and the others were gritting their teeth in fear. The person before them was their founder. Possessing the innate poison body, her words were absolute in the poison temple, and anyone who dared to question her would be poisoned to death in the blink of an eye. She was so powerful that no one dared to oppose her. Even when they met, they had to treat her with utmost respect, fearing that they might offend her. Yet, this fellow was actually stroking her head as if she was a child. Our hall master isn't angry? Fearing that the hall master would fly into a rage, they quickly realized that not only was there no anger on the other party's face, there was even agitation in his eyes, as if he was looking at his kin. From the looks of it, not only did Xianxia impart to our hall master the art of poison, he must have done her a great favor as well. I would rather offend our hall master than to offend him. Coming to this realization, the trio immediately grew wary. If they offended the hall master, they might still be able to appease him with an apology, but if the hall master were to learn that they had offended the hall master, he would probably kill them mercilessly. The head of the poison temple is his student? If that's the case, does that mean that the head of the poison temple spared Xianxia back then out of respect for him? For his student to be able to become the head of the poison temple, it means that he is a formidable poison master himself. It's no wonder why he was able to wreak havoc despite only being at the Dimension Sundering Realm, rendering the Zhang clan, Sanctum of Sages, and Glacier Plain Court helpless against him. His art of poison is truly bizarre and unfathomable. Controlling the lethal poison is equivalent to controlling an unstable factor. I have to deal with it as soon as possible. Otherwise, the entire continent will suffer a calamity as soon as possible. Xianxia has to be able to control the poison, or else the entire continent will be. As the head of the poison hall, no one had been able to stop her, and every single one of her movements carried an aura of invincibility. Yet, as soon as she walked up to Xianxia, she kneeled down and allowed him to touch her, as if she was a little girl. If they could not control over the Xian of the Zhangyu sect, the Zhang master would be, the Yu would Zhang would and the world, Zhang Xian. Zhang Xianxia, and was, and find a way to rope him in, or else, destroy him. With a grim expression, Ren Qingyuan sent a telepathic message to the 9-star master teachers. Geniuses were a valuable asset to mankind, but obedient geniuses were good geniuses. Disobedient geniuses were a calamity. In the tens of thousands of years that Mingshi Tang had ruled over the continent, countless geniuses had appeared. Due to certain circumstances, many of them had degenerated into demons. As such, there were only two paths that they could take. First, persuade them to submit to Mingshi Tang's control and management. Second, kill them. To be able to guard the continent for tens of thousands of years and keep the otherworldly demonic tribe at bay, Mingshi Tang was not a benevolent person. He had always been decisive in his actions. Elder Chu and the others nodded in agreement. After issuing those instructions, Ren Qingyuan looked down and waved his hand grandly. There was a hint of consolation in his voice. Xianxia, the fact that you were able to advance from a 1-star master teacher to an 8-star master teacher means that you have deep feelings for Mingshi Tang. As long as you surrender and allow the Zhang clan, the Glacier Plain Court, and the Sanctum of Sages to punish you, I can guarantee that you won't die. You will still have a chance to become a master teacher in the future. If you continue to resist, not only will you be unable to live, your student might even die trying to save you. The poison temple and the innate poison body might be powerful, but Mingshi Tang's tens of thousands of years of history isn't all he has up his sleeves. Pavilion Master Ren, hearing Ren Qingyuan guarantee that Zhang Xian would not die, Zhang Wuheng and Yu Ruoxin turned to look at him anxiously. But before they could finish their words, Ren Qingyuan interjected, "I know what you want to say, but Mingshi Tang has his own considerations. If he agrees to it, I'll give you a satisfactory answer." "Yes." Hearing those words, even though the duo was reluctant, they still nodded in agreement. "How about it? I'll give you 10 minutes to think about it." Ren Qingyuan turned to look at Zhang Xian. "Allow them to do as they please?" Knowing what the other party was thinking, Zhang Xian looked at them calmly and asked, "How will they deal with me? You might have caused a huge uproar, but no one has died, so it's not irreparable. Since I have personally guaranteed it, I believe that they will give me face." Ren Qingyuan nodded in response. "That's true. Since you have spoken, they won't dare do anything to me. However, what I am curious about is how Mingshi Tang will deal with me." Zhang Xian chuckled softly. To be honest, he had gone easy on the Zhang clan, the Glacier Plain Court, and the Sanctum of Sages. As long as Mingshi Tang stood by his side, they would not dare do anything to him. At the very most, he would just have to repair the damaged formations and rebuild the buildings. Then, he would surely be able to obtain their forgiveness. More importantly, Mingshi Tang was the key. In the past, Zhang Xian might have thought nothing of Zhang Xian, thinking that Zhang Xian was just a genius. However, given that the head of the Poison Temple was a student, he had become an uncertain variable. As the ruler of the Poison Temple, the last thing he wanted to see was a situation that he could not control. So, the reason why Zhang Xian said that he would continue to be a master teacher was a lie. His motive was to gain complete control over Zhang Xian so as to prevent any unforeseen circumstances from happening. As a genius, Mingshi Tang will do his best to protect you. He will also provide you with the best cultivation resources so that you can raise your cultivation as quickly as possible. However, the prerequisite is that you have to imprint your soul onto the Pavilion Master token. Ren Qingyuan flicked his wrist, and a token appeared in his palm. It was roughly the same size as the Sanctum Head token of the Sanctum of Sages, but it felt as if it would disappear into space at any moment. Even with the Eye of Insight, Zhang Xian was unable to tell what tier it was. This is an artifact that Kongsher left behind after founding Mingshi Tang. Other than the true Pavilion Master, the Deputy Pavilion Masters are only able to wield 1/10 of its might. Even so, it's more than sufficient to deal with any problem. With this artifact, you will be invincible among those beneath Ancient Sage. Ren Qingyuan said as he stroked the Pavilion Master token lightly with his Xianxia. Everyone immediately felt a heavy pressure weighing down on them, causing their souls to tremble in fear. It was as if the item in his hand could destroy heaven and earth and destroy nascent divinities in an instant. Mingshi Tang Headquarters Hall Master Order, it was the #1 artifact, second only to the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. Even though the successive Sanctum Heads had only wielded 1/10 of its power, they were still able to deter countless clans and powers from making a move recklessly. No one beneath Ancient Sage would be a match for him. Even someone of Xianxia's strength dared not face him head-on. The head of the Poison Temple might be powerful, but, if I were to use this thing, it would be able to destroy one's soul. Even the innate poison body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Placing the token before him, Ren Qingyuan turned to look at it. The reason why the Master Teacher Pavilion had brought out this artifact was to let the other party know that the true strength of the Master Teacher Pavilion wasn't just for show. I really can't block it. Wei Ruyan wanted to say something, but Zhang Xian interrupted her and shook his head. The token floating in the air was many times more powerful than the Sanctum Head token of the Sanctum of Sages. If Zhang Xian were to bring it out, it would be difficult for him to withstand its might. I wonder what will happen to me if I imprint my soul on it. Zhang Xian continued to ask. There are indeed some effects, but don't worry, they are all benefits. Firstly, I guarantee that I will never go back on my word as a master teacher. Secondly, even if I were to encounter any danger, I would be able to inform Mingshi Tang through my soul transmission so that he can receive reinforcements as soon as possible. Ren Qingyuan said. Promise not to go against the master teacher oath? Does that mean we've signed a contract and are under soul control? Zhang Xian. This was probably the same as a pet beast. If he were to imprint his soul on it, he would be under the control of the pet beast and would no longer be under his control. The soul imprint is only to prevent the betrayal of the human race. We won't force it to do anything. You don't have to worry about that. Ren Qingyuan waved his hand. Leaving his soul behind was just a precaution, not a deliberate move to make things difficult for him. As long as the other party agreed to it, he would be able to bring the matter under control. I'm sorry. Even if you don't control me by force, I won't accept it. Xianxia shook his head. Having his soul imprinted on it meant that he was being restricted. The other party could do whatever he wanted, and he would have to do whatever he was told to do. He was no different from a pet beast, so how could he possibly agree? No matter how well the other party spoke, his soul was still under the other party's control. If the other party really wanted him to do something he was unwilling to do, there was nothing he could do about it. For example, if Xianxia wanted him to abolish Wei Ruyan and disband the Poison Temple, he would have to do what a master teacher was supposed to do and resolve the problem once and for all. Should he do it or not? You don't accept it? Ren Qingyuan's face darkened. Do you know the consequences? To the Empire, the fact that the other party controlled the Poison Temple meant that they had an army of their own and refused to submit. They had already hit the nail on the head. Of course I know. Nodding, Xianxia turned to the young lady before him and said apologetically, I apologize for implicating you. If you refused to submit, Mingshi Tang would surely make a decision. If Wei Ruyan came to save him, that would be equivalent to putting him on the opposing side of Mingshi Tang. Teacher, what are you saying? My life belongs to you, so there's no need to worry about implicating me. However, if you really intend to make a move on us, you should at least be prepared to suffer heavy casualties. With a light chuckle, Wei Ruyan stood up, and with a flick of her wrist, a large group of people appeared before her. These people were all dressed in master-teacher robes, and they were lying on the ground. Their faces were dark, and it was clear that they had been poisoned and were unconscious. These are the master-teachers of Mingshi Tang? Did she really poison all of them? A commotion broke out in the air. Ren Qingyuan's complexion turned even more awful than before. Naturally, Xianxia recognized the people lying on the ground. They were the top experts of the master-teacher pavilion within a radius of 30,000 li around the Glacier Plain Court, and most of them had reached the level of 8-star pinnacle. These people wielded great power in their own areas, but even so, they had still been captured and brought to the Glacier Plain Court by the head of the Poison Hall. What are you trying to do? Ren Qingyuan narrowed his eyes and glared at Xianxia coldly. Nothing much. It's fine for you to make a move on me and my disciple, but I can guarantee you that if I were to die here today, all of the poison masters of the Poison Temple will be mobilized immediately. At least half of the master teachers of Mingshi Tang will be killed. Wei Ruyan placed her hands behind her back as a haughty aura emanated from her. If it was just a moment ago that she was still a little girl who was snuggling up to her teacher a moment ago, at this very moment, there was no doubt that she was a powerful figure who wielded authority over a region. Even Mingshi Tang wouldn't be able to destroy her so easily. Lawless. How lawless? How dare you threaten Mingshi Tang? It seems like not wiping out your Poison Temple in the past few years has been my greatest mistake. Hearing her words, the 9-star master teachers in the air trembled in rage. They were the #1 occupation in the master teacher continent, and they were used to standing high above the masses. When had anyone ever dared to speak to them in such a manner? Every single person of Mingshi Tang has been prepared to sacrifice themselves ever since they became a master teacher. You can't threaten me with their lives. Suppressing his rage, Ren Qingyuan glared at Xianxia coldly. Poison masters might be skilled in the use of poison, but poison isn't omnipotent. As long as you put your heart into it, Mingshi Tang will still be able to find a way to deal with it. Back then, the soul cultivators wreaked havoc in the master teacher continent, and despite their immense strength, they were still uprooted. Poison masters have a unique understanding of medicine, and it has played an important role in the advancement of mankind. That's why they have been preserved to this day. I hope that you won't ruin this 10,000-year-old occupation out of a moment of selfishness. Sacrificing oneself for righteousness, that's good. Let's see who will be the first to succumb to it. Seeing that Xianxia wasn't afraid at all, Wei Ruyan chuckled softly. With a wave of her hand, the mist that had been shrouding her dissipated once more. Before the 9-star master teacher could escape, his face darkened, and he plummeted from the sky. Upon crashing onto the ground, he vomited profusely. Ah? Upon seeing how fearsome the mist was, Zhang Wuheng, Yu Ruoxin, and the others hurriedly retreated in fear, not daring to approach her. The innate poison body was simply too infamous. Since you are courting death, I'll have to make a move then. Seeing that the other party was going to unleash her poison, threatening to wipe out an entire city at any moment, possibly turning the League of Nations into a living hell, Ren Qingyuan couldn't hold himself back anymore. Weng, the pavilion master token in the sky buzzed softly, and following which, a powerful might that left one dizzy fell upon Wei Ruyan, seemingly intending to obliterate her soul and primordial spirit. Hung Long Long, Wei Ruyan's eyebrows shot up as she tried her best to fend off the attack. To use a soul attack against my teacher and junior. It seems like Mingshi Tang's method is even more shameless than the soul cultivators you all despise. Hung Long, just as Wei Ruyan was on the verge of collapsing, a calm voice sounded. Following which, a massive soul abruptly appeared in the sky above the crowd. With a light flick of its finger, the pavilion master token immediately fell into its grasp. It pulsated furiously, but it was unable to escape. That is, a soul oracle? Soul oracles. Didn't they go extinct several dozen millenniums ago? Why would they still exist? That soul oracle said that he would deal with teacher and junior. Could it be that he's Zhang Xian's student as well? Not only did he teach a poison master, he even has a soul oracle? Everyone's face warped in astonishment. The 9 stars master teachers, who could remain calm even if the heavens were to collapse, looked as if they had seen a ghost. It was one thing for Zhang Xian to teach the head of the poison temple the innate poison body, but to think that such a powerful soul oracle would actually claim to be his student. Was this for real? Even though the heritage of the soul oracles had been severed for several dozen millenniums, to be able to grab the pavilion master seal and force Ren Qingyuan into a corner, the crowd was still able to discern the strength of the soul oracle. To have a student who was even stronger than them. More importantly, there were 2 of them at the same time. Let go of me. Not expecting a soul oracle to appear out of nowhere and snatch the pavilion master seal from him, Ren Qingyuan's face warped in horror, and he hurriedly grabbed the soul oracle. The pavilion master seal represented the authority and standing of the Mingshi Tang Empire, and it couldn't be lost. Space was torn apart, and the surroundings warped. As the deputy hall master, Ren Qingyuan's strength was significantly higher than Zhang Wuheng's. Exerting his full strength, the crowd felt as if all light and sound had been stripped away, leaving only darkness before them. It felt as if the heavens and earth had been torn apart in an instant. Of course, it wasn't truly a tear in the heavens and earth, but an illusion. This move was already powerful enough to affect one's primordial spirit and soul, making it impossible for one to discern reality from illusion. You are indeed powerful, but you are still lacking if you wish to capture me, the soul oracle chuckled softly as his figure began to fade away. In the blink of an eye, he had already vanished from sight, as if he had never appeared before. It's the long-lost Soul Traverse. Luo Qingchen narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Soul Traverse? Zhang Wuheng was perplexed. Souls are formless and immaterial. As long as one's will is sufficient, they are able to tear apart the shackles of space and traverse through space. Even though it can't teleport over long distances like a teleportation formation, it's still a huge advantage over others. Luo Qingchen explained. Thanks to his bloodline, his control over space was much stronger than everyone present, so he was very clear about the difficulty of this kind of teleportation. In order to traverse through space with one's physical body, one would have to withstand all kinds of spatial storms. On the other hand, it would be much easier for one's soul oracle to break through the limitations of space. As powerful as Ren Qingyuan was, it wouldn't be that easy for him to capture Zhang Xian. Whoosh, but before he could finish his words, his vanished soul had already appeared before a 9 stars master teacher. Rumble, as soon as it appeared, a surge of unique energy gushed forth, heading straight for the 9 stars master teacher. Bang, before the master teacher could react, he was already struck and sent flying, crashing through countless buildings. Fortunately, before Ren Qingyuan and the others came, they knew that it would cause a great commotion, so they asked the local Mingshi Tang to evacuate the ordinary people. Otherwise, who knew how many innocent lives would have been lost in this collision? You transferred my power away. Ren Qingyuan hurriedly halted his attack as fury blazed in his eyes. With his eye of discernment, he could easily tell that the other party had transferred a portion of his power away when he used soul traversal, thus severely injuring his companion. Indeed. Come, continue your attack. I can see that there are still plenty of 9 stars master teachers left. You can take them all down, the Soul Oracle said with a faint smile. You, Jai. Jai. Ren Qingyuan felt as if he would explode on the spot. If the other party was able to traverse through space, his attack would be rendered useless. If he were to divert his attack to another master teacher, wouldn't that be equivalent to injuring one of his own? Soul oracles who are capable of soul traversal are at least 9 stars. Isn't the heritage of the soul oracles extinct? Who in the world are you? Where did you come from? Unable to hold himself back any longer, Xianxia bellowed. Possessing such strength was definitely not something that one could achieve overnight. Why hadn't he heard of any news regarding the Mingshi Tang? The soul oracles were destroyed by the Mingshi Tang, but their heritage hasn't been completely severed yet. Alright, are you still going to attack? If not, I'm going to rest. The soul oracle looked at Xianxia mockingly. Hand over the pavilion master seal, or else the Mingshi Tang will be able to destroy you a second time. Ren Qingyuan bellowed as he stomped his foot on the ground. See la, the surrounding space seemed to have been frozen, making it impossible for the soul oracle to tear it apart. Battle technique, frozen space. It was a technique that could seal the ripples in space, rendering even teleportation formations ineffective. While he had intentionally used this as an excuse to ask Xianxia, in truth, he had been accumulating his strength to execute this move. Let's see how you're going to escape then. After freezing the space around him, Ren Qingyuan heaved a sigh of relief. Flicking his wrist, a sword appeared in his hand, and he pierced it toward the soul oracle. The sword harnessed intense killing intent, and even before it reached the soul oracle, it seemed to have materialized. Even the soul oracle wouldn't be able to escape from it. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to dodge the sword, the soul oracle didn't panic. Instead, he chuckled softly, and his massive body abruptly shrunk to the size of the pavilion master seal, hiding behind it. Weng, not expecting the soul oracle to be able to shrink, Ren Qingyuan knew that the soul oracle would be able to pierce through the pavilion master seal. Thus, he hurriedly raised his sword and retracted his strength. As he had retracted his Xianxia too quickly, he felt a stinging pain in his chest. Unable to hold it in any longer, he spurted a mouthful of blood. Haha, you can continue your attack. In any case, with the pavilion master seal here, you won't be able to kill me. Seeing that Xianxia had retracted his strength, the soul oracle chuckled softly before reverting back to his original form. Ren Qingyuan narrowed his eyes in fury. His chest was heaving up and down furiously, and he felt as if he would explode at any moment. A poison master who hadn't dared to show himself for the past 10,000 years, an occupation that had disappeared ages ago. To think that he would be so furious that he couldn't vent his anger at all. If someone had said those words to him in the past, he wouldn't have believed it at all. The pavilion master seal contains the wills of the previous pavilion masters. Even though you managed to snatch it away with your soul, you'll never be able to control it. On top of that, you'll have to guard against the backlash from the pavilion master seal. Taking in a deep breath, Ren Qingyuan suppressed the rage in his heart before looking at the soul oracle once more. If I'm not mistaken, even though you're holding on to the pavilion master seal, your soul feels as if it's burning hot. The pavilion master seal represented the dignity of the Mingshi Tang. If anyone could snatch it away, there would be no meaning to it at all. It might seem like the other party had taken away the pavilion master seal, but in truth, the soul oracle was still under the attack of the wills of the previous pavilion master seal. This thing is indeed a little troublesome, the soul oracle chuckled softly. However, I can't return it to you yet. After saying those words, Xianxia turned his attention away from the other party and landed on the ground. Disciple Lu Chong has returned. Not bad, not bad. Seeing the soul oracle reverting back to the size of an ordinary human, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. Naturally, this was Lu Chong, who had entered the ancestral domain of the soul oracles. When he first accepted the other party as his student, he was a man of few words. Yet, at this very moment, he even dared to mock the deputy pavilion master of the Mingshi Tang Academy. This meant that he had already walked out of the trauma of his clan's destruction, and he was no longer as lonely as before. As his student, Xianxia didn't care about the other party's strength. In any case, as long as he was around, no matter how weak the other party was, he would still be able to stand proudly in the world. To be honest, what he valued the most was a good personality. Personality determined one's fate. Only those who worked hard to achieve breakthroughs would be able to reach the peak and possess the potential to become an expert. If one didn't strive to improve himself and only thought about how to act cool instead of cultivating, even the best teacher and the best resources wouldn't be able to help him become a true expert. Take Sun Chong for example. He had been following Xianxia for the longest time, and he had the most resources as well. However, he was the weakest. Teacher, it's fortunate that I didn't let you down and managed to awaken my soul. Hearing his teacher's praise, Lu Chong clasped his fist in agitation. I saw it. Xianxia chuckled. In order to save him, Lu Chong was severely injured by the crown prince of Shenyuan Kingdom, causing him to fall into a deep slumber. Only then did he realize that his soul was incomparably huge. Once it awakened, it would surely bring about an earth-shattering change. Given how he was able to toy with even Ren Qingyuan, it seemed like his soul had already fused perfectly with his body. Only then would he be able to achieve a breakthrough within a short period of time, and his improvement would be several times faster than Xianxia's. Seeing the smile on his teacher's face, Lu Chong nodded in satisfaction. Like a child who had finally eaten the fruit he wanted, he hurriedly raised the object in his hand and said, Teacher, I'll leave this with you for now. Otherwise, if the deputy pavilion master were to snatch it back, we won't be a match for him. Xianxia reached out to take the object. The reason why Lu Chong was able to snatch it wasn't because he was stronger than Ren Qingyuan. Rather, it was because his primordial spirit was concealed, making it difficult for others to notice him. On top of that, the latter had focused all of his attention on Wei Ruyan, allowing him to catch the other party off guard. Once he was prepared, even if his cultivation was twice as high, he would not be able to complete the task, let alone him. Otherwise, if everyone were to steal the Hall Chief token, there would be no need for Mingshi Tang to exist. As soon as his palm touched the Hall Master token, Xianxia immediately felt a special feeling in his heart. It was as if this thing had been prepared for him, and he could refine it at any time. What happened? Xianxia couldn't help but be stunned. This was definitely the first time he had come into contact with the pavilion head token. He had thought that it would be difficult for him to control such a powerful artifact, but who could have thought that as soon as he held it in his hand, he would feel a sense of longing for it, as if it was an artifact that he had forged. I can refine it? Just as Xianxia was about to give it a try and see if it was possible to fuse his blood with it, he suddenly felt an immense pressure crushing down on him. Raising his head, he saw that all of the 9 Stars Master Teachers had gathered together to form a massive barrier in the air. Teacher, this is the Empire Alliance's city defense formation. It's built around the Empire Alliance's Mingshi Tang to fend off external enemies. With the cooperation of the 9 Stars Master Teachers, it has been fully activated. Wei Ruyan said with a grim look on her face. City defense formation? This formation isn't too formidable, but with so many 9 Stars Master Teachers at its core and driving it with their full strength, it's not to be underestimated. Putting aside putting up a fight, it'll be difficult for us to even escape from it. Seeing the confusion on her teacher's face, Wei Ruyan explained. The Mingshi Tang had dominated the Master Teacher continent for tens of thousands of years, preventing the otherworldly demonic tribe from encroaching upon it. More importantly, it had established branches all over the Master Teacher continent, and the greatest use of these branches was to set up massive formations. Over the years, they had been nourished by the formations, and once they were activated, they would be able to exert a might that no one would be able to withstand. Take the current situation for example. The Empire Alliance was a powerful organization in the first place, and with the formation set up by the Mingshi Tang and the 9 Stars Master Teachers, it would be difficult for even Yanshi to escape from them. Teacher, rest assured. With my soul traversal and senior's poison art, no matter how powerful they are, it won't be easy for them to stop us. Chuckling, Lu Chong's dainty face revealed strong confidence. After accepting the heritage of the ancient domain of the soul oracles, he was no longer the ignorant person he used to be. Just like Wei Ruyan, he had transformed into a powerful figure. His every action carried an air of authority that no one dared to offend. Indeed, their formations are formidable, and it'll be difficult for us to withstand them head-on. However, I fear that they won't be able to stop me if we try to escape. Wei Ruyan nodded in agreement. Poison aura billowed around her, and it felt as if it would explode at any moment. I'm not worried about escaping. While my cultivation isn't too high yet, I should still be able to escape if I want to. Seeing how confident his two students were, Xianxia chuckled softly. He was indeed weaker than his students, but using a formation to trap someone was no different from delivering meat to the mouth of a wolf. Ever since he left Tianqian Kingdom, he had never seen a formation that could trap him. Then, the duo was perplexed. If they could escape, why wouldn't they? Were they really going to wait for the other party to surround them? Sigh, we can't leave yet. Your senior Xiaoya has reached a critical juncture in her cultivation. If we were to leave now, her efforts would go to waste, and she might even lose her life. Seeing that they didn't understand, Xianxia explained. Senior Xiaoya? Cultivation? Where is she? Hearing that their senior was here as well, the duo was taken aback. Zhang Xian had wrapped Xiaoya up with his zhenqi, making it impossible to discern her appearance. Thus, the duo couldn't have imagined that the thing emanating the aura of an otherworldly demon was their senior. There's a problem with her meridians. I intend to reconstruct her meridians, so I used a new meridian network map, resulting in this aura. Zhang Xian said as he pointed forward. Reconstruct her meridians? You used a new meridian network map? Wei Ruyan and Lu Chong glanced at one another, and they gasped in shock. They had never heard of such a thing before. Perhaps only their teacher would dare to do such a thing. Since senior is here, we'll protect her with our lives. No matter how dangerous it is, we won't back down. Wei Ruyan stood up straight. Since their teacher was willing to face so many master teachers without the slightest fear for their senior, as his disciples, what did they have to fear? At most, they would just die together. I'll protect teacher and senior with my life as well. Lu Chong nodded. I understand your intentions. However, even with the formation, it won't be easy to kill us. Why don't you stand guard over me for the time being? I'll take a look at this token first. If it can resolve the problem, it would be for the best. Zhang Xian chuckled softly as he turned his gaze back to the Pavilion Master token. Since it was the Pavilion Master token, it should have the ability to command the master teachers. If he could tame it, he might just be able to resolve his current predicament. Flaws. Grabbing the token tightly, Zhang Xian willed. A book materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. Mingshi Tang's Pavilion Master token, an ancient sage artifact forged from 3 droplets of Kongshi's blood. It possesses exceptional offensive prowess against souls. Flaws, unable to check. Unable to check? How is that possible? Zhang Xian was stunned. He had seen many weapons of all shapes and sizes, and no matter how formidable the blacksmith was, there were bound to be flaws in them. Before the Library of Heaven's Path, there were no secrets at all. Yet, the Pavilion Master token before him was actually unable to check what was going on. Could it be that Kongshi possesses the discarnate constitution of divination as well? Zhang Xian thought. The discarnate constitution of divination made it impossible for seers to peer into one's body, and even the Library of Heaven's Path would be unable to check one's body. Take him for example, the Library of Heaven's Path was able to peer into the flaws of others, but the Library of Heaven's Path was of little use to him. As such, it was not a problem for the Library of Heaven's Path to be unable to check on him. Since the Pavilion Master token was forged from 3 droplets of Kongshi's blood, could it mean that the latter possessed the discarnate constitution of divination as well? That should be the case, Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before coming to a realization. Even the young prodigy of the Zhang clan and the little princess of the Luo clan possessed the discarnate constitution of divination. It was no surprise that a figure of Kongshi's caliber would possess the discarnate constitution of divination. It was due to this that the otherworldly demonic tribe had been unable to capture or kill him despite their painstaking efforts. Eventually, the otherworldly demonic tribe had ushered in a golden age for mankind. If I don't know its flaws, how should I tame it? Xianxia frowned. In the past, when he tamed weapons, he would first look for the flaws in them before making use of them to forge them. Otherwise, it would take him at least a year or two to forge a saint-tier weapon. Let me try my blood. Xianxia flicked his finger, and a droplet of blood flew out from his fingertip. Halala, the token was like a smooth lotus leaf. The blood slid across its surface, but it didn't seem to be absorbed at all. After rolling a few times, it fell to the ground with a clatter. This, Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Normally, as soon as blood came into contact with it, it would immediately absorb it and infuse its will into it. However, this was clearly not the case. This was the first time he had seen something that did not absorb blood at all. He's very close to me, but he refuses to absorb my blood. How am I supposed to assimilate him? He had thought that it would be easy to tame it, but who would have thought that it would be even more difficult than the other weapons? Rumble. Just as Xianxia was feeling conflicted, he suddenly heard a loud explosion in the air. Raising his head, he saw that the formations around him had already been set up. Ren Qingyuan and the others were looking at him coldly, as if they were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Forget it, there's no time to assimilate it. I'll keep it for now and study it later on. Xianxia flicked his wrist and kept the token into his storage ring. The Hall Master token did not resist at all. It was extremely obedient. This feeling was similar to how a loser would feel about a goddess whom he could date and chat with, but when he wanted to take things to the next step, he would be heartlessly pushed away. You thought that it was love, but in truth, it was just a spare tire. This was the current situation of the Pavilion Master token. It was extremely obedient, and it did not resist being kept in his storage ring at all. However, taming it was extremely difficult. Xianxia, if you still remember your previous identity as a master teacher, please hand over the Pavilion Master token. Otherwise, the Poison Temple and Soul Oracles will become history today. Ren Qingyuan glared at Xianxia coldly. Previously, he was still thinking of capturing the other party alive and subduing him. However, the other party had snatched the Pavilion Master token away and even kept it in his storage ring. There was no turning back. Snatching the Pavilion Master token in public was equivalent to sullying Mingshi Tang's dignity. On top of that, his two students, one of them was in charge of the Poison Temple while the other was a Soul Oracle. If he didn't deal with them, it would be difficult to control them. Become history? Let's see how many lives you have to pay for it then. Harumphing coldly, Wei Ruyan raised her hand, and a cloud of poison aura dispersed into the surroundings, shrouding Xianxia and the others like a barrier of light. Be it jinqi or physical strength, as long as it entered the barrier of light, it would come into contact with the poison aura. Even 9-star master teachers would find it hard to survive. You are courting death. Everyone, listen up. Activate the leading star formation. Sneering coldly, Ren Qingyuan raised his sword once more. Hula, the 9-star master teachers in the surroundings immediately moved their bodies. In the blink of an eye, through borrowing the power of the surrounding buildings and formations, they gathered at the tip of Xianxia's sword, carrying a powerful aura reminiscent of lightning. Break! Gathering his strength, the sword light shot out like a golden waterfall, tearing through the air. A thick tear appeared in space, and the resilient poison gas did not last long before it was torn in half like a piece of paper. Humph! With a furious bellow, Lu Chang's massive soul body expanded to several dozen meters in size once more. As if mending a piece of cloth, the rift in space was pulled together by his soul thread and mended back together. To be able to use your soul energy to mend the rift in space. As expected of a soul cultivator, you do have some means up your sleeves. However, let's see how long you can last. Sneering coldly, Ren Qingyuan continued pushing his sword downward. See la, like a bolt of lightning, the sword carried an unstoppable might. Pooh, Lu Chang's face reddened, and his body began to plummet from the sky. It seemed as if he was on the verge of collapsing. Even though he wasn't weak, there was no way he could withstand the combined might of more than 10 9-star master teachers and Ren Qingyuan. As the poison aura was torn apart, Wei Ruyan's face turned pale, and sweat trickled down her forehead. Teacher, we can't hold on much longer. Unable to hold it in any longer, Xianxia turned to Xianxia and asked. Xianxia nodded. While his two disciples were fending off the attacks from Lu Chong, Xianxia didn't slack off either. Making use of this opportunity, he took a closer look at the formation and found many flaws in it. However, these flaws were still some distance away from where he was, and given his current condition, it was impossible for him to reach them. I'll tell you a place, and whichever of you finds a way to charge out and destroy it, you'll be able to resolve this formation. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xian sent a telepathic message to instruct the other party. However, halfway through his words, "Kacha." It sounded as if something had snapped, and the ferocious Ren Qingyuan nearly plummeted from the sky. His face reddened, and he spurted a mouthful of blood. What's wrong? Stabilizing his breathing, Ren Qingyuan turned around and bellowed. Just a moment ago, something had happened to the formation. If not for Zhang Xian's superior cultivation, he would have been jolted to death. Reporting to Pavilion Master Xing, for some reason, Mingshi Tang, who was at the core of the formation, suddenly escaped. A master teacher flew over with quivering lips. Mingshi Tang ran away? Ren Qingyuan's body swayed weakly. What did you say? The others couldn't help but be stunned as well. Mingshi Tang was a building, an inanimate object. How could it possibly run away, not to mention, at such a crucial moment, even if it was a joke, surely this was not the way to do it. I saw it with my own eyes. Mingshi Tang's buildings were running extremely quickly, as if they were obeying his orders, seeing the looks of disbelief on everyone's faces, the master teacher hurriedly explained, they've all grown legs. If you don't believe me, look. As he spoke, he pointed into the distance. The crowd quickly turned their heads over, only to see a huge cloud of dust in the distance. Countless buildings were charging in their direction, as if an army of thousands. Under the intense collision, the ground began to tremble. The heck? Is that a bunch of buildings? A bunch of buildings are baring their fangs and brandishing their claws at us. What are they up to? It can't be a housing tide, can it? I've only heard of beast stampedes, but I've never heard of a housing tide before. All of the 9-star master teachers felt goosebumps rising on their heads. Even Zhang Wuheng, Luo Qingchen, and the others stared at one another in bewilderment. They had seen saint beasts running around frenziedly in fright, and they had seen schools of fish and flocks of birds running amok. However, they had never seen a bunch of buildings running toward them in unison. This was truly mind-blowing. Someone has enchanted those buildings. Ren Qingyuan exclaimed as his eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. He had been shocked initially, but at this moment, he finally understood what was going on. Buildings usually wouldn't move at all. For them to jump around, run around, and even whistle like hooligans, they must have been enchanted by someone. No, that's not right. Those aren't ordinary buildings. They are Mingshi Tang. That's right. Mingshi Tang of the City of Ice, Mingshi Tang of the Empire Alliance, Mingshi Tang of the Thousand-Leaf City, Mingshi Tang of the Purple Aroma Pavilion. I have been to all of them before, but who could have thought that they would all come to life? Why does the big one look so familiar? It's the walls of the Empire Alliance. The closer they got to the house, the clearer the appearance of the building. Their eyebrows twitched, and their mouths were agape, unable to close. All the Mingshi Tangs within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, in the past, these were places that everyone revered. They were the core of a region and represented the most dignity. At this moment, all of them were whistling and rushing over. Some of them even twisted their waists from time to time, looking very flirtatious. It must be the Spirit Awakener Guild. What the hell are they up to? Ren Qingyuan could no longer hold himself back. His face turned green. Other than the Spirit Awakener Guild, there was no one else who could enchant Mingshi Tang on such a large scale and make the latter rush over to the Spirit Awakener Guild. But hadn't the Spirit Awakener Guild always played its part, putting aside offending Mingshi Tang? Not even the major powers dared to provoke them. So, why would they suddenly enchant Mingshi Tang on such a large scale to wreak havoc? Mingshi Tang's buildings are relatively sturdy, and they are protected by formations, making them a unified entity. Unlike other buildings, they won't crumble as soon as they start running. As such, it's much easier for the Spirit Awakener Guild to set off after enchantment. Just that, aren't the Spirit Awakener Guild afraid of offending Mingshi Tang by doing this? Indeed. Why are they doing this? I heard that the Spirit Awakener Guild has just appointed a new guild leader, and he's extremely young. I've heard that as well. If I recall correctly, his name is Wang Ying, and I even congratulated him previously. Could it be that the new guild leader intends to make a move on Mingshi Tang? Aren't they overestimating themselves? The other master teachers couldn't help but widen their eyes in confusion. While Spirit Awakeners were capable of enchantment all living beings, they were not particularly strong themselves. Enchanted objects would only be able to move for a short period of time, but once they lost control, they would be reduced to rubble once more. As such, Spirit Awakeners had never gotten into conflict with others. Why would they suddenly make a move on Mingshi Tang today? Hula, while the master teachers were still in shock, the first building that was charging toward them smashed its massive roof right into a 9-star master teacher. Seeing that a building was going to pummel him, the face of the 9-star master teacher turned incredibly awful. He hurriedly pushed his palm forward. Voila, a massive palm print fell on the roof, shattering it in half. Despite that, the building still didn't give up. Instead, it charged forward once more, leaving the other party covered in dust. Such a building might be able to inflict severe injuries on a Saint 5-Dan cultivator, but against a 9-star master teacher, it was simply too weak. Don't make a move. If this goes on, we'll be tearing down all of the Mingshi Tang buildings within a radius of several dozen thousand li. Ren Qingyuan couldn't hold himself back any longer and bellowed at the top of his lungs. Those buildings were the property of Mingshi Tang. Even if they were to tear them down, they wouldn't be able to show their face. If anyone were to ask about it, it would be embarrassing. Don't fight, but they are attacking us. A 9-star master teacher was struck by a whistling building, and he was sent flying. His head pierced right into the rubble, and his face darkened. They could have stopped, but the buildings wouldn't. Even though they were still unable to kill them due to the limitations of their offensive prowess, to be pummeled here and there by a bunch of buildings as though they were a soccer ball, where would the dignity of master teachers go? I know that someone must be controlling those buildings, or else they wouldn't have charged over. As long as I can find the Spirit Awakener or the person in charge of the Spirit Awakener Guild, I'll be able to resolve the problem. Ren Qingyuan's eyes swiftly scanned the surroundings. Since those buildings were enchanted by someone, there was bound to be a Spirit Awakener in the vicinity. As long as he could find the Spirit Awakener and take control of the Spirit Awakener, the crisis would be resolved. Over here, all of a sudden, Ren Qingyuan found the right direction and made a grabbing motion. Before his palm could travel too far, a building suddenly pounced toward him, and its massive roof came crashing down on him. Xianxia's lips twitched. He hurriedly raised his hands and exerted all of his strength. In an instant, the entire building exploded into innumerable shards that scattered in all directions. Another 8 buildings came crashing toward him. Every single one of them looked as if they had seen their father's murderer. From time to time, tables, chairs, and beds would be tossed out, and the rubble on the walls would also roll down. As powerful as Ren Qingyuan was, he still found himself a little flustered when facing so many buildings at once. Spirit Awakener Guild, are you trying to rebel? Unable to hold it in any longer, Xianxia roared furiously, his voice echoing throughout the entire capital. Mingshi Tang is a person who values the heritage of his teacher and respects his teacher. Someone tried to frame my teacher and kill him without even trying to discern the truth. I came here to save my teacher, and I am carrying on the ideals of a master teacher, inheriting the virtues left behind by Kong Shi. How can this be considered a rebellion? A nonchalant voice echoed in the air. Following which, the walls of the Empire Alliance suddenly rose to their feet, and a young lady stood on top of it. Her purple dress fluttered in the wind, reminiscent of a fairy who had descended from the heavens. Is she the newly appointed leader of the Spirit Awakener Guild, Wang Ying? That's right. I've met her before. Even though she's young, her talent is unparalleled. It only took her a few months to successfully clear the Spirit Awakener Tower. She said that she came here to save her teacher. Could it be that Xianxia is her teacher as well? This. One of his students is the head of the Poison Temple, the other is a Soul Oracle, and the other is the newly appointed leader of the Spirit Awakener Guild. all of the master teachers lowered their heads to look at the young man sitting motionlessly on the ground, their hearts filled with shock. As 9-star master teachers, they knew that teaching students was no easy task. Every single one of them had students all over the world, and there were very few who had reached the level of 9-star as well. This Xianxia was only a Saint 8 Dan Dimension Sundering Realm primary stage cultivator. Yet, all of his students were powerhouses of their respective regions. Just how in the world did he manage to do this? More importantly, in order to save him, his students were willing to face Mingshi Tang head-on without any fear. Just how deep must their relationship be for them to be able to do such a thing? One must know that even though the rules of the master-teacher continent were strict, there were still plenty of people who went back on their word and betrayed their teachers. Usually, even if a teacher's disciple were to feign ignorance and ignore the matter, no one would blame them. After all, Mingshi Tang was the most orthodox teacher on the master-teacher continent. Yet, for their teacher, these people had disregarded the rules and charged at him without any regard for their own lives. Just what in the world had Xianxia imparted to them? What could have made them so loyal to him? Guild leader Wang, you should know who you are going to make a move on now. Ran Qingyuan snorted as he gnashed his teeth. Of course I do. I am indebted to my teacher, and no matter who it is, I will fight to the bitter end against anyone who dares to make a move on my teacher. The young lady replied calmly. It seems like they are right. Is Xianxia your teacher as well? Ran Qingyuan asked. Indeed. Xianxia is my teacher, and I am indebted to him for his kindness, the young lady replied. It was Wang Ying who had rushed over. All of the buildings within a radius of 30,000 li of the Glacier Plain Court had been enchanted by her and the elders of the Spirit Awakener Guild, resulting in such a huge commotion. That Xianxia is a mischievous person. He wreaked havoc in the Zhang clan and injured First Elder Zhang Wuheng and dozens of elders. He wreaked havoc in the Sanctum of Sages, severely injuring Deputy Sanctum Head Xianxia. Finally, he ran to the Glacier Plain Court, abducted the young court chief, and destroyed countless buildings. Putting aside those crimes, the fact that he has groomed the head of the Poison Temple, the notorious occupation of soul oracles, and the fact that he is forging an artifact of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Just these few crimes alone make him an enemy of Mingshi Tang, and his crimes are unforgivable. Ran Qingyuan shouted. Homicidal maniac? Notorious? Hee hee. Wang Ying sneered, you said that my junior sister Wei Ruyan is a homicidal maniac. May I ask, who did she kill? Please state your name. This, Ran Qingyuan was taken aback. As soon as the head of the Poison Temple arrived, he had poisoned one expert after another. However, all of them were either knocked out or injured. Not a single one of them had died. In other words, the other party hadn't killed a single person. Even if they were enemies. You said that my junior Lu Chong is a notorious individual. May I ask, what did he do to incur the wrath of mankind? Wang Ying asked. Ran Qingyuan was rendered speechless once more. If not for Lu Chong's appearance, he wouldn't have known about the existence of such a person. From this, it could be seen that Lu Chong had never done anything bad. Why? Are you at a loss for words? Wang Ying sneered coldly. As a master teacher, you are supposed to be impartial and righteous. When have you ever come to a conclusion based on your own judgment? Since you said that my teacher abducted the young court chief of the Glacier Plain Court, let me ask you, do you know who the young court chief is? Who? Ran Qingyuan frowned. She's a talented individual with the purine body that the Glacier Plain Court has recently found. It's said that the Glacier Plain Court has paid a heavy price in order to find her. I don't know what price they paid, but I do know that the young court chief, placing his hands behind his back, Wang Ying turned to Ran Qingyuan and said, she's my senior. Senior? You mean to say that the young court chief of the Glacier Plain Court is Xianxia's student? Ran Qingyuan narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He hurriedly turned to Yu Ruoxin and asked with a livid face, is that the truth? The Glacier Plain Court did not mention this when they reported the matter. While it's true that Zhang Xian has taught Xiaoyu before, it's also a fact that he impersonated Yangshi, destroyed the Glacier Plain Court, and abducted the young court chief. Besides, he's grooming poison masters and imparting soul oracles to others, so I hope that Renshi won't be misled by that fellow's words. Yu Ruoxin hurriedly said. Misled? Misled? Who gave you the guts to speak of my teacher and senior in such a manner? Hula, before Yu Ruoxin could finish her words, a loud shout could be heard from afar. Following that, a spear pierced through the air, and in the blink of an eye, it pierced toward her chest. Ah! Yu Ruoxin's eyes narrowed in horror as her face paled. She hurriedly retreated. The might of this spear seemed to have sliced through space and time. Even before the spear had arrived, its power was already threatening to pierce through Yu Ruoxin. No matter how powerful Yu Ruoxin was, she was still unable to withstand it. Hoo, his palms continued to churn, forming hundreds of palm prints in a row. A translucent barrier of light reminiscent of a crystal appeared before her. It was the strongest defensive technique of the Glacier Plain Court, Extremine Ice Wall, Kacha. As soon as the spear came into contact with the Extremine Ice Wall, cracks began appearing on the latter as if it was made of tofu. Pavilion Master Ren, save me. Yu Ruoxin knew that the Extremine Ice Wall would not be able to withstand the spear, and if the spear were to pierce through it, she would be severely wounded even if she were to survive. Humph! Not expecting the spear to be so powerful, Ren Qingyuan leaped forward, and as if teleporting, he appeared right before the spear and struck it with his sword. Ding 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 ding, the spear danced in the air, and the tip of the spear resembled the head of a feasting crane, pecking at the tip of Ren Qingyuan's sword. Dang 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 dang, feeling his palm going numb, Ren Qingyuan was forced to retreat several steps in shock. He had no idea how far the spear had come from, but it was still able to push him back even after piercing through Yu Ruoxin's Extremine Ice Wall. Just how powerful was the person who had shot the spear? His bewilderment did not last for too long before a figure suddenly appeared not too far away. His back was ramrod straight, and his aura carried a sharpness that seemed capable of piercing through the heavens. Grabbing the spear in his hand, the figure slowly turned his gaze toward Ren Qingyuan. Pavilion Master Ren, I'll be taking my teacher away with me. You have no objections, right? Son of Battle, what do you mean? Recognizing the other party, Ren Qingyuan's face twitched uncontrollably. He suppressed the anger in his chest and said, You have to remember who gave you everything you have now. As long as you want, Mingshi Tang can take away everything that belongs to you at any time. Strip everything? Turning around, Xingyang shook his head and said, As long as you're happy. After saying that, he lightly stepped on the ground and flew in the direction of Xianxia. Son of War Xingyang, what kind of attitude is that? Elder Chu immediately dashed forward to block Xianxia's path. His eyes blazed with rage, and it felt as if he would explode at any moment. Even though Xianxia had been poisoned previously, as a 9-star master teacher, he had quite a few antidotes on him. On top of that, he had also cultivated his cultivation to a certain extent. As such, he was able to move freely after a moment of recuperation. Get out of the way. Xingyang raised his eyelids. Audacious. Is this the attitude you should have when speaking to a 9-star's great teacher? Elder Chu immediately exploded, his face flushed with anger. Each of Xianxia's students was more arrogant than the other. The Poison Temple, the Soul Oracles, and the guild leader of the Spirit Awakener Guild are all things that we can't interfere with, but the Combat Master Hall is a subordinate of Mingshi Tang, so how dare you act so arrogantly here? You are courting death. Then what kind of attitude do you want? Kneel? Xingyang looked over. There's no need for you to kneel down. I just want you to know that it's all thanks to Mingshi Tang that you are able to achieve your current strength. You should be grateful and not ruin your own future, Elder Chu bellowed, but before he could finish his words, all the hairs on his body stood on end. He saw a spear piercing straight towards him, and the sharp aura it exuded felt like it was trying to grind his Yuan spirit into dust. You, not daring to slow down, Xianxian flicked his wrist and whipped out a sword. Ding! With a loud bang, he felt a powerful force colliding with his arm, as though it was trying to shatter all the meridians in his body. Puff, the sword flew out of Elder Chu's hand, and he spurted a mouthful of fresh blood. In an instant, he was sent flying. While he was still in the air, he saw the shaft of the spear whipping toward him once more. He was so frightened that his body shrank back and he hurriedly raised his palms to meet the attack. Kacha! Kacha! Under the tremendous force, both of his arms were directly dislocated. The figure in the air was sent flying like a baseball, crashing straight into the ground, creating a huge crater and covering the ground with dust. I gave you face, but you still want to lecture me? After sending Elder Chu flying, Xingyang casually dusted off his hands and kept his spear, as if he had just done something insignificant. Elder Chu, what are you doing? Not expecting the young man to send Elder Chu flying without any hesitation, the master teachers in the surroundings flew into a huge commotion. They quickly rushed forward to surround Xianxia, and they felt as if they were on the verge of exploding. You want to attack me? Seeing them charge over, Xingyang didn't panic. Instead, he raised his head and said, they want to kill your progeny of combat. If you don't want to lose your hall master, stop them. Voila, as soon as the voice rang out, everyone felt their vision blur. The space around them twisted, and 8 old men suddenly appeared before them. All of them radiated powerful killing intent, and it was clear that they had just walked out of a battlefield. They gave off an aura of iron and blood. Buzz, the 8 old men drew their swords simultaneously, and in an instant, cracks appeared in the space in front of the master teachers. Everyone, please wait a moment. When a general is out in the field, it's not wise to obey the orders of the sovereign. It wasn't easy for our combat master hall to produce a progeny of combat and a hall master. An elder swept his gaze across the crowd before speaking loudly. They're rebelling, they're really rebelling. Upon seeing this sight, Ren Qingyuan felt as if he would explode on the spot. A blazing inferno burned in his chest, threatening to burst forth at any moment. In the tens of thousands of years since Mingshi Tang's founding, he had always been the one to command respect and admiration from others. There had never been a power who dared to openly oppose him, and yet, not only did he see one today, he even saw 4 of them at once. There's no such thing as rebellion. If Mingshi Tang is right, no one will refute him. However, if he walks down the wrong path, no one will refute him. Xingyang chuckled softly as he turned his attention away from the 9-star master teachers around him. With a leap, he descended to the ground, and his knees caved in as he kneeled onto the floor. Disciple Xingyang pays respect to teacher. Stand up. Xianxia nodded. He didn't think that in just a few months, Xingyang would have grown so much, and his strength had even reached a level that even Xianxia was unable to see through. Teacher, I heard that the reason why Mingshi Tang issued an arrest warrant for you is because the members of the Zhang family complained that you used an artifact of the otherworldly demonic tribe. May I know if that's true? Xingyang stood up and looked at Xianxia respectfully. That should be the case, Xianxia nodded. He wasn't too sure why Mingshi Tang would issue an arrest warrant for him, but there was no doubt that it had something to do with the ruckus the Zhang family had caused. Back then, in order to save Xiaoya, Zhang Xian had borrowed vicious strength. Perhaps that was the reason why Zhang Xian had made such a report. Mingshi Tang had always been wary of the otherworldly demonic tribe, so there was a good chance that he might have been overly harsh on the otherworldly demonic tribe. Teacher, you fought against the otherworldly demonic tribe alone and destroyed an entire otherworldly demon tribe. Yet, instead of rewarding you for your contribution, they even accused you of something insignificant. The Zhang family sure is arrogant. It seems like the title of the #1 sage clan has really spoiled them over the years. Xingyang sneered coldly as he clasped his fist and bowed. Teacher, allow me to exact vengeance for you. Exact vengeance? Zhang Xian knew that his student had a fiery temper, so he nodded. Don't kill him. Just teach him a lesson. Yes. Xingyang nodded as he flicked the spear in his hand, causing a deafening buzz to reverberate in the air. Following which, he turned his gaze to the crowd and said, Ruyan, Lu Chong, the Zhang clan, the Sanctum of Sages, and the Glacier Plain Court have tried to frame our teacher. Are you willing to join me in avenging our teacher? With our teacher's authority? Of course. Wei Ruyan stepped forward. Of course. Lu Chong also stepped forward. Good. Xingyang chuckled heartily as he raised his eyebrows and said with a cold glint in his eyes, Zhang Wuheng, not only did you make a move on my teacher, you even issued an order to hunt him down and kill him. I, Xingyang, will fight in my teacher's stead today. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Hula, after saying those words, he flicked his spear once more, and a series of spatial ripples appeared in the surrounding space. You wish to challenge me? Not expecting a teenager to challenge him to a duel, Zhang Wuheng's lips twitched as he clenched his fists tightly. Very well. Hong Long, before Zhang Wuheng could finish his words, a gust of wind suddenly echoed in the air. Raising his head, he saw a plump figure descending from the sky. Gotcha, several of his ribs were fractured, and before he could even muster the strength to retaliate, his bottom was smashed into the ground. All that was left of him was half a head, and his teeth fell all over the floor as he spurted large mouthfuls of blood. Seniors and juniors, why didn't you call for me if you were going to duel with me? The owner of the bottom chuckled softly, revealing his pearly white teeth. You're just in time. Xingyang chuckled softly upon seeing the unsuspecting Zhang Wuheng sitting on the ground. With his eye of discernment, he could easily tell that Yuan Tao was no match for the first elder. However, his junior had fallen from an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, and his weight and flight speed had already surpassed the speed of sound. Zhang Wuheng had been caught off guard by the other party's aura, so he hadn't thought that there would be such an attack from the sky. Even though he didn't die, he was still severely injured, and it would be difficult for him to move for the time being. To think that the first elder of the Zhang clan, one of the strongest experts in the world, would be crushed to the ground before he could even utilize his bloodline ability. If news of this were to spread, it would be a huge humiliation for him. That's good. Yuan Tao patted his bottom and stood up. Only then did he realize what was going on. Elder Wuheng, what are you doing here? You. Pooh. Seeing how the other party was still feigning innocence despite nearly crushing him to death, Zhang Wuheng spurted another mouthful of blood. He felt a stifling sensation in his chest, and he nearly died on the spot. Elder Wuheng, our Yuan clan and the Zhang clan have been on good terms for generations, and we've always minded our own business. Why did you have to sit on my bottom of all places? I haven't washed my bottom for many days, and I even went to the toilet before coming here, but I couldn't find any toilet paper. It's embarrassing for you to be sitting on my bottom. Hurry up and come out. I'll treat your injuries. Yuan Tao's face was filled with nervousness. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the Grand Elder's head, pulling it out of the ground like pulling out a carrot. Pooh. Feeling that his neck was about to snap, the first elder spurted another mouthful of blood. The humiliation he felt was so intense that he was about to explode. He was the strongest person in the Zhang clan other than the head of the clan, and yet, he was humiliated by a 10-year-old junior like that. This was intolerable. On the verge of exploding, he drove his Xianxia, intending to teach the other party a lesson. However, before he could do so, the plump man turned to Xianxia and said, Teacher, the first elder's injuries are quite severe. I recall that you have a pummeling recovery technique. May I know if you can impart it to me so that I can treat him? Pummeling recovery technique? Zhang Wuheng's face twitched, and he nearly burst into tears. His buttocks were already deformed from being sat on, and yet, he was still beaten up. Is this what you meant by a good relationship between generations? Junior brother Yuan Tao, you've remembered wrongly. Teacher isn't using the pummeling treatment method, but the pummeling taming method. No matter how powerful a saint beast is, as long as you give it a beating, it will be tamed obediently. Seeing his confusion, Xingyang reminded him. Oh, that's right, it's the beast pummeling taming technique. I remembered wrongly, I'm really sorry. Sigh, I came out in a hurry this time, so I didn't bring any healing medicine. Junior sister Ruyan, do you have any good healing medicine? Lend me some. You poison masters deal with medicinal herbs every day, so you should have a lot of them. Yuan Tao raised his head and looked at the girl not far away. I have quite a few healing poisons here. After consuming them, I can guarantee that your injuries will be as good as new within 10 breaths. You will also be as peaceful as when you were alive. Reaching out, Wei Ruyan passed him a jade bottle. Thank you, junior sister Ruyan. Elder Wuheng, I really didn't do it on purpose. Ah, Elder Wuheng, don't run away. Yuan Tao took the jade bottle and was just about to pass it to the first elder when he saw that the fellow whom he had just plucked out of the ground had already fled far away with a frenzied look on his face. If not for his severe injuries, he would have already flown into a rage and charged at Yuan Tao. What a pity. It's such a good medicine. Seeing that the first elder had chosen to run away instead of consuming such a precious pill, Yuan Tao shook his head helplessly. Turning to Xingyang, he asked, Since I'm not late, who do you want me to duel with? There's no need for you to make a move. Leave that woman to me. Wei Ruyan waved her hand as she stared at the first elder of the glacier playing court intently. Elder Yu Ruoxin, you framed my teacher and made the Mingshi Tang hunt him down. Now, I challenge you to a duel. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Being challenged, Yu Ruoxin's face alternated between redness and paleness. She had witnessed the strength of the other party when he first appeared, and she knew that he was invincible. Even 9-stars master teachers could be easily poisoned to death. While she was not weak, she was still far from matching up to the other party. Why? You don't dare to accept my challenge? Wei Ruyan chuckled softly as she turned to Xianxia and asked, what about you? Xianxia's face twitched, but he did not dare to reply. He was only at St. Nine Dam primary stage, far weaker than even Elder Chu and the others. There was no way he could match up to the other party at all. If the other party were to make a move against him, he would not even be able to withstand a single blow. How about this? I won't bully you anymore. All of the experts of the Glacier Plain Court and the Sanctum of Sages, come at me together. Flinging her sleeves, Wei Ruyan glared at Zhang Xian coldly. Unable to take it any longer, Yu Ruoxin bellowed, Division Head Wei, don't go too far. Go too far? When you ganged up on my teacher, did you ever think that you would go too far? Today, even if you don't want to fight, you'll still have to fight. Wei Ruyan harumphed coldly as she stomped her feet on the ground and flew straight toward Yu Ruoxin. Before she could even reach the other party, the poison aura had already dissipated into the surroundings. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. Your poison art might be formidable, but it won't be that easy for you to humiliate me. Knowing that there was no way she could avoid the other party's attack, Yu Ruoxin bellowed furiously as she tapped her finger forward. In an instant, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and everything within a radius of several dozen li seemed to have frozen over. Knowing that the other party was powerful, Yu Ruoxin did not hold back at all. She immediately released the most powerful energy of pure Yin in her body. That's more like it, Wei Ruyan chuckled softly. Paying no heed to the cold aura that Yu Ruoxin was releasing, she walked forward slowly. When she was still 200 meters away from Yu Ruoxin, she abruptly raised her hand and clenched it. Boom, a yellow shockwave burst forth, and upon coming into contact with Yu Ruoxin's cold aura, it was swiftly forced back. As if poisoned, the cold aura began plummeting from the sky. What a formidable poison art, the crowd couldn't help but feel their hair standing on end. To be able to render even Xianxia immobile, the innate poison body was indeed one of the most fearsome constitutions in the world. These children have all grown up. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. The last time his students had stood up for him was back in Tianxian Kingdom, where they had worked together to defeat Lu Sun. But now, every single one of them had become a formidable figure, possessing the strength to stand against the Mingshi Tang Academy alone. This change was so swift that it left one gasping in amazement. Looks like my efforts haven't gone to waste, just as Zhang Xian was. Feeling deeply moved by the sight before him, his eyebrows suddenly shot up. He flicked his wrist, and a token appeared in his hand. It was the Pavilion Master token that Lu Chong had snatched from Ren Qingyuan. At this moment, the token was pulsating with excitement. Holding it in his hand, he could feel a searing heat. Zhang Xian frowned in bewilderment as he muttered, my blood hasn't come into contact with it, and I can't extend my spiritual perception into it either. Why would it suddenly feel hot? Previously, he had been thinking of ways to refine it, but in the end, nothing had happened at all. Why would it suddenly get so excited after placing it in his storage ring? This artifact was snatched by Lu Chong to prevent Ren Qingyuan from using it against him, and it was a treasure belonging to Mingshi Tang. No matter how this matter ended, he would have to return this artifact eventually. If it were to be destroyed in his hands, there would really be no way to resolve the conflict. Although it seemed that Mingshi Tang was being suppressed, in terms of foundation, the giant ship that had stood on the continent for countless years was still not something that a few geniuses could contend with. Ever since it entered my storage ring, it hasn't moved at all. It was only when I was impressed by my student's growth that it suddenly heated up. Recalling carefully, a thought came to Zhang Xian's mind. Could it be that the Pavilion Master token isn't refined using one's blood, but rather, it has something to do with one's teacher's morals and conduct? Since that's the case, won't it be easier for me to assimilate the aura of a celestial master teacher? Celestial master teachers were acknowledged by the heavens, and the aura that they harnessed was something that even Xianxia dared not act recklessly on. If the token was truly related to him, the aura that it emanated was most likely the most ideal object for him to tame. Give it a try. Without any hesitation, Xianxia drove his aura as a celestial master teacher and infused it into the token. With the rise in his soul depth, Xianxia's ability to control his aura had increased by leaps and bounds. In the past, it would have been easy for others to notice him when he circulated his aura, but now, even Xianxia would be unable to sense it. Sizzle, as soon as his aura came into contact with the token, the latter immediately became even hotter. Then, Xianxia felt the token in his hand disappear with a whoosh. He hurriedly lowered his head, only to see that the token that he had been holding had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed in the first place. Xianxia's scalp tingled, and his vision darkened. He nearly fainted on the spot. He quickly extended his spiritual sense and discovered that his surroundings were empty. The token from earlier was nowhere to be seen. It's over, he wanted to cry but no tears came out. Wasn't this the ancient sage artifact forged by Xianxia that even Xianxia was unable to damage? Why was it like an ice cube, disappearing after he gripped it, as the pavilion master token of Mingshi Tang? It was clear that it was of great significance to Mingshi Tang. Even though Lu Chong had taken it away, Ren Qingyuan didn't panic. He knew that as long as they were trapped here, the token wouldn't be able to escape. Now that it had disappeared, how could he return it to the other party? Although he had caused quite a ruckus in front of the three major powers previously, it could still be resolved. However, if he really lost this thing, wouldn't he be eaten alive? What was going on? Come out, stop messing around. Suppressing his voice, Xianxia searched carefully. When his eyes fell on his palm, he froze. Unbeknownst to him, 3 water droplets had appeared on his palm. They were bright red and dazzling, surging with a special power. What is this? He couldn't help but tap on it. Buzz, a crisp sound rang in his ears, and he immediately froze on the spot. It was as if he had entered an empty space in an instant. There was no time or range here. It was just a vast expanse of whiteness. Only an old man was looking over with a smile. Xianxia? Xianxia's body jolted. The old man who had appeared before him was the creator of the Mingshi Tang carvings, the world's teacher, Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia had an amiable look in his eyes. After so many years, you're finally here. Greetings, the new celestial master teacher. Junior Xianxia pays respect to Xianxia. Xianxia clasped his fist. I forged the Mingshi Tang Pavilion Master token using 3 droplets of my blood essence after I created the Mingshi Tang carvings. Only a true celestial master teacher is able to tame it. The fact that you were able to activate it and summon my will means that you've met the requirements. Stroking his beard, Xianxia said in satisfaction. Xianxia, wait a moment. I have something to ask you. Seeing that the other party was about to go on with his long-winded speech, Xianxia couldn't hold himself back anymore. He hurriedly interjected with a hurried voice. He had seen how unreliable Xianxia was several times now. Each time, the other party would vanish before he could finish his words. This time, he mustn't allow Xianxia to speak first. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the time to speak anymore. Oh? Seeing that Xianxia was in a hurry, Xianxia looked at him and said, please speak. It's like this. I've been afflicted with the innate fetal poison, and I heard that you experienced it back then as well. May I know how you can resolve it? Xianxia asked anxiously. Innate fetal poison? Xianxia looked at Xianxia doubtfully before nodding. Indeed, it's the innate fetal poison. It's easy to resolve, just that. Just what? The thing hidden within the poison isn't that easy to expel. Xianxia said grimly. What's that? Xianxia was perplexed. He had long noticed the innate fetal poison, and it was currently suppressed by the heaven's path Xianxia in a corner, unable to move at all. But, judging from the other party's tone, it seemed like there was something else in the innate fetal poison as well. You'll know what it is once you resolve the innate fetal poison. I can't go into the details, or else it'll only bring harm to both of us. How about this, I'll tell you the method to resolve the innate fetal poison. Xianxia said. I'm all ears. Xianxia clasped his fist. He had no idea how long the innate fetal poison had been in his body. If he could resolve it as soon as possible, he would be able to recover from the threat of death. The innate fetal poison is infused into the mother's body when she is pregnant, either to strip away her bloodline or to kill her fetus. As it's innate, it has already fused into every single part of her body. Ordinary antidotes are ineffective against it. There's only one way to resolve it, and that is, after becoming a 9-stars master teacher, one will have to undergo the ordeal of the heavenly flame. If one can draw the ordeal of the innate fetal poison into one's body and use it to burn away the poison. Of course, the ordeal of the innate fetal poison is extremely dangerous, and the slightest mistake could result in mutual destruction. Back then, I had to pay a heavy price to resolve it. Xianxia shook his head. Ordeal of the heavenly flame. Thank you, Xianxia. Xianxia clasped his fist. Since Xianxia had said it personally, it meant that the ordeal of the heavenly flame was indeed effective. As long as he knew the method to resolve it, he wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. Xianxia was still a distance away from becoming a 9-stars master teacher, but he wasn't too far from it. It would be a walk in the park for him to reach 30. However, it's best for you to resolve the ordeal of the innate fetal poison as soon as possible. You should have just reached 20 at the moment. If you can resolve it before 25, be it in terms of strength or potential, it will be much better than before. Xianxia said with a grim expression. Xianxia nodded. He had to resolve the ordeal of the innate fetal poison as soon as possible. After this matter was over, he would have to raise his cultivation as quickly as possible so that he could reach 9 stars within 2 months. As long as he succeeded in drawing the heavenly flame over, the rest would fall into place naturally. Alright, since I'm done talking about the innate fetal poison, I'll talk about the Pavilion Master token now. This token is forged using 3 droplets of my blood essence. After assimilating it, it will take the form of a water droplet on your palm. Xianxia's figure wavered. What will happen? Xianxia asked anxiously. It will, hula, unable to control his body any longer. Xianxia's figure disappeared in an instant. Hong Long, Xianxia's mind jolted, and his body staggered. Only then did he realize that he was still seated before Xiaoya, and in the sky above, Wei Ruyan was still battling with Yu Ruoxin. It was as if time hadn't changed at all. It was as if time had stopped, and everything that had happened previously seemed to have stopped. That fellow isn't done yet. Everyone says that Xianxia is the world's teacher, but why is he so unreliable as well? Xianxia asked with a stifled look. It had been a few times now, but that fellow would vanish halfway through his words. To think that the founder of Mingshi Tang, an existence that everyone respected and feared, would be so unreliable as well. Forget it, Xianxia couldn't help but look at the water droplet on his palm in curiosity. He told me not to touch it, but if I really touch it, what will happen? It was only a moment ago that he had met Xianxia, so it should not affect him too much if he were to touch it once more. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia tapped lightly on the droplet. Hong Long, as soon as his finger came into contact with the droplet, a powerful surge of energy immediately flowed through his meridians and into his body. Following which, the droplet began shrinking at a visible rate, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. This, Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. At this moment, Xianxia felt his entire body brimming with power, as if he was the ruler of the world, capable of tearing space apart with ease. What kind of strength is this? Clenching his fists tightly, Xianxia could feel the strength coursing through his body in disbelief. He was only a Saint 8 Dan primary stage cultivator, but after the droplet disappeared, his strength had already surpassed his limits, reaching an unimaginable level. Even though he had no idea how strong he was, it felt as if he could crush the space before him effortlessly. Could this be what Ren Qingyuan meant when he said that he would be invincible beneath ancient sage? Xianxia's eyes twitched. Previously, when Ren Qingyuan took out the Pavilion Master Seal, he had said that as long as he tamed it, he would be invincible beneath ancient sage. He had thought that it was just an exaggeration, but who could have thought that it was true? Most likely, the droplet on his palm was Xianxia's blood. As soon as he came into contact with it, the energy harnessed within the droplet immediately surged into his body, allowing him to rise from Saint 8 Dan primary stage to such a fearsome level. However, this energy doesn't belong to me, so there should be a time limit to it. Xianxia quickly came to a realization. Even though the energy was extremely powerful, it wasn't an impartation or an advancement in his cultivation. Rather, it was similar to a soul possession. It was possible for one to burst forth with immense power for a short period of time, but as time passed, the energy would be depleted. Once it was completely depleted, it would revert back to its original state. 3 droplets of blood means that I have 3 chances. Having thought this through, Xianxia also understood what Kongshi wanted to say before he disappeared. Most likely, he wanted to explain how to use the Pavilion Master's seal, but he had asked about the innate fetal poison in advance, resulting in the latter's sudden disappearance. Regardless of one's cultivation, as long as one assimilated the Pavilion Master token, one would be able to wield strength invincible against those beneath ancient sage thrice. As expected of an artifact forged by Kongshi, it was indeed formidable. No matter how powerful a treasure was, it was not as practical as strength. Strength was the safest thing to do. I was just fretting over how I would be able to resolve the situation before me, but with such strength, the Zhang family, the Glacier Plain Court, and the Sanctum of Sages won't be a problem anymore, he chuckled softly. Just a moment ago, he was still thinking about how to resolve the situation before him. But now that he had such strength, it was no longer a problem. If they weren't convinced, he would just beat them into submission. However, I have to solve the problem of Xiaoya's meridians first. Xianxia was filled with excitement, but at the same time, he knew that this wasn't the time for him to teach the crowd a lesson. Thus, he turned his gaze to the dumpling-like young lady before him and tapped his finger lightly on the vine, sending it slowly into the young lady's body. His strength had soared, and his control over his meridians had also increased significantly. As a result, the rate at which his meridians flowed had increased significantly. It used to take 4 hours, but now it only takes about 10 minutes. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia hastened his pace. While Xianxia was assimilating the Pavilion Master token, the battle in the sky had also come to an end. Yuruashin's face had turned black from the poison, and her body was convulsing uncontrollably as she plummeted from the sky. Be it in terms of strength or poison, she was far from a match for Wei Ruyan. If not for her teacher instructing her not to kill anyone, she would have long been poisoned to death. If I'm not mistaken, Xianxia has issued a bounty on my teacher as well. Seeing that his junior Wei Ruyan had dealt with the other party, Wang Ying turned to Xianxia and said, Junior Xingyang, Junior Wei Ruyan and the others have made a move on you. As a spirit awakener, I believe that you won't reject my challenge, right? Xianxia clenched his fists tightly in agitation. Xingyang and Wei Ruyan were on par with Ren Qingyuan in terms of fighting prowess. If he were to challenge them, he would only end up getting pummeled. However, the leader of the Spirit Awakener Guild, who had countless walking Mingshi Tangs under his control, was not someone to be underestimated. What? I don't mind if you don't want to fight, but you have to apologize to my teacher right now and rescind the kill order for you. Wang Ying flung his arm furiously. Apologize? That's impossible. Xianxia spat through gritted teeth. Even if our Sanctum of Sages has to die in battle, we will never submit to anyone. Since you insist on being so righteous, I'll fulfill your wish then. Not expecting Xianxia to be so resolute, Wang Ying could not be bothered to waste his breath on him. He raised his palm and waved it. Hula, a Mingshi Tang flew right toward Xianxia. Its speed was swift, and the wind howled furiously, exerting a powerful pressure on one. Xianxia charged forward to meet it. Wang, a powerful burst of energy swiftly gathered in the air, forming an 8 meters wide palm print that collided with the Mingshi Tang. Kacha, a massive palm print appeared on the ground, and Xianxia was forced to retreat under the overwhelming might of the collision. Hold it right there. That's our Empire Alliance's Mingshi Tang. A 9 stars master teacher exclaimed anxiously. This isn't a battle, you're destroying our building. There's no time for that now. Knowing that this was not the time to be fussing over such trivial matters, Xianxia leaped forward and charged right toward Wang Ying. To shoot a man, one must first shoot the horse. To capture the underlings, one must first capture the ringleader. If he wanted to neutralize the encirclement of the Spirit Awakeners, he would have to capture the Spirit Awakener first. Otherwise, just the Mingshi Tangs alone would be more than enough to smother him completely. Do you really think that I can only wield strength through spirit enchantment? Wang Ying sneered coldly upon seeing Xianxia's charge. While her strength was not on par with Xingyang, Wei Ruyan, and the others who had stumbled upon great fortuitous encounters, as the leader of the Spirit Awakener Guild, she had received the blessing of countless predecessors. She was no longer the naive girl she used to be. With a light clench of his fist, Zhang Xian pushed his palm forward. His movement did not seem to be swift, but it carried a frightening might. Xianxia was just about to charge forward when he suddenly felt goosebumps rising all over his body. Following which, a massive puppet suddenly appeared above him, and a fist was flying right toward his back. It's the guardian artifact of the Spirit Awakener Guild, the celestial puppet. Ran Qingyuan narrowed his eyes in alarm. Hula, however, it was already too late. The puppet's massive fist was already on the verge of striking Xianxia's back. Even a Saint Nine Dan primary stage expert like him would be severely wounded if it were to land on him, leaving him with no chance of escape. Hold your punches. At that crucial moment, a brilliant sword chi suddenly burst forth from nowhere and blocked the puppet's attack. Following which, a crisp voice echoed in the air. This burst of sword chi carried a majestic aura that seemed to defy the laws of time. It flew from afar, and it abruptly appeared right before the Zhangxian puppet. The power that the latter had accumulated to its peak was like a clay ox that had sunk into the sea under this move. It had no effect at all. It's an expert. Wang Ying narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He quickly turned his gaze in the direction where the sword chi had come from, and the spear in Xingyang's hand was also trembling, as if it would be shot at any moment. To be able to deflect the attack of Wang Ying's celestial puppet with a burst of sword chi from such a long distance away, the other party's strength was probably on par with Ren Qingyuan. In fact, in terms of swordsmanship, the other party might even be superior. It's the speed quintessence. Zhang Xian, who was in the midst of reconstructing his meridians, nodded in realization. It should be the head of the Zhang clan, the father of the young prodigy, Xianxia. He had studied the other party's swordsmanship, so he knew the profundities behind it. To be able to control his sword chi to such a fine degree over such a long distance, it was likely that only the head of the Zhang clan, the legendary Xianxia, was capable of such a feat. That fellow hasn't been around all this while. Since he's here, I should take a look to see if he's as powerful as the rumors say. Zhang Xian thought with a smile. He had paid a visit to the Zhang clan, but the deputy clan head had not appeared at all. In fact, he had even arranged a duel with the other party, but the other party was nowhere to be seen. Who could have thought that he would meet him here? Since that was the case, it would be a good opportunity for him to test his strength and teach the other party a lesson. At the same time, if he wanted his son to marry Lozozi, he would have to get through him first. Hula, barely after Zhang Xian finished his thoughts, the space before him suddenly rippled, and two figures abruptly appeared. They were a man and a woman, the Xingming Sword Saints. The two of them had been heading in another direction, but as soon as they received Yangshi's message, they immediately rushed over. Clan head. Upon seeing them, Zhang Wuhing immediately rushed over with a reddened face. First elder, what's wrong? Xianxia's eyelids twitched. Their Zhang family was known as the #1 family on the master-teacher continent. Even Mingshi Tang would have to give them some face. Yet, the first elder of the Zhang family was beaten up so badly that his head was swollen like a pig's head. Just who in the world did this? It's that Zhang Xian and his students. With gritted teeth, Zhang Wuhing said, Clan head, you must redress my grievances this time. Otherwise, where will the dignity of the Zhang family go? If we don't deal with this matter properly, we'll become the laughingstock of the entire master-teacher continent. Zhang Xian? Hearing Zhang Xian's words, Sword Saint Meng quickly turned her gaze over, only to see the young man raising his head to look at her. Her body trembled uncontrollably. He must be, there's no mistake, he hurriedly sent a telepathic message over. As a mother, she had a special feeling that the young man she had met for the first time definitely had a special relationship with her. Fearing that Sword Saint Meng would lose her composure, Xianxia quickly grabbed her hand and said, There's no need to panic. Since you've already met him, things should be much simpler now. While he had no idea what had happened earlier, given how Mingshi Tang had so many experts surrounding him and how the first elder had been pummeled to such a state, there was no doubt that Zhang Xian wielded incredible strength. It was one thing if Zhang Xian was his son, but if he was not, wouldn't it be extremely awkward for him to run over to acknowledge him? It was already embarrassing enough that the Zhang family had been reduced to such a state. If they were to make another mistake, they would really be doomed. I'll definitely be able to recognize my son. Even though he has grown up, my blood and flesh still flow in his veins. Understanding her husband's concerns, Sword Saint Meng gritted her teeth. I know how you feel. He's your son, and he's also my son. You might be agitated, but I'm feeling the same way as well. However, the more we get to this point, the more we have to calm down. Isn't there a crimson birthmark on our son's bottom? I'll find an excuse to ask him about it later on. As long as I can verify it, we'll acknowledge him right away. Xianxia said as he clasped his wife's hand tightly. While his son was an innate saint, he had only been an infant when he left the Zhang clan. Even if the person before him was Xianxia, the difference in their soul aura, cultivation technique, and growth trajectory was still impossible to identify. The only thing that could be identified was the birthmark. As long as one was alive, one's physical body would never change. All right. Knowing that Zhang Xian's words made sense, Sword Saint Meng nodded. You are the head of the Zhang family? You have come at a good time. Junior Yuan Tao, you have injured your first elder, so I haven't had a chance to make a move yet. May I know if you dare to fight me? Seeing how the head of the Zhang family had been muttering to himself ever since he arrived, Jing Yang's eyebrows shot up as he stepped forward. This is Zhang Xian's student, the progeny of combat of the Combat Master Hall, as well as the next head of the Combat Master Hall, Xingyang. Seeing that Xianxia had no idea who he was, Zhang Wuhing hurriedly explained. So, it's the progeny of combat of Xingyang. I have long heard of your name, but I didn't think that you would be Zhang Zhangshi's student. Xianxia clasped his fist and said. There's no need to waste your breath. I'm asking you whether you want to have a duel or not. Your Zhang family has humiliated my teacher, and the first elder of the Combat Master Hall has escaped with his injuries. He hasn't even apologized yet, so if you don't wish to have a duel with my teacher, that's fine too. Xingyang raised his spear and looked at Zhang Wuhing haughtily. While the other party was an expert who had made his name many years ago, as the progeny of combat, he possessed the will of invincibility. No matter who the other party was, he did not fear them at all. Since he was here to exact vengeance for his teacher, he was going to beat the three powers into submission. No matter who it was, he would leave them with nothing to say. I don't mind having a duel with you, but, Xianxia smiled. I have an appointment with your teacher for a duel, but we haven't had the chance to carry it out yet. Since we have met, I would like to settle this matter first before having a duel with you. Teacher's noble body isn't something that anyone can compete with just because they want to. If you can get past me first, I'll have nothing to say if you wish to challenge my teacher. But if you can't, you should just apologize obediently. Xingyang said with a frown. Hee, your words do make sense. It's understandable for a student to stand up for his teacher, but, the grudge between the Zhang clan and the Zhang clan was caused by your teacher, so it's best for him to resolve the matter personally. As his student, don't you think that you're overstepping your bounds by acting on his behalf? This way, everyone will know that you are Xingyang, the progeny of Xingzhanzi, but not Zhangxian, Zhangshi. Even if they do, they will just say that you have accepted a good student despite your mediocre cultivation. That won't be good, right? Xianxia said with a smile. This, Jing Yang's body stiffened, and he was rendered speechless. He had only wanted to stand up for his teacher, but he didn't think that things would go this far. However, the other party was right. His teacher was his teacher. While it might seem as if he was protecting his teacher, he was actually ruining his teacher's reputation. This would make others think that his teacher was a weakling who relied on his student to resolve his problems. Teacher, understanding this, Zhang Xian hurriedly turned his gaze to Zhang Xian, only to see the latter smiling faintly. You should back down. I do have an appointment with the head of the Zhang family. Since he wants to have a duel with me, I'll gladly oblige. But, teacher, your strength. Hearing that his teacher was going to fight, Xingyang panicked. His teacher was only at Dimension Sundering Realm primary stage, whereas the head of the Zhang clan was able to fend off Wang Ying's puppet with his sword qi from such a long distance away. The other party's strength was definitely beyond that of a Saint Nine Dan cultivator, with such a huge gap between the two of them. how was he supposed to fight them? After assimilating the pavilion master seal and utilizing the droplets of water, Xianxia's fighting prowess had soared. However, he did not show it on the surface. On top of that, there was also the unique nature of his Heaven's Path Xianxia, so even he was unaware that his teacher's fighting prowess had undergone a massive transformation in just a few short breaths. I can suppress my cultivation to the same level as Xianxia, and we'll just have a duel of swordsmanship. I won't hurt you. Knowing what Zhang Xian was worried about, Hyung Kensei chuckled. If I lose, the Zhang clan can apologize to me and let bygones be bygones. However, if I win, I hope that Xianxia will honor his promise. Previously, before the duel with the Zhang clan, Zhang Xian had said that he would join the Zhang clan as an elder if he lost. That's simple. Zhang Xian nodded. However, since it's a duel, I won't bully you. There's no need for you to suppress your cultivation. Just bring out your full strength. Bring out my full strength? Hyung Kensei was taken aback. Given his strength, even Pavilion Master Ren Qingyuan would have trouble dealing with him if he were to go all out. Yet, the other party actually wanted him to go all out. Is that fellow out of his mind? Ren Qingyuan, Zhang Wuheng, and the others were perplexed as well. They had already witnessed the other party's strength with their own eyes. Other than his many means and the fact that he had a powerful student, there was nothing special about him. For him to ask Hyung Kensei to go all out, wasn't he courting death? That's right. Zhang Xian nodded. Furthermore, I'll be fighting you with a single hand. If I move my body in the slightest or use my other hand, I'll be considered to have lost. Hyung Kensei's face twitched. There were two reasons why he challenged Zhang Xian to a duel. Firstly, he wanted to see if Zhang Xian was really his son. Secondly, he wanted to resolve the grudge between the Zhang family and Zhang Xian better. If he were to make a move personally, he would be able to control the severity of his attack. At the very least, he wouldn't be able to injure Zhang Xian severely. It was one thing for the other party to not appreciate his kindness, but to even spout such arrogant words, like you. Hyung Kensei was about to explode in anger when he heard his wife's telepathic message. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Am I that arrogant too? You were much more arrogant than him when you were younger, Sword Saint Mei remarked with a smile. This, scratching his head, Hyung Kensei looked at Zhang Xian helplessly and said, Fine. Since that's your request, I'll gladly oblige. With that said, his body swayed and he descended from the sky. As soon as he landed on the ground, his wife's voice sounded in his ears again. If you dare to hurt a single hair on my son, don't even think about getting into my bed. Hyung Kensei's lips twitched, and he nearly burst into tears. Who did he offend? Could it be that the other party had already predicted this, and that was why he said that he would sit still and challenge him to a duel with a single hand? Teacher, in contrast to Zhang Xian's dismay, Xingyang, Wei Ruyan, and the others looked at him worriedly. They knew that their teacher was only at Dimension Sundering Realm primary stage. If the head of the Zhang clan did not suppress his cultivation, how could he possibly win? There was no way he could win at all. Don't worry, when has my teacher ever fought a battle that he has no confidence in? Since he dares to say such words, he must have a way out of this. Yuan Tao said with a smile. That's true. Hearing those words, Xingyang nodded in agreement. Wei Ruyan had joined the Zhang clan late, so there were many things that she was unaware of. However, Xingyang had followed his teacher from the very start, so he was well aware of his teacher's temperament and personality. When had his teacher ever suffered a setback before? Those who had fought with him had always ended up suffering a crushing defeat. Have you all noticed that my teacher's aura seems to have changed? I could still sense the depth of his aura a moment ago, but now, it feels like a boundless ocean. No matter how I look at it, I can't see the end of it. Wang Ying suddenly interjected. Xingyang and Wei Ruyan hurriedly turned their gazes over, and they could sense that even though their teacher was still seated on the spot, the aura emanating from his body was many times stronger than before. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Teacher might have achieved a breakthrough again, Lu Chong said. As a soul oracle, Zhang Xian was able to discern the situation even more clearly. If it was a moment ago that his teacher could easily defeat the other party, the overwhelming pressure that he was emanating right now made him not even dare to approach him. Even though he had no idea why his teacher would undergo such a huge change within such a short period of time, as expected of his teacher, he felt that it was only natural for him to do so. Since that's the case, let's wait and see how teacher will teach the head of the Zhang clan a lesson. Only then did Xingyang feel at ease. He chuckled lightly. Draw your sword. Remembering his wife's instructions, Hyung Kensei took in a deep breath, and with a flick of his wrist, a sword appeared in his grasp. If I were to draw my sword, it would be easy for me to injure you. Since this is a friendly spar, I won't use my sword. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes calmly. You aren't going to use your sword? How are you going to compete with me? Hyung Kensei staggered, and he felt an urge to pull his hair out. Even though he was a show-off when he was younger, he wasn't as arrogant as this. This was truly a slap to the face. If it had been anyone else, they would have surely flown into a frenzy, but the other party couldn't bring himself to do so. Even though he couldn't be certain that the other party was his son, he had a feeling that there was an inseparable relationship between the two of them. Not bad. Let's have a duel like this. Oblivious to the other party's thoughts, Zhang Xian flicked his finger, and a surge of sword qi immediately burst forth. It was 3 qi long, and it emanated a cold glint. Alright, you must be careful. Sword Saint Xing harumphed coldly as he raised his sword and thrust it right toward Zhang Xian, who was seated on the ground. You're right. He had only used a tenth of his strength this time, but it was filled with sword intent. As soon as the sword appeared, it seemed to have pierced through space, appearing right in front of Zhang Xian's glabella. From the looks of it, if he didn't dodge, even if he managed to survive, his jinchi would be severed, rendering him immobile for the time being. Not a bad swordsmanship. Zhang Xian chuckled softly. As expected of the head of the Zhang clan, the #1 swordsman in the Zhang clan. With just a single move, he had already displayed his prowess. Zhang Su and the others weren't even on the same level as him. Instead of dodging, Zhang Xian remained seated on the spot. While his left hand continued to reconstruct Xiaoya's meridians, he raised his right hand and tapped it lightly. Like a rainbow, the sword qi pierced through space and time in an instant. This move was identical to the one that Sword Saint Xing had executed earlier, be it in terms of its movement or its starting stance. If Zhang Xian had not known that the two of them were enemies, he would have thought that they were just sparring with one another. However, even though it was the same move, Zhang Xian was able to strike first. From the looks of it, before Hyung Kensei's sword could reach Zhang Xian's glabella, his jinchi would be neutralized first. This, Hyung Kensei's body jolted in disbelief. How is this possible? His comprehension of the Zhang family swordsmanship had already reached an inconceivable level. Every single movement of his was infused with the essence of speed, and yet, the young man before him was able to strike first. Not only so, the young man before him was even stronger than him. He could already foresee that as long as he didn't dodge, the young man would be able to nullify his attack first. Even if his swordsmanship were to land on the young man, it would be completely useless. Humph. Knowing that he had met a true expert, his intention to go easy vanished. Taking a deep breath, he took half a step backward and executed a peculiar slash with his sword, changing from a stab to a slash. You even executed the dragon subduing swordsmanship, but you, upon seeing this move, Sword Saint Ming nearly exploded on the spot. Without a doubt, she was the one who understood Hyung Kensei the best in the world. The two of them had practiced the dragon subduing swordsmanship together for a very long time before they were able to reach a certain level of mastery. While it wasn't their strongest move, it was still extremely powerful. Even Ren Qingyuan would be flustered before it. To use it on him right after making a move, didn't I tell you to go easy on him? How could you go easy on him just like that? Go back. If I can let you into my room and into my bed again, I'll write my surname backward. Sword Saint Ming spat through gritted teeth. You sure are quick to react. Seeing how the head of the Zhang clan was able to see through his attack with a single glance, Zhang Xian couldn't help but chuckle softly. He remained seated on the spot, not bothering to defend against the other party's attack at all. Instead, he flicked his wrist and thrust it forward once more. It was the same move and the same strength as before, but this time, he was aiming for his shoulder instead of his glabella. Under normal circumstances, if one's shoulder was slightly too far away, the head of the Zhang family sword would surely land on his head first. However, as long as Xianxia continued his attack, his wrist would surely land on the other party's head first. Given the sharpness of the sword, it would surely be severed before it could harm the other party. Xianxia's face twitched, and his complexion turned even more grim. He had thought that he would be able to defeat the other party easily due to his low cultivation, but who could have thought that he would be unable to gain the upper hand even after exerting his full strength? The young man in front of him wasn't old, but his eyes seemed to be able to see through his sword moves and movements in advance. Every time, he was able to predict his opponent's moves and block all of his attacks. Not only that, but the most important thing was that the other party had used the same move, the most basic sword move of the Zhang family sword style, the most common sword move in a fight. Reciprocity, as the name implied, this was a probing move. It was to be polite before resorting to force. In a battle, one would treat the opponent with respect, test the opponent's strength, and then counterattack. He had used a probing move to block 2 of his attacks consecutively. Just how high was this guy's strength and mastery of swordsmanship? I don't believe it. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to dodge the attack and that his wrist would be severed, he retreated half a step. With a flick of his wrist, the sword in his hand transformed into a myriad of twinkling stars that shot toward Xianxia's eyes. Descending stars, this was a move that he had spent close to 3 years to create. While it wasn't his strongest move, it was at least twice as powerful as the dragon capture swordsmanship. Condensed like a rainbow, scattered like the stars in the sky. Not only was it effective against physical attacks, it was also extremely effective against one's mind and soul. The first time Xianxia executed this move, even Sword Saint Meng had nearly fallen for it. Seeing that his 2 moves had failed, Xianxia decided not to hold back anymore. As soon as he executed the move, Xianxia felt as if he had fallen into a void filled with stars. It was as if he had entered an illusory space devoid of the concept of time and space. He couldn't tell his bearings at all, and he couldn't even tell where the sword move was coming from. It was as if a person had entered the starry sky, and the stars around him were of the same size. No matter how fast one moved, the reference point would remain the same. It was as if nothing had happened at all. This was also the case for Xianxia. He had no idea how fast the sword chi was or how far it was from him. Teacher, cold sweat trickled down Jing Yang's palm as he gripped his spear tightly. Even with his current strength, he dared not say that he would be able to withstand this sword move. Would his teacher be in danger? Amidst anxious gazes, the seated Xianxia finally made his move. Just like before, Xianxia didn't move at all. Instead, he executed reciprocation once more and thrust his sword forward. Voila, even though the sword chi was still a distance away from the stars in the sky, it felt as if it had struck a flaw in them. The stars crumbled, and the phenomenon in the sky vanished. Dang 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 dang, Xianxia's jinchi churned furiously as he retreated 8 steps. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Reciprocation? How could he possibly overcome my falling star sword? How is this possible? Even though this move wasn't the strongest sword art that he had cultivated, it was still not to be underestimated. For the other party to overcome it with just an ordinary move, it was as if he had defeated the 18 dragons subduing palms with Taizu's long fist. Hee hee. With a light chuckle, Xianxia spoke with a profound tone. Swords are the extension of strength. Wherever one's will reaches, one's enemy will be able to overcome them. Moves are just a form of support. Reciprocation might be the simplest move, but it's precisely because of its simplicity that it possesses countless unpredictable changes. In the hands of an expert, its prowess is even greater. It's just like a drunkard swinging his sword wildly. You have no idea where his next move will be, and you won't be able to tell whether he is going to kill you or not. Of course, the reason why cultivators are able to defeat a drunkard so easily is because his moves aren't targeted. By executing a simple move, one will be able to predict the enemy's movements and grasp the target of his attack. Only then will one be able to defeat the enemy. Your sword of falling stars just now, although the move is incomparably profound and can immediately lock onto one's essence, energy, and spirit, making it difficult to escape. If you want to lock onto your opponent's spirit, you must have a medium of communication, and this medium is the loophole in your move. Even though the move I executed was simple, it was able to find the flaw. With a light tap of my finger, I was able to pierce through it. As such, your swordsmanship collapsed without a fight. It's just like building a skyscraper. Don't underestimate how precise your calculations are. As long as a single brick is removed at the most crucial point, there's a chance that the entire building will be reduced to rubble. Simple moves aren't necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes, if you use them well, you might even be able to achieve a different result. At this point, Xianxia glanced at Xianxia and sighed. Clan head Zhang, you're too rigid in your understanding of battle techniques and swordsmanship. Xianxia's face reddened in embarrassment. As one of the strongest swordsmen in the world, to be lectured by the person whom he suspected to be his son, his face reddened. There's no need to be embarrassed. It's already rare for someone of your age to be able to cultivate such sword arts and sword intent, Xianxia smiled. How about this? If you're willing, I can point out the flaws in your swordsmanship in detail so that you can improve further. Pfft. Hearing Xianxia's words, Sword Saint Meng couldn't hold herself back any longer, and her body trembled uncontrollably as she burst into laughter. As expected of Wang Mingya's son. He sure has guts to teach me swordsmanship. Well said. Sword Saint Meng couldn't help but exclaim. That fellow had already grown arrogant, and now that he was being struck down by his son, how could he not feel delighted? Hearing Sword Saint Meng's words, the 9-star master teachers and the experts of the Zhang clan stared at one another in bewilderment. Just which side was the matriarch of the Zhang clan from, Wei Ruyan, Wang Ying, and the others were bewildered as well. Her husband had been beaten up and lectured, but she was still so happy about it. Those from the Zhang clan really had a screw loose in their heads. Seeing how his wife was laughing so hard that she was about to fall from the sky and how serious the young man before him was, Xianxia nearly spurted blood. His complexion was as awful as it could get. If not for his high self-restraint, he might have exploded on the spot. My comprehension of swordsmanship is only slightly better than yours. There's no need to be nervous, Xianxia said. There's no need for that. Xianxia flung his sleeves and harumphed. Let's talk about it after the duel is over. I still have one more move, and if you can withstand it, you'll be considered to have defeated me. Hula, after saying those words, without waiting for the other party's reply, Xianxia harumphed coldly and thrust his sword forward once more. Shaking his head, Xianxia flicked his finger lightly and thrust it forward once more. Just like before, he returned the favor, but this time around, the sword was even sharper. As soon as it appeared, it pierced through space, and a pitch-black rift appeared in the wake of the sword. This is void-severing sword chi? To be able to tear through space with just his sword chi. That's a strength that only those who have surpassed Saint Nine Dan are capable of. Isn't he only at Dimension Sundering Realm? How can he be so powerful? The faces of the crowd in the sky warped in horror. This was especially true for Zhang Wuheng, Yu Ruoxin, and the others. Their faces were pale, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. This Xianxia had relied on lightning to put them in such a difficult position. His own strength was really not worth mentioning at all. When did he become so powerful? If it had been like this before, they wouldn't have been able to stop him at all. Ren Qingyuan also widened his eyes. If only he had known that this Xianxia was such a powerful master teacher, he would never have issued a warrant to capture him. His strength was already comparable to that of a supreme elder. Even he did not have the right to deal with him. No wonder he could teach so many powerful students. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Xianxia turned to look at Xingyang and the others, only to see that his students were looking at him as though it was a matter of course. It was as though they knew that their teacher would be able to resolve this matter easily. It was as if in their hearts, no matter how powerful Xianxia was, it was still normal. Freaks, a bunch of freaks. Ren Qingyuan clenched his fists tightly, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Voila, amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Xianxia's sword chi arrived right before Xianxia. Not to be outdone, the latter brandished his sword and thrust it right toward Xianxia's throat. 3 Swords of Reaper. Sword Saint Meng leaped in shock upon seeing this move. The 3 Swords of Reaper was a trump card that she and Xianxia had cultivated for many years. She had intended to use it only in times of danger, but who could have thought that she would actually use it on her son? Sword Saint Meng flicked her wrist and whipped out a sword. Just as she was about to rush over to save her son, Xianxia suddenly spoke up with a smile. Stop. Voila, it was as if the surrounding space had been frozen by his words. Hyung Kensei's incomparably sharp sword suddenly froze on the spot, as if a fish frozen in water. Go! With a light bellow, Xianxia flicked his sword chi upward, and the three swords of Reaper immediately collapsed. As if suffering a heavy blow. Hyung Kensei's face paled, and he retreated hurriedly. Why you? That spatial sealing word? Sword Saint Xing widened his eyes in shock, and his body trembled in fear. To be able to seal space with a spatial sealing word was something that only ancient sages were capable of. There was no one in the current demonic Tunist guild who was capable of such a feat, and yet, Xianxia had actually done it. How was this possible? It's not really spatial sealing word. It's just that your state of mind is too weak, and my words have affected you, causing you to stop driving your Xinqi. Xianxia. Having tamed the pavilion master token, he was invincible among those beneath ancient sage. However, he was still unable to execute the spatial sealing word that only demonic Tunists were capable of. The reason why he was able to stop the other party was because he had used his soul depth on par with Xianxia, impartation of heaven's will, and heart of a teacher. This was the reason why he was able to stop the other party. In truth, even if he hadn't used that move, given his current strength, he would have been able to defeat Xianxia easily. Incredible, incredible. After a moment of contemplation, Hyung Kensei's eyes lit up in excitement. He looked at the young man before him once more, and this time, there was not the slightest hint of anger in his eyes. On the contrary, the more he looked at the young man, the more satisfied he became. Back then, when his son was born, he had caused a huge commotion, and he knew that he was extraordinary. However, due to the sudden change in the situation, he had thought that his talent would be buried, and he would never be able to reach his former glory. Who could have thought that he would be even more talented and stronger than he had thought? There's no need to ask any more. That's my son. Only he would be able to wield such strength and means. The more he thought about it, the more delighted he became. Laughing heartily, he said, to be able to overcome even my strongest three swords of life, I admit defeat. You admit defeat just like that? Xianxia was taken aback. He had thought that the other party would continue pestering him until he was injured, but who could have thought that the other party would admit defeat so easily? Considering that the matter concerned the Zhang clan, the other party was still able to let it go so easily. In an instant, his impression of the young man before him improved significantly. Indeed. Rather than humiliating ourselves further, I might as well admit defeat. Hyung Kensei said with a hearty chuckle. He would have found it hard to accept losing to anyone else, but he was delighted to lose to his son. Clan head. By the side, Zhang Wuheng had not expected that even the clan head would lose, and he panicked. Not only would the Zhang clan not pursue the matter after admitting defeat, they would even have to apologize to the young man before them. When had the number one clan with tens of thousands of years of heritage ever suffered such humiliation? I know what you are trying to say, but my decision is the decision of the clan, and I won't change it. Hyung Kensei waved his hand dismissively. He turned to the young man before him, and after a moment of hesitation, he sent a telepathic message over. Xianxia, there's something I would like to ask you, and I hope that you can answer my question. If the head of the Zhang clan has anything to ask of me, I'll surely tell you everything I know. Xianxia nodded. To be able to take the initiative to admit defeat and reject Zhang Wuheng's request, the young man before him was indeed a gentleman. It's like this. With an awkward look on his face, Hyung Kensei looked at Xianxia nervously and asked, is there a crimson birthmark on your bottom? Birthmark? On my buttocks? Xianxia was taken aback. Ever since he transcended over, his body had been washed countless times, and he had taken a closer look at it. There was indeed a birthmark on his buttocks, but this was a secret that no one knew about. How did the young man know about it? Could it be that the young man had a library of heaven's path as well? But everyone had a birthmark, and it wasn't a flaw. Even the library of heaven's path wouldn't be able to discern it. Not to mention, he possessed the divination constitution. Even the heavens wouldn't be able to divine his birthmark, let alone examine it. Xianxia turned to look at Xianxia. Is your birthday, on the 10th of September, Teacher's Grace Day? Seeing Xianxia admit to it, Hyung Kensei couldn't contain his agitation any longer. Birthday? I am an orphan, so I don't know when my birthday is, Xianxia replied in bewilderment. His previous self had been wandering the world from a young age, without a home to return to. All he knew was that he was in his 20s at the moment, so he couldn't really tell when his birthday was. I'll tell you the truth then. Seeing that the young man before him was getting more and more confused, Xianxia couldn't help but ask, if I'm not mistaken, you should be my missing son. Your son? Xianxia was stunned. You mean, the young prodigy? Not only was Xianxia the head of the Zhang clan, he was also the father of the young prodigy. If he were to say that he was the young prodigy's son, wouldn't that mean that he was the young prodigy? Xianxia's mind was in a mess. He hated the young prodigy for wanting to marry Luozi, and if he could, he would have given the other party a good beating to vent his anger. Yet, never in his dreams would he have thought that the young prodigy was him. No, that's not right. I have tested my bloodline, and I'm not related to the Zhang clan at all. Xianxia hurriedly turned to look at Xianxia. Previously, he had suspected that he might be a member of the Zhang clan, so he had even asked Zhang Jiuxiao for a blood test. Yet, the result was that he was not related to the Zhang clan at all. Even if his examination was inaccurate, he had still paid a visit to the Zhang family's blood reservoir, but he was unable to sense anything at all. All signs pointed to the fact that the Zhang family had nothing to do with the Zhang family at all. So, where in the world did a father pop out of nowhere? The matter of bloodline has a lot of implications, so I'll explain it to you later. If you don't believe me, you can have it tested with her. Even if the bloodline of the Zhang clan doesn't exist in your body, there shouldn't be any issues with your mother's bloodline. Xianxia shook his head as he beckoned Sword Saint Meng over. Noticing that the two of them were communicating with one another telepathically, the latter could tell that something was going on between them. With an agitated look on her face, she quickly flew over. How do we test it? Xianxia hesitated for a moment before turning to Xianxia. Given the other party's strength and status, there was no need for him to lie. Furthermore, since he was able to say that he had a birthmark, there had to be some basis to his words. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked his reputation. Since that was the case, he might as well test it to see if it was real. Otherwise, regardless of whether it was him or the other party, they would definitely be filled with doubts. If the other party was really the young prodigy who had gone missing, there would be no need for him to stop him from marrying Luozi. If he wasn't, it would be fine too. After the other party apologized, he would no longer have anything to do with the Zhang clan. With his current strength, what did it matter if the Luo clan or the Zhang clan? All he had to do was beat them into submission. While it was a little awkward for him to suddenly have parents, he had been an orphan in his previous life as well. As long as he got along well with them, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to accept them. Give me a droplet of your blood, Sword Saint Meng said telepathically. With a tap of her finger, a droplet of Xianxia's blood flew out. Taking a deep breath, Sword Saint Meng took out a jade token and placed the droplet of blood on it before pricking her finger. Wang, the two droplets of blood swiftly fused together, and with a light buzz, the jade token emanated a brilliant crimson glow. I knew it. Sword Saint Meng's eyes immediately reddened. She turned around to look at Xianxia, and her body trembled in agitation. Your name is Xianxia, right? My son, I have finally found you. Still in a daze, Xianxia took a closer look at the jade token. He recognized the artifact. It was a unique artifact that was used to test one's bloodline. Not only would one's blood fuse together, it would also emanate a faint crimson glow. In other words, the other party was right. His blood had fused perfectly with Sword Saint Meng's, and they were blood relatives. Was he really the son of the Xingming Sword Saint, that young prodigy whom he hated the most in his life? Could it be that the heavens had decreed that not only was Xianxia a real person, but the fate between him and Luozi was also predestined as well? Ha ha ha, I have finally found you. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief before bursting into laughter. While he had thought that it was the case previously, he dared not be too sure about it. However, now that his blood had fused with Xianxia's, there was no longer any doubt in his mind. Head of the Zhang clan, what's going on? Seeing that the two of them were communicating telepathically with one another after the battle, Ren Qingyuan could not help but turn his gaze over. Pavilion Master Ren, our Zhang clan will bury the hatchet with Xianxia, and we won't pursue the matter in the past anymore. Also, I hope that Mingshi Tang will give the Zhang clan some face and rescind the arrest warrant. Hyun Kensei clasped his fist. Rescind the arrest warrant? This? Ren Qingyuan could hardly believe what he was hearing. Previously, the Zhang clan was the one who had been the loudest in the matter. Yet, not only did they not pursue the matter, they even wanted him to rescind the arrest warrant. Since Mingshi Tang's arrest warrant has been issued, it'll be difficult to rescind it. Unless, there's some special reason behind it. What's going on? Xianxia asked. If Mingshi Tang's arrest warrant was to be rescinded on a whim, what would become of the Zhang clan's dignity? Even if they wanted to rescind it, they would have to find a suitable reason to do so. It was definitely not something that could be settled with a fight and a casual bet between the two of them. Xianxia, is the missing young prodigy of our Zhang clan. I have already conducted a bloodline test earlier, and there's no mistake about it. Hyun Kensei said. Teacher is the young prodigy of the Zhang clan? Xingyang and the others stared at one another in bewilderment. They had followed their teacher all the way from Tianxian Kingdom, and they had gone from beggars to beggars. How in the world did they suddenly become the core members of the Zhang clan, that legendary Khanate saint, the young prodigy? That's impossible. I have conducted a bloodline test on him, and there's no relationship between him and the Zhang clan at all. Zhang Wuheng couldn't help but roar in disbelief. How could my son possibly be mistaken? Hyun Kensei harumphed coldly. Zhang Wuheng, as an elder of the Zhang clan, how dare you try to assassinate our clan head? You should head back to the Elder Hall to receive your punishment. Don't force me to make a move myself. Zhang Wuheng's body swayed weakly, and his face turned ghastly pale. The other party was right. If the young prodigy was truly the young prodigy, it would mean that he was the true clan head. Just the fact that he dared to make a move on the clan head was more than enough for him to be sentenced to death several times over. He's your son? Ren Qingyuan widened his eyes in disbelief as well. How in the world did a fellow who came from Tianxian Kingdom, who had no backing whatsoever, suddenly become the head of the Zhang clan? If that was really the case, the Zhang clan did have a valid reason to rescind the arrest warrant. Finally, he has returned to the clan. Let's give him some recommendation votes and monthly votes to encourage him. That's right. Hyun Kensei burst into laughter. The excitement on his face was apparent. Ever since his son's disappearance, he had spent a great deal of effort searching for him, and he had lived in fear for the past 20 years. Now, his son had appeared before him, and not only was he stronger than the other party, his students were all of high standing. With such a son, what more could he ask for? In that instant, he felt like the luckiest person in the world. Since your Zhang family has already reconciled with him, and he's the prodigy of the Zhang family, it's indeed inappropriate for us to pursue the matter. However, if the other two powers can reconcile with each other as well, it won't be a problem for us to rescind the arrest warrant. Ren Qingyuan paused for a moment before replying. If it had been anyone else, even if they had reconciled with each other, Mingshi Tang would surely have made the other party pay a heavy price. But now, 5 of his students had appeared. The head of the Poison Temple, the head of the Soul Oracles, the future head of the Combat Master Hall, the young master of the Yuan clan, the leader of the Spirit Awakener Guild, and he himself, the head of the Zhang family. How could he possibly punish them? Without any punishment, Mingshi Tang and more than a dozen 9-star master teachers had nearly lost their lives. If this were to continue, wouldn't the entire Mingshi Tang be torn to shreds? Since the Zhang family had made such a request, he could not be bothered to push it any further. That's simple. Hyun Kensei chuckled softly as he turned to Yu Ruoxin and said, Elder Yu, we can be considered as old acquaintances, and we have sparred with one another in the past. May I ask if you can do me a favor? I'll surely pay you a visit in the future to compensate the Glacier Plain Court for its losses. This isn't a matter of losses, it's your dignity. So what if he's the prodigy of your Zhang family? He destroyed the tens of thousands of years of our Glacier Plain Court's heritage, snatched away our young court chief, and destroyed our very foundation. Yu Ruoxin spat through gritted teeth. Without the young court chief of the Purine body, it was only a matter of time before the Glacier Plain Court fell to the ranks of a third-tier power. For a power that had enjoyed tens of thousands of years of glory to fall in her hands, this was not something that could be resolved with just an apology. Before Xianxia could reply to her, he heard an angry voice. Are you intending to make a move on my son? If you dare, I'll slaughter my way to the Glacier Plain Court right now. My son only destroyed some of your buildings. If I go over, I guarantee that none of your elders will be spared. It was Sword Saint Meng. She was filled with excitement when she saw her son, but when she saw that her husband was not appreciative of his apology, she couldn't help but yell at him. Previously, seeing that they were quite pitiful, he didn't pursue the matter of them chasing after his son. He didn't expect them to be so persistent. What, do you think we're easy to bully? I'm not a match for Sword Saint Meng, and I don't have the strength to stop her from massacring the members of our Glacier Plain Court either. However, justice is in the hearts of the people. As powerful as the Zhang family is, they can't do whatever they want. Yuruashin gritted her teeth. I can cover the sky with one hand. What can you do to me? Seeing how the first elder was still trying to play the hero, Sword Saint Meng flew into a rage. She could not be bothered with Xianxia anymore. With a leap, she leaped into the air and raised her sword, intending to make a move on the first elder. Ah Meng, calm down. Calm down. Seeing his wife's temper, Xianxia leaped in fright and hurriedly stopped her. While Yuruashin's fighting prowess was nothing much, she represented the Glacier Plain Court. If she were to be killed before Xianxia and the others, even the Zhang family would find it hard to answer to them. Are you still a man? It's one thing for you to stand up for someone who bullied your son, but you still want to stop me? Sword Saint Meng's eyebrows shot up. A bitter look appeared on Xianxia's face. Aren't I trying to mediate the situation? If mediation works, what's the point of cultivating? Sword Saint Meng flung her sleeves furiously. If she doesn't agree, I'll just have to beat her up until she agrees. I, Wang Mingya, have dominated the master-teacher continent for many years, and I've never relied on virtue to win others over. Instead, I've relied on my fists and swordsmanship. This, Xianxia's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably, not knowing how he should respond. He knew his wife's personality very well. It was precisely because of this that she had caused a huge ruckus in the Zhang family. If Yuruashin were to pursue the matter, she would really cause a huge ruckus. Our teacher's mother sure is fearsome. Xingyang and the others gulped down a mouthful of saliva as they widened their eyes in shock. Their teacher's mother was indeed domineering, to even dare to destroy the Glacier Plain Court. It was no wonder their teacher was never at a disadvantage. With such genes, it would be strange if those who tried to harm him were not killed. Zhang Xian's eyebrows also twitched uncontrollably. He had been a little conflicted by the sudden appearance of his parents a moment ago, but after seeing his mother in such a state, he was delighted. Sword Saint Meng, calm down. Fighting won't solve the problem. Xianxia could not hold himself back any longer and spoke up. Won't solve the problem? Since you know that it won't solve the problem, why did you bring so many 9-star master teachers to deal with my son? Do you think that I'm a pushover? How about this, I won't pummel elder you, but you'll have to let me pummel you instead. In any case, you did make a move on my son. Sword Saint Meng abruptly turned around to glare at Xianxia. Cough cough. You can pretend that I didn't say anything earlier. Xianxia felt goosebumps rising all over his body. If it was just Sword Saint Meng alone, he would not have been afraid. However, if Xianxia were to team up with her, they would be hard-pressed to deal with. As the head of the Zhang family, Xianxia was a reliable person who knew how to read the bigger picture, but he was also a wife-doting maniac. If his wife were to be bullied, he would go berserk and tear a hole in the sky. Back then, when they were still roaming the pugilistic world, there had been some ignorant powers who had offended Sword Saint Meng. Xianxia had charged over and nearly annihilated them. In any case, there was not a single one of them who was easy to deal with. This was especially so for the woman before him. She was like a barrel of gasoline that would explode at the slightest provocation. When she was young, she had already been fearless. Back then, she had caused a huge ruckus in the Sanctum of Sages, resulting in her being expelled from the Sanctum of Sages. She had thought that her temper would improve after getting married and bearing a child, but who could have thought that it would still be the same? Sword Saint Meng, I know that you are powerful, but our Glacier Plain Court will never back down unless you kill every single one of us. Otherwise, if you think that you can force us to submit to you through brute force, you're dreaming. Yuruashin gritted her teeth as she raised her head with determination in her eyes. For the sake of the Glacier Plain court, she did not care about her infamy or whether the future court chief would bear a grudge against her, no matter how powerful the young man before her was. So what if he could kill her? That Xianxia had reduced their Glacier Plain court to rubble, and he had even taken their young court chief away. There was no way to resolve this matter. Very well, let's see if you can swallow this humiliation then. Seeing that Yuruashin was even more stubborn than her, Sword Saint Meng raised her sword and prepared to make a move. However, at that moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded. Grand Teacher, I beseech you to calm down. I'll deal with this matter myself. Hong Long. Right after those words were spoken, the cocoon-like object in front of Zhang Xian suddenly emanated an astonishing aura that soared into the clouds, threatening to tear the sky apart. Xiaoya's meridian reconstruction was complete. Why, young court chief? Hearing that voice, Yuruashin's eyes narrowed in astonishment. She hurriedly turned her gaze over, only to see the cocoon shattering layer by layer. It was still emanating the aura of an otherworldly demon a moment ago, but at this very moment, it was emanating a chilling aura that seemed capable of turning an area of tens of thousands of li into an ice cavern. Who? A slim and slender figure flew up from within, getting higher and higher. Spiritual energy surrounded her and surged into her body. When the water vapor in the air came into contact with it, it immediately formed a set of clothes made of ice and snow. Under the sunlight, it shone brightly, bringing with it a bone-chilling cold. This is the perfect awakening of the Purine body? Yuruashin's body stiffened as her body trembled uncontrollably. Even though the previous court chiefs of the Glacier Plain court had managed to awaken their Purine body, they were still a long way off from reaching perfection. Legend had it that a perfectly awakened Purine body would be able to control all of the Purine body in the world, and with just a flick of her finger, she would be able to freeze a radius of 10,000 li. In terms of physical prowess, it would not pale in comparison to the innate poison body. Even the founder of the Glacier Plain court was unable to achieve such a feat. She had only barely managed to awaken her Purine body, but who could have thought that the young lady before her would actually be able to bring it to perfection? Didn't her meridians shatter, destroying all of her cultivation? What in the world was going on? It's first senior. Xingyang and the others clenched their fists in agitation. Not bad, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He had used the new meridian network diagram to reconstruct Xiaoya's meridians, and just as he had expected, not only did she recover her cultivation, she even managed to awaken her Purine body. With this, Xiaoya's cultivation had successfully advanced past Saint Nine Dan, reaching an unfathomable realm. With this, his efforts had not gone to waste. It's me. The surging spiritual energy dissipated, and the young lady appeared before everyone's eyes. She was dressed in a set of clothes made of ice, reminiscent of an ice queen. Subordinate Yuruashin pays respect to court chief. Yuruashin kneeled to the ground and kowtowed. Those who awakened their Purine body would become the court chief. This was a rule that had been passed down for generations. The young court chief had not only awakened her Purine body, but she had also reached perfection, making her the true court chief of the Glacier Plain court. Very well. Since you have acknowledged me as the court chief, allow me to announce the new rules of the Glacier Plain court. Placing her hands behind her back, Xiaoya gazed at Zhang Xian impassively and said, from today onward, Zhang Xian, Xianxia, is the greatest benefactor of the Glacier Plain court. Any disciple who encounters him will have to treat him as their teacher. Anyone who dares to defy my orders shall be expelled from the Glacier Plain court, and anyone shall have the right to punish them. Yes, Yuruashin's voice trembled. In order to awaken my unique constitution, teacher has put in a lot of effort, but you colluded with Mingshi Tang's men to hunt him down. Return to the Glacier Plain court and lock yourself in the chanting Serenity Hall to reflect on your actions. Without my orders, don't come out again. Xiaoya said coldly, also, release my mother and return her freedom. Her mother had been imprisoned by the Great Elder because she had broken the rules. Now that she had become the palace master, she possessed supreme authority. Naturally, she had to rescue her mother immediately. Yes. Yuruashin hurriedly nodded. Very well. Go and deal with it. Xiaoya waved her hand before turning to Ren Qingyuan. Pavilion Master Ren, I believe you have heard my orders as well. Zhang Xian is my teacher, and pursuing him will be equivalent to making an enemy out of the Glacier Plain Court. I beseech you to reconsider your decision. Ren Qingyuan's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. He did not think that the court chief of the Glacier Plain Court would become his student. The Glacier Plain Court, the Poison Temple, the Zhang family, the Spirit Awakener Guild, the Combat Master Hall, the Yuan clan. Every single one of them was a power that could shake the entire master-teacher continent with a stump of their feet, and yet, all of them were listening to the orders of a single person, Xianxia. He turned to the deputy sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages and asked, now that the Glacier Plain Court and the Zhang family are willing to reconcile with Xianxia, what about your Sanctum of Sages? Xianxia was conflicted. He was caught between a rock and a hard place. Compared to the Glacier Plain Court and the Zhang family, the Sanctum of Sages could be considered the weakest. However, as the #1 academy in the world, it was a place that nurtured countless experts. If he were to let this matter go just like that, how would he be able to face the rest of the world in the future? More importantly, he would not be able to answer to the elders who were injured. If I don't pursue this matter, the successive sanctum heads of the Sanctum of Sages will never forgive me. Thus, I have no choice but to fight to the death. Even if I die, I won't let my ancestors down. Xianxia gritted his teeth with determination in his eyes. He could back down, but the Sanctum of Sages could not. If others were to learn that the other party was the head of the Zhang family and his disciples were formidable, the Sanctum of Sages would not be able to uphold its dignity. Knowing what was going through Xianxia's mind, Ren Qingyuan was at a loss as to how he could persuade him otherwise. Despite being a student of the Sanctum of Sages, Zhang Xian had disobeyed the orders of the Sanctum of Sages, injuring an elder and the deputy sanctum head, and destroying countless buildings. If the Sanctum of Sages were to let this matter rest, it would truly be a disgrace to the world. Since even the head of the Zhang family wasn't a match for you, there's no way I would be a match for you. Xianxia, I have brought the deputy sanctum head token with me. If you can withstand a single blow from me, our Sanctum of Sages will let this matter rest. Having made up his mind, Xianxia flew over and gazed at Zhang Xian. Deputy sanctum head token? That's right. This token represents my identity, and it harnesses the wills of the experts of the Sanctum of Sages. It's an artifact that only the deputy sanctum head is qualified to wield. My cultivation is only at St. Nine Dan, so there's no way I'll be a match for you. However, with this token, I might still be able to put up a fight against you. Of course, the fact that you were able to withstand a single blow from me shows that your strength has already far surpassed the Sanctum of Sages, so there's no point in pursuing this matter anymore. The Sanctum of Sages is willing to admit defeat. Xianxia said. While the Sanctum of Sages had its own pride, there was nothing it could do against an opponent that it could not defeat. If even the deputy sanctum head token failed, it would mean that the predecessors of the Sanctum of Sages were no match for him. Even if they were to admit defeat, it would not be too shameful. Very well. Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before turning to Zhang Xian. With his current strength, he was invincible among those beneath ancient sage. No matter how powerful the deputy sanctum head token was, he should be able to withstand it with ease. That's good. Hearing that Zhang Xian had agreed to it, Xianxia flicked his finger, and a token immediately materialized before him, emanating a faint glow. Xianxia bit his finger and dripped a droplet of his blood onto the token. In an instant, the token began to heat up, and a powerful aura burst forth from it, seemingly capable of crushing the earth beneath it. The deputy sanctum head token had been forged using the wills of countless experts in the Sanctum of Sages. Even though it was not as powerful as the real deputy sanctum head token, its prowess was not to be underestimated. Don't worry. Even I am no match for him, so he should be fine. Hyung Kensei said as he gripped Sword Saint Meng's hand tightly. Go. Hong Long, under Xianxia's control, the deputy sanctum head token emitted a deafening buzz as it shot forward. Before it could even reach the deputy sanctum head token, the surrounding space had already begun shattering. In an instant, the deputy sanctum head token had exerted strength beyond that of a St. Nine Dan cultivator. Good timing. Despite the immense pressure, Zhang Xian did not panic in the slightest. Instead, with a smile, he raised his finger to defend against the attack. At this moment, Zhaoya's meridians had already been reconstructed, so there was no longer a need for her to sit on the ground anymore. Straightening her back, she looked at the token that was flying toward her, and the energy in her body began churning furiously. Just as she was about to control the surrounding space to grab the object before her, her eyes suddenly narrowed, and her body stiffened. "This is bad," Xianxia exclaimed. In the blink of an eye, he felt the energy in his body receding like a receding tide, and his spirit was being sapped away. His body swayed weakly, and he nearly fell to the ground. The energy that he had infused into Pavilion Master Mingshi Tang's body had actually reached its limit at this crucial moment, and it had vanished. Could it be that Xianxia was intending to say that the energy would only last for 10 minutes? Xianxia nearly burst into tears. Before he could even explain the situation to the unreliable Xianxia, the energy had already vanished. This was the first time he had borrowed the energy from the droplet of water, so he had no idea how long it would last. He had thought that he would at least be able to tide through the current situation if he used it casually, but who could have known that it would only last for 10 minutes, with the energy in his body. It would have been a piece of cake for him to stop the token, but now that it had disappeared, with his Saint 8 Dan primary stage cultivation, he would be smashed into meat paste before he could even touch it. Hung Long. Just as these thoughts flashed across Xianxian's mind, the token in the air had already arrived before him, crushing down on him. Jai. His bones creaked, and Xianxian felt as if his head would explode at any moment. "I guess I can only escape now." Knowing that he was powerless against the token, Xianxian took a deep breath. Just as he was about to think of a way to escape, he suddenly felt a burst of light emanating from his body. Following which, the incomparably powerful token in the air began trembling intensely. Pada, it landed right before Xianxian and crawled onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably, as if a pug that had just met its master. Xianxian was stunned for a moment before he heaved a sigh of relief. The back of his shirt was already drenched in sweat. While Xianxian was perplexed by the sight before him, Xianxia's eyes narrowed in astonishment, and his face turned ghastly pale in an instant. He didn't use any of his strength, but he was still able to make the deputy sanctum head submit to him. There's only one possibility for that to happen: the deputy sanctum head is afraid of his identity, and the deputy sanctum head is afraid to attack him. The token of the deputy hall master harnessed the will of an ancestor, and for it to be able to strike fear into his heart, could it be that he was? How could this be possible? Isn't that Feng Zi? How could it be him? His body swayed. There was only one way to directly submit to the deputy hall master, and that was to meet the real hall master. While he had known that the sanctum head would appear, he had thought that it would be Feng Zi. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that it would be Feng Zi. He had caused such a huge commotion that he had nearly destroyed the sanctum of sages. Everyone wanted nothing more than to crush him to death. Yet, at this very moment, he suddenly declared that he was the sanctum head. The strong impact almost made him explode. "Since you are the sanctum head, and the entire sanctum of sages is yours, why did you make such a huge fuss over it? What was the difference between this and tearing down his own house?" Feeling deeply stifled, Xianxia turned to look at Zhang Wuheng, and the next moment, he felt much better. No matter how ruthlessly the sanctum of sages tore down the sanctum of sages, it could not compare to the Zhang clan. That fellow even tore down his own house. What more, the sanctum of sages? Unable to hold himself back any longer, Xianxia sent a telepathic message over. "Xianxia, you are the sanctum head." Xianxia nodded. After receiving the sanctum head token, Sage Kuei had instructed him not to reveal his identity unless the 3 seals on his body were to be undone. However, since Xianxia had managed to guess his identity, it was not a violation of the rules. This was just like how Xianxia had guessed it earlier, and he had admitted to it. As expected, hearing Xianxian's confirmation, Xianxia's body swayed weakly. Despite being a mere deputy sanctum head, he had actually issued an order to hunt down the real sanctum head. He sure was brazen. It was fortunate that the other party had managed to escape back then. If he had been killed on the spot, would he not have become a sinner in the annals of history? "Xianxia, are you admitting defeat just like that?" Ren Qingyuan asked doubtfully. Seeing that Xianxia had fallen silent after tossing the token to the ground, he turned to look at Xianxia doubtfully. The might of the deputy sanctum head token had been great, but before it could even land on Xianxian, it had fallen on its own. Others might have thought that he had intentionally gone easy on Xianxia. I admit defeat. Xianxia hurriedly nodded. Xianxia, aren't you taking things too lightly? Despite saying that the two of you are irreconcilable enemies, you decided to go easy on me right from the start. Is this the dignity of your sanctum of sages? Elder Chu spat through gritted teeth. He had thought that the Glacier Plain Court and the Zhang clan would be able to hold out until the very end, but who could have thought that he would turn out to be even more spineless? Taking things too lightly? This is an internal affair of our sanctum of sages. It's not up to outsiders to interfere in it. Xianxia shook his head and kept the deputy sanctum head token. From today onward, the sanctum of sages will follow Xianxia's orders. His orders are the highest order, and anyone who dares to disobey will be expelled from the sanctum of sages, never to be recruited again. His voice resounded in the surroundings, filled with determination. This, Xianxia, even if you can't hurt him, surely you don't have to obey his orders? Why? I can't accept this. The elders who had followed behind Xianxia to capture Xianxia stared at one another in bewilderment. Even if they were no match for the other party, surely there was no need for the entire sanctum of sages to obey their orders, right? This didn't make sense at all. Do you want to know the reason? Xianxia asked. That's right. If I don't know the reason, there's no way I'll obey this order. Indeed. Even if our sanctum of sages isn't a match for him, we won't submit to anyone so easily. The elders of the sanctum of sages gritted their teeth proudly. Very well, I'll tell you the reason then. Seeing the confusion in the eyes of the crowd, Xianxia shook his head and declared, that's because Xianxia is our new sanctum head. New sanctum head? What do you mean? The crowd was taken aback. Nothing much. He's the new sanctum head acknowledged by Sage Kuei, so my deputy sanctum head token chose to submit to him instead of attacking him. As soon as he appears, the deputy sanctum head token will automatically be revoked, and it will have to obey his orders. Xianxia said. The new sanctum head of the sanctum of sages, all of the elders were dumbfounded. They were not the only ones. The head of the Zhang clan, Ren Qingyuan, and the others were also dumbfounded. They stared at Xianxia as if he was some kind of monster. The head of the Zhang clan, the teacher of the court chief of the Glacier Plain Court, and now, he had gained another identity, the sanctum head of the sanctum of sages. The three powers who had wanted nothing more than to flay Xianxia alive had actually become a force that he could control. Did things have to be so exaggerated? My son has become the sanctum head of the sanctum of sages? Sword Saint Meng and Hyung Kensei stared at one another with widened eyes. It was already a pleasant surprise that they had found their son, but who could have known that the surprises that he would bring would come wave after wave? How is this possible? Elder Chu's body swayed weakly, and he felt as if he was going to burst into tears. Elder Chu was the first person who had met Xianxia. Back then, the latter had disguised himself as Xianxia and poisoned him. His actions were completely against the rules of the master teachers, so he had reported the matter to Mingshi Tang and fanned the flames, resulting in the arrest warrant being issued. He had thought that Mingshi Tang would be doomed with so many master teachers making a move against him, but who could have known that the other party's students would turn up one after another, each stronger than the last. As long as the three powers could grit their teeth and bear with it, they would still be able to punish the other party. Yet, his true identity had been exposed, and not only had he become the head of the Zhang clan, he had even become the sanctum head of the sanctum of sages. Even the Glacier Plain Court, the only all-female sect in the master teacher continent, had become his student's sect. Given how formidable his student was, could it be that Mingshi Tang would become his subordinate in the near future? Turning around, Xianxia saw that everyone in the surroundings had stunned looks on their faces, shocked by the news before them. Ha ha ha, my son, well done. Hyung Kensei burst into laughter. Of course my son is extraordinary. Putting aside you back then, even the current you is far from being able to match up to him. Sword Saint Meng said with a smile. The more she looked at the young man before her, the more proud she felt. She had been separated from her son ever since he was young, and she had thought that he had suffered a lot. Who could have thought that the next time they met, the other party would already be the sanctum head of the sanctum of sages, and the students he taught would be even more outstanding. Almost all of the Tier 1 powers on the master teacher continent had been united by him. Right, my son, before you were even born, we already arranged a marriage for you. Thinking of these powers, Sword Saint Meng abruptly turned to Luo Qingchen and asked, Elder Qingchen, when will our son's wedding be held? I heard that your son already has a sweetheart. Isn't this going against the promise you made back then? Let's hold the wedding as soon as we get back. Luo Qingchen chuckled. As for the sweetheart of our little princess, you can ask Xianxia about it. He should know better than us. You know? Sword Saint Meng asked doubtfully. She had only heard that the little princess already had someone she liked, but Luo Qingchen did not say who it was. This? With an awkward look on his face, Xianxia scratched his head awkwardly and said, if I'm not mistaken, I should be the one she loves, you? Sword Saint Meng widened her eyes in shock. Yes. Xianxia nodded with a bitter smile. To be honest, he was also confused about this matter. The Luo clan knew that the little princess was in love with him, so they had sent Luo Xianqing to hunt him down. Then, Luo Xianqing found him, causing a huge ruckus. It was only today that Luo Xianqing found out that he was the young prodigy who was engaged to the little princess. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have gone through all this trouble. If he had just announced his identity, everyone would have been happy. When did you two hook up? Quickly tell mother. Sword Saint Meng no longer had the disposition of an expert anymore. Hook up. Can't you use a nicer word? With a bitter smile, Xianxia shook his head. There's no harm in talking about this in the future. After saying those words, he turned to Luo Qingchen and said, Elder Qingchen, since I am the young prodigy of the Zhang clan and the head of the Zhang clan, marrying the little princess of the Zhang clan is in line with the rules. She shouldn't be confined anymore, right? Of course. Luo Qingchen hurriedly nodded. He had been worried that the little princess's relationship with the Zhang clan would be affected due to her having someone she liked, but who could have thought that the person she liked would actually be the young prodigy of the Zhang clan? If that was the case, what else could he do? Putting aside pure feelings, he could even have a child with her. I'll return right now and release her. Right, when will the Zhang clan be coming over to marry her? Luo Qingchen asked as he stroked his beard. He turned to Xianxia and asked. This son-in-law of his was not just the head of the Zhang clan but also the sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages. His students controlled the Poison Temple, the Combat Master Hall, the Spirit Awakener Guild, the Glacier Plain Court, and the Yuan clan. If they were to work together, it would only be a matter of time before their Luo clan rose to greater heights. Naturally, they would not let such a formidable figure slip by, so it would be best for them to get married as soon as possible. Otherwise, if news of the matter were to spread, there would be many people who would rush to the Zhang clan to propose marriage. I'll bring him back to acknowledge his ancestors, and after that, I'll prepare a generous gift for him. Xianxia nodded. The collaboration between the Zhang and Luo clan was a huge matter. He had been worried that the two of them would be unwilling to get married, and it would only lead to discord. However, since the two of them were in love with each other, it was for the best that they could get married as soon as possible. Alright, I'll be heading back to make preparations then. Luo Qingchen chuckled heartily before leaving without any hesitation. Let's go too. Xianxia turned to Xianxia with an expectant look in his eyes. Knowing that the other party wanted him to return to the Zhang clan to acknowledge his ancestors, Xianxia hesitated for a moment before eventually nodding in agreement. Since his previous self was the young prodigy of the Zhang clan, there was nothing for him to be conflicted about. Not to mention, the parents of his previous self were decisive and magnanimous, which suited his taste very well. Wait a moment, you can't leave yet. Just as the few of them were about to leave, Elder Chu suddenly bellowed. What's wrong? Xianxia turned to look at Elder Chu. He has only resolved the problem with the three powers, but he hasn't resolved the conflict between him and our Mingshi Tang yet. Elder Chu gritted his teeth. His student, the head of the Poison Temple, Wei Ruyan, has poisoned so many Mingshi Tang experts, and guild leader Wang Ying of the Spirit Awakener Guild has enchanted so many Mingshi Tang experts. How should we deal with this? That's right. I'll have to ask the head of the Zhang clan to return the Mingshi Tang Pavilion Master token to me as well. After all, it represents the authority of Mingshi Tang. Ran Qingyuan nodded. Hearing that the other party was demanding the Pavilion Master token, Zhang Xian's face twitched a little. He turned to Wei Ruyan and said, Ruyan, neutralize the poison in these master teachers. Wang Ying, have the members of the Spirit Awakener Guild return these buildings back to their original positions. As for the Pavilion Master token, I won't be able to return it to you for the time being. You won't be able to return it to me? What do you mean by that? Ren Qingyuan frowned. Don't worry, no one will be able to tame the Pavilion Master token, and no one will be able to steal it even if it's here. You have sullied my son's innocence and caused a huge uproar in the Master Teacher Pavilion. We'll talk about it when he's reinstated as a Master Teacher. Sword Saint Ming interjected. This? Ren Qingyuan fell into deep thought. Pavilion Master Zhang, we mustn't reinstate his identity as a Master Teacher. As a Master Teacher, he has to uphold the morals of a teacher and set an example for his students. His act of impersonating Yanshi's student has already violated the rules of Mingshi Tang. Elder Chu stepped forward. But before he could finish his words, the space before him suddenly warped, and two figures abruptly appeared. One of them was an elder, and it was Yanshi. Yanshi, you came at a good time. This Zhang Xian over here has impersonated as your student, and not only so, he even disguised himself as you, Elder Chu exclaimed in excitement upon seeing that it was Yanshi. However, before he could finish his words, Yanshi had already stepped forward to stand before Zhang Xian, clasped his fist, and bowed deeply. Senior. Senior brother? Elder Chu felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. What was going on? Not only was Yanshi the strongest person in the entire Mingshi Tang headquarters, he was also the one with the highest seniority. Even he had to address him as martial uncle. Furthermore, he was a person who placed a lot of importance on rules. In his opinion, as long as he said that someone had impersonated him, he would definitely fly into a rage and teach that person a lesson. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that he would bow and address him as senior as soon as he arrived. If he is your senior brother, then wouldn't I be a generation younger? Not only him, but Ren Qingyuan also almost fell down and was on the verge of tears. His disciple was the head of the Combat Master Hall, the court chief of the Glacier Plain Court, the head of the Poison Temple, and the head of the Spirit Awakener Guild. I could still accept those, and I could barely accept the fact that he was the head of the Zhang family as well. But for Yanshi to address him as his senior. What the heck, since when did the person with the highest seniority in Mingshi Tang become your junior brother? Wouldn't that mean that all of the master teachers on the Master Teacher continent were his juniors? With a mouthful of blood in his mouth, Ren Qingyuan felt so depressed that he was about to explode. Having been the deputy pavilion master for several hundred years now, he had seen all kinds of geniuses and experts, but this was the first time he had seen such a sight. He had intended to capture Zhang Xian and force him to reveal the secret behind his rapid cultivation, but in the end, not only did he suffer such a huge blow, in the blink of an eye, Zhang Xian had even become his senior uncle, a 20-year-old martial uncle. Why does it feel so surreal? Hyung Kensei and Sword Saint Ming also glanced at one another, and they gulped down a mouthful of saliva. He had thought that the greatest shock he would receive from the son he had just acknowledged would be his incredible strength, but from the looks of it, that wasn't the case at all. What was truly driving him mad was the fact that he had become Yanshi's senior. If that was the case, wouldn't they become Yanshi's uncles? Paying no heed to the shock of the crowd, Zhang Xian turned to look at Sun Chang, who was standing behind Yanshi, and heaved a sigh of relief. Since the other party was able to appear here in one piece, it seemed that there was no problem. Young master, I thought I would never see you again. Upon seeing him, Sun Chang hurried forward and wept bitterly. The past day or so was probably the most fearful period of his life. Hearing Yanshi say that the other party was not his old master, he finally realized that he had been living a lie all this while. The confidence he had built up in his mind crumbled, and he nearly collapsed on the spot. In a daze, he was brought to the headquarters of the Mingshi Tang School, and under the guidance of several 9-stars master teachers, his cultivation went berserk. He thought that he was doomed, but who could have thought that Yanshi would return? This time, Yanshi's attitude was much more amiable than before. He didn't seem to be as authoritative as before, and he even told Zhang Xian that he had made a mistake and that the young master was actually his senior. In the blink of an eye, he had risen from the bottom of the valley to the sky. The ups and downs of life were truly too exciting. If not for the fact that they were in the Mingshi Tang, they would have suspected that they were looking at a fake Yanshi. Cultivate well in the future. Seeing that this fool seemed to have gained a little more weight, Xianxia ignored his excitement and waved his hand. Yes. Sun Chang hurriedly nodded. Xingyang, I'll leave Sun Chang to you for the time being. If he doesn't listen to you, use the torture tools of your combat master hall to temper him. Zhang Xian instructed. Yes, teacher. Xingyang clasped his fist and chuckled. Uncle Sun, this way please. Upon hearing that Sun Chang was going to cultivate, Sun Chang immediately lost all of his excitement. Instead, he looked listless, as if he had just lost his parents. Junior, I'll be troubling you for this trip. After assigning Sun Chang, Zhang Xian turned to Sun Chang and said courteously. There's no need to stand on ceremony. It's my honor to be of service to Senior. Xianxia hurriedly nodded. Seeing the #1 expert of the Master Teacher continent acting so courteously, the Xingming Sword Saints were astonished once more. You're too polite. Knowing that the other party knew that he was a celestial Master Teacher, no matter how courteous the other party was, it didn't mean anything to him. Thus, Zhang Xian didn't say anything. Instead, he gestured for Xianxia to keep a low profile. Only then did Xianxia recover from his shock, and his face reddened in embarrassment. He turned to look at Xiaoya with a look of disbelief on his face, and he clicked his tongue in wonder. Senior, you are indeed a man of extraordinary means. It has only been a short period of time, but Miss Zhao has already recovered to her peak condition, and her cultivation has even advanced a step further. He had personally checked on Xiaoya's condition, and he had found that her meridians had been completely shattered. Given his capabilities, it was impossible for him to treat her. Yet, his senior had actually managed to heal her within just 2 hours. As expected of a celestial master teacher, his means were truly inconceivable. Hearing Yangshir's words, Zhang Xian nodded. At this moment, he suddenly recalled Ren Qingyuan's question, and he turned to him and said, Pavilion Master Ren, it's not that I don't wish to return the Pavilion Master Seal to you, but, just as he was about to say that he had already tamed the Pavilion Master Seal, Yangshir suddenly spoke up, I was the one who asked Senior to hold on to the Pavilion Master Seal for the time being. Ren Qingyuan, you have acted recklessly this time, causing the Mingshi Tang to be embroiled in public opinion. This is a huge mistake in itself. If you continue holding on to the Pavilion Master Seal, it will only tarnish the reputation of the Mingshi Tang. Given his strength and standing, he won't allow the Pavilion Master Seal to be damaged. Yes, not daring to say anything more, Ren Qingyuan could only shake his head. Then, he turned to the elders and said, let's go. Who could have thought that they would end up returning in such a manner? Hold it for a moment. Barely after taking a few steps, they suddenly saw the members of the Combat Master Hall surrounding them. Progeny of combat, what do you mean? Ren Qingyuan turned to look at them. It's nothing much. Your matter might have been resolved, but my teacher's matter still hasn't been resolved yet. You accused teacher of being a criminal for no reason. You wanted to capture and arrest him, and even tried to kill him. If we didn't come quickly, I'm afraid he would have been killed. Not only did you tarnish my teacher's reputation, you even tried to kill him. Aren't you letting him off too easily? The spear in Jing Yang's hand emitted a shrill hum. My teacher is benevolent and righteous. Just because he released your men from the Mingshi Tang doesn't mean that we'll be lenient. If you don't give us an explanation today, you can just stay here forever. Wei Ruyan stepped forward as poison aura billowed from her body. The Mingshi Tang was willing to let go of the matter regarding the reconciliation between the three powers and Zhang Xian, but as the leader of the Mingshi Tang Empire, the leader of the Master Teacher continent, how could they allow him to leave without giving them an explanation? How could they let him off so easily? They didn't want their teacher to be cursed by others all the time. Since they were here to seek justice for their teacher, they should pummel them until they were afraid of the consequences. Otherwise, what would they do if they were to repeat the same mistake in the future? Voila, following the words of the duo, Xiaoya, Wang Ying, Lu Chong, and the others also stepped forward to surround Zhang Xian once more. With overwhelming auras, it seemed as if they would cut down the leader of the Mingshi Tang Empire if he didn't give them a satisfactory answer. This, Ren Qingyuan's face twitched, and his body trembled uncontrollably, but he found himself at a loss for words. When had the headquarters of the Mingshi Tang Empire ever been forced into such a corner? What do you want? One of the 9 stars master teachers. bellowed. Nothing much. Just apologize. Spread the news to all of the Mingshi Tang Empire. Also, compensate them with several dozen million pinnacle spirit stones, and we'll let this matter rest. Yuan Tao said. Tens of millions of pinnacle spirit stones? This is daylight robbery. The 9-star master teacher nearly exploded on the spot. The other 9-star master teachers also glared at Yuan Tao furiously. Pinnacle spirit stones were extremely rare, and even the Mingshi Tang headquarters would not be able to take out tens of millions of them in a single go. Yet, Yuan Tao was spouting nonsense. Daylight robbery? How can that be possible? We are all reasonable people, and we would never do such a thing. Chuckling coldly, Yuan Tao turned around and said, Elders of the Yuan clan, friends from the Combat Master Hall, experts from the Poison Temple, seniors, and juniors, if they really can't take out the pinnacle spirit stones, I suggest that they hand over their storage rings as compensation. There's no need to strip them of their clothes. Even though the master teacher robes they are wearing are custom-made by the headquarters and are worth a lot of money, after all, we are reasonable people, not robbers. Hearing those words, the Mingshi Tang headquarters nearly fainted on the spot. You call this not robbery? This is even worse than robbery. Unable to hold himself back any longer, Ren Qingyuan turned to the young man before him and asked, Xianxia, is this your idea? Stop fooling around. Seeing how mischievous his disciples were, Zhang Xian waved his hands helplessly and said, Junior Qingyuan, my disciples are mischievous by nature. Pardon us for our insolence. Junior Qingyuan? Ren Qingyuan's body swayed weakly. Those storage rings and the like are just a joke. However, they are right. I, Zhang Xian, have always been an upright person, a man of great virtue and foresight, a man who sacrifices himself for the sake of the world. As expected of Buduan, I'm a man of integrity. Even if I can't say that I'm a man of indomitable spirit, I have a clear conscience. I reflect on myself every single day and flaunt myself in accordance with the rules of the master teachers. I have never done anything that goes against my morals as a master teacher, and yet, you are accusing me of breaking the rules and arresting me. If I were to allow you to lead just like that, I fear that I will disappoint the self-proclaimed master teachers of the world. Zhang Xian said with his hands behind his back. Fine, it's my fault this time. I'm willing to accept the punishment. Tell me, as long as I, Mingshi Tang, can afford it, I will not refuse. Even though Ren Qingyuan was furious, he knew that the other party was right. He clasped his fists and lowered his head. There's no need to talk about compensation. I'm a person who loves to study and research. When Mingshi Tang ruled over the world, countless cultivation technique manuals emerged from his body. As such, I've been looking forward to hearing about them for a long time. If Mingshi Tang can make a copy of all the cultivation technique manuals from Dimension Sundering Realm to Ancient Sage, I'll be eternally grateful. Zhang Xian. To him, no amount of compensation could compare to cultivation techniques and secret manuals. Only with these would he be able to compile the Heaven's Path divine art, allowing his fighting prowess to soar. Mingshi Tang's cultivation technique is a top secret. It's impossible for me to give it away so easily. Please change your condition. Ren Qingyuan waved his hand. The reason why Mingshi Tang was able to stand at the top of the master teacher continent was due to the fact that most of the top-notch cultivation technique manuals couldn't be imparted to outsiders without top-notch talent and a good disposition. Not to mention, many of the cultivation techniques were simply too formidable. Without the guidance of a master teacher, not only would one be unable to cultivate them, one could even easily go berserk. Even a 9-star master teacher would have to look through the notes of their predecessors to learn them. I don't want cultivation techniques that are too profound and confidential. As long as you are willing to divulge them to others, the more the better. Zhang Xian. Even though master teachers were renowned throughout the world for their teachings, not just anyone could impart core cultivation technique manuals to them. Cultivation techniques couldn't be imparted easily. Back then, Kongshur had 3,000 students, and 72 of them had reached the master teacher continent. Not every single one of them cultivated the same cultivation technique. Zhang Xian, Wang Ying, Xingyang, Xiaoya, and the others cultivated different cultivation techniques as well. From the very start, they were taught separately, and only the most fundamental content would be taught together. Hearing that Xianxia didn't want cultivation technique manuals that were too confidential, Ren Qingyuan hesitated for a moment before nodding. That's fine too. However, there are only Saint 8 Dan and 9 Dan cultivation technique manuals. Beyond those realms, everyone's path is different, so there aren't any cultivation techniques that we can use as reference. Furthermore, they are all sealed in Mingshi Tang's Celestial Compendium. If you wish to browse through them, you will have to enter the Celestial Compendium personally. Hearing those words, Xianxia turned his gaze toward Saint Xing, and seeing that the latter was nodding his head, it seemed like he was telling the truth. With a helpless look on his face, he said, "All right then. We have quite a few Saint 8 Dan cultivation technique manuals with us, so we can pass them to you right now. However, 9 Dan cultivation technique manuals will have to be copied after we return to Mingshi Tang's headquarters," Ren Qingyuan said. Since Mingshi Tang had agreed to it, given their standing, there was no way they would go back on their word. Thus, Xianxia nodded. "Everyone, please pass me a copy of all the Saint 8 Dan cultivation technique manuals you have in your possession." Seeing that Xianxia had agreed to it, Ren Qingyuan turned around and instructed. Yes. The 9-star master teachers swiftly took out their cultivation technique manuals, and in the end, they managed to find several thousand of them. Passing the books over, Ren Qingyuan flung his sleeves and said, "Xianxia, I have made a mistake in today's matter. After I return, I'll resign from my position as the deputy pavilion master. I'll take this as an apology." This time, Mingshi Tang had gotten himself into a huge mess. If he wanted to redeem his dignity and reputation, he would have to announce it to the world and push all the blame onto himself. With such a huge crime on him, there was no way he could keep his position as the deputy pavilion master. Rather than being criticized by others, he might as well resign from his position. Farewell. After saying those words, Xianxia bowed deeply to Xianxia before leaving with the others. Not expecting Xianxia to resign from his position as the deputy pavilion master, Xianxia shook his head helplessly. Then, he turned to Xianxia and asked, "Junior," he had never told Xianxia that he was going to keep the pavilion master seal with him, so why was the other party speaking up for him? A celestial master teacher is able to tame the pavilion master seal easily. If you are unwilling to hand it over, it means that you have already tamed it and turned it into a droplet, right? Xianxia sent a telepathic message over. Xianxia nodded. From the looks of it, it seemed like Xianxia was aware of the matter. Once one has tamed the pavilion master seal, one will wield strength invincible against those beneath ancient sage. Senior, do you think that it doesn't matter whether you reveal your identity as a celestial master teacher or not? Xianxia asked telepathically. Xianxia nodded before turning to Xianxia with a perplexed look. Why? The reason why Xianxia dared not admit that he was a celestial master teacher was because his cultivation was too low. He was afraid that the otherworldly demonic tribe would launch an ambush against him. However, as long as he assimilated the pavilion master seal and fused with the droplet, he would wield strength invincible against those beneath ancient sage. Even if he were to say that he had assimilated the pavilion master seal, there was no reason for him to hide it. To tell you the truth, the otherworldly demonic emperor has already arrived on the master teacher continent. Xianxia said grimly. If I'm not mistaken, it's very likely that he has learned something. If the news of him becoming a celestial master teacher were to leak, he would be in great danger. Danger? How powerful is the otherworldly demonic emperor? Xianxia asked. If he was already invincible against those beneath ancient sage, why should he be worried? His cultivation has already reached. Xianxia's face turned grim. Ancient sage. Ancient sage? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Didn't you say that it's impossible to achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage? Previously, Xianxia had said that it was extremely difficult to achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage. Even he had been stuck at his current level, unable to advance any further. All he could do was wander the world in search of fortuitous encounters. Since that was the case, how could the otherworldly demon emperor possibly be so powerful? My estimation of his strength as an ancient sage is still the most conservative estimate. Most likely, his cultivation is even higher than that. Seeing the confusion in Xianxia's eyes, Xianxia nodded grimly. It's true that it's difficult to achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage on the master-teacher continent, but the constitution of the otherworldly demonic tribe is completely different from that of humans. As such, the method they use to achieve a breakthrough is different as well. I'm not too sure whether they can achieve a breakthrough or not, but there's no doubt that the otherworldly demon emperor didn't achieve a breakthrough in the recent 10,000 years. What do you mean? Xianxian was perplexed. If the otherworldly demon emperor did not achieve a breakthrough in the recent 10,000 years, could it be that the otherworldly demon emperor had already reached ancient sage 10,000 years ago? Surely not. While ancient sages were powerful existences, their lifespan was not unlimited. Otherwise, Xianxia and his disciples would not have disappeared without a trace. In fact, I suspect that the otherworldly demon emperor is actually the one who fought with Xianxia back then. Xianxia said with narrowed eyes. The one who fought with Xianxia? This. It has been several dozen thousand years since Xianxia left the master-teacher continent. Xianxian was astonished. It had been several dozen thousand years since Xianxia left the master-teacher continent. Could the otherworldly demon emperor whom he fought with still be alive? The lifespan of the otherworldly demonic tribe is extremely long, and it's possible that they possess some kind of secret art to manipulate time as well. It shouldn't be too difficult for them to hibernate for several thousand years, Xianxia explained. In fact, there are quite a few powerhouses on the master-teacher continent who have managed to survive through this method as well. Xianxian's heart jolted furiously upon hearing those words. He had thought that the only option for both cultivators and otherworldly demons was death. Who could have thought that there was such a secret art to it? Vicious was the existence who had fought with Xianxia back then, and he had come back to life after several dozen thousand years. The standing of an otherworldly demon emperor could only be said to be superior to that of Vicious, so it was only natural that he would have a way to survive. It's likely that the otherworldly demon emperor has infiltrated the master-teacher continent in order to obtain the great codex of spring and autumn. As for where the otherworldly demon emperor is hiding, even the master-teacher pavilion has no idea. Therefore, it was better to be careful. A celestial master-teacher only appears once every several dozen millenniums. If the celestial master-teacher were to learn of this matter and rush over, we won't be able to stop him with our current strength. Xianxia asked worriedly. Yes. Xianxian nodded. He had already concealed his identity as a celestial master-teacher for so long, so it was only right for him to conceal it a little longer. It was just that he didn't expect the otherworldly demon emperor to be so powerful. If that young man is really that formidable, why didn't the ancient sages charge in and reclaim the master-teacher continent? There was no Xianxia in this world anymore, and his disciples were gone as well. The otherworldly demon emperor was already an ancient sage expert, so it was only natural that he would lead the otherworldly demons back to the master-teacher continent. The otherworldly demon emperor has charged into the master-teacher continent many times, but they have suffered greatly. Otherwise, the Mingshi Tang and the Combat Master Hall wouldn't be in a constant state of war, Xianxia explained. Furthermore, while there is no one on the master-teacher continent who has been able to achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage, that doesn't mean that there are no ancient sages around. This? Xianxian blinked his eyes in bewilderment. If there were no ancient sages around, how could there possibly be one? Didn't I say earlier? There are quite a few powerhouses on the master-teacher continent who survived through the use of temporal arts. The reason why your Zhang clan was able to become the #1 clan on the master-teacher continent, where even the Mingshi Tang had to show some respect, was because of the existence of such powerhouses. It's just that they have been in hibernation all this while, and they will only be awakened when the master-teacher continent is truly in danger. Xianxia said. The Zhang clan has an ancient sage powerhouse? Xianxian was astonished. He had thought that the strongest powerhouses in the Zhang clan were just Sword Saint Xingming and First Elder Zhang Wuheng, but who could have thought that they would have such a huge secret? Indeed. These are some of the deepest secrets of the master-teacher continent, and only true 9-stars master-teachers are qualified to know them. I hope that you won't tell anyone else about it, Xianxia clasped his fist and said. Don't worry, I know what to do. Xianxian replied. Most of the ancient sages on the master-teacher continent are in hibernation. Every time they engage in a battle, their lifespan will be reduced by a notch. As such, it's impossible to awaken them to protect you at all times. Thus, it's best that you don't reveal the matter of the celestial master teacher yet. Otherwise, who knows what form the otherworldly demonic emperor will take, where he will appear, and what unforeseen dangers he could pose. At this point, Xianxia paused for a brief moment before continuing earnestly, any one of us can afford to die, but you, senior, can't. You are a celestial master teacher, an existence on par with Xianxia. Whether or not humanity will be able to rise once more and create a new era of ancient sages depends on you. Xianxian's heart jolted in astonishment. He did not think that the young man before him would view him so highly. I understand now. Knowing the young man's expectations, Xianxia nodded. At the same time, he felt relieved. It was fortunate that he had kept a low profile, so he did not reveal the matter of the celestial master teacher. Otherwise, the otherworldly demonic emperor would have long coveted him, and he would not even know how he died. Junior, you said that the otherworldly demonic emperor is here for the great codex of spring and autumn. What's going on? Xianxian turned to Xianxian once more. It was said that the great codex of spring and autumn was an unparalleled secret manual left behind by Xianxia, and it possessed the ability to peer into the heavens. The celestial amulet of legacy that the Qingtian Emperor clan was searching for was related to it. The Great Codex of Legacy is an unparalleled secret manual left behind by Xianxia, and it possesses the ability to alter the seasons and time. After Xianxia left the Master Teacher continent, he placed it in the Temple of Confucius in Xufu. However, no one knows the exact location of the Temple of Confucius. Legend has it that only by gathering the celestial amulet of legacy will one be able to enter the Temple of Confucius and find the Great Codex of Legacy. However, a year ago, for some unknown reason, a spatial fluctuation occurred in Xufu, and someone seemed to have vaguely seen the Temple of Confucius. As soon as the news spread, the entire Master Teacher continent was sent into an uproar. The Mingshi Tang quickly sealed off the news, but the otherworldly demonic tribe still managed to find out about it. The Great Codex of Spring and Autumn is an unparalleled treasure. If humans were to obtain it, their fighting prowess would soar significantly. On the other hand, if the otherworldly demonic tribe were to obtain it, there's a good chance that they would be able to break free from their seal and return to the human world. Xianxia said grimly. Since the Great Codex of Legacy was forged by Xianxia, why didn't he hand it over to the Mingshi Tang for safekeeping? Why did he seal it and place it in the Temple of Confucius? Xianxian was perplexed. Naturally, the Great Codex of Legacy was forged by Xianxia to benefit mankind. Why would he place it in the Temple of Confucius instead? I'm not too sure about the exact reason. I'll have to enter the Temple of Confucius to find out. Xianxia said. Anything that involved Xianxia was no longer something that a person of his level could comprehend. Besides, even if the heritage of the Mingshi Tang school was rigorous, it had already been several tens of thousands of years since then. No matter how much he said, it would only be a wild guess. Master teachers had to be careful with their words and actions. Since he was uncertain about the matter, it did not matter whether he said it or not. Seeing that the other party was indeed uncertain, Xianxian decided not to pursue the matter any further. Xianxia, it's all thanks to your guidance that we were able to reunite with Xian'er. We would like to bring him back to the Zhang clan to acknowledge our ancestors. May I know if you would be willing to accompany us? The two of them chatted for a while longer before Hyung Kensei walked up to them. I happen to be heading over as well. Why don't we go together? Xianxia nodded. Alright then. Seeing that Xianxia was intending to head over as well, Hyung Kensei heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to Xianxian and said, let's head to the Glacier Plain Court first and take the teleportation formation to the Mingshi Tang School headquarters before heading back to the Zhang clan. There's no need to go through so much trouble. If we want to return to the Zhang clan, we can just set up a teleportation formation. Xianxian chuckled softly. Even though the power of the water droplet had dissipated, his cultivation had already reached Dimension Sundering Realm primary stage. On top of that, he had Xianxia and the Xingming Sword Saints as his parents, so it should not be too difficult for him to set up another teleportation formation. In any case, he had been to the Zhang clan once, so he was extremely familiar with its location. That would be for the best. Hearing those words, the crowd suddenly recalled that the young man before them possessed the ability to set up teleportation formations casually, and they nodded in agreement. I'll make arrangements for my students first. Since he had already made up his mind to return to the Zhang clan, Xianxia walked up to Xiaoya, Xingyang, and the others. Teacher, unable to hold back the longing in their hearts, they quickly gathered around Xianxia with agitation in their eyes. If not for their teacher, they might still be stuck in a small place like the Tianqian kingdom. They would never have become the powerful figures they were now, able to shake the entire master-teacher continent with just a stomp of their feet. He would never forget the kindness of teaching him. What's more, the other party was both a father and a mother. He did his best to eliminate one disaster after another for them and help them find the most suitable home. Not bad. Looking at the familiar faces in front of him, Xianxia could not help but sigh. Those ignorant children who had followed him back then had all become high-ranking officials. The only thing that hadn't changed was these familiar faces. Time flew by, and one couldn't help but sigh. Xingyang, how did you improve so quickly? After lamenting for a while, Xianxia looked at the youngster not far away. Wei Ruyan possessed the innate poison body, and by awakening it, her cultivation would soar swiftly. It was the same for Xiaoya, Lu Chong, and Yuan Tao. Even though Wang Ying had improved a little, it was still within the realm of comprehension. The main reason why he was so powerful was due to his spirit enchantment art and the puppet. On the other hand, there was nothing special about Xingyang. At most, he was diligent in his cultivation. Why was he the one who improved the fastest among them? Even Ren Qingyuan had to be wary of him. Reporting to teacher, I borrowed the Hall of Spring and Autumn from Mingshi Tang's headquarters. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to advance so quickly. Xingyang scratched his head with a smile. Hall of Spring and Autumn? Xianxia was perplexed. It's a unique artifact of Mingshi Tang's headquarters. It's said to be left behind by Kongshi, and it's similar to the blood reservoir of the Zhang clan, but it's more profound. A month in the outside world is equivalent to a year in the Hall of Spring and Autumn. Given the ample resources in the Hall of Spring and Autumn, I was able to cultivate for 3 months, which is equivalent to 3 years, Xingyang said. I see, Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. It was no wonder he had undergone such a massive transformation in just a few months, such that even Xiaoya and the others were unable to catch up to him. It turned out that Mingshi Tang had such a treasure in his possession. 3 months in the outside world was equivalent to 3 years in the Hall of Spring and Autumn. On top of that, he had been groomed by the experts of the Combat Master Hall. The blood reservoir of the Zhang clan was only a cultivation of one's will, but the Hall of Spring and Autumn allowed one to enter it entirely. All of you are now powerhouses of your respective powers, so it's no longer possible for you to follow behind me like before. You should return to your own homes. My teacher is no longer in danger, so there's no need for you to follow me anymore. After chatting for a long time, Xianxia noticed that the sky had already darkened, and he couldn't help but speak up. He knew that his students were reluctant to part with him, but all good things must come to an end. They had already found their own paths, and it was about time for them to embark on their own journey instead of staying by his side. We know, but we can't bear to part with you, Xiaoya's eyes reddened. She had thought that she would be able to spend some time with her teacher, but who could have thought that they would have to separate so soon? Xiaoya, even though the reconstruction of your meridians has been completed, your foundation is still unstable. I've just written this manual, so take it and cultivate it carefully. It will be of great help to the reconstruction of your meridians and the advancement of your cultivation in the future. Xingyang, the Combat Master Hall's cultivation method is indeed effective, but you have been cultivating too quickly, resulting in some internal injuries. I have a prescription here, and you should find an expert to forge it into a pill. As long as you consume it continuously for 7 days, you should be able to resolve your internal injuries and advance your cultivation further. Wang Ying, your talent is slightly lacking compared to Xiaoya and the others, and you didn't have the fortuitous encounter that Xingyang had. Here are the cultivation techniques that I have been cultivating recently, as well as my understanding of spirit awakeners. I'll pass them all to you. As long as you cultivate them diligently, they'll be of great help to you. Lu Chong, Wei Ruyan, Yuan Tao, even after briefing every single one of his students, Xianxia was still a little worried. Thus, he left several surges of heaven's path Xianxia in each of them before heaving a sigh of relief. Even though his students had already become influential figures in the Luo clan, they were still children in his heart. They needed someone to take care of them. Teacher, since you are going to the Luo clan to propose a marriage, let's have a gathering at the Luo clan. Xingyang said with a smile. I'll prepare a gift to congratulate you then. Indeed. As your student, how can I not be present when my teacher proposes a marriage? Wei Ruyan replied with a smile. I'll be sure to be there. Xiaoye and the others nodded in agreement. Seeing the earnest looks on everyone's faces, Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly. All right then. As long as you are willing to come, there's no harm in coming. Right, I don't know where Lu Yang has gone after leaving Qingyuan City, so I'll need you all to help me look for him. Make sure that he doesn't fall into any danger. Recalling his student who had left, Zhang Xian could not help but feel a little worried. All right. The crowd nodded in agreement. While Zhang Xian was chatting with his students, the crowd from the Spirit Awakener Guild had already driven the enchanted Mingshi Tang back to where he was. At the same time, the experts from the Poison Temple had also rescued the poisoned master teachers and released them. By the time Zhang Xian parted ways with his students, the sky had already turned completely dark. Let's return. Knowing that Zhang Xian was in a bad mood, Sword Saint Meng took out a bunch of grade 9 formation flags and passed them over. Grabbing the formation flags, Zhang Xian swiftly divined the location of the Zhang clan before setting up the teleportation formation. Due to his insufficient cultivation, he had to rely on Yangshi's help to activate the formation successfully. The group vanished from the spot, and the next moment, they were already standing right outside the Zhang clan's formation. In the Luo clan, Big Brother, please let me out. I'll return right after I save him. In front of the huge seal, a girl begged. Her hair was black, and her face was flawless. Her beauty was indescribable, reminiscent of a fairy who had descended from the heavens. Standing before her was a young man in his 30s, and he was none other than Luo Xianqing. You should give up on that thought. I was allowed to use the teleportation formation to return to the Luo clan as soon as possible, but I'm afraid that you'll do something rash. Looking at his younger sister's pleading eyes, Luo Xianqing felt a little heartache. Eventually, he shook his head and said, he brought this calamity upon himself. If he can tide through it, I believe that he has the ability to marry you. If he can't, don't worry, Mingshi Tang will know what he's doing. That's good. Hearing her brother's words, the young lady heaved a sigh of relief. As long as his life isn't in danger, I believe that he'll be able to tide through the crisis. I really don't know what kind of potion that lad fed you. Seeing the infatuated look on his younger sister's face, Luo Xianqing could not help but shake his head. He had interacted with Zhang Xian for a very long time, and he knew him well. Even though the latter had some means up his sleeves, it was unlikely that he would stand a chance against a colossus like Mingshi Tang. In Luo Xuanqing's view, even if there was no danger this time around, he would still suffer greatly. He really could not understand why his younger sister was so confident in him. It's not a potion, but I trust him, the young lady said. What's the point of trusting him? It's not like you don't know the determination of the Zhang clan. You should also know that you'll have to marry the young prodigy of the Zhang clan. It's impossible for you to marry him. Luo Xianqing sighed deeply, not knowing how he should persuade his younger sister otherwise. The deeper his younger sister's feelings for that fellow, the more disappointed she would be. This was because the decision made by the Zhang clan and the Luo clan involved Mingshi Tang, the celestial amulet of legacy, and the great codex of spring and autumn. I know. I also know that it's impossible for me to be with him, but it's enough as long as I know that he's safe, the young lady replied calmly. Sigh. Luo Xianqing wanted to say something to his sister, but when he saw her expression, he finally stopped. Ever since she was young, she had always been alone. Now that she finally found someone she liked. Even if they really couldn't be together, it was good to have a short period of happiness. Young master, little princess, just as Zhang Xian was grieving for his younger sister, an anxious shout sounded. Following which, a figure rushed over hurriedly. Elder Xianxia, how is it? Luo Xuanqing's eyes lit up as he asked anxiously. It was none other than the expert from the Luo clan who had threatened Xianxia back in Qingyuan City, Luo Qingxin. At this moment, he was filled with excitement, and his face was completely red. It was as if he had heard some news, and even now, he did not dare to believe it. Young master asked me to inquire about the situation in the Empire Alliance. I've just received the news. Xianxia was discovered by many experts of Mingshi Tang and had nowhere to run. He had no choice but to surrender, but unexpectedly, his students showed up. Luo Qingxin hurriedly said. His student? Are you talking about Wang Ying and the others? The sealed little princess asked anxiously. Yes. The first one to arrive was the head of the Poison Temple, followed by a massive soul oracle and the leader of the Spirit Awakener Guild. Luo Qingxin gulped down a mouthful of saliva as he recounted the news that he had received. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Even though he had already seen the news once, he still found it hard to believe what he had just heard. That brat. His students have become the head of the Poison Temple, the leader of the Spirit Awakener Guild, the head of the Combat Master Hall, and the head of the Yuan clan. Luo Xianqing widened his eyes in shock. Not a single one of those powers was weaker than the Luo clan. Yet, all of them were actually his students. Wasn't he only a phantasmal space realm cultivator? How in the world did he manage to groom such formidable students? Indeed. Not only so, the Xingming Sword Saints of the Zhang clan are here as well, Luo Qingxin continued. I fought with him, and after Sword Saint Xing admitted defeat, he said, what did he say? Seeing that Luo Qingxin was unable to utter a single word, Luo Xianqing frowned. He said that Xianxia is actually his son, the young prodigy who has been missing all this while. Luo Qingxin spat through gritted teeth. Fearing that he might have made a mistake, he had read through the news at least 8 times, but even so, he still found it hard to believe that it was a fantasy. It had not been easy for the little princess to find someone she liked, and she had thought that she would be torn apart. Who could have thought that it would turn out to be the person whom she was engaged to? What did you say? Luo Xianqing was stunned. The body of the sealed little princess also stiffened, and with a quivering voice, she asked, you said that Xianxia is the young prodigy? That's right. I have confirmed this news several times, and there's no mistake about it. It's said that the first elder has already rushed back after learning of this matter. It won't be long before the entire Zhang clan hears of this matter. Luo Qingxin nodded in agitation. As an old servant of the little princess, he had taken care of her from a young age, so he knew her personality well. It was due to his concern for her that he had gone to look for Zhang Xian behind her back to teach the other party a lesson. Now that he knew that the little princess would be able to be together with the other party, the excitement in his heart was no less than that of the duo before him. This fellow is actually the young prodigy. Luo Xianqing exclaimed in agitation as he punched the air in front of him. The person whom he hated the most was the young prodigy who was going to marry his younger sister, but now that he was together with Zhang Xian, for some reason, he felt that he had accepted it instead. The reason why he hated the young prodigy was because he was afraid that his younger sister wouldn't like him. But now that the latter had given her heart to the young prodigy, and the young prodigy was deeply in love with the young prodigy as well, it could be said that they were a match made in heaven. As the elder brother, he could only rejoice. Xianxia, after confirming that the young prodigy was the one whom she was engaged to, the worry and conflict that the little princess had been feeling over the past few days vanished without a trace. Unable to hold it in any longer, tears began flowing down her cheeks. With the engagement, they would be able to be together openly. There was no need for them to be afraid of anything anymore. What's his attitude when he finds out that he's the young prodigy of the Zhang clan? Suddenly recalling something, Luo Xianqing turned to look at Luo Qingxin nervously. Of course he's overjoyed. He seems to have made an agreement with the first elder that as soon as he returns to the Zhang clan, he'll come over to propose marriage. Luo Qingxin said. He's coming over to propose marriage? The little princess clenched her fists tightly as her flawless face reddened in embarrassment. However, deep anticipation could be seen in her eyes. I'll be waiting, I'm so stuck that I'm about to die. Please console me. Xianyuan Empire. Even though Xianyuan Empire didn't stand out among the other empires, it was filled with talented individuals. As a result, it was able to develop swiftly. In just half a year, it had already become an outstanding Tier 2 empire. Even the League of Nations couldn't match up to it. Empress Mou sat on her throne and surveyed her surroundings. She exuded a strong sense of majesty. Speak, didn't you have a lot of opinions in the past? Why aren't you saying anything today? Your Majesty, you mustn't act recklessly. This is the decision of the Mingshi Tang Empire. If we were to support Xianxia, it would be equivalent to going against the Mingshi Tang Empire. I fear that the empire that we worked so hard to raise will revert back to its original state. An official stepped forward and spoke with gritted teeth. I don't agree with Minister Chen's view. Without Xianxia, our Xianyuan kingdom wouldn't have been able to become an empire. If we were to remain silent when our benefactor was insulted, how would we have the face to establish an empire? Another official stepped forward. I agree with Censor Li's view. We can ignore the other master teachers because we don't understand them. However, Xianxia has put in so much effort for the promotion of Xianyuan kingdom. We mustn't stand by idly. Given our strength, what can we do if we don't stand by idly? You should know that this is the decision of the head of the Mingshi Tang Empire. Even if we can't do anything, I don't want others to think that our Xianyuan Empire has forgotten its roots and its benefactor. Repaying a debt of gratitude isn't the same as flying into a flame. You are being unreasonable. Enough. Looking at the chaos below, Empress Mou abruptly stood up. Xianxia must be saved. This is my bottom line. Censor Li, use my name to write a report to inform all those who have been indebted to Xianxia to join hands and report this matter to the heavens. So what if it's the head of the Mingshi Tang Empire? We can't guarantee that we will do the right thing every time, and we can't guarantee that we won't disregard the will of the people. Yes. Hearing the decision of the Empress, the arguing officials dared not speak anymore and lowered their heads. Your Majesty. Just as Mou was about to write a report, an armored general rushed in and reported, this is a new piece of news. Xianxia. Xianxia is fine. Are you okay? Mou hurriedly took the letter from the other party and opened it. Soon, she finished reading through it, and her face flushed red in disbelief. Xianxia is actually the head of the super first-rate family, the Zhang family? Xiaoya is the court lord of the Glacier Plain Court. Even acting hall master Ren Qingyuan is no match for her? That last Wang Ying had become the leader of the Spirit Awakener Guild? Xing Yang has become the head of the Combat Master Hall, that fatty Yuan Tao has become the head of the Yuan clan, and that child, Lu Chong, has also become a great Grandmaster Soul Oracle, capable of fighting on par with 9 stars master teachers? If I didn't become the emperor and followed closely behind him, would I have already become one of the strongest experts in the continent? Mou's body stiffened, and she was at a loss for words. Xiaoya, Wang Ying, Xing Yang, and the others had been far weaker than her at the start, but in less than a year, they had actually become the powerhouses of the continent. He knew that with Xianxia's talent, he was bound to soar through the 9 heavens. But who could have thought that the other party's disciples would also become top-notch experts one after another, becoming existences whom he could only look up to? It's a pity that I've already missed my opportunity. Disappointment filled her eyes. She had thought that becoming the emperor of Xianyuan kingdom was already a huge leap for her, but at this moment, she realized that the title of emperor was nothing more than an obedient student of Xianxia. It seems like this continent will belong to Xianxia in the future. Shaking her head, Mou tossed aside the disappointment in her heart and sighed deeply. Amidst a mountain range, a young lady was seated cross-legged on a protruding boulder by a mountain stream with a worried look in her eyes. She was Princess Yu Feier, who had parted ways with Zhang Xian back then. After leaving Qingyuan City, Yu Feier had acknowledged 9 stars. Master teacher Ji Ruochen as her teacher, and she was currently cultivating. Junior, this is a message that our teacher has just sent over. A figure flew over from the sky and passed a letter to Yu Feier. Yu Feier hurriedly tore open the letter, and upon taking a look, her body immediately froze. He's the young prodigy of the Zhang clan. Doesn't that mean that, indeed, that Zhang Xian is indeed a genius? Not only has his cultivation improved swiftly, each of his disciples is even more outstanding than the last. Even our teacher is full of admiration for him, praising him endlessly, the figure remarked. It won't be long before his name spreads throughout the continent. Indeed, Yu Feier fell into a daze. Jiang clan. You're saying that not only did that Zhang Xian fend off the pursuit of the Mingshi Tang clan single-handedly, he even became the head of the Zhang clan, and all of his disciples are powerful beyond compare? A middle-aged man abruptly turned around with widened eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. Yes. Prepare a generous gift and pay a visit to the Zhang clan now. There's no need for that. Isn't he going to the Luo clan to propose marriage? Let's just head to the Luo clan and send our gifts to them, wishing them a blissful marriage. No, I'll go personally. The middle-aged man waved his hands grandly. Mu clan. Mu Yuan was kneeling outside the residence, not moving at all. In order to return to the clan, he had been kneeling here for 10 days straight. However, no one paid him any heed. He had run over to the butler to plead with him, but he was still unmoved. Back then, as the prodigy of the Mu clan, he didn't receive such treatment. However, he knew that he was in the wrong back then. As long as he could return to the clan, he was willing to endure any longer, let alone 10 days. Suppressing the weakness in his body, Mu Yuan gritted his teeth tightly. Jia, just as they were about to reach their limits, the door suddenly opened, and the clan chief, who had been nowhere to be seen before, rushed out. Get up. The clan head walked up to Mu Yuan, helped him up, and fed him a pill. As soon as the pill entered his throat, Mu Yuan immediately felt a surge of energy in his body. All of his fatigue vanished in the blink of an eye. This is a grade 9 pill? Mu Yuan widened his eyes in shock. Back when he was still a prodigy, he wasn't even qualified to consume a grade 9 pill. Why would he be fed one right after leaving the clan for so long? Mu Yuan, I have seen what you have been through over the past few years. Since you are indebted to Xianxia and are acquainted with him, I'll allow you to return to the clan right now, and I'll bestow upon you the identity of an elder. Xianxia is going to the Luo clan to propose a marriage, so you'll be representing the Mu clan to deliver the congratulatory gift. The clan head said with a smile. Xianxia? Which Xianxia? Mu Yuan was stunned. Of course, it's Zhang Xian. Xianxia, the young prodigy of the Zhang clan, the head of the clan head replied with a smile. Xianxia has become the head of the Zhang clan? And the young prodigy at that? Mu Yuan was stunned. It was only at this moment that he finally understood why the clan head was so agitated to have him acknowledge his ancestors. It was because he was acquainted with Xianxia. It was Xianxia who had changed his fate. The same scene played out in countless top powers across the master-teacher continent. In any case, the master-teacher continent was filled with a single name. Everyone knew of a master-teacher known as Zhang Xian. The master-teacher continent trembled in fear. I'm home. Hyung Kensei looked at the renovated buildings and palaces before him with a smile. Looking at the Zhang clan once more, Zhang Xian's feelings were completely different from before. When he first arrived a few days ago, he had wanted to teach the young prodigy a lesson and teach the Zhang clan a lesson. However, upon learning that the young prodigy was actually his own clan, he couldn't help but feel deeply moved. If I had found you earlier, we wouldn't have caused such a huge ruckus. Recalling the tragic sight that he had seen when he first arrived, Hyung Kensei could not help but shake his head. If he had acknowledged Zhang Xian as his son in advance, he would not have caused such a huge ruckus. It's good for him to cause a ruckus. Otherwise, those people from your Zhang clan will always think that I'm the #1 expert in the world. I really can't stand it. Let Xian'er cause a ruckus and let them know that compared to my son, no matter how much cultivation resources they have, they are still nothing but fools. Sword Saint Meng harumphed coldly. Hearing his wife's words, Hyung Kensei did not know how to refute her. Thus, he could only shake his head bitterly and say, you're right. With Hyung Kensei leading the way, there was no obstruction along the way. It did not take long for them to return to the main hall where the elders had discussed their affairs. A few days ago, Zhang Xian had fought with First Elder Zhang Wuhing here, destroying many of the buildings in the area. At this moment, the buildings had already been repaired, and they looked exactly the same as before. There was not the slightest sign of collapse. Your mother has caused a ruckus in the Zhang clan several times, tearing down several buildings. As such, the Zhang clan has left behind a group of landscapers who specialize in construction. Noticing Zhang Xian's doubtful expression, Hyung Kensei sent a telepathic message warily. Hearing that his mother was the king of destruction as well, Xianxia's lips twitched a little. To be honest, it was not intentional for him to destroy the buildings. It was just a coincidence that he had no choice but to do so. Welcome back to the deputy clan head and the young prodigy. As soon as Xianxian entered the main hall, he heard a series of voices echoing in the air. Raising his head to take a look, he saw that the room was already filled with people. They were the elders of the Zhang clan. Xianxia nodded. Together with Yangshi, Xianxian, and the others, they walked into the room and sat on the main seats. Under normal circumstances, given Yangshi's standing, he should have been seated in the best seat. However, he was Xianxian's junior, and Xianxian was the junior of the Xingming Sword Saints. As such, he could only sit at the very back. Xianxian is the young prodigy of our clan who has been missing for 20 years. Since he's back today, I'll have to trouble you all to prepare the items and procedures for paying respects to our ancestors. Tomorrow morning, we'll acknowledge our ancestors and ascend to the position of the clan head. Xianxia looked around. Confirm the position of patriarch? Does the acting patriarch mean that the position of patriarch will be handed over to the young prodigy tomorrow? Isn't this a little too fast? The elders were taken aback. With the return of the young prodigy, it was only a matter of time before the position of the clan head was returned to him. But, wasn't this a little too hasty? He had just arrived at the Zhang clan, and he didn't know anything at all. Could he really bring the Zhang clan to a better place if he were to lead the clan? I object. A voice amid the crowd bellowed. Raising his head, Xianxian saw the first elder, Zhang Wuheng, walking out from the crowd. Upon seeing the other party, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. He had ordered the other party to return to the elder hall to receive his punishment, but who could have thought that the other party would still be here? Give me your reason. Sword Saint Xing harumphed coldly as he narrowed his eyes. It hadn't been easy for him to find his son, and he was filled with joy. Who could have thought that he would be opposed by the clan as soon as he returned? The position of the clan head of the Zhang clan has always been inherited by the person with the purest bloodline. Even though Xianxian is your son and the young prodigy of our clan, his bloodline is already undetectable. Without the bloodline of the Zhang clan, how can he possibly inherit the position of the clan head? The first elder said. His bloodline is undetectable? Without the bloodline of the Zhang clan? First elder, what's going on? The other elders were taken aback. The examination of Xianxian's bloodline had been done discreetly by Zhang Wuchen, such that there were only 2 people in the clan who were aware of it. Elder Wuchen, why don't you explain the matter to us? Zhang Wuheng said. Yes. Zhang Wuchen stepped forward and said, when Xianxia came over a few days ago, I already suspected that he was the young prodigy, so I brought him to the blood reservoir to have his bloodline tested. Very soon, he explained the matter of Xianxian entering the blood reservoir in detail. Without the bloodline of the Zhang clan, how can he possibly become the clan head when he isn't even a member of the Zhang clan? After hearing the explanation, the crowd whispered to one another in bewilderment and shock. Back then, when the young prodigy was born, he had his bloodline tested, and it had shocked the entire clan. That was how he had become the clan head. But 20 years later, he had returned without the slightest bloodline in his body. How could he possibly become the clan head? The bloodline is the symbol of the Zhang clan, and Xianxian is a member of the Zhang clan. Since the deputy clan head has confirmed it, there's no denying it. However, without the bloodline of the Zhang clan, how can he possibly become the clan head? Clan head? Zhang Wuheng clasped his fist and said, I am doing this for the sake of the clan. I hope that the deputy clan head can reconsider your decision. Xianxia's face turned livid as he flung his fist. He had thought that he would be able to inherit the position of clan head with ease after bringing his son back, but who could have thought that the first elder would actually block his path with just a single reason? There was indeed a rule in the clan that only those whose bloodline had reached a certain standard were qualified to become the clan head. Without the slightest bloodline in his son's body, it would be inappropriate for him to become the clan head. What do you think we should do then? Xianxia was so furious that he could explode at any moment, but he still suppressed his rage and looked at the first elder. Simple. We'll just have to find someone with the purest bloodline who has reached the standard to become the clan head. The first elder replied. Even my bloodline hasn't reached the standard, so who else can do it? Xianxia asked with narrowed eyes. The other party was intentionally making things difficult for him. He possessed the purest bloodline in the clan, but he still hadn't reached the standard to become the clan head. If even he couldn't do it, who else could do it? It was clear that the first elder was unwilling to appoint a clan head. Just because the deputy clan head's bloodline isn't up to the standard doesn't mean that others can't. There's already someone in the clan who has reached the standard, or perhaps even surpassed it. Zhang Wuheng chuckled. Come in. Who, following which, a silhouette slowly walked in from the door. His bloodline is completely compatible with the clan head's bloodline. In fact, he's even stronger than the young prodigy from back then. He's more than qualified to become the clan head. Zhang Wuheng waved his hand, and a unique energy shrouded the silhouette. In the next moment, a brilliant glow emanated from the silhouette. What a powerful bloodline! Everyone in the hall narrowed their eyes in astonishment. Under the radiance of the light, they could sense that the other party's bloodline far surpassed theirs. It was as if the blazing sun was blazing hot. Even Xianxia couldn't help but frown. He could also sense that the other party's bloodline was far more powerful than his. They were not even on the same level. His bloodline surpasses everyone else's, and he's qualified to become the clan head. May I know if anyone objects to my decision? Seeing that the young man had managed to subdue the crowd, Zhang Wuheng chuckled softly as he scanned his surroundings. Barely after he said those words, Xianxia suddenly spoke up. Come over here. Xianxia, what are you trying to do? You might be the young prodigy, but your bloodline is lacking, so it's no longer your place to speak. We are currently discussing the next clan head, so please shut your mouth. Seeing that Zhang Jiuxiao had interjected at this moment, Zhang Wuheng flew into a rage. But before he could finish his words, the silhouette that he had brought in hurriedly walked up to him and kneeled to the floor. Disciple Zhang Jiuxiao pays respect to teacher. The silhouette was none other than Zhang Jiuxiao. Rise. Zhang Xian stroked his disciple's head gently before raising his head once more. A thought suddenly came to his mind, and he turned to Zhang Wuheng and asked, First Elder, what did you say earlier? I didn't hear it clearly. Pooh, Zhang Wuheng's vision darkened as his body staggered weakly. He felt as if his head would explode at any moment. All he knew was that Zhang Jiuxiao was acquainted with Zhang Xian, and they had a decent relationship. Who would have thought that the other party was actually the other party's student? It wasn't easy for a top-notch genius to appear in the Combat Master Hall, and he was your student. A genius with the innate poison body appeared in the Poison Temple, and he was your student. A genius with the Purine body appeared in the Spirit Awakener Guild, and a genius with the Emperor's bloodline appeared in the Glacier Plain Court, and a genius with the Emperor's bloodline appeared in the Yuan clan as. Well, but that was all. How many years has it been since our Zhang clan produced a person with such a pure bloodline, and he was actually your student as well? Did you really take in all of the most talented individuals on the master-teacher continent as your students? Did you really have to be so exaggerated? This, Zhang Wuheng was not the only one who was frenzied. Xianxia's lips also twitched violently, and he nearly fell from his seat. Xianer, he is your student as well? Ha ha ha. Before Zhang Xian could reply, Sword Saint Meng was already laughing so hard that she could barely catch her breath. She could tell that Zhang Wuheng was out to exact vengeance, but who would have thought that the fellow with the purest bloodline she had gone through so much trouble to find would actually be her son's student? I used to be an offspring of the side family with an ordinary bloodline, such that I wasn't even qualified to practice our clan's battle techniques. It was my teacher who purified my bloodline and raised my fighting prowess significantly. Kneeling on the floor, Zhang Jiuxiao explained. Purified your bloodline? You said that your bloodline was very thin previously, and it was the young prodigy who purified your bloodline that allowed it to reach such a level? A huge commotion broke out among the elders. They had heard a little about Zhang Jiuxiao, but they didn't think that his bloodline was not innate but refined. That's right. Zhang Jiuxiao nodded. His bloodline can be purified? How did he do it? I heard that not only is the young prodigy powerful, his students are all formidable as well. The head of the Combat Master Hall, the court chief of the Glacier Plain Court, and even Xianxia is his junior. It shouldn't be too difficult for him to purify his bloodline, right? If that's the case, that might be the case. Hearing Zhang Jiuxiao's words, everyone's eyes lit up at the same time. Within a clan, the most important thing was the bloodline. If there really was a method to purify the bloodline, the strength of the entire clan would definitely increase by leaps and bounds, reaching an unimaginable level. He was the last one I accepted. Zhang Xian ignored the crowd's discussion and answered Xianxia. He had intended to take Zhang Jiuxiao in to deal with the little prodigy, but who could have thought that he would become the little prodigy instead? Seeing that his son had confirmed the matter, and Zhang Jiuxiao's eyes were brimming with deep reverence, Sword Saint Xing could not help but burst into laughter. He turned to the first elder beside him and asked, "Elder Wuheng, did you say that my son's bloodline is too thin and he isn't qualified to become the clan head?" Zhang Wuheng's face turned red. Deputy clan head, Zhang Wuheng has disregarded the future of the Zhang family due to his personal grudges. I suggest that we imprison him. Indeed. That fellow actually doubted the strength of the clan head for his own selfish desires. That's a heinous crime. I suggest that we send him to the subterranean gallery to reflect on his mistakes. A huge uproar broke out in the crowd. Those who had supported Zhang Wuheng previously had also turned their backs on him. Being able to purify the bloodline of the entire clan was equivalent to gaining control over the hearts of the entire clan. Even if Zhang Xian's bloodline wasn't pure enough, he would still be able to purify the bloodline of others. With that, he would be able to become the next clan head and have everyone submit to him. Men, take the first elder away. Xianxia waved his hand dismissively before looking at the crowd. My son, Zhang Xian, will become the next clan head of the Zhang family. I'm sure none of you have any objections, right? The little prodigy has always been the clan head. It's just a matter of confirming the name and announcing it to the public. I agree. The elders clasped their fists together. Very well. Go and make the necessary preparations. Also, no one is to speak a word of what happened today to anyone else. Otherwise, they will be executed. Seeing that the crowd had no more objections, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. If the ability to purify one's bloodline were to be leaked, it would surely shock the entire master-teacher continent. He didn't want his son to get into trouble. Yes. The elders quickly made their way out of the room. Jiuxiao, you should step down as well. Make good use of your bloodline to raise your cultivation. Once your cultivation surpasses that of the first elder, you'll be able to inherit the position of clan head. Zhang Xian. Even though Zhang Jiuxiao wanted the latter to inherit the position of clan head right now, his cultivation was still far from matching up to Xingyang and the others. Yes, teacher. Zhang Jiuxiao nodded before backing out of the room. Xianer, you, hearing that his son was going to abdicate the position of clan head, Xianxia panicked. It's just the position of clan head of the Zhang clan. It doesn't mean much at all. The only reason I want this position is so that I can marry the little princess of the Luo clan. Zhang Xian waved his hand nonchalantly. He really did not think much of the position of clan head. Rather than accepting the position of clan head, it would only bring more and more trouble. He might as well just toss the position to Zhang Jiuxiao. But, Xianxia was just about to continue speaking when Sword Saint Ming interjected, my son is going to achieve great things in the future. What does a mere clan head of the Zhang clan amount to? Only a good-for-nothing like you would be willing to stand guard over it. Cough cough. Seeing that his mother was mocking his father once more, Zhang Xian interjected helplessly before asking doubtfully, since I'm your son and the young prodigy with the purest bloodline, why would I end up in Tianxian Kingdom? Also, why is there no trace of my bloodline at all? This was what he found the most bizarre. There was no doubting the strength of the Zhang clan. As the most talented genius in the world, a Khanate saint, why would he end up in Tianxian Kingdom, a place where there was not even a single Mingshi Tang, not to mention, even his bloodline was gone. More importantly, his gradual advancement in cultivation had nothing to do with being a Khanate saint at all. It's a long story. Back then, when you were born, a resplendent glow filled the sky, and a majestic aura emanated from you. Many of the ancestral tablets bowed to you, and even the sculpture of Kongshi floated into the air. As such, you were hailed as the purest bloodline in the past several dozen millenniums. Hearing the question, Xianxia sighed deeply. the sculpture of Xianxia floated into the air. So, my name is Xianxia? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Of course, your previous name isn't Xianxia, Xianxia said. If I had known you by that name, I would have found you long ago. I wouldn't have waited until now. Then what should I call you? This? Xianxia's face reddened. Let's not talk about it then. Is there something wrong with my name? Xianxia asked in bewilderment. Your name is inspired by the fact that the sculpture of Xianxia floated into the air. However, it doesn't sound as good as Xianxia's, Sword Saint Meng harumphed furiously. My name is Zhang Daofei. Pooh. Xianxia spurted out the mouthful of water that he had just swallowed, and he nearly burst into tears on the spot. Zhang Daofei. Hang Fei? Hang Fei, was that even a human's name? Are you serious about naming your son so casually? It's a horrible name, isn't it? Because of that name, the two of us haven't spoken for several days. Sword Saint Meng said indignantly. It's not like you don't know about his condition. The worse the name, the easier it is to raise him. Don't you think that I'm just trying to be auspicious? Besides, it's just a pet name. Can't you give him a proper name? Xianxia said with an awkward smile. Some of the children who were born with poor health would be given ugly names, such as Guden, Gosheng, Fudan, Erpi, and so on. The worse the name, the easier it would be to raise them. His son's condition might seem brilliant to outsiders, but they were well aware of the truth. As such, they could only come up with some ugly names to suppress his luck. Furthermore, it was just a pet name. If he were to change it to a proper name, it would be easy for others to forget about it. You still dare to talk about your proper name? Why don't you tell our son what your proper name is right now? Sword Saint Meng harumphed coldly. This? Xianxia scratched his head, unable to find the right words to say. What is it? Xianxia asked. It's Anbong. Xianxia replied. Zhang Anbong. Pooh. Xianxia spat out another mouthful of water, and he nearly choked to death. Even though this name wasn't as bad as Daofei, it was still a little too vulgar. It's really not bad. My name is Zhenxing, and yours is Anbong. Isn't that fitting? Xianxia nodded. Zhenxing? Zhang Zhenxing? Xianxia's lips twitched. He had always heard that Sword Saint Xingming would take a character from each of their names, so he thought that his father would come up with a domineering name. Who knew that? Zhang Zhenxing? Fine, that's even more vulgar. Xianxia rubbed his forehead in agony. It was fortunate that he had gone missing when he was young. Otherwise, it would have been awkward for him to jump out of nowhere and declare that he was Zhang Anbong, while the other party was an expert. Let's just call him Xianxia. I think it sounds pretty good. Shaking his head, Xianxia shook his head, not wanting to use the name that the other party had given him. He continued, since I was born with such a powerful bloodline, I should have been well protected. Why, come with me, I'll show you something. A moment later, Xianxia stood up and said, Meng, Yanshi, there's no need for the two of you to follow me. I'll discuss this matter with Xian'er in private. Yes. Yanshi and Sword Saint Meng nodded in agreement. Let's go. With Xianxia leading the way, the two of them walked for a while before arriving at a large hall. The hall was dark and gloomy. There was no light at all, and there was a special seal around it. Walking up to it, Xianxia lightly pressed his palm on the wall. Hula, flames burned brightly within the hall, illuminating it brightly. Xianxia took a closer look, and what appeared before him was not a large hall but a narrow passageway. There were countless reliefs carved into the walls of the passageway. Walking into the passageway, Xianxia walked up to one of the reliefs. On the reliefs was a white-bearded elder, and he was currently engaged in a fierce battle with the otherworldly demonic tribe. The battle was intense, and all kinds of energies were converging on one another, threatening to tear the heavens apart. Behind the elder was a group of weak civilians. From the looks of it, if the elder were to die, these people would be slaughtered as well. This is the first ancestor of our Zhang clan, as well as the first clan head of the Zhang clan. His cultivation was unparalleled, reaching ancient sage. He fought 37 battles for the sake of mankind, and every single one of them left him on the brink of death. Without him, the Zhang clan wouldn't have survived, and at least half of the human race would have perished. It can be said that he is an undeniable hero in the history of mankind. Xianxia explained with respect in his eyes. Xianxia nodded in response. There were countless heroic figures in the history of mankind, and without them, there wouldn't have been the current peace and prosperity. Zhang Xian had heard of the first ancestor of the Zhang clan before, and he was indeed a rare genius. While he was still far from matching up to Xianxia, he was still a renowned figure on the master-teacher continent. Wielding a sword, he had charged into the headquarters of the otherworldly demonic tribe twice, killed innumerable emperors, and saved no less than 29 stars master teachers. There was once when the otherworldly demonic tribe invaded the master-teacher continent, and he had held back the otherworldly demonic tribe for 3 whole days, thus saving the lives of millions of humans. This is the second clan head. He has also reached Ancient Sage, and he has fought more than 100 battles with the otherworldly demonic tribe. He has sustained 77 wounds all over his body, and when he reached the end of his lifespan, he still had an otherworldly demonic tribe's hand embedded in his chest. This is the third clan head. He entered the subterranean gallery, and his hand was severed during a battle. Eventually, he replaced it with the claw of a saint beast and cultivated a unique battle technique. This is the fourth clan head, and this is the ninth clan head. Walking along the passageway, Zhang Xian noticed that every single carving was a monument to an era. In the tens of thousands of years after Xianxia left the master-teacher continent, the otherworldly demonic tribe has launched countless attacks on the master-teacher continent, but they have all been repelled. Not only have the members of the Mingshi Tang Empire and the Combat Master Hall sacrificed their lives for the master-teacher continent, our Zhang clan has also contributed immeasurably to the master-teacher continent. It can be said that the Zhang clan's position as the #1 clan in the master-teacher continent was earned through blood and sacrifice. It wasn't through strength that we were able to earn the acknowledgement of others. Xianxia said. Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly. Knowing the history of the master-teacher continent, he could feel the devastation of the master-teacher continent back then. For the sake of the prosperity of mankind, the predecessors of the master-teacher continent had sacrificed too much. In the past, he had thought that the Zhang clan was relying on its status as the #1 clan to force others to do things that they were unwilling to do. However, after seeing these carvings, he realized that the Zhang clan had indeed sacrificed far more than others in order to remain standing on the master-teacher continent. More than 10,000 years ago, the world underwent a massive change, and no one was able to achieve a breakthrough to Ancient Sage anymore. That was when mankind was truly on the brink of destruction. Xianxia said grimly. In order to ensure that the otherworldly demonic tribe would be able to fend off the otherworldly demonic tribe, the ancient sages who were still alive at that time made a pact to enter hibernation through a unique method. Once a battle broke out, they would be awakened. Once the enemy retreated, they would return to hibernation. Even though this was no different from death, they were still willing to do it for the sake of mankind. Zhang Xian's mouth fell open, and he was unable to close it for a very long time. Even though he had heard from Xianxia that there were some ancient sages on the master-teacher continent who had managed to survive through some kind of secret art, he still could not help but feel deep admiration for them. Those who were able to achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage were all top-notch geniuses. As long as they were alive, they would have enjoyed the best treatment and the best resources. Yet, they chose to forsake all of that. In order to protect mankind, they chose to enter hibernation, sacrificing their lives for the sake of battle. Their moral character was truly worthy of respect. As long as they wake up, they'll have to fight, slaughter, and suffer grievous injuries. But as long as they can protect mankind, they're willing to give up everything they have. Xianxia's eyes reddened as well. It's precisely because of their protection that mankind has been able to develop peacefully and live peacefully in the major cities. Based on what I know, there was an ancient sage who was only 500 years old back then. He still had 1,000 years left to live, and more importantly, he had just become the companion of another ancient sage. However, after learning that ancient sages would never appear on the master-teacher continent again, he made up his mind to use a secret art to enter a hibernation. For the next 10,000 years, he was only able to meet his wife after every major war, and he didn't even manage to exchange a single word with her. What was even more heartbreaking was that in a war 5,000 years ago, his companion was besieged by 3 otherworldly demon emperors and died. In order to save her, he sacrificed his life force and left with his beloved. If he hadn't chosen to do so, he would have been able to live a carefree life with 1,000 years of his lifespan. In fact, he would have been able to groom a large batch of disciples as well. However, it's a pity that he chose to give up everything so that mankind could persevere a little longer. There was another ancient sage whose daughter had just been born when he made that decision. His daughter's talent wasn't too high, not even reaching Saint Realm. She was severely injured in a battle, and she died before reaching 100 years old. However, there was no war during this period of time, so the ancient sage remained in a hibernation. Even after his daughter's death, he didn't get to see her at all. When he finally woke up, he found out that his daughter had already been dead for several decades. Without saying a single word, he charged into the battlefield once more. However, it's a pity that he didn't return either. Veins popped on Xianxia's knuckles as he recalled the sacrifices of his predecessors for mankind, and his body trembled uncontrollably. After a moment of silence, Xianxia asked, "Does the secret art of the ancient sages allow them to continue living, or do they age as well?" The secret art of the ancient sages was similar to that of the frozen man in his previous life. While it allowed them to live longer, it also inflicted irreparable damage to their lives. Even if they were to come back to life in the future, they wouldn't be able to live the same way as before. The secret art of the ancient sages allows them to extend their lifespan, but their lifespan is still limited. It was just that they aged a little slower. Actually, these secret techniques were very simple to explain even though they were complicated to explain. That is, the place where they hibernate, the flow of time is different from here. It's slower. 1 year inside is 10 years outside. Just that, even if it's a ratio of 1 to 10, one's lifespan will still continue to age. 10,000 years is equivalent to 1,000 years of lifespan. The young man who was in hibernation back then should have already reached his old age by now. Not to mention, the frenzied killing intent of the otherworldly demonic tribe has seeped into his body, causing him to age even faster. Xianxia continued. As such, most of the ancient sages who survived back then were already nearing the end of their lifespans. While the otherworldly demonic tribe is still unable to breach the seal in the near future, once they lose the strength of the ancient sages, mankind could very well be wiped out. Xianxia nodded. In truth, ancient sages were similar to the atomic bombs in his previous life. Even if they did not appear, they would still be a symbol of their strength and strength. Without them, they would only be waiting for destruction. The otherworldly demonic tribe had been eyeing the master-teacher continent for a very long time, waiting for an opportunity to strike. After all, the otherworldly demonic tribe was born with a longer lifespan than humans. Even if they did not hibernate, they could easily outlive the sleeping human ancient sages to death. This was the difference between the two races, and there was no way to make up for it. 20 years ago, Xiufu was in turmoil, and the appearance of the Temple of Confucius caused a huge commotion among the otherworldly demonic tribe. They threatened to launch an attack at any moment, and war broke out all over the subterranean gallery. The last ancient sage of our Zhang clan has entered the battlefield. Xianxia continued. The last ancient sage of our Zhang clan? How many ancient sages are there in the Zhang clan? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. There were a total of 9 ancient sages, but over the years of war, one after another, they either fell into hibernation, never to wake up again. Now, there's only one left, and he's the 27th clan head of our Zhang clan, Zhang Hongtian. Only one? Xianxia nodded. Of the 9 ancient sages, only one was left. The Zhang clan had indeed made a huge contribution to mankind. Indeed. The war 20 years ago was extremely tragic. Ancestor Zhang Hongtian sustained severe injuries, and he could have died at any moment. In order to ensure his survival and fight for mankind, there was only one way, and that was to imbue him with a pure Zhang clan bloodline. At this point, Xianxia's facial muscles tensed up, and his eyes reddened. Back then, the bloodline of everyone in the clan was insufficient. Only you, who was still in your mother's womb, managed to clear the test. Me? Xianxia's body jolted. He finally understood why Xianxia had brought him here. Back then, there were 2 options. First, if you didn't use your bloodline, ancestor Zhang Hongtian would have died, and mankind would have lost a pillar to fend off the otherworldly demonic tribe. Second, if you used your bloodline to save him, before he was even born, his life was already in danger, and he could have died at any moment. At this point, Xianxia paused for a long time before sighing deeply. Thus, I chose the second option. Hearing those words, Xianxia fell silent. This was indeed the most difficult problem to resolve. This was especially so for a father like Xianxia who had just given birth to a child. If he chose the first option, mankind would lose an ancient sage, and mankind could very well be wiped out at any moment. How could there be an egg in a nest that could remain intact? With mankind gone, it went without saying that the Zhang clan would cease to exist as well. But if he chose the second option, it would be equivalent to strangling his unborn child to death with his own hands. It was not hard to imagine how much grief he would feel. Nevertheless, even though this father whom he had just acknowledged was unreliable in his words, unreliable in his naming, and a little afraid of his wife, there was really nothing he could say about the way he handled matters. There's only one path for a person who has their bloodline stripped away, and that's death. But I couldn't accept that. I sought out Xianxia, and through a legendary secret art, he had a poison master plant a lethal poison in your mother's womb. Through the poison, I was able to use it to mimic one's bloodline, thus ensuring that even if one's bloodline were to be stripped away, one would still be able to survive. After you were born, Xianxia personally made a move. In the end, he succeeded. Ancestor Zhang Hongtian was finally saved, and he fell into a deep slumber once more. However, you were severely injured, and you were on the verge of death. In order to ensure your survival, he had no choice but to use a teleportation formation to send you to an unknown ancient land, hoping that your bloodline would be reborn one day. At this point, Xianxia suddenly turned to Xianxia with an apologetic look on his face. From the looks of it, it seems like he has succeeded. Child. It's all because of my incompetence that you have suffered. I see. Xianxia suddenly understood. At this moment, all of his doubts were cleared up. It was no wonder why the previous incarnation of the innate saint would end up in a small place like Tianxian Kingdom, where he had no parents and nothing at all. More importantly, even after his death, no one knew about it. It turned out that he had been stripped of his bloodline. Even though Xianxia didn't know how his bloodline was stripped, he was certain that it wouldn't be as easy as Xiaoya shattering her meridians. It would be fatal to the very essence of one's life. If not for the fact that his previous self had a solid foundation and that the Zhang family was filled with experts and rich resources, he would have died back then. He wouldn't have been able to hold on until his transmigration. No. If the innate fetal poison is caused by them, why does Xianxia also have the innate fetal poison? He frowned. It was just a moment ago that Xianxia had asked Xianxia about the innate fetal poison in his body. However, in his era, it was still possible for him to become an ancient sage. There was no need for him to give it up like that. What is the form of the poison that can replace the bloodline? What effect does it have on people? Thinking of this, Xianxia hurriedly asked. This poison can temporarily replace one's bloodline, thus preventing one's body from collapsing in a short period of time. However, it can inflict severe damage to one's body as well. If one doesn't encounter any fortuitous encounter before 20, there's a good chance that one will die prematurely. At this point, Xianxia turned to Xianxia and said, "You are already over 20 years old, and your cultivation is extremely high. You should have resolved the poison in your body by now, right?" Her son's student was the Poison Temple's temple master, so he definitely had a deep understanding of poisons. Moreover, seeing that he was unharmed, she felt that he must have gotten rid of the poison, so she wasn't too worried. This has been solved. Fearing that the other party would overthink things, Xianxia nodded. The other party had said that if he didn't encounter any fortuitous encounter by the age of 20, he would die prematurely. It seemed like his previous self had indeed died from the innate fetal poison. However, it was hard to say whether the innate fetal poison he was suffering from was the same as the other parties. After all, Xianxia had specifically said that after the fetal poison was dealt with, there would be even greater trouble. It was very likely that the Library of Heaven's path had appeared on his body, and something else had happened. However, none of this was important. What was more important was for him to raise his cultivation as soon as possible and become a 9 stars master teacher. Alright, you now know the cause and effect of this matter. With so many things happening today, you must be tired. Have a good rest. Tomorrow, I will bring you to worship the ancestors and inherit the position of patriarch. After that, we will go and marry your sweetheart. Seeing that Xianxia was still in a daze, Xianxia thought that it was because the news was too shocking, so he couldn't get used to it. Xianxia nodded. If the other party hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have felt it. But now that he did feel mentally exhausted. After the power of the water droplet disappeared, Kongsher's body couldn't take it anymore. However, there were too many things to do, so he persevered until now. Right, do you have any pinnacle spirit stones or treasures with rich spiritual energy? Give me some. I'll take this opportunity to consolidate my cultivation and see if I can make another breakthrough. Walking out of the palace full of relief sculptures, Xianxia looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. Even though he had already acknowledged the other party as the father of his previous self, it was still difficult for him to call the other party father. Knowing that his son hadn't spent a single day with him, Xianxia didn't show the slightest hint of displeasure. Instead, he was just a little disappointed. Following which, he chuckled softly and said, "Consolidate your cultivation? I don't have too many pinnacle spirit stones with me. I only have around 2,000 pinnacle spirit stones with me. Take them and use them first. I do have some treasures that can provide spiritual energy as well. Here are 10 jade bottles, and each of them contains a grade 9 pill that can replenish the spiritual energy in your body. Oh right, there are 2 gourds of earth vein marrow essence here as well. These 2 white scar spirit stones are something that I obtained during a trial. They can be used to raise my cultivation as well." After saying those words, Xianxia flicked his wrist, and a huge pile of items appeared on the ground. Xianxia's lips twitched. All along, he had thought that he was rich, but compared to the other party, he was so poor that he couldn't even be compared to a beggar. 2,000 pinnacle spirit stones, 10 bottles of grade 9 pills, and 2 gourds of earth vein marrow essence. Regardless of which one it was far more than what he was worth right now. It was no wonder why everyone wanted to be born into a powerful clan. Just in terms of cultivation resources, there was a world of difference between that of an unaffiliated cultivator and an unaffiliated cultivator. If he had been born in Tianxian Kingdom, he would have been able to push for a breakthrough to Ancient Sage in less than half a year. This is all that I have left behind. If it's not enough, you can ask your mother for more. She has even more good stuff with her." Seeing that his son was still standing on the spot, Xianxia thought that it was too little, and he couldn't help but feel a little awkward. "It's enough," Xianxia shook his head bitterly. In the end, it was still just his private stash. If reuniting with his mother would allow him to cultivate without worrying about resources in the future, it would be a good choice. "It's fine as long as it's enough. Your residence has always been here. I haven't allowed anyone else to enter it. It's just over there." After instructing Xianxia to put the items away, Xianxia led the way. Before his son was born, he had specially built a huge residence for him. However, due to some unforeseen circumstances, it had become empty, but he hadn't allowed anyone else to move in. Now that Xianxia had returned, it was only right for him to move into his own residence. It didn't take long for them to arrive at a spacious residence. As soon as they stepped into the residence, they immediately felt the spiritual energy in the air invigorating them. "I'll be taking a rest then." Xianxia took a look around the residence and clasped his fist in satisfaction. Knowing that Xianxia was bound to be exhausted after the day's events, Xianxia nodded before walking out of the residence. After watching Xianxia leave, Xianxia headed to the residence where the spiritual energy was the densest. He took out a pinnacle spirit stone and began recuperating. After recuperating for 4 hours, Xianxia finally felt his spirit returning to its peak state. "It's about time for me to make a breakthrough," Xianxia chuckled softly as his eyes lit up. While the Mingshi Tang had yet to deliver the Saint 9 Dan cultivation technique manuals to him, he had already gathered more than 1,000 Saint 8 Dan cultivation technique manuals and compiled them into the Heaven's Path Divine Art. Xianxia placed his finger on the book, and the contents of the book immediately flowed into his mind, becoming his own knowledge. At Saint 8 Dan Dimension Sundering Realm, one would be able to open up the Dimension Sundering Realm with one's dominion, granting one a deeper understanding of space. Controlling the Xianxia in his body, Xianxia slowly circulated it according to the heaven's path divine art. As his Xianxia circulated, his cultivation and strength slowly improved. In less than 2 hours, he had already reached dimension-sundering realm pinnacle, and he was already on the verge of making a breakthrough to macrocosm ascendancy realm. Knowing that he would draw the macrocosm ascendancy ordeal if he were to attempt a breakthrough, and considering that he was currently in the inner sanctum of the Zhang family, Xianxia suppressed his urge and focused his attention on the Soul Oracle secret art. Previously, through vicious memories, he had obtained the Saint Nine Dan Heaven's Path soul art, but due to the lack of suitable books to compile, he hadn't been able to cultivate it yet. However, with Lu Chong's arrival, he had managed to obtain the Saint Nine Dan Heaven's Path soul art. Now that he had sufficient spirit stones, it was time for him to continue cultivating and push for a breakthrough to Saint Nine Dan. Leaving his physical body, Xianxia swiftly gathered the pinnacle spirit stone and spiritual energy harnessing treasures that Xianxia had given him. Focusing his attention, he began driving his heaven's path divine art. Jai. His soul was growing stronger at a visible rate. With his soul depth reaching 9 stars pinnacle, he was able to focus more fully on his cultivation, and the rate at which his soul was advancing at a faster rate. Previously, he would have required 2 hours to raise his cultivation by a stage, but now, he only needed an hour to do so. Some time later, Xianxia abruptly opened his eyes. The space before him seemed to have been torn apart, and a deafening rumble echoed. With just a light flick of his soul, a pitch-black tear would appear in a radius of 10 meters around him. Even the space around him was unable to withstand the immense force. It's a pity that I haven't perfected soul traverse yet. Xianxia sighed in pity. Lu Chong had imparted the heritage he had obtained from the Zhang clan ancestors' land to him, and naturally, soul traverse was one of them. However, it was a pity that it had too many flaws, and his cultivation was still lacking at the moment. Otherwise, if he were able to traverse through space like his disciple, his fighting prowess would surely be raised to a whole new level. Of course, he would only use his soul when he had no other choice. The master-teacher continent still held great respect for soul oracles. To be honest, if not for Xianxia appearing at the very last moment and addressing him as senior, putting aside Mingshi Tang's compensation, the Poison Temple and soul oracles would have been in deep trouble as well. Xianxia's soul returned to his physical body. Standing up, Xianxia moved his body slightly, and he immediately felt the strength coursing through his body. It was many times stronger than before. Xianxia flicked his finger lightly. Sila, a huge tear appeared in the space of the courtyard, and everything that fell into it was destroyed. While my strength is still lacking compared to the Pavilion Master Token, I should still be able to match up to ordinary Saint Nine Dan cultivators. In fact, I should even be able to put up a fight against the first elder of the Glacier Plain Court, Yuruashin. Xianxia chuckled in satisfaction. His Xianxia cultivation and soul cultivation had improved significantly, such that even a half-great sage cultivator might not be a match for him. If he were to think about it, he would already be standing at the top of the world. It's about time to strengthen the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast and Inferno Qilin. In order to protect him, the 2 saint beasts had sacrificed a lot, especially the latter. It had been severely injured when it was captured by Zhang Wuheng, and if not for the fact that his identity had changed to that of the young prodigy of the Zhang clan, there was a good chance that he would have been killed. With the great elder imprisoned, the sacred beast naturally returned to him. He released them and gave each of them a few level 9 pills. After consuming the pill, the Inferno Qilin swiftly made a full recovery from its injuries. Even though it did not manage to achieve a breakthrough in its cultivation, it had grown significantly stronger than before. From the looks of it, it was on the verge of breaking through the bottleneck of Saint Nine Dan at any moment. As for the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, with the help of the Grade 9 pill and Xianxia, it managed to raise its cultivation from Saint Nine Dan primary stage to Saint Nine Dan pinnacle within a single night. It wasn't much weaker than the Qilin beast. By the time he was done, the sky was already bright. Just as he pushed open the door and walked out of the room, he saw his father, Xianxia, already in the courtyard. It's time to pay respects to the ancestors. Let's head over. Xianxia called out. Only then did he realize that his son's cultivation seemed to have undergone a transformation from the previous day, and his eyes lit up in excitement. Your cultivation, his son had only been at Dimension Sundering Realm primary stage the previous day, but in a single night, he had already reached Dimension Sundering Realm pinnacle. Not even a Saint Nine Dan expert would be a match for him. I managed to make a breakthrough by sheer luck, Xianxia replied with a smile. Luck? Xianxia's lips twitched. In the battle the previous day, the other party's strength had been even greater than his. He had thought that it was due to the other party's true strength, but after a brief encounter, he realized that the other party had used some kind of secret art. He had been worried that the other party's cultivation would fall after using the secret art, but from the looks of it now, it seemed like he had been worrying too much. Not only did his cultivation not fall, it even seemed to have improved significantly. He really had no idea how the other party had managed to cultivate to such a level. Give me a punch, and I'll see just how powerful you are without using any secret art. Sword Saint Xing remarked as he turned his gaze back to Xianxia. All right. Knowing that even without using the Pavilion Master token, his father's fighting prowess far surpassed his, Xianxia did not hesitate at all. Taking a deep breath, he launched a powerful punch. Hung Long, the air before him exploded, and a powerful shockwave burst forth. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up as he gathered his strength in his palm. His strength dissipated, and he subconsciously took a step back in astonishment. That strength is on par with introspective convalescence realm experts. Xianxia remarked in awe. Introspective convalescence realm? Xianxia looked at Xianxia doubtfully. At your level of cultivation, you should know that Saint Nine Dan isn't the end of one's cultivation. There's still great sage beyond that, Xianxia explained. Xianxia nodded. He had heard this matter from Xianxia, but it wasn't very detailed. There are 9 Dan for Fighter 9 Dan, Transcendent Mortal 9 Dan, and Saint Realm, but there are only 4 Dan for Great Sage. Xianxia said. The first Dan is the introspective convalescence realm. Upon reaching Saint Realm, a cultivator will grow stronger, but both their primordial spirit and physical body will reach their limits, and it's very easy for them to separate. Introspective convalescence realm refers to the state of one's primordial spirit and physical body, which are about to be separated, and the cultivator will be able to repair their separated primordial spirit and physical body to become more compatible with nature. Upon reaching this realm, one's lifespan will increase by another 500 years, reaching 1,500 years. Ordinary Saint Realm experts only had a lifespan of 1,000 years. Even if some of the more formidable experts were fortunate enough to live longer, their lifespan wouldn't exceed that by too much. However, upon reaching Great Sage, the introspective convalescence realm would alleviate the aging process within one's body, allowing one's lifespan to exceed 1,500 years. 500 years was not to be underestimated. The world had changed, and countless experts had been born. The introspective convalescence realm is connected to an even deeper level of cultivation, and is different from ordinary saints. Ordinary Saint Realm cultivators are divided into 4 subrealms: primary, intermediate, advanced, and pinnacle. On the other hand, the 4 major realms of Great Sage are divided into 6 subrealms. They are primary, intermediate, advanced, pinnacle, consummation, and consummation. Each of these 6 subrealms is more difficult than the previous one. Some cultivators would require more than 100 years just to advance a single realm. Due to this, the amount of spiritual energy they require is tremendous. This is also the reason why it's so difficult to advance beyond Saint Nine Dan. The punch you executed earlier is almost at the level of introspective convalescence realm primary stage. Even though it isn't too powerful, it's already more than enough for you to roam the world unrivaled among the younger generation. Xianxia nodded. Curious, he asked, if introspective convalescence realm is the first realm of Great Sage, what about the second realm? The second realm is the Aureate Body realm. Xianxia said. Introspective convalescence realm, one who is aware of the gods. The Aureate Body is untainted, and divinity exists for eternity. At this realm, earth, fire, and frigid water are no longer able to harm one, and even ordinary injuries can be easily healed without the need for pills. Your student, Yuan Tao, was able to reach this realm after awakening his emperor's bloodline. Of course, the Aureate body realm is just a noun. It's not just your physical body. Even your primordial spirit is as tough as a diamond, impervious to fire and water. At this realm, not only does your strength reach a frightening level, you are also highly resistant to soul attacks. Demonic tunists and even importation of heaven's will are no longer sufficient to make you submit to them. Even if you were to enter the teleportation formation directly, you wouldn't suffer any damage. Even if space were to shatter, you would still be able to survive. Xianxia continued. The third realm of Great Sage is intuitive impulse. In other words, one would be able to sense danger or the unknown. In this aspect, it's similar to the ability of seers, but it's far more practical for experts. Without the need for tortoise shells or coins, one would be able to sense fortune and calamity from thin air and grasp the most suitable route for oneself. Your mother and I are at this realm. Last year, your soul lamp extinguished, but your mother and I sensed that you were still alive. That's why we persisted in searching for you. My soul lamp extinguished? Xianxia's lips twitched upon hearing those words. The Zhang family and my soul lamp? When did it extinguish? He had read about soul lamps in the books of the Sanctum of Sages before. It was forged by extracting a sliver of a cultivator's soul using a unique method. They were lit in a special place and looked after by specialized people. Once they were extinguished, it would mean that the owner of the soul had died. Most large clans and powers would have such things. They were used to know whether someone who had left their clan was dead or alive, and to keep track of their movements at all times. He had a soul lamp, and it had extinguished. What was going on? After pondering for a moment, Xianxia replied, fearing that something might happen to you. Your mother and I kept it when you were just born. As for when it extinguished, it was at the end of August or the beginning of September last year. Xianxia's eyelids twitched upon hearing those words. At the end of August or the beginning of September last year, it just so happened that he had transcended over. Back then, the new semester had just begun in Tianxian Kingdom, and as the one who scored 0 in the entrance examination, he had been at a loss as to what to do. My previous self was possessed by me, and his soul dissipated. Xianxia immediately understood what was going on. The fellow whom he had possessed had died, so naturally, his soul lamp had been extinguished. What is the fourth level? Afraid that he would notice something, Xianxia decided not to dwell on this topic any longer. The fourth realm is also the pinnacle of Great Sage. That's the extent of Xianxia's strength. It was the sempiternal realm. This eternity was not a fleshly body, but rather a nascent divinity. It would not decay, and no external force would be able to affect its thoughts. With a single thought, it would not only be able to kill, it would even be able to tear through space. Only those who have reached that level of cultivation can be considered as true experts beneath ancient sage. Xianxia sighed, your mother and I have been searching for this realm for a long time. Unfortunately, we've never succeeded. Introspective convalescence, golden body, sudden impulse, imperishable. Xianxia memorized the 4 realms. Xianxia was not too sure about the other 3 realms, but in the sempiternal realm, he had felt that every single movement of a sempiternal realm cultivator carried the strength to tear the world apart. It was as if there was nothing in the world that could stop them. If ancient sages were already so powerful despite their cultivation realm, it was hard to imagine just how powerful ancient sages would be. Alright, let's hurry up. After explaining the 4 realms of Great Sage to Xianxia, Xianxia smiled and led the way. The ancestral worship ceremony of the Zhang clan was not complicated. All of the elders of the clan, as well as the elders who were in seclusion, were gathered in the ancestral hall to pay their respects. A dedicated priest would read out Xianxia's identity and life history, and he would be acknowledged by the clan. Xianxia abided by his responsibilities, and the ceremony proceeded smoothly. By noon, it was all over, and Xianxia's name had already appeared in the Zhang clan's genealogy book. Next up was the inauguration ceremony for the clan head. There were all kinds of complicated formalities and rituals that left one feeling drowsy. However, Xianxia also knew that this was the etiquette that Kongshur had set down back then. Without etiquette, one would not be able to establish oneself. This was especially so for a powerful clan like Xianxia. Without etiquette, it would be impossible for him to become the clan head. It was only by nightfall that the ceremony was finally over. Xianxia had succeeded the position of the clan head of the Zhang clan, becoming the person with the highest authority in the Zhang clan. Alright, the ceremony is over. We'll head to the Luo clan tomorrow to fetch the bride. Seeing that his son was not only alive but had even become the clan head, Xianxia couldn't help but feel indescribably satisfied. Not expecting his newly acknowledged parents to be so impatient, Xianxia nodded with a smile. In truth, he was also worried that something bad might happen. I hope that Xianxia can attend the ceremony as a witness. Xianxia walked up to Xianxia and clasped his fist with a smile. Senior, it's my duty to escort the bride. Xianxia said as he stroked his beard. The second celestial master teacher in history was going to marry the little princess of the Luo clan. The night passed peacefully. This time, Xianxia did not continue cultivating. Instead, he had a good night's sleep to recuperate his mind. As soon as the sun rose, he arrived at the conference hall of the Zhang clan. By the time he arrived, he saw that everyone was already gathered. All kinds of resources and treasures were placed on top of the 40 saint beasts. Isn't this a little too grand? Xianxia was taken aback. It goes without saying that the wedding of the clan head of our Zhang clan has to be grand. Otherwise, how can the Zhang clan claim to be the #1 clan in the master teacher continent? Xianxia said with a smile. Sword Saint Meng also had a radiant smile on her face. How far is the Luo clan from here? Looking at the 40 saint beasts carrying all kinds of treasures on their backs, Xianxia asked doubtfully. The master teacher continent was vast, and it would be extremely troublesome for saint beasts to traverse the distance. However, if it was too far away, as long as the other party provided him with the exact location, he could easily set up a teleportation formation. Can't you wait a few days? Are you in such a hurry to meet your little girlfriend? Sword Saint Meng asked. That's not it. Xianxia's face reddened a little in embarrassment. It's good that you aren't in a hurry. The Zhang clan and the Luo clan aren't too far away from each other. We have prepared these saint beasts in advance, and they are all Saint 9 Dan beasts. If we fly at full speed, we should be able to reach our destination within 3 days. There's no need to rush. Seemingly seeing through Xianxia's thoughts, Sword Saint Meng said with a smile, even though the teleportation formation is faster, it'll be costly to transport so many resources and saint beasts over at the same time. On top of that, there are many items that aren't able to withstand the spatial storm. You have to be polite when proposing a marriage. If anything goes wrong, your reputation as the head of the Zhang clan will be tarnished. That's true. Xianxia nodded in agreement. Given the saint beast's strength, even if they were able to withstand the spatial storm of the teleportation formation, most of the items on their backs were unable to do so. Considering that it was only 3 days, there was indeed no need for them to use the teleportation formation. There was no need for them to rush there. Alright, let's set off. With everyone present, there was nothing much that they needed to prepare. Xianxia bellowed, and the saint beasts immediately soared into the air. Xianxia and the others leaped onto the saint beast at the very front, and following which, the Zhang clan's wedding procession began moving toward the Luo clan. A cold gale swept through the air, bringing with it a chill. It was already winter. Even though the glacier plain court wasn't filled with snow, there were still quite a few mountains that were covered in snow. Together with the white clouds in the sky, it was truly a sight to behold. Standing in the room on the back of the aerial beast, Xianxia frowned deeply. After a long while, he finally couldn't take it anymore and turned to the Xingming Sword Saints and asked, what is the reason behind the marriage alliance between the Zhang clan and the Luo clan? Now that I'm the head of the Zhang clan, shouldn't I tell you the reason behind it? Initially, he had thought that it was because his parents were worried about their son's marriage. However, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. The gifts from the 40 aerial beasts included pills, artifacts, secret manuals, beast skins, inner cores. No matter how wealthy the Zhang clan was, it was impossible for them to take out all of that in a single night. The only possibility was that the other party had already prepared everything beforehand. They didn't even know whether the young prodigy of the Luo clan would be able to find the Luo clan, but they had already prepared the gifts beforehand. He had heard from Luo Xianqing that the marriage alliance between the Zhang clan and the Luo clan was inevitable. On top of that, there was also the Zhang clan selection. If he still couldn't sense that something was amiss, he would have been a fool. Besides, even if his parents were in a hurry to get their son married, there was no need for them to be in such a hurry. It wasn't easy for him to reunite with his missing child, but before they could spend some time together, he was already rushing his son to get married. No matter how he looked at it, something was amiss. Hearing Zhang Xian's question, Hyung Kensei could tell that Zhang Xian had guessed something. I told you not to hide it from our son, but you just wouldn't listen. Xianer is a smart man, so how could he not see through it? Sword Saint Meng harumphed coldly. Isn't it for the sake of the human race? For the sake of the human race? What's going on? Zhang Xian was getting more and more confused. It was just a marriage between him and Lozozi. Was there a need to implicate the human race? Allow me to explain. Xianxia, who had been silent all this while, sighed deeply. Seeing that Xianxia was about to speak, the Xingming sword saints fell silent. The Zhang family's bloodline talent is time, while the Luo family's bloodline talent is space. Senior brother, you should be very familiar with this. Zhang Xian nodded. At first, he was shocked, but now that he knew about it, there was nothing strange about it. The combination of time and space forms the power of spacetime, and this power is the key to unlocking the seal on the Temple of Confucius, Xianxia said. The seal of the Temple of Confucius? Legend has it that Kongshi sealed the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn within the Temple of Confucius. In order to decipher it, one must possess the celestial amulet of legacy and grasp the power of spacetime. And this power is something that only the strongest ancient sages possess. It's a pity that no one has been able to achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage in the past 10,000 years. The remaining ancient sages have already reached the end of their lifespan. It's still possible for them to engage in a battle for a short period of time, but if they were to venture into the Temple of Confucius, where the flow of time and space is unknown, they would most likely die before they could even find the grand ceremony. More importantly, ancient sages aren't allowed to enter the ancient sage realm. Zhang Xian was perplexed. If ancient sages aren't allowed to enter, why would the Temple of Confucius leave behind the power of spacetime? Just what was Kongshi up to? It had not been easy for him to obtain a treasure like the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. It was one thing for him to not give it to the humans, but there were still all kinds of traps waiting to be set in the Temple of Confucius. Did he want to be discovered or not? Did he want the humans to know or not? It was impossible to fathom what Kongshi was thinking. Xianxia shook his head and said, I don't understand why either. Under normal circumstances, even if one possesses sufficient celestial amulets of legacy, one would still be unable to enter the Temple of Confucius without the power of spacetime. However, with the fusion of the bloodlines of the Zhang clan and the Luo clan, it should be possible for one to do so. Fusion of bloodlines? The perfect fusion of the bloodlines of the Zhang clan and the Luo clan allows one to produce the power of spacetime, which is on par with a true pinnacle ancient sage. Xianxia nodded. It's precisely for this reason that the Zhang clan and the Luo clan have been preparing for a marriage alliance ever since you were born. No one will be able to stop it. But, my bloodline has already vanished. Even if we were to form a marriage alliance, it would still be useless. Zhang Xian exclaimed. Not expecting this to be the reason behind the marriage alliance, he could not help but ask. Under normal circumstances, no one would have dared to stop the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn, the Temple of Confucius, and the rise and fall of mankind. Even the Mingshi Tang would have done everything in their power to facilitate the marriage. But, he had already lost the bloodline of the Zhang clan, and his grasp over time was not that great either. Thus, the marriage alliance would not work at all. Even though the bloodline of the Zhang clan has already vanished, it's still something that once flowed through your veins. As long as you are bestowed with the blood of the Zhang clan, you should be able to wield it easily. Besides, you and the little princess of the Luo clan are in love with one another, so it'll be easier for you to fuse with one another. That's why you're the best candidate. There's no other choice. In truth, there was one more thing that he did not mention, and that was that the other party was a celestial master teacher. Kongshi was also a celestial master teacher. While others might not have been able to obtain the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn, the young man before him might be able to obtain it easily. As such, no matter what, even though the Zhang clan already possessed a purer bloodline, the marriage alliance had to go through with it. Bestowing the bloodline and wield it easily? Xianxia was still perplexed. He could not deny that he and Luozi were in love, but what did bestowing the bloodline and wield it easily mean? Even though your bloodline has been stripped away, it's actually a blessing in disguise. Firstly, you'll no longer be restricted by your bloodline, and you'll have a chance to surpass the progenitor of your bloodline. Xianxia explained. Inheriting a bloodline is akin to inheriting the legacy of one's predecessors. In terms of talent, one will have an incomparable advantage over others, but at the same time, there's a huge flaw as well. That is, the bloodline shackles will make it harder for one to surpass one's predecessors. Furthermore, the purer one's bloodline is, the greater the shackles will be. This? Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. This was similar to the saying, without destruction, there can be no construction. While bloodlines could allow one to swiftly advance their cultivation, they would also be shackled, making it difficult for one to achieve a breakthrough. In fact, it was practically impossible. Could it be that, the reason why Xianxia used the innate fetal poison to strip away his bloodline wasn't because he was unable to produce an ancient sage but because he wanted to surpass his predecessors? A thought suddenly surfaced in Xianxia's mind. Previously, he had been unable to figure out why Xianxia would want to strip away his bloodline, resulting in the innate fetal poison in his body. However, if that was the reason, it was indeed possible. After all, Xianxia's final achievement was unparalleled. There was no doubt that he had surpassed the ancestor who had bestowed the bloodline upon him. Back then, the reason why I agreed to strip away your bloodline was because they assured me that nothing would happen to you, and that you would still have a chance to reach greater heights. Sword Saint Meng interjected with reddened eyes. She did not care whether it was righteous or not. If anyone dared to harm her child, she would have to put her life on the line. It was due to these words that she had eventually agreed to it. As a mother, she hoped that her child would be able to achieve greater things and bring honor to the clan. With Xianxia's help and her husband's persuasion, she had reluctantly agreed. Otherwise, no matter how powerful Hui Wei was, there was no way he would have been able to poison her without anyone noticing. What's the second reason? Xianxia sighed deeply. Knowing how difficult it had been for his mother back then, he turned his gaze back to Xianxia. The second reason is that you once possessed the purest bloodline. As long as you have sufficient blood essence, you will be able to tap into the unique power of the Zhang clan without having to suffer the exhaustion of the bloodline ignition, Xianxia said. While it was true that the Zhang clan's bloodline could raise one's fighting prowess by leaps and bounds, there would be a month of exhaustion as well. On the other hand, those who had their bloodline extracted would not suffer the exhaustion of the bloodline. As long as they had sufficient blood essence, they would be able to raise their fighting prowess as much as they wanted. This? Xianxia's eyes lit up. If that was the case, the benefits would be immense. There's no need to get too excited. Your bloodline is simply too powerful. There isn't a single bloodline in the entire Zhang clan that can rival it. It took the entire clan's resources just to gather 3 droplets. Even if you don't suffer from exhaustion, you should still use it sparingly. With a flick of his wrist, Hyun Kensei took out a jade bottle and tossed it over. Holding the jade bottle in his hand, he could immediately sense the concentrated bloodline energy contained within. It was apparent that the Zhang clan had expended a lot of effort in order to gather these 3 droplets of blood. Xianxia nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a thought suddenly struck him. The Pavilion Master Seal was forged using 3 droplets of Xianxia's blood. Once assimilated, it would grant one strength invincible to those beneath Ancient Sage. However, there was a time limit as well. Could it be that Xianxia possessed a unique bloodline as well, and the prerequisite for him to tap into it was to become a celestial master teacher? That should be the case. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia came to a realization. It was no wonder no one was able to refine the Pavilion Master token even after Xianxia left the continent for several tens of thousands of years. Due to the limitations of the Pavilion Master token, it was already a blessing that the Pavilion Master token could wield even a tenth of its might. Suddenly recalling a matter, Xianxia asked, it said that in order to enter the Temple of Confucius, one has to obtain the celestial amulets of legacy left behind by Xianxia. There are a total of 6 of them. May I know if it's possible to gather all of them? The Qingtian king had spent a great deal of effort to infiltrate the continent in search of this item. He had been lurking for many years and couldn't get it. How many did Mingshi Tang find? There is one celestial amulet of legacy in Mingshi Tang's headquarters, one in the Zhang family, and one in the Luo family. The whereabouts of the remaining 3 celestial amulets of legacy are unknown. Some say that Kongshi has sealed them in an unknown mountain range, while others say that the Zhu clan has taken them away. Even the headquarters of Mingshi Tang can't find out anything about it. Xianxia shook his head. The Philosopher's Clan? Xianxia asked doubtfully. He had heard of the Sage clans, the 3 premier clans, and the 5 Elements clans. What was the Zhu clan? Kongshi once took in 3,000 disciples, and 72 of them were all ancient sages, Xianxia said. All of them were ancient sages? Zhang Xian's breathing hastened upon hearing those words. If all of his students were ancient sages. Just how powerful was mankind back then? It was no wonder the otherworldly demonic tribe feared Kongshi as if they feared death. No matter how powerful the otherworldly demonic tribe was, they would not have been able to turn the tables on Kongshi. The world's teacher truly lived up to his name. They were conferred the title of philosophers, and as a result, the 100 schools of philosophers came to be known as the 100 schools of philosophers. After Kongshi left, the 100 schools of philosophers disappeared one after another, and that was how the Zhang family, Luo clan, and the other clans rose to prominence. Otherwise, with the 100 schools of philosophers around, even the headquarters of Mingshi Tang would have to fear and respect them. Xianxia explained the ancient history that no one knew about in detail. The 100 schools of philosophers are actually that formidable? Zhang Xian widened his eyes in astonishment. Even though Mingshi Tang had suffered a huge setback in his hands, he knew that the other party's background was unfathomable. If they were to really go all out, even with the help of Xingyang, Wei Ruyan, and the Zhang family, they would still be no match for the other party. It was for this reason that no one had dared to stand against Mingshi Tang for the past several dozen millenniums. No one knew how many ancient sages were currently in hibernation or when they would awaken. To think that the other party would actually fear the 100 schools of philosophers, they are the direct disciples of Kongshi. Not only do they possess powerful bloodlines, their knowledge isn't lacking either. It goes without saying that Mingshi Tang isn't a match for them. Xianxia shook his head. However, they have already disappeared from the master-teacher continent for several dozen millenniums. It's unlikely that they will appear again, so there's no need to worry too much. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. Since the other party had disappeared just like Kongshi, there was no need for him to worry anymore. He pondered for a moment before asking, then, if we can't find the remaining 3 celestial amulets of legacy, how are we supposed to enter the Temple of Confucius? Zhang Xian had not even gathered the celestial amulets of legacy yet, and yet, he was already preparing to enter the Temple of Confucius. Wasn't he being a little too anxious? Based on what I've heard in the past, it's indeed impossible to enter the Temple of Confucius without gathering the celestial amulets of legacy. However, after many years of research, Mingshi Tang discovered a secret. Back then, the celestial amulets of legacy were forged by Kongshi by gathering the blood essence of 6 unique constitutions. If we really can't find any, we can find 3 unique constitutions that have been completely awakened to achieve the same effect. Xianxia said as he stroked his beard. Unique constitutions? Your student Xiaoya's purine body, Yuan Tao's emperor's bloodline, Wei Ruyan's innate poison body, and Shui Qianrou's Jinshui constitution. As long as they are completely awakened, they will be able to replace the celestial amulets of legacy. Xianxia nodded. This is also the reason why Yu Ruoxin is so anxious to awaken Xiaoya's unique constitution. As long as she succeeds, the Glacier Plain Court will have a chance to enter the Temple of Confucius, the #1 sacred land left behind by Kongshi. Be it treasures or cultivation technique manuals, there will be nothing that we can't turn down. If we miss this opportunity, the powers of the master-teacher continent will be divided once more. In fact, it might even be hard to say whether mankind will be able to survive or not. If the otherworldly demonic tribe managed to find the Temple of Confucius before them, mankind would be in grave danger. If the otherworldly demonic tribe managed to find the Temple of Confucius first, they might be able to resolve the shackles that prevented them from reaching ancient sage. It could be said that entering the Temple of Confucius was a huge turning point for the powers of the master-teacher continent. No one would be willing to give up on this opportunity. Alright, do you have any other questions? After explaining the matter, Xianxia turned his gaze back to Xianxia. None at the moment, Xianxia replied with a shake of his head. This was the only thing that he was perplexed by. It was no wonder the Luo clan was so insistent on marrying Luozi to the young prodigy. With the Temple of Confucius at stake, there was nothing that could change that. That's good. Seeing that Xianxia had no more questions, Xianxia sat down and crossed his legs. Xianxia didn't ask any more questions either. Instead, he began reinforcing his cultivation and soul cultivation. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. This morning, as soon as the sun rose from the horizon, a massive city appeared before their eyes. We have arrived at the shrouded void city where the Luo clan resides. Xianxia exclaimed as he walked up to the window. Shrouding ethereal city? Xianxia lowered his head to take a closer look. The entire city beneath him seemed to be hidden in the void, and the surrounding mountain ranges and clouds made it seem like a maze. If there wasn't a specific path, one would have to expend an unimaginable amount of effort to enter it. What a formidable formation! Xianxia remarked. Just like the formation of the Zhang family, it's meant to protect the Zhang family as well. It harnesses spatial arts, so it's easy to get lost in it. Of course, for people of our caliber, it's nothing much at all. With a smile, Xianxia tapped his finger lightly, and a mirror immediately materialized before Xianxia. Looking through the mirror, one could clearly see the correct path in the formation. As long as one followed the path forward, one would be able to enter the formation easily. This kind of formation was constantly changing, making it hard for one to discern its pattern. To be able to find the correct path with a single glance, it seemed like this father of his was quite skilled in formations as well. Are the guests of the Zhang family up ahead? A moment later, a hearty chuckle sounded, and a few figures appeared in the air. The one leading the group was the first elder, Luo Qingchen. Indeed. Xianxia flew out, and Xianxia and the others followed closely behind him. The Luo clan has already prepared a guest room for you. We await your arrival. Luo Qingchen chuckled as he led the way. The others quickly followed behind him, and the other members of the Zhang family also followed closely behind on their aerial saint beasts. The guest room prepared by the Luo clan was a massive matter. It was so spacious that even with 40 saint beasts in it, it didn't feel cramped at all. Rest for a day. I'll gather all of the elders of the clan and the grand elders who are in seclusion, and we'll discuss the wedding tomorrow. The marriage between our two clans is a huge matter, so we mustn't be careless about it. Luo Qingchen said with a smile. You're right, first elder. Xianxia nodded in agreement. Then, I'll be troubling you all to stay here for the time being. Luo Qingchen instructed the elders to take care of everyone's daily needs before backing out of the room. So, this is Luozi's clan? The layout of the guest room was very exquisite. All kinds of formations were combined together to form a huge spirit-gathering formation. To cultivators, it was definitely a paradise. Walking slowly, Xianxia's heart was filled with excitement. Along the way, he had seen many girls, and many of them had feelings for him. However, he only had a special feeling for this girl. Moreover, as time passed, his feelings were like old wine, getting stronger and stronger. It was sweet and fragrant, making people intoxicated and difficult to part with. Why? Can't you wait until tomorrow? Noticing that Xianxia was wandering around the courtyard, Sword Saint Meng walked up to him with a smile. With her strength, she could naturally see that her son, who didn't panic even when surrounded by so many Mingshi Tang experts, was already restless. How could that be? I was just looking around. Xianxia's face reddened in embarrassment. Don't worry, the marriage between the Zhang and Luo families is inevitable, so there's no need to worry. Besides, even without the marriage agreement, as long as it's a girl you like, I'll still help you win her back. Sword Saint Meng waved her hand majestically. Knowing that his mother was really capable of doing such a thing, Xianxia smiled awkwardly. Just as he was about to speak, the elder in charge of taking care of them suddenly walked over and said, Clan head Zhang, young master Xianqing wishes to meet you. Hurry up and bring me over. Hearing that Luo Xianqing was in the Zhang clan, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. He had thought that the other party was still in the Sanctum of Sages, but to think that the other party had already returned. His younger sister was about to get married, so it was only right for him to return to the Zhang clan as soon as possible. Following behind the elder, they soon arrived at the main hall. As expected, Luo Xianqing was seated there with a teacup in his hand. It was hard to tell what he was thinking about, but upon seeing Zhang Xian, he quickly stood up and clasped his fist. Luo Xianqing pays respect to clan head Zhang and the Sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages. Brother Luo, you're being too polite. Seeing how the other party was so respectful, Zhang Xian hurriedly stepped forward. Luo Xianqing raised his head to look at the young man before him, and a myriad of emotions welled up in his eyes. All along, he had thought that the other party was just an ordinary person, and due to their similar personalities, he had decided to befriend the other party. However, when he found out that the other party had deceived his younger sister, he flew into a rage and wanted to pummel the other party to death. But who could have thought that in the blink of an eye, not only would the other party become the young prodigy of the Zhang clan, he would even become the Sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages, and every single one of his disciples would become ridiculously powerful. He had confirmed the news many times, but he still found it hard to believe. Initially, when his younger sister had said that this fellow from a backwater place like the Hongyuan Empire was an outstanding individual, he had scoffed at the notion. However, at this very moment, he realized that his younger sister's eye of discernment was indeed extraordinary. Your cultivation, is at Dimension Sundering Realm Pinnacle? While Luo Xianqing was still deep in thought, his eyes suddenly narrowed in astonishment. A few days ago, when he was pummeling him, the other party was only at Phantasmal Space Realm Pinnacle. How long had it been since then? He was already proud of the fact that he was able to reach Dimension Sundering Realm Primary Stage at such a young age. Yet, the young man before him was able to achieve breakthroughs as easily as eating and drinking. Did he have to be so exaggerated? I was lucky to achieve a breakthrough, Zhang Xian replied with a smile. I was just lucky. Luo Xianqing felt as if he was going to suffer from internal injuries. Every time he asked, that fellow would reply with the same answer. Even if you are trying to fool me, can't you at least give me some dignity? Would it kill you to say something else? I would like to test your strength. May I know if it's possible? Luo Xianqing took a deep breath as he looked at Zhang Xian intently. When he first met the other party was only a Saint 5-Dan cultivator, completely unworthy of his notice. Yet, in just 3 months, the other party had already become stronger than him. Even though he knew that the other party's talent was far greater than his, he still couldn't help but feel a little indignant. Sure. Zhang Xian nodded. He had just achieved a breakthrough, so he was feeling a little itchy. It would be best if the other party was willing to spar with him. Let's begin then. Without any hesitation, Luo Xianqing stomped his foot and charged forward. In the blink of an eye, he was already right before Zhang Xian, and he raised his hand and struck down forcefully. Voila, the space around him froze, and the air around him turned viscous. In just a few short days, he had already made great progress. Good move. Zhang Xian chuckled softly as he drove his Xianxia to its limits. Just as he was about to raise his palm to meet the other party's attack, he suddenly froze in midair. What's wrong? Don't go easy on me just because I'm not a match for you. Why don't you show me your true strength? Seeing how Zhang Xian had abruptly stopped his Xianxia right after he raised his Xianxia, Luo Xianqing harumphed coldly. He had already guessed that he might not be a match for the other party, but, since this was a duel, he didn't want the other party to go easy on him. It's not that I'm going easy on you, Zhang Xian raised his palm as his lips twitched uncontrollably. It's just that I used too much strength earlier, and it feels like I'm going to achieve a breakthrough soon. Hung long long. Before Zhang Xian could finish his words, the sky suddenly darkened, and lightning flashed. The macrocosm ascendancy ordeal was here. Back when he was at the Zhang clan, Zhang Xian had already made a breakthrough to Dimension Sundering Realm Pinnacle, and he had been on the verge of making a breakthrough to Macrocosm Ascendancy Realm. However, fearing that he would attract a lightning tribulation, he had forcefully suppressed his breakthrough. In the duel with Luo Xianqing earlier, as soon as he exerted his strength, he found himself unable to control his Xianxia anymore. In an instant, he broke through the bottleneck of the dimension-sundering realm, raising his cultivation to Saint 9 Dan Macrocosm Ascendancy realm. You can break through like this? Looking at the ominous clouds and the raging energy within the young man's body, Luo Xuanqing's vision darkened, and he nearly fainted. Didn't you just reach the pinnacle of the void interpretation realm? Does the macrocosm universe mirror belong to you? Breaking through as soon as he attacked, Luo Xuanqing felt a sharp pain in his chest, and he was on the verge of spurting blood. It was just a moment ago that he thought that the other party's cultivation might be unstable due to his rapid advancement, so he decided to challenge him. Yet, before the battle could even begin, the other party had already achieved a breakthrough. In comparison, his cultivation speed was as slow as a tortoise. No, it was as slow as a snail. He simply couldn't face anyone. Rumble, just as he was feeling gloomy, he saw the lightning in the sky growing larger and larger. By now, it had already covered an area of several tens of thousands of mu. Luo Xuanqing gulped down a mouthful of saliva as his body trembled uncontrollably. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he turned to the young man before him and asked, "Xianxia, are you here to escort the bride or to destroy the Luo clan?" The other party's macrocosm ascendancy ordeal was simply too powerful. No matter how powerful the formations of the Luo clan were, it was unlikely that they would be able to withstand it. "Aren't you here to fetch the bride?" Was he trying to wipe out the entire Luo clan? I really didn't do it on purpose. How about I suppress my cultivation again? Xianxia blushed. He had been suppressing his cultivation all this while, hoping to find a good opportunity to transcend the lightning tribulation when there was no one around. Who would have thought that he would fail to control his strength properly during the duel, resulting in a sudden breakthrough? Suppress them? The lightning tribulation has already come, can you still suppress it? Luo Xuanqing's vision darkened. You have already achieved a breakthrough, but you still want to suppress it. Are you sure you aren't joking? His top priority should be to think of a way to overcome this powerful lightning tribulation, right? Even a Saint 9 Dan pinnacle expert might not be able to withstand such a powerful lightning tribulation, but aren't you worried at all? You're right. The lightning tribulation is coming, so let's chase him away first. But, Xianxian's face was full of awkwardness. I don't have any good ideas. His soul cultivation had already reached Saint 9 Dan pinnacle, so he was unable to absorb any more spiritual energy. On top of that, he had also just achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, so he did not have a suitable Heaven's Path divine art yet. On top of that, his physical body had only just advanced a few days ago. There's no other way? What does that mean? Don't you have a way to drive it away? Luo Xuanqing's face twitched. His dimension-sundering realm lightning tribulation was chased away by the young man before him. Why was it that his lightning tribulation was unable to do so when it was his turn? I'm telling you right now, if you can't chase away the lightning tribulation, the Luo clan won't let you off. You can forget about the marriage between you and my younger sister. Luo Xuanqing gritted his teeth and said. This? Scratching his head, Xianxia was also on the verge of tears. Why did he have to make a breakthrough at this moment? At the moment, his physical body, cultivation, and soul were unable to absorb any energy at all. Even if he wanted to scare the other party away, he would not be able to do so. Right, let me give it a try. Knowing that the lightning tribulation was about to descend, Xianxia gritted his teeth and leaped into the air. With his hands behind his back, a cold expression surfaced on his face. Why is Xian'er's macrocosm ascendancy ordeal so powerful? Don't worry, he's able to drive away lightning tribulation several times in the past. This is a good opportunity for us to see how he does it. I heard that he charged right into the lightning tribulation, and it didn't take long for the lightning tribulation to tremble and crumble. In the courtyard, the Xingming Sword Saint and the Xingming Sword Saint were also captivated by the storm clouds, and upon seeing that it was their son's macrocosm ascendancy ordeal, they heaved a sigh of relief. Their son had simply created too many miracles, especially when it came to dealing with lightning tribulations. He had left behind one legend after another. As powerful as the macrocosm ascendancy ordeal was, he should be able to deal with it easily. Look, he's flying into the sky. He should be charging right into the lightning tribulation soon. Hyung Kensei exclaimed in agitation upon seeing Xianxia descending beneath the storm clouds. This is a rare opportunity. Let's take a good look. If we can learn a thing or two from him, we won't have to worry about the lightning tribulation anymore. The first elder of the Luo clan, Luo Qingchen, instructed the elders behind him. Yes. The elders nodded in agreement. He had seen the young man in the sky fend off his Luo Xuanqing's lightning tribulation with his own eyes, but he had not been able to figure out how the young man had managed to do it back then. Once he learned the secret art to fend off the lightning tribulation, he would have nothing to fear from the descendants of the Luo clan. Right, bring the spatial mirror over and record this sight. Even if we can't make sense of it now, we should be able to observe it repeatedly in the future. Luo Qingchen instructed. Even with his strength, he was still unable to figure out how the young man had managed to do it the first time. Even though there were many elders behind him, it was unlikely that they would be able to make sense of it. Thus, it would be best for them to record this sight down so that they could observe it repeatedly in the future. All right. The elders hurriedly flew back, and it did not take long before they found a massive mirror. It was the Luo clan's artifact, the spatial mirror. He's already charging up. Luo Qingchen bellowed as soon as the elders set up the mirror. Following which, the young man leaped into the sky and landed right beneath the lightning tribulation. Everyone was agitated. They were curious to see how the legendary young prodigy of the Zhang clan, Xianxia, would be able to overcome the lightning tribulation. Hung Long Long, upon seeing Xianxia flying over, the lightning tribulation rumbled furiously, threatening to tear the world apart. Raising his head, Xianxia felt his heart going numb, but he did not allow it to show on his face. Little Lele, we meet again. Hung Long, hearing Xianxia's voice, the lightning tribulation froze for a moment, and its rumbling grew much louder than before. There's no need to shout. Scram before I get angry. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up in annoyance. Boom, the lightning tribulation grew even weaker, and the ominous clouds in the sky seemed to tremble in response to Xianxia's words. Don't push your luck. You should know the consequences of infuriating me. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regrets. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to leave, Xianxia harumphed coldly. Boom, after a moment of hesitation, the lightning tribulation seemed to have made up its mind, and a resounding cry of indignation echoed from it. Voila, all of a sudden, it turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, it had already disappeared without a trace. It was just a moment ago that the sky was filled with ominous clouds, and everyone thought that doomsday had arrived. But at this moment, the sky was clear, and there was not the slightest cloud to be seen. The heck? That works too? You think you can leave just by scaring me a little? When did the lightning tribulation become so simple? Luo Qingchen and the others were dumbfounded. The thunder tribulation was the punishment of the heavens and earth to the cultivators. Every cultivator would turn pale at the mention of it and fear it like a tiger. Even with Luo Qingchen's strength, his face still turned pale when he heard that the heavenly tribulation was about to arrive. He would need to prepare for a long time before he dared to face it head-on. He had thought that the young man before him would use some formidable means, but who could have thought that, with just a few words of reprimand and threats, he would be scared off? Was there such a thing? Since when did Thunderbolt become so easy to deal with? Have you recorded it? Yes, but, can we really learn it? The elder behind them was on the verge of tears. I won't be able to learn it. Luo Qingchen shook his head. It was foreseeable that if he really ran over to talk nonsense with Thunder, he would probably be smashed into meat paste in the blink of an eye. This was no longer a provocation, but an affront to the authority of the heavens, yet, the young man in the sky was completely unscathed. Could it be that he was not the child of the Xingming Sword Saints but the illegitimate child of the heavens? Luckily, I managed to fool him. In the air, Xianxia let out a long breath. The lightning tribulation had already been dealt with by him many times, so he was afraid of it. Otherwise, if he were to forcefully strike it down, he would not be able to absorb it. That would really be quite troublesome. He turned to Luo Xianqing and said with a smile, "All right, the lightning tribulation is over. Let's continue." Luo Xuanqing's scalp went numb. Continue, your sister, even the lightning tribulation was chased away by you with just a few words, and I am just a mere mortal. If I were to continue fighting with you, wouldn't that just be asking for a beating? Forget it. Xianxian shook his head. He had already made a decision in his heart. From now on, he would never compare himself to this fellow in front of him even if he was beaten to death. This fellow was a freak, a non-human. Then, "Brother Luo, can you take me to see the little princess?" Seeing that Zhang Xian was unwilling to accept the challenge, Zhang Xian was a little disappointed. However, he quickly adjusted his emotions and looked at Zhang Xian expectantly. The closer he got, the more he missed her. Even he wasn't as calm as before. "I'll see you at the engagement ceremony tomorrow. There's no need to rush." Luo Xianqing waved his hand casually. "All right." Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly. "Do you really wish to meet him?" Luo Xianqing asked with a smile. The more Zhang Xian wanted to see him, the more important his younger sister was to him. He was also very happy to see her. "Of course." Zhang Xian hurriedly nodded. "If you really want to meet him, I can let you meet him secretly." "However, you can't do it for too long," Luo Xianqing asked. Actually, the reason he came to look for the other party this time was to arrange a meeting between the two of them, and also to see the other party's attitude. Now that she had seen his attitude, that he indeed had feelings for his younger sister, there was no point in making things difficult for her anymore. Although it was against etiquette to meet in private before the engagement ceremony, rules were dead, and people were alive. Even if they were discovered, the clan elders would only think that they were young and impulsive, and wouldn't say anything. Not to mention, the young man before him was not just the young prodigy of the Zhang clan but also the head of the Sanctum of Sages, Xianxia Sr. "Really?" Zhang Xian jumped up in excitement. Luo Xianqing harumphed. "Give me a moment, I'll make some arrangements," Zhang Xian hurriedly nodded. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, one of the elders of the Zhang clan suddenly rushed forward and exclaimed, "Clan head, what's wrong?" Seeing the grim look on the elder's face, Zhang Xian frowned. "I just received news from the clan that Court Chief Xiaoya of the Glacier Plain Court and Sanctum Head Wei Ruyan of the Poison Temple have gone missing," the elder reported anxiously. "Missing?" Zhang Xian abruptly stood up and asked with narrowed eyes, "What do you mean by that? What happened?" "I'm not too sure either. It seems like a fight broke out, and the two of them vanished without a trace. The members of the Zhang clan have already left to investigate the matter," the elder replied. "With Xiaoya's unique constitution awakened, her fighting prowess is on par with great sage experts. On top of that, Wei Ruyan's poison art has filled the air with poison, such that even Deputy Sanctum Head Ren Qingyuan would be hard-pressed to capture her. They didn't even have the time to send a message?" Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly in disbelief. Back then, when Xiaoya was imprisoned by Yu Ruoxin, she had found an opportunity to send a message to him for help. Just who in the world could have caused her to vanish without a trace? "I don't know," the elder replied. "Do you know of the battle that took place there?" "I'll head over right now to take a look." Zhang Xian took a deep breath. Knowing that the news from the Zhang clan was accurate, he knew that something must have happened to Xiaoya and Wei Ruyan. If he wanted to know what was going on, he would have to head there personally and wait for them to investigate the matter. However, who knew how long it would take for them to get to the bottom of the matter? It's not too far away from the Empire Alliance. Court Chief Zhao and Division Head Wei were dealing with some matters there, but before they could return, something happened, the elder hurriedly nodded. "It's not too far away from the Empire Alliance?" "Very well." Having learned the exact location, Zhang Xian turned to Luo Xianqing and said apologetically, "Brother Luo, you should head over to take a look first. If there's anything you need, feel free to let me know." Knowing that Zhang Xian's matter was more important, Luo Xianqing nodded. Zhang Xian clasped his fist in gratitude before heading to the residence. He took out the grade 9 formation flags that his mother had given him and swiftly set up a teleportation formation. "Xianer, I'll go with you." Sword Saint Meng seemed to have learned of the matter as well, and she hurriedly walked up to Zhang Xian and said, "Xianxia and your father will be here. If anything happens, we'll be able to look out for each other." It was just a wedding, and the gifts had already been prepared. On top of that, Hyun Kensei and Xianxia would be around as well, so there shouldn't be any problems. Zhang Xian nodded. Even though he had already achieved a breakthrough to Saint Nine Dan, it was still a little difficult for him to drive the teleportation formation. With Luo Xianqing tagging along, he would be able to speed up the process. Let's go. Having made up their minds, the two of them immediately infused their Xianxia into the teleportation formation, and the teleportation formation flickered. Who? The two of them vanished from the spot simultaneously. In the next moment, they were already in the vicinity of the Empire Alliance. The eighth elder said that it's in that direction. Sword Saint Meng scanned the surroundings and confirmed the direction before pointing. The two of them swiftly flew forward, and it did not take long before they arrived at a mountain range. At this moment, the mountain range had been sliced in half by someone, and the vegetation on it had been completely destroyed. It was clear that an earth-shattering battle had taken place not too long ago. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly together. The crater was filled with ice. With a single look, it was clear that it was left behind by Xiaoya. There were also quite a few plants in the surroundings that had turned black and yellowish. Clearly, they had been poisoned to death. From the looks of it, it was Wei Ruyan's doing. Xianxia had thought that the two of them had been taken down individually, but who could have known that they would be working together? Just who in the world was the culprit? Just who in the world could be so powerful? Putting aside the Zhang clan and the Luo clan, even Mingshi Tang would find it difficult to kidnap the two of them without anyone noticing. Could it be that otherworldly demon emperor? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Recommending a new book by my good friend, Urban Shared Boyfriend System. Even though Xiaoya and Wei Ruyan were still far from matching up to Xianxia in terms of fighting prowess, due to the unique nature of their powers, it was unlikely that the latter would be able to do anything to them in a real battle. Yet, they were still taken away before they could even send a message. Unless Xianxia used the Pavilion Master Seal or an ancient sage personally made a move, it was unlikely that anyone would be able to do so. I have insight. Xianxia swiftly scanned his surroundings. Following which, a deep frown appeared on his forehead, and his face turned livid. I can't find any traces at all? Even his eye of insight, which had never failed him before, was ineffective at this very moment. Had it been before, he would have been able to find some clues and sense that something was amiss. However, at this very moment, there was nothing at all. It was as if the duo had vanished into thin air. Your two students aren't weak either. To be able to take the duo away without leaving any traces behind, their prowess is truly rare. Sword Saint Meng remarked grimly. Could it be the doing of an otherworldly demon? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. The killing intent of the otherworldly demonic tribe is extremely concentrated, making it difficult for them to conceal their killing intent. However, there isn't any such killing intent in the traces left behind by the otherworldly demonic tribe. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be the doing of an otherworldly demon. Of course, if it was an ancient sage, it would be hard to say. Sword Saint Meng nodded. Ancient sage, Xianxia's face turned livid. Even though the Mingshi Tang had some grudges with him, he had already clarified the matter. The other party wouldn't go as far as to do something so embarrassing. If the other powers wanted to do the same, they would have to resort to their final trump card. However, the ancient sages were already nearing the end of their lifespan. To do so just to capture his two students, the chances of that happening were slim. Other than an otherworldly demon emperor, he couldn't think of anyone who would do such a thing. Seeing her son's anxious expression, Sword Saint Meng said, Don't panic. Let's check the surroundings carefully first. Perhaps, we might be able to find something. What we have to do first is confirm who captured them and whether their lives are in danger. Xianxia nodded. Since it concerned him, he couldn't help but panic a little. What Sword Saint Meng said was right. What they had to do first was to confirm the duo's safety. Otherwise, there was no use panicking. Following the traces left behind on the mountain range, he carefully circled around it, carefully examining every inch of it. Did you find anything? Sword Saint Meng asked. Xianxia shook his head. The other party should be very good at hiding their tracks. Or perhaps, they disappeared into thin air, leaving nothing behind. The person who had abducted Xiaoya and Wei Ruyan had used some kind of means, but even with his eye of insight, he was unable to find any useful information. I did see something. Sword Saint Meng said grimly, judging from the traces of the battle, the culprit only used 2 moves to capture both Xiaoya and Wei Ruyan, leaving no room for resistance at all. 2 moves? Xianxia's face twitched. Yes, there are many small pits on the ground. It looks messy, but there are only two big pits. The first one has an extremely low temperature. I looked carefully, and the surrounding cold was emitted from here. This means that Xiaoya should be using her power here. Sword Saint Ming pointed, and Xianxia saw a slightly larger pit. It was indeed much colder than the surrounding area. After using her full strength, she tried to attack the culprit, but the culprit managed to neutralize her with a single move. The dissipation of her strength resulted in the formation of many pits in the surroundings. Thus, it can be concluded that Xiaoya was unable to withstand a single move from the culprit despite using her full strength. Following Sword Saint Ming's deduction, Xianxia took a closer look and saw that there were indeed many pits in the surroundings. Most likely, they were the result of a counterattack. There were no signs of a second attack. The same logic applies to Wei Ruyan's pit as well. Furthermore, if I'm not mistaken, the two of them attacked simultaneously, but the culprit was still able to easily subdue them. Sword Saint Ming explained in astonishment. To be able to subdue two top-notch experts single-handedly. Just who in the world was that person? What was the motive behind doing so? Did the culprit not know that doing so would offend the Glacier Plain Court, Poison Temple, Sanctum of Sages, and even the Zhang clan? One must know that all of these clans had their own means, or else they wouldn't have been able to remain standing on the Master-Teacher continent for so many years. Clan head. Just as the duo was wondering who the culprit was, an elder of the Zhang clan suddenly flew over. It was the elder who had sent a message to the 8th elder earlier. Xianxia turned around and asked. Reporting to the clan head, the Yuan clan has sent a message saying that their young clan head has been abducted. The elder quickly clasped his fist. Yuan Tao has been abducted as well? Xianxia nearly exploded on the spot. It's a message from an elder of the Yuan clan. The elder hurriedly passed a jade token over. Taking a look at the jade token, Xianxia clenched his fists tightly together. Just like how Xiaoya and the others had been abducted, the former's entire clan didn't even have the strength to retaliate. In fact, before they could even see who the culprit was, the culprit had already disappeared. Where's the Yuan clan? Xianxia turned to the elder before him and asked. I know where it is. Here's the exact location. Sword Saint Ming said as she sent a telepathic message over. Let's head over. After confirming the location, they took out the grade 9 formation flags and set up a teleportation formation. The duo vanished from the spot. In the next moment, they arrived in the vicinity of the Yuan clan. Clan head Zhang, Sword Saint Ming. Soon, the head of the Yuan clan led the duo into the main hall. It's a robed man. I didn't manage to get a clear look at his appearance, but he does seem to be a master teacher at the same time. As soon as he arrived, he immediately grabbed Yuan Tao, and no matter how he struggled, it was futile. That's our guardian formation, but it was destroyed by him with a single palm strike. The head of the Yuan clan said as he pointed upwards. Xianxia and Sword Saint Ming turned their gazes over and saw a neat palm print on the ceiling. The seal of the formation had been torn apart as if it had materialized. Other than the formation flags, formations didn't have any concrete form. For it to be torn apart like a piece of silk, and not to mention, unable to reassemble. This was way too frightening. As one of the top clans in the Master-Teacher continent, the formation that the Yuan clan had set up was the culmination of the wisdom of countless experts. Even a great sage pinnacle expert would be unable to tear it apart with a single palm strike. Yet, the other party was able to tear it apart with a single palm strike and capture Yuan Tao, who had already awakened his bloodline. This was beyond frightening. It was inconceivable. Even Xianxia might not be able to do such a thing. Sword Saint Ming said with quivering lips. They had fought with Xianxia before, so they knew how powerful the latter was. Since that was the case, it seemed like Xianxia was indeed incapable of such a feat. Is that person an ancient sage? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Xianxia was a great sage pinnacle expert, one of the strongest experts on the Master-Teacher continent. There were few who were a match for him beneath ancient sage, and if even Xianxia wasn't a match for him, it could only mean that the other party was an ancient sage. If that was the case, it could only be the otherworldly demonic emperor. No, that's not it. I know that he hasn't reached the level of an ancient sage yet. The head of the Yuan clan shook his head. To be so powerful despite not reaching ancient sage yet? This? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he possesses Kongshi's bloodline as well, granting him invincibility beneath ancient sage? Xianxia was unable to execute the palm imprint earlier, but Xianxian was able to do so with the help of the Pavilion Master Seal. Did this not mean that the intruder's strength was already on par with his? He had Kongshi's blood essence. Could it be that the intruder had the same ability as well? That's impossible. Kongshi's blood essence was incomparably valuable. If it was that easy to obtain it, wouldn't that mean that everyone was extremely powerful? Besides, if he was not mistaken, Kongshi's blood essence could only be used by celestial master teachers. Even if ordinary cultivators possessed it, they would not be able to tap into its full potential. Could it be that an ancient sage has intentionally suppressed his cultivation? Xianxian could not help but ask. The head of the Yuan clan shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. If an ancient sage really came, the ancient sages of our Yuan clan should have been able to sense it and awaken from their slumber. Xianxian widened his eyes in realization. The Yuan clan usually had ancient sages in slumber guarding it. If an ancient sage of the same cultivation realm were to arrive, the intruder would have been disturbed by the aura and awakened. The fact that the experts of the Yuan clan had not reacted to it at all meant that the intruder was still unable to pierce through the barrier. To possess such strength despite not having reached ancient sage, who could it be? Xianxian's complexion was turning more and more awful. If an ancient sage had appeared, the ancient sages of the Yuan clan would have been able to stop the intruder or find out who the intruder was. However, the intruder had not made a breakthrough yet, and he was still so powerful. Even he would not be able to find out who the intruder was. Yuan clan's head, do you know where the Spirit Awakener Guild is? Xianxian suddenly recalled something, and he asked anxiously. I have a map here. The head of the Yuan clan flicked his wrist and passed a jade token over. Xianxian took a look at the jade token and heaved a sigh of relief. Are you worried that the intruder will make a move on Wang Ying? Sword Saint Ming nodded. That's right. Xianxian nodded. Xiaoya, Wei Ruyan, and Yuan Tao. His 3 direct disciples had been abducted consecutively. If the intruder were to make a move on him, Wang Ying would not be able to escape this ordeal as well. As for Xingyang, he was in the Combat Master Hall. Even if the intruder possessed strength that was invincible beneath ancient sage, he should be safe. Alright, let's go. Thus, he quickly set up a teleportation formation and arrived at the Spirit Awakener Guild. At this moment, Sword Saint Mei was starting to feel a little fatigued after using her energy to teleport 3 times in a row and protecting Xianxian with her Jinqi. Teacher, why are you here? Seeing him appear here, Wang Ying was full of doubts and at the same time felt very happy. We martial brothers and sisters have decided to go to the Luo family to help you marry Master's wife. Xiaoya, Wei Ruyan, and Yuan Tao have all been captured. Xianxian explained solemnly. They were caught? Wang Ying's delicate body trembled, full of disbelief. Their strength is so strong, who are they? I don't know either. I was worried that something might have happened to you, so I rushed over. Xianxian said. Teacher, do you suspect that you will attack me? Wang Ying immediately came to a realization, and he turned to Elder Qin and instructed, Elder Qin, inform all of the Spirit Awakeners to prepare for battle. Yes. Elder Qin also knew that the situation was grave, so she quickly left. After making the necessary arrangements, Wang Ying asked anxiously, Teacher, what happened to Senior Xiaoya and Junior Wei Ruyan? I have no idea either. The other party didn't leave any traces behind. Even I am unable to find anything. Xianxian shook his head with a deep frown. However, there's no need to worry. We just have to wait here. If the other party dares to make a move, we should be able to capture them and interrogate them. All right. Wang Ying knew that her teacher was waiting for the other party to make a move. As long as the other party made a move, they would definitely give themselves away. Thus, she decided not to ask any more questions. Instead, she arranged for the 2 of them to rest while she cultivated. Compared to Xiaoya and the others, she was indeed lacking in talent, but she was much more hardworking. As the leader of the Spirit Awakener Guild, she had plenty of resources, so she was able to make rapid progress in her cultivation. Soon, a day passed, and the sky brightened up once more. However, there was no movement at all. It was as if the other party knew that they were here and would not appear again. Do you have a long-distance communication formation here? Send a message to Xingyang and see if he's alright. Unable to hold himself back anymore, Xianxia asked. Alright. Wang Ying left the room, and not too long later, she returned and reported, Teacher, Senior Xingyang said that he has already arrived at the Luo clan, and there's nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing out of the ordinary? Zhang Xian frowned. The other party had made a move on Xiaoya, Wei Ruyan, and Yuan Tao consecutively, targeting his students. If Wang Ying and Xingyang were fine, could it be that the other party was not after his students? Special Constitution. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes in astonishment as his body stiffened. Previously, Yangshi had said that in order to enter the Temple of Confucius and obtain the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn, one had to possess either the Celestial Amulet of Legacy or a special constitution. Xiaoya, Wei Ruyan, and Yuan Tao all possessed special constitutions, so they met the requirements. However, Wang Ying and Xingyang did not possess special constitutions. Could this be the reason why the three of them had been abducted? If that was the case, they should not be in any danger. On the contrary, they should be safe. After all, the reason why the other party had captured them was to open the Temple of Confucius, not to kill them. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xian instructed, Wang Ying, from today onward, follow me closely. Don't leave my side. Whether that was the case or not was only his conjecture, so it was best to be careful. Where are we going now? Sword Saint Meng asked. After a day of recuperation, she had returned to her peak condition. Her aura was reminiscent of a sharp sword, ready to pierce through the heavens at any moment. Let's return to the Luo clan. Zhang Xian nodded. The Luo clan? Sword Saint Meng was perplexed. I still have some matters that I would like to ask Yangshi. Also, if the other party is really looking for a unique constitution, the little princess is likely to be one as well. I suspect that they might try to wreak havoc at my wedding ceremony. Zhang Xian said. There was one more thing that he did not mention. Speaking of unique constitutions, who else could possibly be more unique than him? Xiaoya's purine body, Wei Ruyan's innate poison body, and Yuan Tao's emperor's bloodline were all beneath him. Even though he was unable to discern what kind of unique constitution he possessed, the fact that he was able to cultivate the Heaven's Path divine art and possess the library of Heaven's Path was more than enough to show that he possessed a unique constitution. More importantly, the Zhang clan and the Luo clan both possessed the Celestial Amulet of Legacy. If the other party had really captured Xiaoya and the others for the sake of the Temple of Confucius, there was no way that they would give up on the real Celestial Amulet of Legacy. On top of that, it was an auspicious day for the marriage between the Zhang clan and the Luo clan. Thus, if he wanted to find out who the other party was, he would have to return to the Luo clan. Besides, he still had to ask Yangshi about how he could unlock the seal of the Temple of Confucius and enter it. Perhaps, he might be able to deduce some clues from him. Let's go. Knowing that Zhang Xian had already made up his mind, Sword Saint Meng stepped onto the teleportation formation and left. The Luo clan was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and the buildings were wrapped in red cloth. The first elder Luo Qingchen stood at the entrance of the main hall with a bright smile on his face. The head of the Jiang clan, Jiang Fengyu, has arrived with 30 Saint 8 Dan beasts to congratulate the Zhang clan on their marriage. The head of the Mu clan, Mu Tingzhen, has arrived with 3 boxes of 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs and 10 true spirit peepa trees. The head of the Shui clan, Shui Wantian, has arrived with 3,000 water spirit crystals, 5,000 northern sea diamonds, and 207 star dragon eyes to congratulate clan head Zhang Xian's marriage. Loud cheers sounded from outside as powerful figures of the master-teacher continent walked into the main hall with smiles on their faces. These people were people who could shake the entire master-teacher continent with just a stomp of their feet, and yet, they were all here with lavish gifts. It seems like the entire master-teacher continent has heard of Zhangshi's matter at the Empire Alliance a few days ago. It's just a wedding reception, and yet, they are already sending so many gifts over. If it's really a wedding, I'm afraid that the queue will be so long. Looking at the bustling scene in the main hall, the elder in charge of welcoming the guests couldn't help but remark. While the Luo clan possessed considerable standing on the master-teacher continent, it was still impossible for them to gather so many powerhouses within a short period of time. In fact, not even the Zhang clan was capable of such a feat yet. As soon as Xianxia became the head of the Luo clan, he managed to pull it off. Furthermore, it was just a wedding reception. Once the wedding was held, it would surely be even more glorious. In fact, even Mingshi Tang would come to congratulate him. The only explanation for such a situation was that news of Mingshi Tang's failure to capture him had spread across the entire master-teacher continent. Mingshi Tang had stood at the pinnacle of the master-teacher continent for tens of thousands of years, and if he wanted to capture someone, he would only need to issue an order to do so. Yet, Zhang Xian had changed history. Not only did he make the future head of the Combat Master Hall, the head of the Poison Temple, and the court chief of the Glacier Plain Court become his students, he even became the head of the Sanctum of Sages and Yangshi Senior. This was something that defied everyone's imagination. With so many identities added together, it would be foolish of them to not know what to do. It was precisely because the Zhang clan understood this that they had not hesitated at all. They had chosen to make Zhang Xian the successor to the position of clan head as quickly as possible. That way, everyone would know that it was only a matter of time before the Zhang clan became even more powerful. Even if the head of the Zhang clan was suffering from a headache or a cold, he would still have a house full of clan heads and sect leaders present him with medicine and treasures, let alone a grand event like this. It has been many years since the Luo clan. An elder nodded in agreement. Back when the little princess of the Luo clan tamed the Dimension Silencer, her prowess had shaken the entire master-teacher continent. Back then, there were only a handful of clans who had come to the master-teacher continent, but now, nearly all of the top experts of the master-teacher continent were here. Sage, and clan, and, I has, but Zhang clan, just, I Chen, I and Luo, Luo Chen, Luo, Luo. Back then, he was a Khanate saint. Even a sculpture of Kongshi flew into the sky because of him, and even Mingshi Tang sent his men to check on him. From the looks of it, it seems like he is indeed extraordinary. No matter what, he's still a genius. More importantly, the person that the little princess likes is him as well. This can be considered a perfect ending. The faces of the elders were filled with joy. No matter how much glory they could bring to the Luo clan, if the little princess didn't like him, it would be a disaster for them. Naturally, this was something that everyone wished to see. It was bustling outside. Deep within the residence, in a courtyard filled with flowers, a young lady was sitting quietly before a mirror, carefully grooming herself. Young mistress, it's really lively outside. I heard that quite a few influential figures have arrived. A maid standing behind the young lady said with a smile as she combed her hair. You have already said it thrice, and I already understand, the young lady shook her head with a smile. All along, I couldn't understand why someone as formidable as young mistress would fall in love with the principal of a Tier 1 Empire Master Teacher Academy. Only now do I realize that our young master is truly formidable. Without saying anything at all, he was able to gather so many people to congratulate him. Other than Mingshi Tang, I can't think of anyone else who could wield such strength. The maid stood where she was, her eyes shining with admiration. Mingshi Tang doesn't have a true pavilion master at the moment, so it's impossible for him to gather so many people to congratulate him within a short period of time, another maid said with a smile. Indeed. Young mistress sure is blessed. The two maids congratulated young mistress furiously. Seated before the mirror, the little princess looked at her flawless appearance with a blissful smile on her face. Right. Have you looked into the matter that I asked you to look into? Xianxia. Did he say anything when he came yesterday? All of a sudden, the little princess suddenly thought of something and asked nervously. This? The maid was taken aback. Just as she was about to speak, footsteps sounded outside, and a hearty laughter sounded. There's no need to ask them. I have already looked into it for you. Young master. Upon seeing this person, the maid hurriedly bowed. Luo Xianqing waved his hands. Turning to his younger sister, he laughed heartily. I saw that lad yesterday, and as soon as he heard that you were here, he was so agitated that he insisted on coming over. If not for me holding him back, he would have charged over. He was agitated? The little princess's face reddened. Big brother, don't forget about me. Are you sure that you told him that it was me? Isn't that obvious? Since he's here to fetch the bride, of course he knows who you are, so there's no need for him to worry. Luo Xianxia shook his head speechlessly. That's good. I was just thinking that I disguised my appearance when I first met him. The little princess smiled awkwardly. I was afraid that he wouldn't recognize me after seeing my true appearance. Young mistress, rest assured. I have seen your disguised appearance, and you are 10 times more beautiful than before. When the young master sees you, he will surely fall for you, one of the maids chuckled. Indeed, young mistress. If you were to meet him with your current appearance, you would probably fall in love with him without even saying a word. The other maid also covered her mouth with her hand. The two of you are just too talkative. Hearing their words, the little princess chuckled softly. Raising her head to look at Luo Xianxia, she asked, Big brother, he has some matters to attend to. Don't worry, he'll be back very soon. You should make some preparations as well. I don't want him to see you with such a worried look on his face, right? Luo Xianxia chuckled. The little princess nodded as happiness welled up in her heart. Ever since she was young, she had been bound by an engagement. She thought that she would have to spend the rest of her life helplessly. Never in her dreams did she expect to find the person she loved and end up together with him. It seemed like the heavens were treating her well. Xianxia from the Zhang clan is currently discussing the wedding with our father, and our father has already accepted their gifts. You'll be returning to the Zhang clan with that lad today, so you should hurry up and leave. Don't keep the guests waiting. Seeing the blissful look on his younger sister's face, Luo Xianxia was also delighted. Even though he was a little disappointed that his younger sister was getting married, this was already the best outcome for her. He didn't even dare to think about it in the past. The little princess nodded before turning her gaze to the mirror once more. Is there anything else that I haven't done yet? Everything is done. Young mistress, you look the most beautiful today. The maid behind her chuckled softly. The little princess had always been cold and composed. Who would have thought that she would behave like a little girl when she met the person she truly liked? That's good. Heaving a sigh of relief, the little princess stood up and looked at her elder brother with a delighted expression. Let's go. Luo Xianxia smiled as he led the way out. The two maids followed closely behind him. Big brother, who is here today? The little princess asked as she walked forward. Even though she had heard from the maids that there were many people, she wasn't too sure who they were. Almost all of the clan heads and elders of the sage clans are here today. That lad sure is a big shot. Luo Xianxia chuckled. Even he found it hard to believe that so many people would be here today. All of the clan heads of the sage clans? The little princess widened her eyes in shock. They are all here to congratulate Xianxia on his marriage? What do you think? Luo Xianxia remarked. The last time such a grand occasion happened was when our Luo clan was founded. However, even then, there weren't so many people here. Your marriage has brought the Luo clan back to the pinnacle of the master-teacher continent once more. That lad might be a little unreliable in other matters, but he has done a good job in this matter. He has made sure that you, the little princess, are able to get married in such a grand manner. A surge of warmth flowed through the little princess's heart. Even though she was an incredibly talented individual who had assimilated the dimension silencer, making it hard for her to find a match in the younger generation, she knew that it was impossible for her to gather so many people here. This glory was enough to be engraved in history and passed down for tens of thousands of years. Miss, you've always hoped that the person you love could marry you under the watchful eyes of the public. Has your wish been fulfilled now? The maid behind him smiled. Of course. If this isn't the center of attention, then what is? Luo Xianxia nodded. In the entire continent, other than the Mingshi Tang, it was impossible for the other powers to gather so many experts. But now, they had done it. What else could it be other than attracting the attention of everyone? The main hall is right in front of us. Let's cover our heads first. As they chatted, they arrived at the entrance of the main hall. Luo Xianxia instructed, and the maid behind him took out a red veil to cover the young lady's beautiful face. Xianxia came to escort the bride. As the bride, she naturally had to cover her face with a red cloth. This was also the etiquette that had been set at the beginning, and could not be violated. After covering her face, the young lady followed behind Luo Xianqing into the main hall. However, just as she was about to enter, she heard a shout. Deputy Sanctum Head Zhang Tiancheng of the Sanctum of Sages is here to congratulate you. Mingshi Tang's Deputy Pavilion Master, Ren Qingyuan, is here to congratulate you along with 10 9-stars master teachers. Even the Sanctum of Sages and Mingshi Tang are here? Furthermore, they are the Deputy Pavilion Master and the Deputy Sanctum Head? The young lady's heart was filled with sweetness. The arrival of the heads of the sage clans was already shocking enough. Yet, the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Mingshi Tang had brought so many 9-stars master teachers to congratulate her personally. This was truly a show of respect. With such a successful wedding, she would have no regrets in her life. Mingshi Tang's Grand Elder, Hu Shiqing, is here to congratulate you along with his disciples. Hu Shiqing? That Grand Elder who no longer cares about worldly affairs? Didn't he go into seclusion? Why would he be here for the wedding? I don't know either. Back then, when Ren Qingyuan was inaugurating the position of Deputy Pavilion Master, he specially invited him, but he didn't turn up. To think that he would be here. Indeed. Xianxia sure is thick-skinned. If I were the young lady, I would surely die of happiness. Shocked and envious voices sounded in the surroundings. Even Grand Elder Hu Shiqing is here. The young lady clenched her fists tightly. Back then, she had wanted to acknowledge this Grand Elder as her teacher, but he didn't agree to it. Who could have thought that he would actually be here today? Unaffiliated Cultivator, Miraculous Hands, is here to congratulate you. Grand Elder of the Blacksmith Guild, Wu Qing, is here to congratulate you. Tranquil Lake Daoist, Dui Yao, is here to congratulate you. Wild Saber, *******, is here to congratulate you. Before the young lady could recover from her shock, another commotion broke out outside. Familiar names that carried the vicissitudes of history echoed in the ears of the crowd, causing a huge commotion in the hall once more. Miraculous Hands is a figure whose name reached the world 1,000 years ago. He was once the head of the Physician Guild, but he went missing 500 years ago. No one knew of his whereabouts, and everyone thought that he had passed away. To think that not only was he still alive, he even came here to congratulate you, that's a legendary figure. Countless experts were saved by him, and he has bestowed great blessings upon the world. Wu Qing is known as the Heartless Daoist, and he's known as the Heartless Daoist. It's said that back then, his son's partner had asked him to forge a weapon for her, but he had turned her down. To think that he would actually come here today, I took a look at his gift, and it seems to be a great sage artifact. Who's the Tranquil Lake Daoist? He's an eccentric figure as well. 300 years ago, he made a name for himself by defeating 3 9-stars master teachers with a single slash. His fighting prowess was not to be underestimated, and he was fond of playing chess. He went around looking for people to challenge him, and there was almost no one who was a match for him. However, he eventually vanished without a trace. Who could have thought that he would be here today? Actually, I'm more impressed by the Wild Saber. I thought that Xianxia would remember this favor, but who could have thought that all of these people would be here as well? This is truly an eye-opener. Indeed. He would have regretted it if he hadn't come. Hearing these familiar names and seeing these extraordinary figures that only existed in legends, everyone exploded at the same time. At this very moment, the heads of the sage clans, who were respected by the masses, were trembling like quails in agitation. He was the one who invited all of these people here. The young lady under the red veil was unable to see the sight before her, but she was able to hear everything clearly, and her eyes reddened slightly. As the daughter of a sage clan, she had thought that her life would be bleak and dull, but who could have thought that it would actually be so glorious and dazzling? Thank you. Knowing that these people were most likely invited here by Xianxia to boost the Luo clan's morale, the young lady couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Look, Xianxia is here. At this moment, a commotion broke out outside once more. Zhang Xian and Sword Saint Meng walked in from the distance. So many people? Rushing all the way back to the Luo clan, Zhang Xian leaped in astonishment before he could even step into the main hall. He had only come here to welcome the bride, not to celebrate the wedding. He had thought that there would only be a few students here to join in on the fun, but who could have thought that there would be so many of them? It's only normal for you to attract so many people here given the huge commotion that you have caused. As for those reclusive experts, they are probably here out of respect for Xianxia, Sword Saint Ming said. Out of respect for Xianxia? Indeed. Grand Elder Huisher Qing of the Mingshi Tang sect once received Xianxia's guidance, and the two of them are both close friends and teacher. As for miraculous hands, it's said that Xianxia once saved him from a perilous situation. I'm not too sure about the details, but several hundred years ago, Tranquil Lake Daoist challenged Xianxia to a game of chess, and he ended up losing so badly that he even lost his pants. Sword Saint Ming said with a smile. Even though this was confidential information, the Zhang family had a close relationship with Xianxia, so they knew quite a bit about it. Besides, other than Xianxia, it was unlikely that anyone would be able to invite such a renowned figure. I'll be troubling Xianxia then, Zhang Xian shook his head with a bitter smile. He had only come here to welcome the bride, so he didn't think that he would have to make such a huge commotion. However, it was clear that the other party was doing this for his sake as well. The bigger the commotion, the greater the influence he would have. This way, he would be able to wield greater prestige in the future. Let's go in. Sword Saint Ming nodded. As soon as the duo walked into the room, Lu Chong and Jing Yang immediately rushed over to welcome them. Teacher. They had also received news of the matter, and they couldn't help but feel anxious. I went to take a look at the scene, and given the prowess of the culprit, it would have been easy for him to kill Xiaoya and the others. Yet, he chose to capture them instead. This means that they shouldn't be in any danger for the time being. Zhang Xian explained. However, don't let your guard down. Since the culprit has made the first move, there's bound to be some follow-up moves. If I'm not mistaken, they might appear today. So, make sure to prepare for battle. Jing Yang and Lu Chong glanced at one another and nodded simultaneously. Xiaoya and Wei Ruyan were no weaker than them, but they were still able to capture them in an instant. There was no doubt that the other party was powerful. If he really dared to come over, they would have to use all of their strength to prevent him from escaping. Patriarch of the Zhang family, I am the sect master of the Clear River sect. It is my honor to be able to witness the marriage between the Zhang and Luo families. After confirming Zhang Xian's identity, a crowd immediately gathered around him. This is Xianxia? Heroes indeed come from the young. He's only 20 this year, but not only has he become the sanctum head of the sanctum of sages, each of his students is stronger than the last. Just how in the world does he cultivate? It's said that Xianxia took in a disciple on behalf of his teacher, and even he has to address him as senior. With Xianxia's personal guidance and the pure bloodline of the Zhang family, it's not unreasonable for him to have such accomplishments at such a young age. Well, everyone, if there's anything, we can talk about it later. There will be plenty of opportunities. It won't be good if we miss the auspicious hour. Luo Qingchen stepped forward and said. Regardless of whether it was a wedding or a wedding, they would always choose the best timing. Naturally, the Luo clan would be even more cautious. Knowing this, the crowd nodded and opened up a path for Luo Qingchen. Heaving a sigh of relief, Zhang Xian followed behind Luo Qingchen and headed to the center of the room. At the very center of the room sat Hyung Kensei and Xianxia. Sitting opposite him was an authoritative middle-aged man who bore some resemblance to Luo Xianqing. Without a doubt, he was the father of the little princess, his future father-in-law. Luo Xianqing was standing behind him, and beside him was a beautiful young lady. She wore a red veil over her head, concealing her appearance completely. Ruoxin, Zhang Xian's body tensed up, and he couldn't help but feel delighted. Even though it had only been a few months since they parted ways, it felt like years had passed. He missed her every single day and night. Knowing that this wasn't the time to be talking, Zhang Xian suppressed his longing for her. Just as he was about to hear how they were going to discuss the wedding, a question suddenly popped up in his mind. Why does her figure seem a little different? He and Luozi were lovers, and the two of them had pledged their lives to one another in the Qiuwu Palace. Even though they hadn't spent much time together, he was still familiar with her figure. While the young lady beneath the red veil had an impeccable figure as well, there was something different about her at first glance. Could it be that, she didn't just disguise her appearance back then, she disguised her figure as well? Xianxia was perplexed. Back then, he had only noticed that the other party had disguised her appearance, not her figure. Could it be that she had disguised her figure as well? Xianer, we have agreed to hold the wedding as soon as we return to the Zhang clan. What do you think? Just as Xianxia was contemplating whether he should use his spiritual perception or eye of insight to take a look, Xianxia suddenly spoke up. Of course. Xianxia hurriedly nodded. Marrying Lozozi had always been his dream. Now that the opportunity was right before his eyes, how could he possibly turn it down? That's good, it's settled then. Since so many of you are here today, let's head to the Zhang clan's wedding banquet together. Xianxia laughed heartily. Of course. We have to attend this wedding banquet. The crowd clasped their fists. Alright, let's get ready to set off then. Since they had already agreed on the wedding banquet, there was no need for Xianxia to say anything else. Xianxia stood up. Seeing that his son was still in a daze, he couldn't help but chuckle. What are you waiting for? Bring your future daughter-in-law to the sedan chair. Yes. Xianxia hurriedly nodded as he walked up to the young lady. Just as he was about to hold her hand, a huge commotion suddenly broke out outside. Following which, a powerful shockwave burst into the surroundings, causing a deafening rumble in the air. What happened? The head of the Luo clan abruptly stood up and looked outside. Reporting to the clan head, bad news. 2 people barged in, and we weren't able to stop them, a member of the Luo clan rushed in anxiously. The Zhang clan and the Luo clan are going to be joining hands in a marriage banquet, and there are so many experts gathered here. Who dares to cause trouble here? Let me see who's the one who has the guts to do this. The head of the Luo clan narrowed his eyes. It was such a grand wedding banquet, and there were so many experts gathered here. Who would dare to cause trouble here? It should be him. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up as he quickly turned to Xingyang and the others, only to see that his students were already in position. He had already guessed that the culprit who had abducted Yuan Tao, Xiaoya, and the others would appear at this moment, so there was no doubt that the culprit was that person. Let's head over to take a look. Unable to hold himself back any longer, Xianxia hurriedly followed the head of the Luo clan out of the banquet hall. Barely after reaching the banquet hall, he saw 2 figures slowly walking over. The elders of the Luo clan and the experts who had charged forward to stop them quickly backed away. Could it be that they are the ones who have abducted Xiaoya? Following the flow of the crowd, Xianxia took a closer look and saw that the one who had made the move was a young lad who appeared to be around 13 or 14. Behind him was a veiled lady. Even though it was impossible to see her face clearly, just from her figure and physique, Xianxia could tell that she was a rare beauty. Her figure, just as Xianxia was about to call Lu Chong and the others over to grab the lady to take a closer look, his body suddenly jolted, and his body stiffened. Hula, at that instant, the veil on the woman's face slowly fell to the ground, revealing a gorgeous face that would drive anyone crazy with a single glance. Fire Source City, open your heart to me, Qiuwu Palace, promise of 3 lifetimes. Xianxia, you have sworn an oath of undying love with me, but here you are. Marrying someone else. The lady's eyes reddened slightly. Lozozi, why you? As if struck by lightning, Xianxia's mind was in a mess. The lady before him was no other than the one who had moved his heart and made a life-and-death pact with him, Lozozi, since she was Ruoxin, who was the little princess. Xianxia hurriedly turned around, only to see the veil on the lady's face falling, revealing a face so beautiful that it left one breathless. Chi-Chi, Xianxia was stunned. Even though the lady before him was more than 10 times more beautiful than the Luo Chi-Chi he had met before, from her disposition, eyes, and every action, he could still tell that she was the apothecary student who had adored him deeply. Luo Chi-Chi, when they first met in the Miryu Empire, she had studied diligently and cultivated diligently. She had never gone against his orders, and she had never revealed her identity. Back when they parted at Qingyuan City, she had confessed her true feelings for him, and the words "I don't just have feelings for you" had broken his heart. He had thought that it would be difficult for them to meet again, but who could have known that, to think that they would meet once more? How can the little princess be Chi-Chi? Xianxia felt as if he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. All along, he had thought that Lozozi was the little princess of the Luo clan. In order to be together with her, he had worked hard, even going so far as to cause trouble for the Zhang clan and get close to Luo Xianqing. He had even used the Library of Heaven's Path to look into it. Yet, to suddenly say that Qiqi was the little princess and Luozi wasn't. His head felt as if it was going to explode. Luo Laoshe, looking at Luozi, Luo Qiqi's body trembled. She knew that Xianxia only had an ordinary fondness for her, and it wasn't love at all. This was also the reason why she had been a little dazed when she heard that the other party had come to fetch her so excitedly. Now that Luozi had appeared, she finally understood what was going on. It couldn't be that he had mistaken her for the other party. Could the person that he truly liked be the master teacher of the Hunyuan Empire, Luo Laoshe? Otherwise, what did she mean when she said Fire Source City, open your heart, Qiuwu Palace, promise 3 lifetimes? Her heart felt as if it had been sliced by a knife, and the happiness she had felt a moment ago dissipated in an instant. Her body froze on the spot, and her body trembled uncontrollably. There were many drawbacks to using the dimension silencer to seal one's cultivation. Before one's cultivation reached a certain level, some of one's memories would be lost forever. However, the young man before her had truly moved her heart. He had walked into her heart, and her memories had been completely awakened. Her thoughts were very simple. She only hoped that one day, the man she liked would be able to marry her in front of everyone's eyes. With so many experts personally coming over to congratulate her, it was indeed the focus of everyone's attention. But, he had guessed the beginning correctly, but not the ending. It was no wonder Xianxia kept rejecting her back then, refusing to accept her no matter what she said, even trying to change the topic. It turned out that he already had someone he liked back then, and it was none other than the young man before him. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have barged in at this time and said those words. Luo Qiqi's body trembled uncontrollably, but she was unable to say a single word at all. You said that you would wait for me, and no matter how difficult it was, we would be together. Ignoring the gazes from the surroundings, Luozi turned to look at Xianxia. Due to her background, she had never dared to fall in love with anyone, and she had always treated everyone with a frigid demeanor. However, her frigid heart was slowly being melted by the young man before her. In the Qiuwu Palace, he had made a vow to her, and he was willing to pay any price for her. Yet, in just a few short months, he was already marrying someone else. Was this what he meant by sincerity? You misunderstood. Seeing her in such a state, Xianxia panicked. I always thought that the little princess of the Luo clan was you, me? Luozi was puzzled. That's right. You didn't tell me your identity, and given your strength and surname, I thought that you were the princess of the Luo clan who had assimilated the dimension silencer. Xianxia felt as if his head was going to explode. He had no idea how he should explain himself. It was one thing for others to admit their mistake, but for his girlfriend to do so. Was he tired of living? But, after Ruoxin left, she didn't say a single word, nor did she explain herself. Who in the world could possess such strength at such a young age? No matter who it was, they would surely think that it was the princess of the Luo clan. More importantly, due to sheer coincidence, he had never met the princess of the Luo clan before. In fact, he hadn't even seen a single image of her. I can't reveal my identity to you for the time being. Why don't you follow me? I'll bring you somewhere. Seeing the anxious look on Xianxia's face, Luozi hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Somewhere? Where? Seeing that Luo Qiqi wasn't going to pursue the matter any further, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. You'll know once you get there. Luo Ruoxin nodded. Without another word, she turned around and prepared to leave. All right. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia gritted his teeth and prepared to follow behind her. It was already a huge blunder that had infuriated the other party. If he were to allow the other party to leave, it was likely that they would never meet again. Wait a moment. Barely after taking 2 steps, a figure suddenly blocked his path. It was Luo Xianqing. At this moment, his good friend was trembling uncontrollably, as if he would explode at any moment. Xianxia, what are you doing? Who is that person? Brother Luo, there's something I need to do. But before Xianxia could finish his words, a fist suddenly came crashing down on him. Hula, the fist harnessed all of Luo Xianqing's strength, causing even the air to distort. Even before the fist came into contact with Xianxia's face, he could already feel a searing pain, as if it was going to tear him apart. Brother Luo, not expecting Luo Xianqing to make a move all of a sudden, Xianxia took a step back. Don't call me Brother Luo. I don't deserve it. Roaring furiously, Luo Xuanqing's fists rained down on Xianxia, as if he would only be satisfied once the person before him was reduced to a pile of meat. Xianxia dodged Luo Xuanqing's fists, but he had no idea where he should start. It was because he thought that Luozi was the little princess of the Luo clan that he agreed to the engagement. There were so many people who had come to the Luo clan to attend the wedding, and yet, he suddenly turned around and said that he had mistaken her for someone else. That was equivalent to tearing off the face of the Luo clan. No one would be able to withstand such humiliation. If you are a man, don't dodge. Fight with me. Either you kill me and leave while stepping over my corpse, or you better explain to me who this person is and what he has to do with you. Luo Xianqing bellowed furiously as if he had grown 8 arms. Even though his cultivation was only at Saint 8 Dam primary stage, he wielded strength on par with a dimension-sundering realm pinnacle cultivator. Brother Luo, Xianxia retreated once more. Enough. I told you not to address me as Brother Luo. I don't deserve it. Seeing that his attacks were unable to land on Luo Xianqing gritted his teeth as he channeled his strength into his body. In the blink of an eye, his strength had reached an astonishing level. Bloodline ability. Without any hesitation, he activated his bloodline ability, Si La. After activating his bloodline ability, Luo Xuanqing's fighting prowess swiftly surged. In the blink of an eye, his strength had already reached Saint 9 Dam primary stage. With a flick of his wrist, he whipped out a sword and thrust it toward Xianxia. This sword was many times stronger than the fist from before, and in the blink of an eye, it tore through the surrounding space. The Luo clan specialized in spatial manipulation, and with the addition of his bloodline ability, the might of this attack was even more fearsome than that of a macrocosm ascendancy realm pinnacle cultivator. Even a macrocosm ascendancy realm pinnacle cultivator would not be able to withstand it. However, even though Xianxia was only at macrocosm ascendancy realm primary stage, his fighting prowess was already comparable to that of a great sage. Brother Luo, this is all my fault. I'll explain everything to you later. There's no need for you to explain anything to me. Today, one of us will die. Hong Long, carrying a might that seemed capable of tearing through space, Luo Xuanqing's sword continued slashing toward Luo Xianqing. One move after another stacked on top of another, creating a spatial storm in the surroundings. If you can feel better after stabbing me, you should make your move. Seeing that Luo Xianqing was unable to dissuade him, Xianxia knew that he was the one in the wrong, so he stopped dodging. Puha, the sword pierced through his shoulder, creating a massive wound. Fresh blood flowed down from the wound. Die. Luo Xianqing clenched his jaws tightly as he raised his sword once more, intending to bring it down once more. However, he only managed to move a little before his entire body stiffened. It was as if he had been restrained by a powerful force, rendering him unable to move at all. Let's see who among you dares to hurt the man that I, Lozozi, like. Hong Long, a powerful shockwave assaulted Luo Xianqing. Dang 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 dang. Luo Xianqing was forced to retreat, and the sword in his hand flew out of his grasp, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Audacious! Men, take that demoness down. Seeing that the young lady had made a move to stop Luo Xianqing, the head of the Luo family finally understood what was going on. If they were to allow that demoness to take Xianxia away, their Luo clan would become the laughingstock of the entire continent. Yes. Voila, dozens of elders of the Luo clan leaped into the air, and in the blink of an eye, they had surrounded Lozozi and the adolescent boy beside her. Don't. Xianxia did not expect things to turn out this way in the blink of an eye, and he could not help but panic. However, barely after he moved, he suddenly felt something tightening around his body. Turning his head over, he saw that the 2 elders of the Luo clan had sealed the space around him. Demoness, since you're here, why don't you stay here for the rest of your life? Luo Qingchen harumphed coldly as he tapped his finger forward. The girl's expression was indifferent, and she returned to her previous cold demeanor. She lifted her eyelids, and just as she was about to make a move, the boy at the side stepped forward. Young miss, let me handle these useless chickens and dogs. Don't dirty young miss hands. Lozozi nodded. Placing her hands behind her back, she remained motionless on the spot, as if she was completely unfazed by the attack of the Luo clan's first elder. Die. Not expecting the other party to be so arrogant, Luo Qingchen was so furious that he could explode on the spot. His sword chi grew even more ferocious as it sliced through the air. Just as it was about to land on Lozozi, the adolescent boy chuckled softly as he stepped forward and grabbed the sword chi with 2 fingers. Puh, the sword chi immediately exploded. Lie down. The adolescent boy said as he flicked his wrist. He was able to summon clouds with a flip of his hand. Luo Qingchen felt as if the world had been flipped upside down, and he felt as if he would plummet from the sky at any moment. Attack him together. Luo Qingchen bellowed furiously. The adolescent boy before him seemed to be only 13 or 14 years old, but who could have thought that he would be so powerful? Seeing that the first elder was in a disadvantageous position, the elders in the area swiftly made a move together. Dozens of elders, the weakest of whom was at St. Nine Dan, made a move at the same time. Their combined might was reminiscent of a torrential downpour, and in the blink of an eye, they had formed a circular barrier of light in the middle of the courtyard. Cracks appeared in the surroundings of the light sphere. The moment this energy appeared, it tore the space apart. A storm surged in the center. Even if a peerless saint weapon were to enter, it would be destroyed instantly. It would not last for more than a breath. It's the Luo family's demon-subduing ring. I can't even block this move. Xianxia said grimly. The individual strength of the Luo family's elders was not too strong. However, when they joined forces, they were frightening. Even a great sage sempiternal realm expert like Xianxia would find it hard to stand against them. Heh, interesting. Facing this attack, the boy did not panic at all. He stretched out his 5 fingers, and as if they had turned into branches, he lightly tapped the air. Pop, the space shook, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake. As the ripples spread out, the ring of light that was spreading forward moved to the side. It deviated from its original target and shot into the sky, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. This is space manipulation? How powerful is that boy? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He had thought that it would already be incredible if the boy was able to withstand Luo Qingchen's attack, but who could have thought that he would be able to withstand the Luo clan's strongest formation, the demon-subduing ring, and even divert its energy outward? This could no longer be called terrifying. Space manipulation? What's that? Xianxia asked. Even he was unable to make sense of the move that the boy had executed earlier. The demon-subduing ring is a collaborative formation created by an elder of the Luo clan. It combines 21 experts together to form 3 Big Dipper formations, and the combined might of the 21 experts will be able to form a ring that cuts through space. No matter how a cultivator tries to escape from it, they will be locked onto by its aura, making it nigh impossible for them to evade. However, that boy was able to stir the space around him with just a light tap of his finger, allowing him to break through the formation easily. If you were to treat space as a piece of cloth, as long as a swarm of ants are on the cloth, it would be impossible for them to escape. However, if you were to leap out of the cloth and lift it up, the ants would be able to escape in another direction, and it would have nothing to do with you anymore. Even if the demon-subduing ring is able to cut through space, it would only be able to move along with the space that has been lifted up. There's no longer any threat to you at all. This, Xianxia's body jolted in astonishment. He was able to tear through space as well, but this was far more fearsome than that. If even an adolescent boy was so formidable, just what kind of person was the lady that his son fell in love with? I'm done playing around. Lie down. After breaking the demon-subduing ring formed by the Luo clan in a single move, the adolescent boy chuckled as he raised his palm once more. Voila, Luo Qingchen and the others fell from the sky with pale faces, spurting mouthfuls of blood. Activate the Guardian formation. Not expecting the young man before him to be so fearsome, the head of the Luo clan could not hold himself back any longer. He raised a token in his hand, and a powerful burst of energy burst forth from it. In the blink of an eye, the sky seemed to have been sealed. The Luo clan was a clan that had existed for tens of thousands of years, and their guardian formation was incredibly powerful. Once it was activated, not even Xianxia would be able to break it. Back then, the reason why Xianxia had been able to escape from the Zhang clan so easily was because he had found a loophole in the formation through the Library of Heaven's Path. Before him, any formation was no different from a naked beauty. There was no way that it could hide anything from him. However, the same could not be said for others. Once the space was sealed, most spatial arts would be rendered useless, and their fighting prowess would plummet by 70 to 80%. On top of that, there were all kinds of attacks within the formation. Even a sempiternal realm expert would find it hard to escape if they were caught in it. Seeing that the elders of the Luo clan were unable to subdue the adolescent boy, the head of the Luo clan decided to use his trump card right from the start. The guardian formation of the Luo clan isn't too bad, but it's still a little too naive to think that it can trap me. With a smile, the adolescent boy leaped into the sky. Slala, the formation immediately came to life. It was as if countless ropes were coiling around the adolescent boy, threatening to tear him into shreds. The adolescent boy's eyebrows shot up as he spread his fingers apart. Then, he pulled lightly. Hong Long, the formation collapsed, and a violent aura burst forth in all directions. Under the tug of the adolescent boy, the guardian formation of the Luo clan actually succumbed to the pressure, causing the spiritual energy in the surroundings to dissipate. What other trump cards do you have? Show them all at once. After dealing with the guardian formation of the Luo clan in a single move, the adolescent boy placed his hands behind his back and gazed at the crowd calmly. In an instant, the surroundings fell completely silent. Everyone raised their heads to look at the adolescent boy in the sky as if they had seen a ghost. Over the past tens of thousands of years, the Luo clan's guardian formation had fended off countless experts and attacks. Yet, before a mere adolescent boy, it had not even lasted a single breath. How in the world did he do it? Just how powerful was that fellow? Countless experts gulped down a mouthful of saliva in disbelief. Have we met that person before? Given his strength, he should be a famous figure. Why don't I have any impression of him at all? I've never seen him before either. It's as if he appeared out of thin air. If even the adolescent boy is so powerful, what about that young mistress? What's her identity? The heads of the sage clans hurriedly backed away, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. Their strength might have been extraordinary in the eyes of ordinary cultivators, but before an expert of that caliber, the slightest carelessness could easily result in their deaths. They were not on the same level at all. Seeing how the adolescent boy had easily defeated the guardian formation of the Luo clan, the face of the head of the Luo clan flushed and paled. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he turned around and clasped his fist. Xianxia, I beseech you to make a move. While the Luo clan had their strongest trump card, they could not afford to use it recklessly. With Xianxia standing right before them, they could only place their hopes on him. Even if Clan Head Luo doesn't say anything, I would still make a move. Xianxia nodded. When did such an expert appear on the master-teacher continent? To think that I didn't even know about it. It seems like I have really grown old. After saying those words, the adolescent boy began making his way toward the Luo clan. His movements were extremely slow, but with every step he took, a ray of light would burst forth from beneath his feet. Under his advance, the space around him seemed to become more stable, as if it had been locked down by some kind of power. Initially, the adolescent boy did not think much of it, but upon seeing Xianxia's footsteps, his eyebrows shot up. Who are you? The Luo clan doesn't have such an expert, right? I am Xianxia. Xianxia clasped his fist. Mingshi Tang, Xianxia? The adolescent boy nodded in realization. This is a matter between our young mistress, Xianxia, and the Luo clan. I hope that Xianxia will not interfere in this matter. Mingshi Tang has the responsibility to maintain the stability of the master-teacher continent. You have made a move on the Luo clan, disregarding the heroes of the world. I might be old, but as a master-teacher, I have the responsibility to stop you. Xianxia chuckled softly. Since that's the case, let's make our move. Let me see the strength of the legendary strongest person in the continent. The adolescent boy's eyebrows shot up as he crossed his palms, ready to make a move at any moment. It was at this moment that an impassive voice sounded. All right, come down. Lozozi looked over. Yes. Not daring to say anything more, the adolescent boy retracted his palm and returned to the young lady's side. Xianxia seemed to be wary of the other party as well. Seeing that the other party had stopped, he fell silent. Xianxia, let's go. With a cold harumph, Xianxia suddenly felt his body relaxing, and the pressure that had been pressing down on him dissipated. Seeing that the boy did not hurt anyone, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. He turned around and looked at the girl who was dressed in bright red and had a confused look in her eyes. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he walked up to Xianxia. Chi. I'm sorry. He had truly let this young lady down. The marriage between the Zhang clan and the Luo clan had caused such a huge uproar, and the heads of countless clans had come to the Luo clan. Yet, he had turned around and left just like that. Why? Luo Qiqi's eyes were glazed over, and her body trembled uncontrollably. In the eyes of others, she was an unparalleled genius who had broken countless records. However, those who knew her personally knew that she was just an insecure and naive little girl. It was for this reason that Luo Xianqing had been protecting her constantly, fearing that she would be cheated by others. Xianxian was at a loss as to how he should respond. He did not want to hurt the other party, so he had never responded to her confession. He had thought that the two of them would part ways here, but who could have thought that such an ending would occur? He did not want to hurt the other party, but he had done the most harm to the other party. He did not want to get involved with the other party, but he had gotten involved the most. All along, I thought that you were the princess of the Baiyuan Empire. Xianxian paused for a moment before replying. Back then, when they parted at the Qingyuan Empire, Yu Feier had told him that the reason why Luo Qiqi had gone to the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy was because she had a token from the Baiyuan Empire. Who would have thought that she would end up being related to the Luo clan? In order to prevent my clan members from finding me, I used the power of the Dimension Silencer to seal my bloodline and cultivation. Even though I managed to assimilate the Dimension Silencer, I wasn't able to come into contact with its secrets. As such, there were still some powers that I was unable to fully control. After being sealed, not only did my cultivation fall to the transcendent mortal realm, some of my memories were also sealed as well. More importantly, I needed to slowly raise my cultivation to a certain level before I could break the seal. This is also the reason why I was unable to save you even though I knew that you were in danger. Instead of answering his question, Luo Qiqi muttered. Xianxian nodded in response. Seeing that the person before him was the other party, he could roughly guess what was going on. There were indeed some secret arts on the continent that could seal a person's cultivation and bloodline. However, there was a limit to everything. With such a great power, there was bound to be some harm. For example, Xiaoya's mother sealed her bloodline and hid in the ancient land. She married Xiaoya's father, and the latter lived with her for many years without being able to detect it. As for why she was a grade 2 student of the Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy, it was because she had only left the Sanctum of Sages for less than a year. However, in the Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy, as long as one possessed sufficient strength and Master Teacher rank, one would be able to advance to the next level. This was understandable, but there were still some doubts that he was unable to make sense of. The little princess of the Luo clan possessed the discarnate constitution of divination, which prevented him from using the Library of Heaven's Path. However, Xianxian had tried to look into Luo Qiqi's body, but her identity hadn't been revealed. Could it be that her constitution was able to fool even the Library of Heaven's Path? On top of that, she had even given him the wrong answer. If that was really the case, that would be too fearsome. However, this matter concerned the Library of Heaven's Path, so he couldn't ask about it. Back when I was at the Luo clan, I was indebted to the Baiyuan Empire royal family. Even though I had sealed my cultivation, it wasn't too difficult for me to disguise myself as a 4-star master teacher in the Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy. With such an identity, I was able to conceal my identity from the rest of the clan. More importantly, I was born into a dazzling existence. Others might see me as a dazzling figure, but to me, all I wanted was to be an ordinary person. I didn't have to think about anything else and just wanted to live a simple and happy life. Luo Qiqi's face darkened. Even though she had sealed her cultivation and bloodline, making it impossible for the rest of the clan to find her, with her capabilities, it wasn't too difficult for her to get the Baiyuan Empire to write a letter of recommendation for her. Even if she were to impersonate the princess of the Baiyuan Empire, they wouldn't mind. It was due to this identity that she had been able to remain in the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy for so long without anyone noticing. Even her good friend, Yu Feier, was unaware of it. Only then did Zhang Xian come to a realization. Luo Qiqi was the most talented genius of the Luo clan. If she really didn't want the other party to find her, she would have to give him a suitable identity, just like how he had impersonated Yangshi's student. I told you previously that I already have someone I like, and it's actually Luo Shi. All along, I thought that she was from the Luo clan, and that's why there was such a misunderstanding. Tossing aside the doubts in his mind, Zhang Xian gritted his teeth. He had to explain everything that had happened today. Otherwise, he wouldn't just be hurting Luo Qiqi but Luozi as well. I have guessed it, Luo Qiqi nodded. Her eyes were brimming with tears, and it seemed as if they would fall at any moment. Qiqi, I'm sorry. Zhang Xian clasped his fist and apologized. Knowing that Luo Qiqi was the princess of the Luo clan, he finally understood why she was able to take out so many thousand-year-old medicinal herbs back then, and why Luo Qingxin would suddenly appear right after she left. From the looks of it now, it seemed like Luo Qingxin had found her in Qingyuan City, and she knew that Zhang Xian would be leaving soon, so she used pill forging as an excuse to give him some gifts. Previously, Luo Xianqing had told him that his younger sister was a quick learner in all occupations, but her mastery of pill forging was just so. Back then, he hadn't paid much attention to it, but now that he thought about it, it was the young lady before him. He finally understood why the underground chamber containing Wu Yangzi's body had failed to detect it from the Miryu Empire or even the Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy, but a mere 5-star master teacher like her had been able to find it easily through her unique smithing technique. The young lady's aptitude was unparalleled in the world. Even with some of her memories sealed, she was still far more perceptive than most. This was also the reason why her rate of improvement far surpassed that of Yu Feier and the others, even surpassing that of Xingyang and the other direct disciples of the Luo clan. It was only after arriving at the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Academy that her cultivation reached Saint Realm and the seal on her bloodline was unraveled that she could no longer conceal her bloodline. You should leave. Oblivious to Luo Xuanqing's thoughts, Luo Qiqi looked at the young man before her with a pair of teary eyes. Biting her lips, she waved her hand. Thank you. Zhang Xian bowed deeply. He knew that the more he said, the more damage he would bring to the young lady. Taking a deep breath, he turned around and walked out. Where do you think you're going? Voila, barely after taking 2 steps, he suddenly felt a cold glint in his eyes. The injured elders of the Luo clan and Luo Xianqing had drawn their swords and glared at him furiously. Zhang Xian, if you dare to leave today, you'll forever be the enemy of the Luo clan. The head of the Luo clan bellowed furiously. That's right. Zhang Xian, if you dare to leave today, you'll be my enemy. I, Luo Xianqing, swear that I'll kill you for the rest of my life. Luo Xianqing spat through gritted teeth. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xian continued walking forward. Die. Unable to hold himself back any longer, Luo Xianqing raised his palm and struck Zhang Xian once more. Hold it right there. Xingyang flicked his spear and deflected Luo Xuanqing's palm strike. Wang Ying, Lu Chong, and the others swiftly stood behind him. Progeny of combat and guild leader Wang Ying, are you intending to make an enemy out of our Luo clan? The head of the Luo clan spat through gritted teeth. We don't care about grudges, but anyone who dares to harm my teacher will have to step over my dead body. Xingyang stepped forward with a sharp glint in his eyes. Anyone who dares to harm my teacher will be making an enemy out of us. Wang Ying and Lu Chong stepped forward simultaneously. The aura that the 3 of them released felt as massive as a mountain. The elders of the Luo clan, who had been intending to make a move a moment ago, immediately froze in place, not daring to move in the slightest. They did not care about the grudges between the Zhang clan and the Luo clan, but anyone who dared to make a move against their teacher would be making an enemy out of them. Well said. Sword Saint Meng stepped forward as well. I'll support my son no matter what he does. I'll kill anyone who dares to harm him. You, the face of the head of the Luo clan darkened. He turned to Hyung Kensei and asked, is this your intention as well? Hyung Kensei fell silent. It was supposed to be a happy marriage between the 2 clans, but who could have thought that things would escalate to such a state? Zhang fellow, you have already given up on your son once. If you dare to mistreat him again, I'll take my son away from the Zhang clan right now, and you'll never be able to find him again. Sword Saint Meng bellowed furiously. This? Hyung Kensei awkwardly clasped his fist and bowed deeply. Clan head Luo, I'm really sorry, but I have to protect my son. After saying those words, he turned around and stood before Sword Saint Meng. It was not that he was afraid of his wife, but he owed his son too much. Very well. It seems like you are intending to sever ties between the Zhang clan and the Luo clan. The head of the Luo clan bellowed furiously. Since that's the case, all elders, listen up. Seal the space. Don't allow anyone from the Zhang clan to escape. Yes. Walala, all of the elders received the order at the same time, and in the blink of an eye, the surrounding space was locked down. Teleportation portals couldn't be used, let alone spatial techniques. Members of the Zhang family, get ready to protect the family head with your life. Seeing that they had made a move, an elder of the Zhang clan also bellowed. Since the two families had fallen out, there was no need to pretend. Let's begin. If I had known that this would happen, I wouldn't have participated in it. Unexpectedly, the two clans that were originally as sweet as honey turned into such a mess in the blink of an eye. The other sage clans all trembled in fear, not knowing what to do. Helping the Luo clan was equivalent to offending the Zhang family, and helping the Zhang family was equivalent to offending the Luo clan. From the looks of it, today's matter would be difficult to resolve no matter what. Everyone stop. Just as the battle was about to break out, a voice suddenly sounded. Following that, the Luo clan's little princess, Luo Qiqi, slowly walked forward. Buzz, a bead flew out from between her eyebrows and lightly vibrated in the air. The sealed space immediately shattered and returned to its original state. The dimension silencer, the treasure of the Luo family. As soon as it appeared, cracks appeared in the heavens and earth, bringing with it a pressure that no one dared to look directly at. Little Seventh, not expecting his daughter to stop him, the head of the Luo clan panicked. Little sister, Luo Xianxia had no idea why his younger sister would do such a thing. Father, big brother, and elders, I hope that I'll be able to resolve this matter on my own. Luo Qiqi clasped her fist with reddened eyes. Looking at his daughter's hopeful eyes, the rage that had been burning in the Luo clan's head dissipated into gentleness. Forget it. If you feel wronged, feel free to tell me. I might not have made much progress in the past few years, but I won't stand idly by when someone tries to bully me. Thank you, father. Luo Qiqi nodded before turning to Xianxia with a sorrowful look in her eyes. Teacher, you once said that you'll stand up for me if someone bullies me. Does your word still stand? Xianxia was taken aback, not knowing how he should respond. Back then, when they parted at Qingyuan City, Luo Qiqi had asked him what he would do if someone bullied her, and his reply was that he would stand up for her. While those words were still echoing in his ears, the situation before him had turned out like this. He was the one who had bullied her. How was he supposed to stand up for her? I'm the one who has let you down. From today onward, the engagement between the Zhang family and the Luo clan will be annulled. You will no longer be restricted by the engagement, and you will be free to do whatever you want. Zhang Xian paused for a moment before turning to look at Luo Qiqi. He was indeed unable to stand up for Luo Qiqi at the moment, so there was only one thing he could do, and that was to annul the engagement and return her freedom. Annul the engagement? Luo Qiqi shook her head as her eyes glazed over. A bitter smile crept onto her lips. I don't think that I'll be able to keep what I like forever. It's just like that broken artifact back then. No matter what I do, it won't be the same anymore. Annulling the engagement is my freedom, but if the person I like leaves, he'll never return. I'm a stubborn person, so I refuse to annul the engagement. You. Why do you have to go to such lengths? Zhang Xian sighed helplessly. If you annul the engagement, at the very least, the Luo clan will be able to preserve its dignity. I know, but I'm unwilling to do so. Luo Qiqi replied. If she were to annul the engagement, while it would be embarrassing for the Luo clan, at the very least, it wouldn't be too shameful. However, if she were to really do so, her relationship with her teacher would be severed, and it would be impossible for them to be together ever again. She was unable to accept such an outcome for the person she loved, and she didn't want to accept it either. You should know that I'm definitely going to annul the engagement. Xianxia. Since he had already set his heart on Luozi, it was only right for him to annul the engagement. Otherwise, it would be irresponsible of him. He didn't want the person he loved to suffer any grievances either. Then, "Teacher, why don't you annul the engagement?" Luo Qiqi muttered. "Forget it." Knowing that Luo Qiqi wouldn't take the initiative, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist, and the Zhang clan's clan head seal materialized in the air. I, Zhang Xian, hereby announce in my capacity as the head of the Zhang clan that I annul the engagement with the little princess of the Luo clan. It's my own fault that I'm not worthy of marrying her. I've let her down. His voice reverberated in the surroundings, causing the air to tremble. Little 7, hearing those words, the head of the Luo clan clenched his fists tightly. Luo Shanqing also turned to look at Zhang Xian as if he was looking at a mortal enemy. Even though he was the one who had let the little princess down, it was clear that the Luo clan's reputation had been tarnished this time around. Pavilion Master Ren, the matter has been decided. I hope that Mingshi Tang can relay this news to the Luo clan on my behalf. Putting away the clan head seal, Zhang Xian turned to Ren Qingyuan and clasped his fist. If he wanted to relay the news to the Luo clan as quickly as possible, he could only do so through Mingshi Tang. All right. Ren Qingyuan nodded. It was hard to say who was right and who was wrong when it came to matters of mutual affection. Qiqi, take care. After doing all that, Zhang Xian turned to the young lady before him once more, and gritting his teeth, he turned around and walked away. The elders of the Luo clan wanted to stop him, but upon seeing the dimension silencer in the air, they suppressed their rage and stopped in their tracks. Teacher, barely after taking a few steps, the young lady's voice sounded once more. Zhang Xian halted his footsteps and slowly turned around, only to see Luo Qiqi's hazy eyes filled with anticipation. It was filled with love and reluctance. It took a long time before the voice finally sounded. Teacher, will you still teach me pill forging in the future? Of course. Zhang Xian nodded. I'll teach you whenever you want to. P.S. Volume 11, Zhang Xian's Annulment of Marriage, End. In this volume, Laowa had been setting up the plot ever since Luo Qiqi's character appeared, and it was only now that he managed to unravel the plot. It was roughly half a year ago when Luo Qiqi confessed her love to him. At that time, her favorite song was Xiao Quan's I Don't Just Like. I don't just like, but I can't see the answer I want in your eyes. Every time this song was played in the car, Zhang Xian would be reminded of the deeply devoted second female lead, and his eyes would redden. For this character, Laowa had cried many times. Even though he had finally finished writing it, he still couldn't help but feel pained. The next volume, Suicide by Mingshi Tang, was about to begin. In this volume, Zhang Xian would become a great sage expert, standing at the very top of the world. With this volume over, he would be releasing a new one the next day. He had to secure his first place. After bidding farewell to Luo Qiqi, the members of the Zhang clan flew out. Looking at the majestic buildings before him, Zhang Xian felt as if he was in a dream. This time, he had truly hurt that kind lady. But since she didn't love him, it was better for him to make a swift decision than to be heartbroken in the future. He didn't want to hold others back, and he didn't want to bring more grief to others because of him. You can't bear to? Luozi asked. Instead of answering, Zhang Xian shook his head and said, all along, I thought that you were the little princess of the Luo clan. That's why such a misunderstanding occurred, I understand. Luozi nodded before reverting back to her cold demeanor. I'm still able to discern the truth. Seeing that Luo Qiqi had come to a realization, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief and asked, you said that you were going to bring me to a place. Where is it? Are you investigating the matter of Xiaoya, Wei Ruyan, and Yuan Tao's capture? Luozi asked with a smile. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. You know where they are? I don't know where they are, but I can already guess who they are, Luozi replied. Who? Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly as he narrowed his eyes. Making a move on Xiaoya and the others was no different from making a move on him. If he knew who the culprit was, he would never let them off. I can't confirm their background yet, but the reason I'm bringing you along this time is to stop them. Lozozi said. Stop them? Are they intending to capture them? Xianxia was astonished. We're going to look for something, Lozozi explained. It should be a celestial amulet of legacy. Hearing that Luo Chichi was indeed intending to open the Temple of Confucius, Xianxia harumphed coldly. They're indeed intending to open the Temple of Confucius. We must stop them. It was just as he had guessed. Without a doubt, it was related to the otherworldly demonic tribe. There's no need to bring anyone from your clan. The more people there are, the more trouble there will be. Xingyang, Yuan Tao, and the others are quite strong. However, the place we are going to is very dangerous. My opinion is not to bring them along for the time being. It will be easier to deal with any troubles we encounter. Lozozi continued. The more people there were, the more obvious it would be. Not to mention, the Zhang family wasn't evenly matched in terms of strength. Once they were captured, they would be used as hostages to threaten others. Even though Xingyang and the others were strong, they lacked experience in the martial world. If they went to a dangerous place, they would easily encounter danger, putting them in a passive position. That's fine too. But, if we leave now, wouldn't it be troublesome if the people who captured Xiaoya come again? Xianxia was a little worried. Don't worry, with Yangshi and so many experts here, even if they really do come, they won't be able to achieve anything. Lozozi smiled. You're right. Xianxia nodded in agreement. Even if Yangshi, the Xingming Sword Saints, Xingyang, Lu Chong, and the experts of the Combat Master Hall were there, they might not be able to do anything. No matter how powerful the people who captured Xiaoya were, it was unlikely that they would be able to do anything to them. Let's go. Having made up his mind, Xianxia did not waste too much time. After informing his parents and the others, he returned the Zhang clan's clan head token and instructed them to support Zhang Jiaoxiao to become the next clan head. After which, he turned around and left with Luo Ruoxin. That person. Who in the world is Lozozi? Watching as the two of them flew away, Sword Saint Ming turned to Yangshi and asked. He was the most knowledgeable person in the group, and he was the only one who could recognize Xianxia. Yangshi hesitated for a moment before replying, I'm not too sure either, but there's a good chance that she has something to do with that place. That place? Sword Saint Ming was still perplexed by Yangshi's words when Hyung Kensei suddenly interjected, Yangshi, are you referring to the 100 schools of philosophers? That's right. Not long after Kongshi left the master-teacher continent, all of his students disappeared one after another. Even though there's no news of them, based on the records of the later generations, it's likely that they have gone to a world far away from the master-teacher continent, Yangshi replied grimly. Not too long ago, Mingshi Tang sent me a message saying that the descendants of the 100 schools of philosophers had appeared in the Temple of Confucius, and they possessed the discarnate constitution of divination, which even seers are unable to divine. However, they disappeared in a flash, and I was unable to find or contact them. Considering how powerful the adolescent boy beneath Lozozi is, there's a good chance that it's them. The 100 schools of philosophers are the direct disciples of Kongshi, and they possess unparalleled cultivation techniques. If that's the case, there's a good chance that it's them. Sword Saint Ming widened her eyes in realization. I thought that Xian'er's eye of discernment was lacking, but since he's the descendant of the 100 schools of philosophers, I'm at ease. Sword Saint Ming said gleefully. Under normal circumstances, a marriage alliance between the Zhang clan and the Luo clan should have been the most ideal outcome. Not only would it boost the prestige of the Zhang clan, it would also allow her son to rise to the top in a single bound, granting him the strength to stand against Mingshi Tang. However, since her son did not like it, there was nothing she could do about it. She owed her son so much, so all she wanted was for him to do as he wished. She had thought that she had suffered a huge loss this time around, but who could have known that she would accidentally get in touch with the 100 schools of philosophers? If that was the case, not only did she not lose anything, she might even be able to rise to greater heights in the future. Emotions aren't a matter of weighing the pros and cons. Seeing the look on his wife's face, Hyung Kensei shook his head helplessly. The marriage alliance between the Zhang clan and the Luo clan is the key to opening the Temple of Confucius. If we can't open the Temple of Confucius now, it won't just affect Mingshi Tang's plans but also the safety of mankind. To be honest, he was feeling a little jealous. Ever since his son had appeared, he, as a husband, had lost all weight in his wife's heart. It was one thing for her to be scolded every day, but instead of thinking about such a huge matter, she had to focus on the trivial matter of which daughter-in-law her son was going to marry. There are others out there who can't open the temple of Confucius. What does it have to do with my son? I only hope that he can live a peaceful life from now on. Sword Saint Meng waved her hand dismissively. How soft-hearted. Hyung Kensei flung his hands furiously. I dare you to say that again. Sword Saint Meng roared furiously. Alright, even though the Temple of Confucius has undergone some changes, it hasn't fully revealed itself yet. There's still some time before it opens. Senior, you still have time to work on it. Furthermore, it seems like the little princess is still deeply in love with you. When the time comes, I'll just have to explain it to you in detail and focus on the bigger picture. Xianxia said. While it had been a rather unpleasant day, as long as the little princess did not get too agitated, there was still room for reconciliation. On the other hand, the ancestors of the Luo clan had been willing to lay down their lives for mankind, proving their loyalty. Even though they had suffered a huge blow to their reputation, as long as they explained the matter in detail, they should be able to salvage the situation. Xianxia is right. I'll talk to my son later on. It's not a big deal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. If it comes down to it, he should just take the little princess as well. Look at that lass, she's quite pretty, and more importantly, she has a perky bottom. Isn't it better for him to keep both of them? Who cares about Lozozi or Luo Chichi? That would be a happy ending. Sword Saint Meng nodded. Meng is right. A man should have 3 wives and 4 concubines. It's not a big deal for him to marry one more. Hyung Kensei nodded in response. 4 wives and 4 concubines? Zhang Xian, how many more do you want to marry? Sword Saint Meng sneered coldly as killing intent flashed in her eyes. I was talking about our son. Hyung Kensei felt as if he had been plunged into an icy abyss, and he nearly burst into tears. I really wasn't talking about myself. Ah. Save me. Ah. I won't dare to say it again. That's right, that's right. I won't even dare to think about it anymore. I've been working on the outline for the entire morning. Last night, my wife suffered from cholecystitis, and the excruciating pain nearly caused her to go into shock. Left with no choice, I brought her to Xining for a checkup and spent the entire afternoon on the train. I'll release this chapter first, and I'll update it during the day. The more monthly votes he received, the more motivated Lao would be. When he's bored, he can always read the old book, Infinite Dantian. There's also a twist in it. The place we are heading to is the Empire Alliance's White Creek Mountain. Standing on the back of a Saint Beast, Lozozi explained as she looked at the swiftly flying white clouds. White Creek Mountain? Zhang Xian was taken aback. I know of that place. In the painting that he had obtained from the Qing Tian Emperor, he had drawn the shape of this mountain range, and there was an illusory image of Kongshi in it. Eventually, he changed it to a bathing beauty. Back then, he had been unable to find out the exact location of the mountain range. It was only after asking Luo Xianqing did he receive an accurate answer. However, one matter after another had occurred, and he had never had a chance to take a look. Could it be that the illusory image of Kongshi was actually hiding the celestial amulet of legacy that he had left behind? That was indeed possible. Otherwise, the Qing Tian Empire and the otherworldly demonic tribe wouldn't have mobilized all of their forces, and even Vicious wouldn't have gotten involved. Since we know the location, why don't we use the teleportation formation? It'll be faster. Zhang Xian suggested. There's no need for that. Lozozi replied with a smile. It's too troublesome to set up a formation, and it's not too safe either. Wu Chen. Yes. The adolescent boy nodded. He walked up to the window and tapped on it lightly. Hula, the air before him began to distort furiously, and the space before him began to fold. In the blink of an eye, a massive vortex was formed. The vortex spun faster and faster, and the area it covered grew larger and larger. Soon, a stable and empty space was formed at the very center of the vortex. The saint beast beneath him seemed to have gotten used to such a situation. It flapped its wings and charged right toward the eye of the vortex. This is spatial compression. Xianxia's heart jolted in astonishment. Formidable experts were capable of compressing space to the point of compressing a distance of 1,000 li with a single step. He had thought that it was just a legend, but who could have thought that the adolescent boy before him would be able to pull it off so easily? This isn't spatial compression. It's just a utilization of space, the adolescent boy replied with a smile. The boy smiled and looked ahead. Ordinary space seems to be very stable and impenetrable. Even divine sense is unable to detect any abnormalities. But in fact, there are some special wormholes. As long as you find one, you can easily jump to a further place and not be restricted by distance. Oh. Xianxia didn't really understand. Even though he had learned the heavenly art of dimension unravel, he had only reached the 3rd level. He was still a long way from reaching the pinnacle. Spatial leap is a feat that only ancient sages are capable of pulling off. Wu Chen only managed to pull it off with the help of the blood of some beasts and his deep understanding of space. Lozozi explained. N. Xianxia nodded. He could no longer hold back his curiosity. Wu Chen is so young. How could he be so powerful? The boy in front of him looked to be around 13 or 14 years old, but he possessed strength that he could only match with if he used Kongshi's blood. Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, he still found it unbelievable. His bloodline is special. He looks young, but in reality, he has lived for a very long time. Lozozi shook her head, not wanting to dwell on this issue any longer. She pointed forward and said, "We're here." Hurriedly turning his gaze forward, Xianxia realized that the aerial saint beast beneath him had already passed through the passageway, and a towering mountain range suddenly appeared before his eyes. This mountain pierced right into the clouds, and it was impossible to tell how tall it was. With just a single glance, one could feel an immense pressure crushing down on them, making it difficult for them to breathe. "It's the White Creek Mountain," Xianxia exclaimed grimly. The mountain before him was exactly the same as the one he had seen in the painting of the copper-masked figure. However, the actual mountain was even more majestic and awe-inspiring than the one in the painting. The celestial amulet of legacy is located in this mountain range. I'm not too sure either, but I can use a unique artifact to look into it. Lozozi harumphed coldly as she flicked her wrist lightly in the air, and a book materialized in front of her. The book carried a unique aura, making one feel as if they were in a dream. Xianxia took a look at it, and just as he was about to speak, he suddenly sensed something. Flicking his wrist, he took out a crystal ball. Qiuwu Palace, this ancient domain had been left behind by Kongshi's servant, ancient sage Qiuwu. It was here that he and Lozozi had become lovers. At this moment, the entire Qiuwu Palace was shaking non-stop, as if it had some kind of special bond with the book. This, Xianxia frowned in bewilderment. As the person in charge of the Qiuwu Palace, he could clearly sense that the book before him was from the same origin as the crystal ball in his palm. Noticing the doubt in Xianxia's mind, Lozozi explained, "I obtained this book from the Qiuwu Palace. Through it, you can find the location of the celestial amulet of legacy." This? Xianxia was taken aback. Back then, he had been together with the young lady before him, so when did she take the book away? Legend had it that there was a treasure in the Qiuwu Palace that could lead to the location of the celestial amulet of legacy. He had entered the Qiuwu Palace several times, but he had failed to notice it. "The reason I entered the Qiuwu Palace was to look for this item. After entering the palace, I wandered around alone for a period of time, and it was at this moment that I found it." Noticing Xianxia's doubt, Lozozi explained. Xianxia nodded. Back then, the young lady had insisted on entering the Qiuwu Palace with him, but in the end, she refused to take any of the treasures or cultivation technique manuals. In fact, she even allowed him to tame the entire palace. He had always been perplexed by it, but it turned out that this was her motive. While the two of them were speaking, a light buzz sounded from the book as it flew up the mountain. "Follow me." Lozozi quickly followed behind the book, and Xianxia also followed closely behind. Flying straight up, it didn't take long for the book to stop halfway up the mountain. This is the place. Xianxia took a closer look and nodded. This was the place that he had altered to be the bathing spot in the painting back then. From the looks of it, there was no mistake in the book. There should be a folded space here that would lead them to some ancient domain to search for the celestial amulet of legacy. After confirming the location, we'll just have to wait here. If I'm not mistaken, the one who captured Xiaoya and Wei Ruyan should be here soon. Luozi said as she kept the book back into her storage ring. She was not in a rush to search for the folded space. The Zhang clan, the Luo clan, and Mingshi Tang have a celestial amulet of legacy each. Are you certain that they'll come? Xianxia asked doubtfully. Since the other party's motive was to open the Temple of Confucius, and they had already captured Xiaoya and the others, even if they wanted to search for the celestial amulet of legacy, Mingshi Tang, the Zhang clan, and the Luo clan were their main targets. After all, without the painting and the book in Luozi's hands, it would have been impossible for them to know that there was a celestial amulet of legacy here. Vote for the monthly ticket and draw the grand prize. As long as you voted for the book, you would have the chance to draw a prize and win a signed book, a cup, a folding fan, a pillow, and other prizes. Group ID, 3222398813. According to Mingshi Tang's records, there are a total of 6 celestial amulets of legacy, but that isn't the case. Instead of answering Xianxia's question, Luozi continued. These 6 celestial amulets of legacy are the child amulets, and they can be used to open 6 side halls in the Temple of Confucius. If you wish to find the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn, you'll have to head to the Prime Hall. And the key to that is the Prime Amulet. The Prime Amulet? Xianxia widened his eyes in astonishment. That's right. Luozi nodded. Since we have the fortuitous encounter to find the Prime Amulet, there's no doubt that they have it as well. Since Xianxia left behind the Prime Amulet, he couldn't possibly have only left a single clue for us to choose from. Rather than going to the Zhang clan, the Luo clan, and Mingshi Tang clan to vie for the Prime Amulet, they might as well come here and avoid more trouble. That's true, Xianxia nodded in realization. If what Xianxia said was true, after capturing Xiaoya's men, they would surely come here to look for the Prime Amulet. All they had to do was to wait for them. However, this matter was extremely confidential, such that not even Xianxia and the others were aware of it. How did Xianxia know about it? Ruoxin, since you aren't from the Luo clan, what is your identity? How do you know so many secrets that even Mingshi Tang was unable to uncover? Unable to hold himself back any longer, Xianxia reached out to grab Luo Ruoxin's hand. Since the two of us are together, I hope that we can face any difficulties together. Even though Luo Ruoxin had said that it was not convenient for her to reveal her identity for the time being, he did not want to cause any more trouble after this incident. If he could learn about it in advance, he would be able to face any difficulties together with her. Luozi wanted to retract her hand, but seeing the deep emotions in Xianxia's eyes, she eventually relented and shook her head. Knowing my identity now will only bring you harm. More importantly, it will disrupt some things, and you'll be in deep trouble. Forget it. I'm not afraid. Xianxia replied with determination. I know you're not afraid, but I am. Luozi shook her head. She looked at the young man in front of her and said gently, Don't worry. As long as our hearts are firm, one day, we will be together. Not even the heavens can stop us. Looking at the other party's expression, Xianxia knew that the other party wouldn't reveal the truth, so there was no point in asking any further. Thus, he sighed deeply and asked nervously, Then, can you tell me if you are an otherworldly demon? It took him a lot of courage to ask this question. Since the young lady before him was not the little princess of the Luo clan, given how young and powerful she was, if she was not from the 100 schools of philosophers, there was a good chance that she was related to the otherworldly demonic tribe. After all, for the other party to know so much about Xianxia and the secrets of the master-teacher continent even better than Xianxia. Other than these two reasons, there was no other possibility. It would have been one thing if the 100 schools of philosophers were under Xianxia's lineage. Even if they were not master-teachers, they would still abide by the rules of the 5 virtues. However, Xianxia had looked into the surname of the 100 schools of philosophers, and there was no Luo clan among them. If the other party was not from the 100 schools of philosophers but the otherworldly demonic tribe, that would be troublesome. As a master teacher, even if his love for the other party did not diminish, he would not allow himself to be associated with the otherworldly demonic tribe. This was his bottom line. I'm not. Lozozi shook her head. She knew what Xianxia was worried about, so she chuckled softly and said, "Don't worry, I won't harm a single human, let alone master teachers. I'm just looking for something that a close relative of mine left behind here." A close relative? He taught me how to be a good person when I was still very young. Back then, I was a carefree and happy person, but, Luo Ruoxin's eyes flickered, as if she had thought of something, and her entire person became a little sad and sorrowful. However, halfway through her words, she suddenly stopped and said, "If I can exchange my life for it, I would rather be the one in trouble than him." This, hearing that it had nothing to do with the otherworldly demonic tribe, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly turned his gaze to Luo Ruoxin and said, "If it's just an illness, I'm quite skilled in the way of medicine. With the Library of Heaven's path in his possession, he would be able to find the root of any illness. Even if he was unable to treat it due to his lack of cultivation, he would still be able to find a way out. It's not a problem of your medical skills." Lozozi shook her head with a gentle smile. "You don't have to worry about that. If you really want to be with me, you should raise your cultivation as soon as possible. That's the best way to confess your feelings." Xianxia nodded as he held the young lady's hand tightly. Since the other party was unwilling to speak of it in detail, it went without saying that she had her own plans. As long as she did not go against her principles and harm mankind, he would support her wholeheartedly. In the past, Lozozi had been elegant and serene, giving off an aura that kept others at arm's length. Even Xianxia was unable to see through her thoughts. But at this moment, she was like a real young lady, treating him as someone whom she could confide in. He still did not know the other party's true identity, but, so what? As long as it was something that she wanted, he would do everything in his power to help her. "You are currently at St. Nindam primary stage, so you should try to achieve a breakthrough to Great Sage as soon as possible." Lozozi looked at Xianxia and said, "Due to my unique constitution, the cultivation technique that I cultivate is completely different from yours, so I can't offer you any pointers. More importantly, if I were to talk too much with you, you might end up getting yourself into trouble. That would be a huge obstacle to your growth in the future. That adolescent boy of mine is extremely knowledgeable, and he knows a lot about cultivation. If you encounter any problems, you can discuss it with him. It'll be of great help to you in raising your cultivation." Xianxia nodded. Yesterday at the Luo clan, right after he scared away the lightning tribulation, his cultivation had already reached St. Nindam primary stage. His cultivation was still considered to be above average among the younger generation of the master-teacher continent, but at this very moment, Xianxia suddenly felt a heavy pressure weighing down on him. After awakening her unique constitution, Xiaoya had become stronger than him. Xingyang had become the progeny of combat and was cultivating in the Hall of Spring and Autumn, so he was stronger than him. Wei Ruyan, Yuan Tao, and even Lu Chong were far stronger than him as well. As a burden to his teacher, he felt a little indignant about it. Not to mention, his current girlfriend was even more formidable than him. With just a servant, she was able to defeat the entire Luo clan. Not even Xianxia would be a match for her. His cultivation was also unfathomable. As his boyfriend, he was under immense pressure. If he did not hurry up and cultivate, how was he going to show off his manhood in the future? Seeing Xianxia and Luo Xianqing chatting earlier, Wu Chen knew that it would be inconvenient for him to interrupt them, so he quietly hid by the side. However, upon hearing Xianxia's call, he immediately walked over. St. Nindam Macrocosm Ascendancy Realm is a realm that requires one's comprehension of space. Even though you have already achieved a breakthrough to St. Nindam primary stage, if you wish to reach St. Nindam pinnacle, not only will you need to accumulate sufficient strength, more importantly, your comprehension of space. I have some insights regarding space here that might be of use to you in your cultivation. Wu Chen said as he took out a few books and passed them over. He did not look too old, only around 13 to 14, but when it came to cultivation, he carried himself with the air of a grandmaster. "Thank you." Having seen the other party utilize the power of space with his own eyes, Xianxia could tell that the other party's comprehension of space was extraordinary. Thus, he took the books and scanned through them casually, and he could not help but nod in approval. These books were indeed extraordinary. Even though they were still lacking compared to the heavenly art of Dimension Unravel, they could still serve as a reference. If he were to compare the two, he should be able to patch up some of the flaws in the heavenly art of Dimension Unravel. Just as Xianxia was about to add on a few more books to improve his comprehension of the heavenly art of Dimension Unravel, the adolescent boy suddenly turned to look at him with a grim look on his face. These books contain the insights that I have accumulated over the course of my life. Make sure to study them carefully. If there's anything that you don't understand, feel free to ask me directly. Don't be too greedy. As long as you cultivate diligently, given your talent, it won't be impossible for you to reach St. Nine Dan Pinnacle within a month, Xianxia. A month? Xianxia was stunned. Indeed. It's indeed inconceivable for someone to achieve a breakthrough within such a short period of time. Many people find it hard to believe, but I have a deep comprehension of space. As long as you follow my instructions strictly, I'm confident that you'll be able to achieve a breakthrough, the adolescent boy said confidently. No, I don't think that it's too short, it's too long. Xianxia scratched his head awkwardly. Too long? The adolescent boy was taken aback. Indeed. Give me a moment. Xianxia said as he closed his eyes. Hong Long, in an instant, his Jinqi surged to its peak, and in the blink of an eye, it began surging. Before he could enter the bridal chamber, he had encountered Ren Qingyuan and the others. The latter had brought the St. Nine Dan Heaven's Path Divine Art with him, and he had taken a look at it back then, and it had already formed into the Heaven's Path Divine Art. As powerful as the spatial secret manuals that the adolescent boy had given him were, they were only supplementary in raising one's St. Nine Dan cultivation. The Heaven's Path Divine Art was more suitable for him. Previously, Hyung Kensei had given him a lot of resources, allowing him to achieve 2 breakthroughs consecutively. Even with the Inferno Qilin and the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, he had only used less than half of them. This was a good opportunity for him to achieve a breakthrough. Gugugugu, his dantian felt as if it was boiling, and energy surged through his meridians. In the blink of an eye, he had already overcome his previous bottleneck, allowing his cultivation to rise steadily. Macrocosm Ascendancy Realm Primary Stage, Macrocosm Ascendancy Realm Intermediate Stage, this, the adolescent boy's face paled in fright, and his body trembled uncontrollably. How can he be so fast? The Macrocosm Ascendancy Realm was a realm where one's comprehension of space was enhanced. Yet, as soon as he passed the things that he had compiled to Xianxia, that fellow actually managed to achieve a breakthrough in such a short period of time. Furthermore, the other party didn't stop at all. Just like how others would suppress their cultivation to undo a seal, was there really such a talented person in the world? He's a little special. It's nothing much for him to advance his cultivation so quickly. Seeing the adolescent boy's reaction, Lozozi chuckled softly. She knew that Xianxia was a celestial master teacher, and even the heavens acknowledged him. No matter how fast his cultivation was, it was nothing much. Special. But that doesn't make him that special. The adolescent boy felt goosebumps rising all over his body, and he nearly went insane. Hong Long, before he could finish his words, Xianxia's aura suddenly came to a halt. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, he slowly stabilized his cultivation at St. Nine Dan Pinnacle. Done. Let's call it a day. Clapping his hands, Xianxia looked at the adolescent boy and chuckled softly. How is it? It hasn't even been a month, right? I'm still looking for monthly tickets. Those who have already voted can join the group 3222398813 to participate in the lucky draw. Also, tonight at 8 p.m., Lawa will be in YY's livestream room to answer some of your questions. Room 91675969. The adolescent boy shook his head vehemently. He had seen plenty of geniuses from the various races, and he had seen wave after wave of experts. In fact, he was even confident that he would stand toe-to-toe with the strongest experts on the master-teacher continent. But, to advance one's cultivation so swiftly as if it was just eating and drinking, he had never even heard of such a thing before. Not even Kongshir back then was able to advance his cultivation so swiftly. Was he still a human? Did you make use of the spatial secret art that I gave you to advance your cultivation? Unable to hold himself back any longer, the adolescent boy asked. It was just a moment ago that the other party had imparted him a book on spatial laws, but before he could even open it, he had already reached St. Nindan Pinnacle. Could it be that the other party had really received some kind of inspiration to advance his cultivation so quickly? Just that, he was the one who had written those books, so he knew them very well. There was nothing in them that could help one advance their cultivation swiftly. Oh, they don't look bad at all, but there are simply too many flaws in them. If I were to learn them directly, there's bound to be a problem, Xianxia said with a nod. Too many flaws? Too many flaws? The adolescent boy felt his hair standing on end, and he nearly exploded on the spot. In the battle with the Luo clan, he was able to compress space with just a tap of his finger, allowing him to traverse a distance of several million li. No matter how one looked at it, it was clear that the other party's comprehension of space was on par with any expert of the Luo clan. To think that the books that he had written personally would be criticized as having too many flaws, and he even had a look of disdain on them. Disdain your head. May I know what kind of flaws are causing you such a headache? Can you tell me more about them? The adolescent boy asked with gritted teeth. If not for the fact that the young mistress was here, he would have long slapped this arrogant fellow to death. There's no harm in telling you. Xianxia nodded. According to your book, the more stable a space is, the more difficult it is to breach it. Only by finding a wormhole in a stable space will one be able to jump through it, or else it will collapse, making it nigh impossible to recover. That's right. The adolescent boy nodded. Folded spaces are extremely unstable, and if one exerts too much force in them, they will collapse. The space on the master-teacher continent is much more stable, making it much more difficult to breach it. What's wrong with that? How many tens of thousands of years ago had this understanding of space been passed down by predecessors? Could it be that there was a problem with it? You're wrong. Space is actually flowing. Not stability, Xianxia said. Flow? The boy stared blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. How is that possible? We live in space, and it really is flowing. How could we not know? Do the fish in the river know that the river is flowing? Xianxia asked. The boy was stunned. The river was wide and deep enough that the fish and shrimps living in it did not know that the river was flowing. It was as if he had been to some planets that were suspended in the void. Looking from afar, he could see them constantly spinning, but when he landed on the ground, he couldn't sense them at all. Space is flowing, so the wormhole will flow along with it. If you can find the traces in the flow, just like the lines on a tree, and follow the lines, there won't be any problems with space, and it won't collapse. In other words, swimming along the flow of space is like a fish in a river. I've never heard of a fish swimming too fast and causing a river to flow in reverse. Xianxia nodded. Actually, this wasn't his theory but the soul traverse that he had learned from Lu Chong. Soul oracles were able to traverse short distances freely, but it was impossible for them to traverse through wormholes. Teleportation would cause a huge disturbance in space, and one would be able to appear before the target without them noticing. This. The boy's body stiffened. With his cultivation, he could easily tell that the young man before him was speaking the truth, just that, it had completely overturned everything that he had learned. There is a certain occupation that possesses the strongest control over space, but I have read quite a few books on this occupation, and the theories they contain are the same as mine. I have never heard of such an occupation before. The boy said. The occupation that possesses the strongest control over space should be the soul oracles, right? Soul oracles are formed from their will, and they are more adept at manipulating space. Do you have any books on this occupation? Xianxia frowned. Based on what he knew, the occupation that possessed the strongest control over space was the soul oracles. It was for this reason that Lu Chong was able to achieve space traverse, something that even Xingyang was unable to do. However, back then, the soul oracles had sided with the otherworldly demonic tribe, and they had been exterminated by Mingshi Tang. Their heritage had been severed, and Lu Chong had only managed to obtain their heritage after entering the hidden ancestral ground, thus raising his cultivation significantly. How could the boy before him possibly have any books on this occupation? Could it be that the heritage of the 100 schools of philosophers originated from Kongshi? Perhaps he had managed to obtain such books before the war back then? Shaking his head, the boy chose not to answer Xianxia's question. Instead, he looked at Xianxia earnestly and asked, "Can you tell me what other problems there are?" If he had thought that the other party was spouting nonsense earlier, through this exchange, he could tell that the other party's understanding of space was far deeper than his. Seeing the earnest look on the boy's face, Xianxia nodded and said, "There are 13 flaws in your books." Lozozi. Her original intention was for the adolescent boy, Wu Chen, to offer pointers to the young man whom she liked so that he could achieve a breakthrough and reach greater heights. Why did the latter end up offering him pointers instead? More importantly, the earnest look on Wu Chen's face seemed to indicate that he had benefited greatly from it. Just who was the one offering whom pointers? Don't bother. Someone is coming. Just as Xianxia was about to point out the 13 flaws in the books, Lozosi's voice suddenly sounded. Taken aback, the two of them came to a halt. Previously, when they stopped, they had used a unique method to conceal themselves and seal off the surrounding space. As such, even if they were to continue speaking, no one would be able to notice them. Unbeknownst to Xianxia, a few figures dressed in long robes had appeared in the empty mountain range from a moment ago. These robes bore some resemblance to master-teacher robes, but they were made of black cloth, making them seem eerie and sinister. Activating his eye of insight, Xianxia took a closer look at them. There was a total of 4 of them, and they seemed to be in their 30s. Could they be the otherworldly demons who kidnapped Xiaoya and the others? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. Only the 100 schools of philosophers or the otherworldly demonic tribe were capable of such a deed. Since Lozozi had said that she wasn't an otherworldly demon, it was likely that they were the latter. Clenching his fists tightly, Xianxia took in a deep breath as he raised his finger, ready to tap on the droplet of liquid in his palm. Turning to the young lady, he asked, "Should we make a move?" "Wait a moment." Lozozi shook her head. "We aren't too familiar with this ancient domain. Why don't we let them enter first before making any further plans?" "All right." Xianxia nodded. The invigilator for the midterm examination today might be busy, but the 3 chapters won't be missing. I'm still looking for monthly votes. He only knew the general location of the folded space from the bronze masks painting. He had no idea what lay within the folded space or whether it was dangerous or not. Since the otherworldly demons were intending to enter the folded space first, it would be a good opportunity for them to scout the path ahead. At the very most, he could just make a move at the very last moment. As long as they were not ancient sages, he was confident that he would be able to kill or even capture them. Where is it? While they did not make a move, the 4 otherworldly demons were also scanning their surroundings, seemingly trying to pinpoint the location of the folded space. "Allow me to take a look." A frail-looking young man stepped forward and tapped his finger lightly. A book materialized in the air, emanating a faint blue glow. "It looks similar to the one you have in your hand." Upon seeing the book, Xianxia turned to look at the young lady beside him. The book was identical to the one she had obtained from the Qiuwu Palace. It seemed like Xianxia was right. If she could find a fortuitous encounter, so could the other party. It was no wonder the otherworldly demonic tribe had been able to suppress mankind to the point where they were unable to retaliate until Kongshur appeared. After all, not even Mingshi Tang had been able to find such a book on the celestial amulet of legacy, and yet, they had managed to obtain it. Wang, the book flew slowly, sweeping through the entire mountain peak. Suddenly, it shook fiercely, releasing a light cry, and stopped. "It's here." The frail-looking young man nodded. The young man who had issued the first command had a fair and clean face, and he carried a slight air of a scholar about him. He was vastly different from the otherworldly demons that Xianxia had seen before. If not for the fact that he had appeared here, Xianxia would have never imagined that he would actually make a move on Xiaoya and the others. They had long heard that otherworldly demon emperors were adept at disguising themselves as humans, such that even master teachers would find it difficult to discern them. "Open." The fair young man took a step forward and flicked his fingers. A powerful surge of energy surged into the folded space that the book had found earlier. "Jiaya," a piercing sound echoed in the air. Following which, an average-sized door of light appeared before the crowd. The energy within the door revolved ceaselessly, leading to some unknown place. The fair young man did not rush in. Instead, he turned to the crowd and cautioned, "Everyone, be careful. This was left behind by ancient sage Xianxia. We must be extremely careful." The others nodded in unison. Ancient sage Xianxia? Xianxia took in a deep breath. The 72 direct disciples of Xianxia were also known as the 72 sages. The 10 strongest experts were known as the 10 sages, and ancient sage Xianxia was one of them. He was ranked alongside ancient sage Boshang, and in terms of strength, he was even stronger than ancient sage Boshang. He was known as the strongest of the 10 sages. Back then, in the war against the otherworldly demonic tribe, he had charged into the midst of the enemy with a single spear in hand. With just a single spear, he had slain countless otherworldly demon emperors. The Combat Master Hall was founded by him. If this place was left behind by him, it would probably be filled with calamities. "Let's go." After saying those words, the scholarly young man turned around and walked into the door of light. With a burst of energy, he disappeared from everyone's sight. The remaining 3 followed closely behind and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Let's go in too." Seeing that they had entered, Xianxia was just about to tear open his concealment and follow them. However, before he could walk out, Lozozi grabbed his arm. "Wait a moment." Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before realization dawned upon him. "You mean that they have noticed us?" "That might not necessarily be the case, but it's still best for us to be careful." Luo Ruoxin did not say anything else. After waiting for around half a tea's time, the door of light suddenly shook, and the scholarly young man walked out. He scanned his surroundings carefully, but he did not notice anything amiss. Heaving a sigh of relief, he walked into the door once more. This time, the door of light did not last for too long before it dissipated. "Those fellows sure are cautious." They were actually hiding behind the door. "If we had gone in earlier, we would have been ambushed and attacked." Xianxia's face darkened. He had always been the one scheming against others, but who could have thought that if not for Lozozi pulling him back, he would have fallen into their trap, even if he had activated Kongshi's blood droplet, making him invincible beneath ancient sage. It would have been difficult for him to escape from the encirclement of 4 experts. The otherworldly demons were indeed cunning. "Humph, how dare you play with me? If I don't toy with you to death, my name isn't Xianxia." Xianxia harumphed coldly with narrowed eyes. Back then, he was still able to toy with all of the experts of the Qingtian clan. Now that he had reached St. Nindan Pinnacle and possessed Kongshi's blood droplet, there was no way he would allow himself to be taken advantage of. "Let's go in." After removing the concealing seals around them, Luo Ruoxin arrived at the place where they had disappeared. Taking a step forward, the adolescent boy, Wu Chen, took a deep breath, opened his palm, and pressed it downward. Wang, just like what the scholarly young man had done earlier, he infused his Xianxia into the empty space, and a door of light slowly appeared. After that was done, the adolescent boy stepped into the door of light. Xianxia and Lozozi glanced at one another before walking in as well. With a light buzz, Xianxia appeared in the midst of a vast grassland. The sky was clear, and the air was clear. At a glance, it felt as if he had been teleported to another place. It was impossible to tell that he had entered a folded space. "This folded space is really stable," Xianxia exclaimed in astonishment. Ordinary folded spaces, even the Qiu Palace, were extremely crude. If one were to exert too much force, it could easily cause a collapse. On the other hand, this folded space was extraordinarily stable. If not for the fact that Xianxia had known about it beforehand, he would have thought that he had really walked into it. The more stable a folded space is, the more dangerous it is. "Let me take a look and see where they have gone first. The path that they have taken should be much safer," the adolescent boy, Wu Chen, said as he clasped his fist. Lozozi nodded in agreement. Wu Chen scanned his surroundings, and a glint flashed across his eyes. The frown on his forehead grew deeper and deeper. "This place is extremely dangerous. There are formations and spatial rifts everywhere, and the slightest mistake could lead to us falling into one of them. We have to." Just as Xianxia was about to remind them to be careful, the young man by the side suddenly stepped forward with widened strides. As he walked, he beckoned to them, "Hurry up and follow me. This way." "You." Not expecting the other party to be so reckless, Wu Chen was infuriated. This place is too dangerous. Even I didn't find any traces of the other party's movements, and yet, you are barging right in. Just as Xianxia was about to rush forward to grab the other party, he saw the young lady following behind him without saying a word. Young mistress, it's dangerous, Wu Chen hurriedly exclaimed. It was one thing for Xianxia to be so weak that he didn't know what was going on, but why was the young mistress acting so recklessly as well? He has the eye of insight. Just follow him. Before Xianxia could finish his words, the young mistress' voice sounded. Eye of insight? The eye of insight that allows one to see through all falsehoods? Hearing those words, Wu Chen's body swayed uncontrollably. The eye of insight and the control of space. Is he the expert here, or am I the expert here? Why does it feel like, as an expert, I don't feel any sense of superiority at all before the other party? The trio slowly advanced forward. As expected, the path that the other party had taken was not too dangerous. Most likely, the young men had intentionally destroyed all traces of their whereabouts when they abducted Xiaoya and the others. Given that they were in a perilous location, they might have thought that no one would be able to follow them, so they let their guard down. Even though the traces they had left behind were not too obvious, Xianxia was still able to find them through the eye of insight. The strength of these 4 people is indeed powerful, Xianxia remarked grimly. If not for the eye of insight increasing with one's cultivation, it would have been difficult for even him to notice these faint traces, to be able to do so without any effort at all. Just how powerful were the other party? Most likely, they were not a match for Xianxia, but they were not too far off either. With the 4 of them working together, Xianxia was bound to lose. With such cultivation, it was no wonder Xiaoya, Wei Ruyan, and the others were unable to escape. Most likely, they are no pushovers even among the otherworldly demonic tribe. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Due to the unique constitution of the otherworldly demonic tribe, even though they were born stronger than humans and had a longer lifespan, there were only a handful of them who had reached the level of otherworldly demonic tribe. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for humans to guard the Master-Teacher continent against the otherworldly demonic tribe. If they were to kill all of the otherworldly demonic tribe, it would be a huge blow to them as well. There are traces of a battle ahead. After advancing for a moment, Wu Chen took the lead and walked over. Xianxia hurriedly followed behind him. Traces of Xinqi could be seen all around, and the ground was uneven. It seemed like an intense battle had taken place here. This isn't right. Perplexed, Xianxia remarked, the traces here seem to be the result of a battle, but the Xinqi here are all from the same source. In other words, it's the strength of a single person. There aren't any traces left behind by the other party. Through the eye of insight, Xianxia was able to discern the details of the battle. Even though the battle seemed chaotic, it was actually caused by the release of a single person Xinqi. Could it be? Lozosi's eyebrows shot up. An illusion? If a person desperately released their power without an opponent, there was only one possibility, and that was that they had fallen into an illusion and were unable to extricate themselves. Back then, it was the same in the Qiu Wu Palace as well. As soon as they stepped into the formation, they found themselves falling into a trance. If not for Xianxia destroying the formation, all of them would have fallen into a trance, unable to leave even after death. Exactly. Wu Chen nodded. He bowed and clasped his fists. Illusory and confusing, making it difficult to distinguish reality from reality. It's very dangerous. How about this? Young mistress, Xianxia, you two wait here. I'll find a way to find the base of the formation and destroy it first. Then, we'll continue moving forward. Be careful. The fact that this formation is able to trap the other party and prevent them from seeing through it is proof of its might. Lozozi warned. Yes. Nodding, Wu Chen gritted his teeth and walked forward step by step with a solemn expression. He had only taken 2 steps when Xianxia, who had been talking to him just now, suddenly appeared in front of him and stomped on the ground. Whoosh, the surroundings suddenly jolted, as if something had vanished. Clapping his hands, Xianxia turned around and said, "All right, the illusory formation has been dispelled." Wu Chen hurriedly took a few steps forward and extended his spiritual perception outward. Only then did he confirm that the formation had indeed been destroyed and that there was no longer any danger. He hurriedly turned around to look at the young man before him, and he felt as if he was going to go insane. The other party's comprehension of spatial laws was higher than his. The other party's eye of discernment was better than his, but he was still able to tolerate it. Even the formation was so formidable. Before he could even find where the formation was, the other party had already dealt with it. He really couldn't take it anymore. Is there anything that you don't know? Do you have to be so conned? Why did he give off the feeling that he was a nobody from the countryside, while the other party was a super expert who had seen a lot of things? Young mistress, Wu Chen hurriedly turned to look at the young mistress, wanting to see her reaction. However, the young mistress seemed to have already known that the young man before her was capable of such feats. There was a faint smile on her face, as if she wasn't surprised at all. Seeing that the young mistress wasn't saying anything, Wu Chen decided not to say anything. Instead, he continued following behind the other party. This time, it didn't take long for a river to appear before them. The river was slightly yellow, and it wasn't clear at all. Looking at it from afar, it looked exceptionally peaceful. Taking a closer look, Wu Chen flicked his wrist and took out a Saint High-tier artifact before tossing it into the river. Tzzzzzzzzzz, a powerful shockwave gushed into the river, and the Saint High-tier artifact swiftly disappeared into the river. It had been thoroughly corroded, leaving nothing behind. Following which, Xianxia took out a Saint Pinnacle artifact and placed it into the river. In less than 10 breaths, he had already taken out a black mark on it, as if a layer had been shaved off. This is the yellow water of the netherworld. It's extremely corrosive. Even Saint High-tier artifacts would be corroded cleanly if they were to fall into it. Even Saint Pinnacle artifacts wouldn't be able to withstand it for long. On top of that, it's extremely harmful to one's cultivation and Xianxia. If one were to fall into it, even one's primordial spirit would be destroyed, resulting in irrecoverable damage. Hearing those words, Wu Chen's face turned grim. Yellow water of the netherworld? Xianxia was perplexed. Even though he had read many books, he had never heard of such a thing before. It's a natural substance, also known as the Yellow Springs water. Even great sage experts wouldn't dare to come into contact with it. If we want to continue forward, we'll have to cross this river. However, the air above the river has been corroded, making it impossible for us to fly. Unless, Wu Chen paused for a moment before continuing, unless we can build a Netherworld's bridge. Netherworld's bridge? Xianxia was perplexed. Wasn't it too troublesome to build a bridge now? How did the 4 of them cross the river? The Netherworld's bridge is a bridge. If one wishes to cross the Netherworld's bridge without falling, one would need something similar. The fact that the 4 of them were able to cross the Netherworld's bridge means that they probably knew of the situation here beforehand and were more prepared than us. They probably used a treasure like the Netherworld ship. Wu Chen explained. Just like the Netherworld's bridge, the Netherworld ship is able to cross the yellow water of the Netherworld's bridge without falling. However, the forging method of the Netherworld's bridge has long been lost. The yellow water of the Netherworld's bridge is able to corrode even Saint Pinnacle artifacts. Could it be that the Netherworld ship you spoke of is a great Saint-tier artifact? Xianxia asked curiously. During the 3 days that he had spent in the Luo clan, he had learned quite a bit from Xianxia and Yangshi. Saint artifacts could be categorized into low-tier, intermediate-tier, high-tier, and pinnacle artifacts. Above that were great Saint-tier artifacts. There was no such thing as low-tier artifacts, only a single tier. However, due to the different forging methods, there was a huge difference in the quality of the artifacts. However, Xianxia hadn't seen any artifacts of the Netherworld's bridge yet, so he couldn't really comment on them. Since the other party said that the Netherworld ship was able to cross the yellow water of the Netherworld, could it be a great Saint-tier artifact? Otherwise, how could it withstand the corrosion of the yellow water of the Netherworld? You might not believe me, but it's not a great Saint-tier artifact. But Wu Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. Paper. The Netherworld ship is a paper ship. Yesterday, Crooked was active. In the end, we couldn't edit the video and changed it to Tiger Fong. This caused inconvenience to many friends. How about this? Let's set another time after we're done. Paper boats? Xianxia was taken aback. Even St. Pinnacle artifacts are unable to withstand the corrosion, so how can paper boats not be corroded? It was not that he found it hard to believe, but it was simply too inconceivable. He was well aware of the prowess of St. Pinnacle artifacts. Even a St. Nine-Dan Pinnacle expert wouldn't be able to destroy them, but they wouldn't be able to withstand the corrosion of the yellow water for long. As for paper, even an ordinary human would be able to tear it apart. I don't know either, so I really can't think of a way to create the Netherworld ship. I heard that the Netherworld ship was created by Xianxia, and the secret to it has long been lost. Even the Mingxia Tang doesn't have it. Wu Chen shook his head. Doesn't that mean that we can't cross the river? Xianxia asked with a frown. Just from the name of the Netherworld Bridge, it was clear that it would be extremely difficult to construct. On top of that, they didn't know how to create the Netherworld ship either. Could they only wait here helplessly? Had it been in the past, it wouldn't have been difficult to cross the river without these two factors. However, we don't have sufficient resources at the moment, so I don't have any other ideas either. Wu Chen frowned. He didn't seem to have any other ideas either. This, Xianxia turned to Luozi, only to see the latter shaking her head as well. It's indeed difficult to cross the river. I do know a few methods, but it's extremely difficult to execute them with my current strength. Let me see if there's a solution then. The four of them had already crossed the river. If they continued to delay here, it would be too late. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before taking a step forward. He walked up to the Netherworld yellow water and touched it with his finger. Are you insane? Seeing the other party touching the Netherworld yellow water with his finger, Wu Chen nearly fainted on the spot. That was as good as courting death. Just as he was about to rush forward and pull the other party back, a bizarre look suddenly surfaced on Xianxia's face. Following which, he picked up the Netherworld yellow water with both hands, licked it, and drank 2 mouthfuls. His eyes lit up as he turned around and said, "It's quite delicious. Let's try it together, try it?" His vision darkened, and Wu Chen nearly fainted. This was the yellow water of hell. As the name implied, it was the water of the yellow springs from hell. As long as one touched it or fell into it, they would definitely enter the cycle of reincarnation, and it would be difficult for them to survive. The fellow before him, not only did he touch it, he even drank 2 mouthfuls. Did he have to be so fierce? It's true. Aren't you exaggerating? Taking another sip, Xianxia felt refreshed, as if he had just drunk the spirit essence. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he turned to Xianxia. The other party had described this thing as something that even great sage cultivators feared. However, when Xianxia touched it, he didn't feel anything at all. He had used the Library of Heaven's path to check, and it wasn't as terrifying as the other party made it out to be. Not only was it not dangerous, but it was also very delicious. Could it be that he was scaring himself and made it sound too scary? Seeing how the young man didn't seem to be corroded at all after drinking the yellow water, Wu Chen was a little puzzled. Could it be that he had made a mistake? He couldn't help but walk up to it and place his finger into it. Tzzzzzzzzzzzzzz, a heart-wrenching pain assaulted him, and he hurriedly pulled his hand out, only to see that it had already turned black. If he had been a moment later, his entire finger might have been gone. Enduring the excruciating pain, Xianxia's eyebrows twitched. He turned to look at the young man who was stirring the yellow water with his hand, and he felt like crying. He was an expert, an expert, an expert. How could his finger be corroded as soon as it entered the yellow water, and yet, the other party was completely fine? This didn't make sense. No, that's not right. There's something wrong with your body and soul. Frustrated, Xianxia took a closer look at Xianxia, and all of a sudden, he frowned in horror. What's wrong? Xianxia paused his playfulness and turned to look at Xianxia. Even though his body had cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art, making it comparable to a Saint Pinnacle artifact, it was still far from comparable to a great sage sempiternal realm cultivator. Yet, the other party's finger was corroded as soon as it entered the yellow water, and yet, he was completely unaffected. Even he couldn't make sense of what was going on. There's a faint trace of lightning lingering in your body and soul. It's this lightning that's blocking the corrosion of the yellow water, Wu Chen said grimly. Lightning? That's right. The yellow water of the netherworld is a cold and sinister energy hidden underground. On the other hand, lightning is the embodiment of the heavens' might. Before the might of the heavens, the ghosts of the netherworld wouldn't dare to cause trouble. Wu Chen couldn't believe what he was hearing. But, how can one's body and soul contain the power of lightning? Yet, they are completely fine? Even though cultivators would have to undergo the lightning tribulation from leaving Aperture Realm onwards, they would only be able to withstand the lightning tribulation passively. Even experts who had cultivated lightning cultivation techniques wouldn't be able to absorb the lightning tribulation into their body and emerge unscathed. This was especially so for cultivators whose souls were extremely weak. Even after condensing their primordial spirits, they would still fear lightning, just like how ice feared fire. The young man before him hadn't even reached Great Sage yet, but there were still layers of lightning harnessing in his soul that helped him withstand the corrosion of the yellow water. Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, he still found it hard to comprehend. I see, Xianxia nodded in realization. In the past 2 months, he had been absorbing lightning to raise his cultivation, so both his soul and physical body were already filled with lightning. If the yellow water of the netherworld was afraid of lightning, he would indeed have an advantage over the others. Since lightning is able to withstand the yellow water, won't we be able to cross the yellow water easily if we summon the lightning tribulation over? Understanding what was going on, Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. The yellow water of the netherworld was afraid of something. If they could summon it over, they would be able to instill fear in it, and it wouldn't dare to attack them anymore. Summon the lightning tribulation? Wu Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. You are thinking too much. The lightning tribulation is the wrath of the heavens. Even if we can attract it over with a breakthrough, who can achieve a breakthrough at the moment? Even if we manage to attract it over, we won't be able to withstand the lightning tribulation alone. How can we possibly get it to withstand the yellow water and help us cross the yellow water? There were times when the young man before him seemed to be a formidable figure, but there were times when he spoke like a child, completely unreliable. The lightning tribulation was the wrath of the heavens, the punishment of the heavens. To use the yellow water to cross the yellow water. That was simply wishful thinking. Don't worry, that's not a problem at all. Seeing that the other party was worried about this, Xianxia shook his head. With a flick of his wrist, a saint beast flew out and circled around him. It emanated a frightening aura, Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. I have just taken a look, and the water here will be of great help to your breakthrough. I'll tell you where your problem lies now. Use the yellow water here to stimulate your acupoints, and you should be able to push for a breakthrough. Xianxia raised his head to look at the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast and said. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast harnessed the cold aura of the Netherworld. Normally, it would need to absorb the unique spiritual energy in order to advance its cultivation. The yellow water before it was compatible with the attribute of the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. Even though the corrosive nature of the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast was extremely harmful to it, as long as it used it properly, it could achieve unexpected results. It might even be possible for it to achieve a breakthrough to Great Sage. The Great Sage level is the greatest hurdle in the Saint domain. For human cultivators, it's like a natural moat, and even more so for Saint beasts. Without a pure bloodline, it's impossible to succeed. Let it break through now and attract lightning tribulation? Are you serious? Wu Chen was going crazy. Was he reliable or not? If it was so easy to break through to the Great Sage realm, countless heroes and geniuses wouldn't have been stuck there for their entire lives. This was especially true for Saint beasts, as they had extremely high requirements for their bloodline. If they wanted to advance in rank, their bloodline had to undergo a transformation, which was completely different from humans. Using the yellow hell water to advance, only you can think of that. Xianxia turned to look at the young mistress, hoping that she would dissuade him from doing such an unreliable thing. However, the young mistress simply smiled and looked at him calmly. She didn't think that he was fooling around at all. Instead, there was a deep sense of trust in him. How could such a ridiculous thing be trusted? Gritting his teeth, Xianxia turned his gaze toward the young man, only to see that the latter was already making his move. Countless swords were linked together to form a straight line, and he bound the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast with his Xianxia. From afar, it looked no different from a roasted sausage. After everything was done, he grabbed and lifted. TSS, the yellow hell's yellow water immediately splashed onto the latter's body. The scales on the surface of the latter's body were corroded to the point that they turned black. Sigh, what kind of sin did I commit to become his tamed beast? This isn't helping him achieve a breakthrough but killing him. Wu Qin could not help but shake his head. With his eye of discernment, he could easily tell that the sacred beast was Xianxia's tamed beast. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so obedient. She had placed so much trust in him, but in the end, she ended up in such a state. Not only was she unable to escape, she was also unable to break free, and she was even being corroded by the yellow water. How unfortunate. Even though Xianxian was deeply moved, he still couldn't help but continue watching. He saw that Xianxian wasn't satisfied with leaving his tamed beast hanging in the water, so he took out a dozen more swords and plunged them into the water. As soon as the sword entered the Saint Nine Dan beast's body, the Saint Nine Dan beast began convulsing as though an earthworm. A moment later, a frenzied surge of energy burst forth from its body. It was as if his bloodline had been filtered by the yellow water of hell in an instant, making it even purer than before. At the same time, his physical body had also been tempered. In the blink of an eye, it was as if he had already made a breakthrough to the introspective convalescence realm. Rumble, with a muffled groan, the scene before him darkened. Countless lightning bolts slowly gathered, carrying with them the might to tear space apart. Did he really attract the lightning tribulation? His body swayed, and Wu Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Many strands of his hair were pulled out. He had thought that the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast was just fooling around, but who could have thought that not only did the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast really manage to achieve a breakthrough, it even managed to attract the lightning tribulation. To think that the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast would be able to achieve a breakthrough as if it was a barbecued sausage. This was truly unheard of, but what was the use of attracting the lightning? There was no way he could cross the yellow water. Perplexed, Xianxian was just about to see how the young man was going to make use of the power of lightning when he suddenly raised his head to look at the ominous clouds in the sky. With an amiable smile on his face, he said, "Little tribulation, you are here. Come to your big brother Xian's side and send us across the river." Boom! The lightning in the sky shook and let out a sorrowful sound. However, after a moment of hesitation, a huge bolt of lightning spread out and appeared in front of everyone like a huge bridge. Go! Xianxian placed the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast back into the myriad ant hive nest so that it could slowly comprehend its newfound strength. After which, Xianxian leaped onto the lightning and began making his way over to the other side of the river. This works as well? Wu Chen was completely dumbfounded. He had seen beast taming and human taming before, but he had never seen anyone taming lightning before. The sight before him had completely overturned his imagination. Let's go. Just as Xianxian was at a loss for what to do, he suddenly heard the young mistress's voice. Following which, he saw the latter stepping onto the lightning and slowly making her way to the other side. Forget it, seeing that the two of them had left, Wu Chen knew that this wasn't the time for him to be shocked. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he hurriedly followed behind them. Blue lightning crackled beneath his feet, but unlike the lightning tribulations he had faced in the past, it didn't cause him any harm at all. Instead, it felt warm and soothing. With the presence of the lightning, the yellow water beneath him didn't dare to stir up any trouble. From afar, it looked as if everything was calm and tranquil. Without the Netherworld ship and the Netherworld bridge, it would have been impossible for them to cross the river. Who could have thought that they would be able to do it so easily? Even following behind them, Xianxian still felt as if he was dreaming. He had come into contact with many master teachers, and he had seen many talented individuals. But, he had never heard of anyone who was capable of doing this. In fact, not even Kongsher was capable of doing it. The lightning bridge pierced through the entire river, and it didn't take long for the trio to arrive at the other side of the river. Stepping down from the lightning bridge, Xianxian turned around and smiled. "Let's return first. I'll look for you the next time I need your help." "Right, when you were gathering the lightning earlier, your speed was too slow, and there were too many flaws in it. As a result, the might of the lightning you gathered wasn't strong enough. Find me some time in the future, and I'll give you some pointers so that you can improve as well." Boom, the lightning shuddered, as if in disbelief. It could improve as well, as if sensing its doubts, Xianxian placed his hands behind his back and nodded. Clouds billow, lightning gathers. You have a total of 7 flaws. Be obedient, and I'll slowly explain them to you in the future. I'll also teach you how to correct them. It would be embarrassing for him to trouble little tribulation every single day, so he used the Library of Heaven's path to take a look at the lightning tribulation. As expected, he found many flaws in it. When he was free, he would offer it some pointers. Boom, hearing Xianxia's words, the lightning shuddered excitedly before slowly dissipating. A moment later, it vanished before everyone's eyes. It can listen to your words? You can even conduct lessons for it? Seeing that the lightning tribulation had really left, Wuchen grabbed his hair in astonishment. It's quite obedient. Xianxia nodded. Obedient? Wuchen nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. Lightning had always been the nemesis of cultivators. Every year, countless cultivators would die in it, and it had always been fearful of it. This was the first time he had heard someone describing it as obedient. If such words were to spread out, countless cultivators would go insane. If that thing were to be obedient, was there anything in the world that wouldn't be obedient? If the lightning tribulation doesn't have its flaws and gathers lightning at a faster rate, wouldn't that mean that more cultivators will die in it? Unable to hold himself back any longer, Wuchen said. Putting aside how the lightning tribulation had managed to make it listen to him for the time being, if he were to point out its flaws and make it stronger, wouldn't it be even more difficult for human cultivators to overcome their lightning tribulations? Now, who knew how many people had died in it? In the future, who would dare to cultivate? It's fine. I'll point out the flaws of the lightning tribulation so that it can only strike the otherworldly demons. In any case, I have nothing better to do. Xianxia nodded with a smile. You, not expecting the other party to be so shameless, Wuchen felt goosebumps rising all over his body. Just as he was about to say something, Lozosi's voice suddenly sounded. Look. Ignoring the other party, Xianxia hurriedly turned around and saw a palace floating quietly in the sky not too far away. The palace carried an ancient aura, as if it had been standing there for innumerable years. It felt as if it had been standing there for a very long time. This is probably left behind by ancient sage Ranqiu. If there's a celestial amulet of legacy, it should be in there. Lozozi said. With just a single look, it was clear that the palace was extraordinary. It was not something that an ordinary cultivator could have constructed. The power and means harnessed within it was something that even great sages would find difficult to match. Most likely, it was the handiwork of Kongshi's strongest student. Xianxia nodded as he activated his eye of insight to scan his surroundings. A moment later, a grim look appeared on his face as he said, "The trail ends here." If I'm not mistaken, the 4 of them should have already entered the palace. Let's hurry up as well. Knowing that this matter was more important than anything else, the 3 of them flew straight toward the palace. The palace did not seem too far away, only around 10 li or so. However, after flying for a moment, they suddenly realized that something was amiss. No matter how fast they flew, the palace remained in the same place, as if they were unable to get any closer to it. Could it be that we have fallen into another illusion? Xianxian's complexion turned awful. Back then, he had encountered such a situation in the sword lagoon left behind by the old sword maestro. No matter how he moved, he would always end up in the same spot. Could it be the same this time around? That's not it. Noticing that something was amiss as well, Lozozi frowned. If I'm not mistaken, it should be dimensional sand. Dimensional sand? Xianxian was bewildered. Even Wuchen was confused by the situation as well. I once saw a similar description in a book. Dimensional sand is a kind of spatial fragment that resembles a grain of sand. When combined together, it can form a real space. However, if one wishes to travel through it, it will be no different from sailing against the current. The faster one moves forward, the faster the flow will be. No matter how powerful one is, one will only be able to remain on the same spot. In other words, even though it looks like we are flying normally, the space within the dimensional sand is flowing freely. With nowhere to put one's strength, one will be unable to move forward at all. Lozozi explained. There's such a thing? Xianxian was shocked. He had never heard of space sand before, but when Lozozi explained it to him, he immediately understood. Right now, they were like a car that had fallen into a pulley block. As the tire spun, the pulley also spun, canceling each other out. No matter how much strength they used, they could only stay in the same place, unable to move forward. It was also as if he was walking on ice without any friction. There was nowhere for him to use as leverage. The more he walked, the less he could move. If that's the case, it's indeed impossible to advance. Then, how did the four of them pass through this place? Wu Chen was full of doubts. Even they couldn't fly over. The four people in front of them didn't seem to be stronger than them, so how could they pass through so smoothly? They should have used some kind of magical weapon to stop the flow of the space sand, just like how a river dam stops a torrent. As long as the space sand does not flow, it would not be difficult to pass through. Lozozi said. Then if we use the wormhole to jump over, won't we be able to directly enter the palace and not have to fly over? Xianxia asked. Previously, Wu Chen had used a secret art to traverse a distance of more than 1,000,000 li in the blink of an eye. Considering that it was only a dozen li away from the palace, it should be even easier. The wormhole is somewhat similar to a teleportation formation. It's indeed able to shorten the distance and allow one to traverse through space. However, the space sand is unstable in the first place. If we use a secret art on it, I fear that it might trigger a spatial turbulence. Lozozi frowned. Spatial turbulence was something that even introspective convalescence realm experts would find hard to survive if they were to fall into. More importantly, it would be difficult for them to escape. Doesn't that mean that it's impossible for us to pass through? Xianxia shook his head. If they couldn't fly over, they wouldn't be able to use the space jump either. Could it be that the palace was right in front of them, but they could only stare at it helplessly? That's not it. If we can stop the flow of the space sand like the four of them, we'll be able to pass through easily. Lozozi said. Stop the space sand? Xianxia turned to look at Wu Chen. The latter's comprehension of space was on par with the experts of the Luo clan, so there was a good chance that he might be able to come up with a solution. Seeing Xianxia's gaze, Wu Chen shook his head and said, if I had the Luo clan's dimension silencer, I might be able to do it, but it's impossible for me to do it now. Dimension silencer? It's a treasure that the founder of the Luo clan obtained by a stroke of luck. It has the ability to stop the flow of space and stabilize spatial turbulence. Even though it's difficult to stop the flow of the space sand, with the dimension silencer, it should still be possible to seal it, Wu Chen said. It's that formidable? Xianxia was astonished. He had long heard that the little princess had assimilated the dimension silencer, and her cultivation had risen by leaps and bounds. However, he had never crossed blows with her before. In his heart, he was still that innocent little lass who loved pill forging and addressed him as her teacher. It was only after hearing about it that he realized how formidable the dimension silencer was. The dimension silencer is indeed formidable, but it gives me a feeling that Luo Qiqi is still far from being able to exert her full strength. Lozozi nodded in agreement. However, there's no point talking about this now. The dimension silencer isn't here at the moment, and it's already too late to find it. That's true, Xianxia sighed helplessly. No matter how powerful the dimension silencer was, it was useless if it wasn't right in front of him. Besides, given how deeply injured Luo Qiqi was, no matter how thick-skinned he was, there was no way he would be able to borrow the guardian artifact of the other party. Speaking of the dimension silencer, I do recall something about it. Forget it. Halfway through his words, Wu Chen suddenly interjected with a bitter smile. Xianxia turned to Xianxia and said, feel free to speak your mind. In truth, both the Luo clan and ancient sage Qiao Wu's understanding of space originates from the dimension silencer. What they have comprehended is the spatial quintessence related to sealing and stabilizing space. If they can comprehend this spatial quintessence, they might be able to stabilize the dimensional sand before them and fly over easily. Wu Chen said. However, the spatial quintessence is extremely difficult to master, and spatial quintessence is even more difficult than swordsmanship and the like. It took me many years and countless ancient books before I was able to comprehend the spatial quintessence I have now. If one were to divide space into the realms of compress, traverse, control, creation, and destruction, what realm would one have to reach in order to comprehend the spatial quintessence? At this moment, Xianxia suddenly recalled a matter, and he turned his gaze over. After a moment of contemplation, Wuchen said, if one were to divide space into these realms, reaching the fourth realm, which is the realm of creation, would be equivalent to comprehending the spatial quintessence. The fourth realm? Xianxia's eyes lit up as his lips curled up. With a fiery gaze, he asked, you mentioned earlier that you have studied quite a few ancient books regarding space. Do you have any of them with you now? Take them out for me to take a look. You want to read a book? Wu Chen was stunned. He had no idea what the fellow before him was up to. Everyone was discussing how they could escape from the dimensional sand and enter the palace to find the celestial amulet of legacy, and yet, you wanted to read a book at such a crucial moment? Did you really have to be so lazy? Xianxia, we aren't able to enter the palace at the moment, and we aren't able to retreat either. Why don't we discuss how we can leave? Xianxia reminded awkwardly. To be honest, if not for the fact that the young mistress was fond of this fellow, he would have long slapped him to death. Did the other party not know what was important and what wasn't? The reason why I'm doing this is so that we can leave. Xianxia said. I have seen the Luo clan using their bloodline ability, and I have also seen them using spatial arts. Why don't you give me the books on spatial arts? Perhaps I might be able to find a suitable cultivation technique to comprehend the spatial quintessence and resolve our current predicament. Cultivate? Hearing the other party's words, Wu Chen nearly spurted blood. So, that was what the other party was thinking of. What a whimsical idea. Suppressing his rage, Xianxia said, Xianxia, I know that you are talented, but spatial laws are one of the most difficult laws to comprehend. Spatial quintessences are even more difficult to comprehend. Countless geniuses have spent their entire lives trying to comprehend them, but they were unable to make the slightest progress. I'm afraid that I won't be able to make it in time. If spatial laws were really that easy to comprehend, the Luo clan would not have been so renowned on the master-teacher continent. Given that he was already trapped, he had no choice but to read a book. Did he really think that spatial quintessences were cabbages that could be bought from the market? Since Xianxia has said so, he must have his own way. Let's just get rid of the books. Xianxia was just about to continue speaking when he suddenly saw Luozi frowning. Yes. Since the young mistress had spoken, Wu Chen dared not say anything else. Flicking his wrist, he took out the books that he had spent many years collecting and stacked them together, forming a small hill. While taking out the books, Xianxia thought in awe. She really didn't know what kind of bewitching potion this fellow had fed the young miss to make her trust him so much. Paying no heed to the other party's words, Xianxia swept his gaze across the area and collected all of the books into the Library of Heaven's Path. After which, he fused them together with the heavenly art of dimension unravel before walking up to the mountain of books. He casually picked up a book and pretended to read it. Seeing the book in his hand, Wu Chen's eyebrows twitched, and he nearly vomited blood. There was a line of words on the cover, basic space basics. By the time I comprehend the sword quintessence, I would have already died of old age here. He was depressed, but the young miss was right in front of him, and she had a look of trust on her face. He had no choice but to suppress his anger. Not knowing that this fellow was on the verge of exploding from frustration, Xianxia immersed himself in his sea of consciousness. Previously, the heavenly art of dimension unravel that Xianxia had given him had already made up for most of the flaws in the heavenly art of dimension unravel. Now that he had fused so many books into the heavenly art of dimension unravel, the 4-Dan heavenly art of dimension unravel had finally reached the level of Heaven's Path. This creation is the creation of folded space, a stable space. If you can create a new space, you can naturally stabilize the old space. As the content of the book flowed into Xianxia's mind, he slowly closed his eyes. The 5 realms of the heavenly art of dimension unravel were compress, traverse, control, creation, and destruction. Initially, he thought that ancient sage Qiu Wu had made a mistake, and that one should comprehend destruction first before comprehending creation. However, at this moment, he realized that ancient sage Qiu Wu wasn't mistaken at all. Creation referred to the creation of a new space, a small one, rather than a stable world like the one on the master-teacher continent. On the other hand, destruction referred to the shattering of space, a true leap. Upon comprehending destruction, not only would one's soul be able to traverse freely, even one's physical body would be able to traverse freely without the aid of a wormhole. only upon reaching destruction could one be considered to have reached the pinnacle of the Tao of Dimension Unravel, granting one true freedom and strength. However, it was extremely difficult to reach this level. Even when ancient sage Qiu Wu left behind the secret manual, he only had a superficial understanding of it. Nevertheless, there was no need for him to reach the 5 Dan. Just the 4 Dan would suffice. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia began going through the 4 Dan Heaven's Path Divine Art in his mind. Jai. The energy in his body began circulating in a unique manner, and in an instant, his meridians and Xianxia were sealed, making it impossible for him to sense them anymore. I see, sensing the changes in his body, a thought surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind. Previously, Zhang Xian had already comprehended the heavenly art of dimension unravel to the 3 Dan, and as his cultivation rose, his comprehension of space grew stronger and stronger. Even though it was completely different from the spatial quintessence of sealing in the heavenly art of dimension unravel, it was still able to complement one another. As soon as Zhang Xian comprehended the spatial quintessence of dimension unravel, he felt his consciousness expanding outward, and his control over space grew more and more fluid. A real space is made up of beehive-like spaces piled up together. A normal stable space is stable and unmoving. Even if you walk on land, there won't be much change. However, this space sand is like quicksand. Once it's subjected to external force, it will cause people to fall. As Zhang Xian's comprehension deepened, his understanding of the spatial sand also deepened. The reason why space was stable was due to the pressure exerted by one's strength. It was similar to how compressing wood shavings allowed one to compress into a resilient composite board. On the other hand, the spatial sand before him was extremely loose, as if lubricant had been added to a pile of round balls. If he wanted to resolve it, he would have to use his strength to seal it and stabilize it. While Zhang Xian was comprehending the spatial quintessence of dimension unravel, a helpless look surfaced on Wu Chen's face. Young mistress, we can't continue waiting like this. Those people have already entered the hall, and if they really manage to find the celestial amulet, we won't be able to do anything about it anymore. Is there any other way out of this? Lozozi asked leisurely. There wasn't the slightest hint of anxiety on her face. There's no other way, unless, a glint flashed across Wu Chen's eyes as he gritted his teeth in determination. No, that won't do. We'll only wake more people up and cause a huge commotion. Lozozi shook her head. Don't worry, trust Zhang Xian. Since he said that there's a way out, there's no doubt about it. Speechless, Wu Chen remarked, he's only starting to learn the spatial quintessence of dimension unravel at this point in time. Who knows how many years it will take for him to comprehend the spatial quintessence of dimension unravel? Before Zhang Xian could finish his words, a light breeze suddenly blew past him. This is the spatial sand, why would there be wind here? Zhang Xian widened his eyes in shock. Under normal circumstances, even if one were to hold a fan in the spatial sand, there shouldn't be any wind at all. Why would there be a sudden gust of wind here? Long. Before Zhang Xian could make sense of what was going on, he suddenly felt the entire space trembling. Spiritual energy began gathering toward the young man before him. The next moment, Zhang Xian opened his eyes, and a smile crept onto his lips. Freeze! With a clear bellow, the spatial sand, which made it difficult for one to traverse, suddenly stabilized. This, Wu Chen's body swayed weakly, and he nearly burst into tears. It was just a moment ago that Zhang Xian had said those words, but it would be too late by the time he learned how to do it. In the blink of an eye, he had already exerted his strength to seal the dimensional sand. Did you have to be so fast? He felt a burning sensation on his face. If there was a hole in the ground, he would have dived right into it. He was an expert of experts, but in less than half a day after coming into contact with Xianxia, he had already been slapped in the face 3 to 4 times. Every single time, he would be slapped so hard that he would lose his bearings. He had thought that he would be able to defeat Xianxia in one aspect, but who could have known that Xianxia would be strong in every aspect? It was as if there were no flaws at all. If he were to doubt Zhang Xian so many times, he would be too embarrassed to face anyone. Just that, how in the world did that fellow manage to do it? With just a single book, The Spatial Quintessence, he was able to comprehend the spatial quintessence. Could it be that all of the secrets were contained in the spatial quintessence? It seemed like he would have to study this book carefully in the future. Perhaps, he might be able to comprehend something from it and advance his cultivation further. The dimensional sand has been sealed. We can leave now. Oblivious to Wu Chen's thoughts, Xianxia casually tossed the book in his hand over to him and said. Lozozi chuckled softly as she dashed forward. This time, they were indeed getting closer and closer to the palace. Wu Chen hurriedly caught the book. In the past, he would not even spare a glance at it even if it was tossed to the ground. However, at this moment, he was afraid that it would melt if he held it in his mouth, and he was afraid that he would drop it. He was afraid that he would ruin this book and delay his comprehension of space. In the Luo clan, 2 ordinary members of the Luo clan were walking toward the ancestral hall. The ancestral hall was filled with the statue of their ancestor, Luo Tianyun, and countless ancestral tablets. Today, it was their turn to be on duty. They had to clean up the ancestral hall, light incense, and carry out all kinds of rituals. We have really embarrassed ourselves today. It'll be hard for the Luo clan to make a comeback in the future. The green-robed member on the left shook his head dejectedly as he walked. Indeed. Our Luo clan has never suffered such humiliation ever since its founding, the green-robed member on the right said with clenched fists. The clan leader's engagement was broken off, his face slapped in front of everyone. If he doesn't even care, what can we do? The green-clothed disciple sighed. She's not the clan leader yet. The succession ceremony hasn't been held yet, right? The plain-clothed youth snorted. It wasn't held because of the marriage alliance. If not for the marriage, given her bloodline and the fact that she wields the dimension silencer, if she isn't the clan head, what else can she be? The green-robed disciple said. She has lost so much face this time. I don't want her to be the clan leader. The plain-clothed young man shook his head. What's the point of not wishing for it? It's not like you don't know the rules of the clan. Those whose bloodline reaches a certain level are eligible to become the clan head. If you really can't do it, you can still become the clan head after comprehending the spatial quintessence left behind by our founder. Right now, only her bloodline meets the requirements. However, for the past tens of thousands of years, no one has been able to fully comprehend the spatial quintessence. Who else could it be other than her? The green-robed disciple shook his head. We can't possibly change the rules of the clan just because of this. We can't change the rules of the clan, but our Luo clan doesn't have to suffer such humiliation either. The plain-clothed young man was just about to continue speaking when he suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet trembling. His eyebrows shot up, and he asked, "What's wrong?" "It's the ancestral hall. Let's head over to take a look." Sensing that the trembling was coming from the ancestral hall, the green-robed disciple's face warped in horror. He hurriedly rushed forward, and the plain-clothed young man followed closely behind him. As soon as they entered the ancestral hall, the two of them froze on the spot. At some point in time, the ancestral statue had turned around, and it was gazing into the distance with a smile on its face. It subconsciously clasped its palms together, performing a greeting befitting of an equal. At the same time, the ancestral tablets behind the statue also seemed to have encountered something awe-inspiring. All of them were lying on the ground, trembling in fear, not daring to get up. The words silence and emptiness that the ancestor had left behind on the wall were also trembling non-stop, as if they would burst out of the wall at any moment. The trembling that they had felt earlier was coming from these words. Could it be that our ancestor has come back to life? The green-robed disciple was stunned. Our ancestor passed away many years ago. How could he possibly come back to life? The plain-clothed young man replied calmly, but he was still unable to make sense of what was going on. I don't get it either, but there's no doubt that something huge has happened. Hurry up and inform the deputy clan head and the first elder. We might not know what's going on, but they will. All right. Not daring to waste any time, the green-robed disciple quickly took out his communication jade token and reported what he was seeing. Not too long later, a gust of wind howled in the air, and the deputy clan head, first elder Luo Qingchen, Luo Xianqing, and the others hurriedly flew over. The Zhang clan had left after the annulment of the engagement, leaving behind a bunch of embarrassed clansmen. They had just finished dealing with the matters at hand, but before they could even rest, they had received news that something had happened to the ancestral hall. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful. What's wrong? Before the green-robed disciple could even land on the ground, Luo Qiqi's father, Luo Ganzhen, had already asked. "This? Deputy clan head, please come in and take a look." Not knowing how he should explain the situation, the green-robed disciple clasped his fist. Luo Ganzhen landed on the ground and walked into the ancestral hall with widened strides. With a single glance, he was taken aback for a moment before his face reddened in agitation. "This, father, what's going on?" Seeing Luo Xuanqing's expression, Luo Xianxia frowned in confusion. The other elders were also confused by the situation. The deputy clan head had always been a composed person. Even when the Zhang clan had caused such a huge ruckus, he did not react in such a manner. What was going on? Ha ha ha. The heavens are really helping our Luo clan rise once more. Instead of answering his son's question, Luo Ganzhen burst into laughter. After which, he turned around and said with glowing eyes, "Are you all curious about what's going on? This is the reverence of the ancestors. If I'm not mistaken, someone must have comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing." Comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing? Could it be? Luo Qingchen's face warped in horror. Indeed. The spatial quintessence of sealing is the core cultivation technique of our Luo clan. If someone manages to master it, they will be able to better control the strength of our clan and execute the battle techniques that have been passed down through generations. In the tens of thousands of years since the founding of the Luo clan, only our founder has managed to comprehend the spatial quintessence of sealing. Since someone has managed to do so, it means that our Luo clan will rise once more. Luo Ganzhen's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He hurriedly turned around and instructed, "Hurry up and find out which elder or disciple has comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing. Once we find him, we'll immediately hold the inauguration ceremony and appoint him as the next clan head. For the past few days, I've been invigilating the midterm exams. I've been writing by hand and typing by voice. Due to the tight schedule, I might not be able to correct any typos." "Yes." Hearing the order, the elders behind nodded in unison before flying out of the room. Comprehending the spatial quintessence of sealing meant that one's comprehension of spatial laws had reached the pinnacle of the world. With such an expert in charge, the Zhang clan would be able to prosper once more. Most importantly, he had just been humiliated. He could regain the face that he had lost by having the engagement annulled in public. He wanted to let everyone know how foolish that Xianxia fellow was for rejecting the Luo clan's offer. "Xianxia, you've insulted the dignity of the Luo clan. Never in your wildest dreams would you have imagined that one of our clansmen would break through so quickly." Luo Ganzhen's eyes turned frosty as he sneered, "Once I find that person and become the clan head, I'll make sure to exact vengeance on you." Comprehending the spatial quintessence of sealing was equivalent to grasping one of the core means of the Luo clan. As long as one's cultivation reached the required level, there was nothing that the young prodigy of the Zhang family could do to him. That's right. If we don't kill this guy, we won't be able to get rid of the hatred in our hearts. Luo Xianqing also revealed a crazed expression. He treated him as a good friend, but the other party dared to trample on the dignity of the Luo family. Whoosh, not long after, the many elders who had gone to search for him flew back. Reporting to the deputy clan head, "We have checked all of the macrocosm ascendancy realm experts in the clan, but none of them have comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing. Deputy clan chief, we've also questioned all of the dimension sundering realm disciples, but none of them were able to comprehend it." Many elders relayed the news to them, but they were all disappointed. The fact that the statue of the ancestor had bowed personally meant that there was definitely someone who had comprehended it. However, they had asked all of the cultivators in the clan, but they didn't hear anything strange about it. This was strange. No? How could there not be? The laws of space have always been difficult to comprehend, and the laws of sealing are even more so. Without the Luo clan's bloodline and heritage, it would be nigh impossible for one to comprehend even the slightest bit of it. Luo Ganzhen replied in disbelief. The reason why Luo Tianyun had been able to succeed back then was because he had coincidentally obtained the Dimension Silencer and ancient sage Qiu Wu's heritage. If not for the Luo clan, who else would have been able to obtain so many fortuitous encounters? We have also gathered all of the cultivators who are in closed-door cultivation to question them. Could it be that the young man isn't from the Luo clan? Luo Qingchen asked. If the other party was truly from the Luo clan, he would surely know what it meant to have comprehended such a quintessence. Even without them searching for the other party would have appeared on his own accord. However, there was no movement at all. Most likely, the person who had won the respect of so many predecessors was not from the Luo clan. Luo Ganjin's eyes turned cold as he said, "We'll look into it right now. We have to find that person, and once we do, we'll try our best to win him over to our side. Even if it means marriage alliance?" Luo Xianxia was stunned. Indeed. After comprehending the spatial quintessence of sealing, the Luo clan will no longer be able to hide its secrets from the other party. If we don't recruit the Luo clan, won't the Luo clan be doomed? So, as long as he can come, I can agree to any condition. Even if he wants to marry your sister, I won't refuse. Luo Ganzhen waved his hand. But. Luo Xianxia panicked. There are no buts. Your sister has already fallen out with Xianxia, and there's no longer any possibility between them. Since that's the case, why don't we find someone who has comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing? This way, we'll be able to suppress him and show the Zhang clan that our Luo clan can stand at the top of the master-teacher continent even without a marriage alliance with them. Luo Ganjin's eyes turned cold. More importantly, we can use him to deal a blow to Xianxia. We'll let him know that my daughter isn't someone who can be bullied by just anyone. Luo Xianxia fell silent. He was worried that his younger sister wouldn't be happy, and he felt that this was unfair to her, but this was indeed the best way to deal a blow to Xianxia. At the same time, the Luo clan's dignity would be alleviated as well. Being able to comprehend the spatial quintessence of sealing would make him more compatible with his younger sister's ability to use the dimension silencer. Alright, it's decided then. Send someone to look for him. As soon as you find him, report back immediately. I'll invite him personally. Luo Ganzhen flung his sleeves and said. Yes. The elders quickly left the Luo clan. Without the shackles of the dimensional sand, they were able to advance swiftly. It didn't take long for the trio to arrive at the entrance of the palace. Walking up the stairs, Xianxia raised his head to take a closer look. On both sides of the palace were two stone statues of young boys. They had long hair and were dressed in simple robes, and they were bowing deeply, as if they were bowing to the newcomers. On the plaque in front of the door, there were 3 large words hanging in the air. They carried a sharp aura, and just by looking at them, one would feel as if they would rush over at any moment and tear the intruder to shreds. The bowing of the young boys and the murderous handwriting made one feel as if they were trying to use peaceful means before resorting to violence. Ranzi Hall. Wu Chen read aloud. Most likely, this was written by ancient sage Ran Qiu himself. Xianxia nodded in agreement. The painting of the 3 words wasn't too profound, but it gave off a profound aura. Even with his eye of discernment, he was unable to see through it. Most likely, it was left behind by ancient sage Ran Qiu himself. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so profound. Shaking his head, Xianxia bowed deeply to the 2 words and the young boys before him. Benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness. For propriety to be ranked above wisdom and trustworthiness, it was apparent that Kongsher valued these 3 words. Since they were in the ancient domain of ancient sage Ran Qiu, it would be best for them not to show any disrespect. Right after they finished with the formalities, the young boy statue on the left suddenly opened its eyes and looked at Xianxia with a smile. The fact that you are able to enter the Ranzi Hall speaks volumes about your strength and capability. However, just because you are here doesn't mean that you'll be able to enter. If you wish to enter, you'll have to clear a trial. The young boy statue said calmly. May I know what kind of trial it is? Xianxia clasped his fist. Ancient sage Ran Qiu isn't a fan of complicated formalities, so the trial is very simple. You'll have to challenge one of them each, and as long as you can defeat them, you'll be able to enter. Otherwise, you'll have to return the way you came. The young boy statue harumphed coldly as he raised his hand. Voila, the 3 words on the signboard descended from the sky and landed on the ground. With a slight shudder, they transformed into 3 identical golden-armored soldiers. This? Xianxia was astonished. Based on his eyesight, he could tell that these 3 were neither puppets nor treasures. Instead, they were formed by three large characters. From the inside out, they shone with the same sharp light that had appeared when he had first glanced at them. Those are Jin Bing of the mentor's calligraphy. Seeing Xianxia's confusion, Luozi explained. Jin Bing of the mentor's calligraphy? Xianxian was perplexed. He had heard of the impartation of heaven's will, heart of a teacher, and what was Jin Bing of the mentor's calligraphy? Legend has it that formidable master teachers are able to leave behind their spirit and psyche in the form of words. Under special circumstances, these words can be transformed into golden warriors and used to battle with others. Due to the fact that these words were left behind by an expert, the golden warriors are imbued with the battle experience and moves of the expert, making them nigh invincible. Luozi explained. Possessing the battle experience and moves of that expert. If those words are left behind by ancient sage Xianxia, doesn't that mean that they possess the battle prowess of that expert? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Those who haven't voted yet, don't forget to vote. Ancient sage Xianxia was known as the strongest direct disciple under Kongshi, and his fighting prowess was truly fearsome. If Jin Bing's mentor's calligraphy really had the same fighting prowess as him, it would have been impossible for anyone of the same cultivation realm to defeat him so easily. It's not that exaggerated. While Jin Bing's mentor's calligraphy is infused with the fighting prowess of an ancient sage, it's still an incredible feat for a cultivator of the same cultivation realm to be able to exert even half of the might of an ancient sage. Seeing Xianxian's expression, Luozi chuckled softly. To put it bluntly, even if it was infused with ancient sage Xianxia's spirit, it was still just a single character. You're right. Xianxian nodded. He turned to the crowd and asked, who wants to go first? Allow me. Wu Chen stepped forward and said, I'll scout out the path for Milady and Zhangshi first. Xianxian nodded. Even though Wu Chen appeared to be around 13 to 14 years old, his fighting prowess was not to be underestimated. This would be a good opportunity to see how powerful Jin Bing's mentor's calligraphy really was. Let's begin. Seeing that someone had stepped forward, the adolescent boy sculptor nodded in response. The Ran Golden Warrior slowly strode forward, and his aura began surging. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation had already reached the level of Great Sage, the same level as Wu Chen. Incredible! Xianxian remarked in awe. To think that a single character could raise one's cultivation to the level of a human. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe. It was no wonder countless clans would go into a frenzy over a single copy of Kongshi's calligraphy. It seemed like every single character written by an ancient sage was no ordinary character. Hula, without any hesitation, Jin Bing whipped out a spear and thrust it toward Wu Chen. Wu Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Before the spear could even reach Wu Chen, a spatial rift had already appeared in the space before it, and a powerful might pierced right into Wu Chen's chest. What a formidable spear art! Xianxian's eyes lit up as he clenched his fists tightly. Whether he had martial arts or not, it would be clear the moment he made a move. Xingyang's spear arts were imparted to him by him. His understanding of the spear had already reached an extremely profound realm. Although Jin Bing's spear wasn't as simple and powerful as his, it was still concise and to the point. The moment he attacked, it would tear through the void, instantly sealing the opponent's essence, qi, and spirit, making it hard for the opponent to escape. Good timing. Seeing how fearsome this attack was, Wu Chen chuckled lightly. Instead of dodging, he raised his finger and thrust it toward the tip of the spear. Under normal circumstances, using one's finger to block a spear was definitely a suicidal move. However, Wu Chen's fingertip contained a special rotating air current. As long as the spear's tip touched it, it would immediately be sucked into it. It would be like falling into chaotic space, falling into a passive state. Jin Bing knew how powerful the qi flow at his fingertips was. His expression did not change, and he suddenly raised his spear. There wasn't the slightest hesitation in this maneuver. It was as if the previous move was just a feint, and this was the true killing blow. Even Xianxian would have to put in a lot of effort to execute such a fluid maneuver. Incredible! This maneuver already possesses a third of my strength. Xianxian couldn't help but compliment. With the Library of Heaven's Path and the Eye of Insight, he could easily see through the flaws in his opponent's movements. As such, if he were to admit that he was second in maneuver, no one would dare to admit that they were first. To think that a golden humanoid formed from a character would possess a third of his strength. Heh. Taken aback by Xianxia's maneuver, Wu Chen bellowed. Bending his finger, he flicked it forward. Wang, a surge of sword chi shot forth from his finger and struck the tip of the spear. With a light buzz, the spear flew out of Xianxia's hand. Dang 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 dang, Jin Bing was forced to retreat 2 steps, and with a hua sound, his body dissipated like flowing water, reverting back to the Ran character before flying back to the plaque. Powerful. Looking at Wu Chen once more, Xianxia narrowed his eyes. In terms of individual fighting prowess, Jin Bing was comparable to Xingyang. Yet, despite his prowess, he was still defeated in 2 moves. Furthermore, from the looks of it, it seemed like he had been holding back a little. It seemed like Wu Chen's true strength wasn't as simple as it seemed. Flaws. A thought flashed through Zhang Xian's mind. Luozi had tried to use the Library of Heaven's Path to check on Zhang Xian, but every time she did so, she would faint. She was so frightened that she didn't dare to check on Zhang Xian anymore. However, it shouldn't be against the rules for him to check on the adolescent boy beside her. If he knew who Zhang Xian was, it should be easy for him to deduce Luozi's identity. The Library of Heaven's Path shook, but no books appeared. What's going on? Zhang Xian was astonished. Wu Chen had just finished his battle with the Golden Warriors, and he was still driving his Xinqi, which meant that he was still executing battle techniques. Under normal circumstances, the Library of Heaven's Path should have compiled a book on the flaws in his moves, but why was there no response at all? That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that the adolescent boy possesses the discarnate constitution of divination as well? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes. Since the Library of Heaven's Path was unable to check on the other party, there was only one possibility: the other party possessed the discarnate constitution of divination. Just like him, there were countless experts and geniuses on the master-teacher continent, but so far, there had only been 3 people who had managed to preserve their unique constitutions. The first was him, the second was Luo Qiqi, and while he had no idea who the third person was, there was a good chance that it was Ruoxin. This was because the Library of Heaven's Path was unable to check on his girlfriend, and even the seers were unable to divine her identity. Otherwise, the marriage between the Zhang clan and the Luo clan would have been a huge affair, and the seers of the 9 stars would surely have carefully divined the date. Yet, they were still unable to divine her arrival. It was one thing for the young mistress to possess the discarnate constitution of divination, but for the adolescent boy to possess the discarnate constitution of divination as well. This was way too fearsome. When did the unique constitution that seers were unable to divine become so worthless? Perhaps it's about time for the Library of Heaven's Path to be upgraded. If it comes down to it, I should make a trip to the Seer Guild. Zhang Xian stroked his lower jaw as he thought. His cultivation had been rising, but it had been a long time since the Library of Heaven's Path had been upgraded. While he felt that the other party would be formidable even if he did not upgrade his Library of Heaven's Path, he might be able to tell the difference once he upgraded it. However, he had no idea how the Library of Heaven's Path could be upgraded. The first time was when he was with Luozi, and the second time was when he was punishing seers. He did not know the reason behind the incident with Luozi, but punishing seers was a simple matter. If it came down to it, he could just make a trip to the Seer Guild. That way, the capabilities of the Library of Heaven's Path would surely be enhanced once more, and his cultivation might even be able to speed up, but of course, that was a matter for another time. Regardless, he still had to resolve the situation before him first. Lifting his gaze, he saw Luozi looking at him with a complicated gaze. She seemed as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she chose not to. Instead, she stepped forward and said, "I'll be the second one. I'll do it instead." Zhang Xian said awkwardly. He had been too preoccupied with studying Wu Chen that he had forgotten about this matter. Since it was a duel, how could he allow the young lady to go first while he watched from the side? It's the same no matter who goes first. The boy sculpture had a calm expression on his face, not caring who went first. With a wave of his hand, the second Z character, which had turned into a golden soldier, took a step forward. Of course it's different. You have 3 characters here, and if I can defeat Jin Bing single-handedly, does that mean that she won't have to make a move? Xianxia asked calmly. You want to challenge him single-handedly? The adolescent boy sculptor was taken aback for a moment before his lips curled up. Are you certain? Of course. Xianxia nodded. He had watched the first battle between Jin Bing and Wu Chen, and it seemed like the latter wasn't as fearsome as he had imagined. It wouldn't be too difficult for him to defeat the other party. Since that was the case, there was no need for Luozi to make a move. Xianxian, Jin Bing will grow stronger the further you go, so don't get careless. Not expecting Xianxian to say challenge, Luozi frowned. It's fine, it's just two characters. I'll crush them with my own strength. Xianxian chuckled confidently. Alright then. Be careful. Seeing his expression, Luo Ruoxin didn't say anything more and nodded. Let's begin. Seeing that the young lady wasn't going to stop him anymore, Xianxian chuckled heartily as he walked up to Jin Bing. He stretched out his palm, and in an instant, his aura surged into the heavens. At least you have some heroic spirit in you. Seeing Xianxian's reaction, Wu Chen nodded in approval. All along, he had been wondering why someone as formidable as the young mistress would fall in love with such a wretched fellow. However, seeing how the other party was willing to step forward for the sake of the young lady he liked, he finally understood a little. Even though that fellow was a braggart, he was still a reliable person at crucial moments. Hula, without wasting any time, the two Jin Bing also suppressed their cultivation down to St. Nindan Pinnacle and charged at Xianxian from the left and right respectively. While the moves they executed were different, it was almost as if they were executed by the same person. Their coordination was flawless, and their attacks were aimed at the weak points that Xianxian would have to guard against, making it difficult for him to dodge their attacks. Not bad. Seeing that the coordination of the two fellows was even more fearsome than the ran from before, Xianxian wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he chuckled softly and pointed forward. Freeze! Hula, the surrounding space was immediately sealed. There seemed to be the sound of wind blowing, but as he spoke, it was all suspended in the air. The attacks of the two were like fish frozen in a river, unable to advance any further. If there was something falling down, it would stop in midair and float quietly. It would not fall to the ground. Those who had comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing might not be able to seal great sage experts in place, but those of the same cultivation realm would be unable to struggle free at all. It could be said that with this ability, he would be invincible among those of the same cultivation realm. Unless, of course, the other party had comprehended the same spatial laws as well, or perhaps, they possessed abilities on par with it, such as the temporal laws of the Zhang clan. Scatter. After sealing the two Jin Bing with a single move, Xianxian harumphed coldly. Just as he was about to raise his finger to disperse the two Jin Bing, the adolescent boy sculptor exclaimed in shock, Ancient Sage Qiao Wu's spatial quintessence? So, you are the successor of Qiao Wuzi. Please show mercy. Oh? Not expecting the adolescent boy sculptor to be able to recognize his move, Xianxian turned around. Voila, as soon as he let his guard down, the power of the spatial quintessence of sealing abruptly dissipated. The wind continued blowing, and the attacks of the two Jin Bings that were suspended in midair shot toward him once more. Hee hee. Xianxian chuckled softly. Without making any movements at all, the attack abruptly turned around and flew up into the sky, vanishing without a trace in the next instant. It's spatial stifle. Wu Chen widened his eyes in shock. It was none other than the move he had used to deal with the demon-subduing ring of the elders back in the Luo clan, spatial stifle. Within a short period of time, he would be able to warp the space around him and extend it upward, such that even if the attacks were to strike him, they would not be able to deal the slightest damage. With his current strength, it was extremely easy for him to execute this move, but for a St. Nindan Pinnacle cultivator, it was nigh impossible. Yet, the young man before him had done it so easily. In his long life, he had seen many people executing the spatial quintessence of sealing, and he had read countless books on it. Every single one of them had detailed explanations on the prowess and speed of execution of the technique, but compared to the young man before him, what he knew was like child's play. On the other hand, the young man before him was more like their teacher. They were not even on the same level. To be able to wield such prowess in less than 10 minutes, those who had immersed themselves in it for their entire lives. What in the world was going on? While he was puzzled, the stone boy statue beside him seemed to have noticed that something was amiss. He frowned and said in confusion, although Qiao Wuzi's sealing space is powerful, with your strength, I'm afraid that even if he were to come back to life, he wouldn't be able to do it. Qiao Wuzi's spatial sealing was indeed formidable, but it was not to such an extent. I see. Ancient sage Qiao Wu's spatial sealing was a little flawed, so I modified it a little, Xianxia replied. Even though the heavenly art of dimension unravel was one of the strongest cultivation techniques on the Forsaken Continent, it was still riddled with flaws under the illumination of the Library of Heaven's Path. On the other hand, the technique that Xianxia cultivated was a Heaven's Path divine art, so it went without saying that its prowess was vastly different from that of the Library of Heaven's Path. The heavenly art of dimension unravel required one to accumulate energy and delay time, but the Heaven's Path divine art did not require such a thing at all. Modify? Before the adolescent boy sculptor could say a word, Wu Chen nearly collapsed to the ground. He had seen Xianxia achieve a breakthrough through borrowing a book from him, and he had thought that it would already be an incredible stroke of luck for Xianxia to be able to learn it under such circumstances. Yet, who could have thought that not only did Xianxia manage to learn it, he even felt that it was a little flawed and modified it. More importantly, he even managed to modify it, enhancing the prowess of the move. Was there still any justice in the world? Was there any humanity in the world? Could it be that this foundational book was really that powerful, to be able to allow Xianxia to alter ancient sage Qiao Wu's ultimate move with just a glance? If that was the case, he would have to study it diligently when he returned so that he could one day wield such control over space as well. You modified it? The adolescent boy sculptor also found it hard to believe. However, he soon thought that it was due to Mingshi Tang and the other master teachers or the influence of his ancestors that Xianxia was able to achieve such a feat. Thus, he changed the topic and said, since you possess Qiao Wuzi's heritage, you are qualified to enter. Please. After saying those words, he bowed deeply and led the way. Xianxia, the moment he stepped forward, the doors of the palace suddenly opened, and a vast and ancient aura immediately gushed into his face. You can follow Lao's Weibo, Xinlong, Weibo, and Weibo. End of chapter 1596. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.